It was an ordinary morning. I arose early, preparing to head to school. I serve as a foreign language teacher at a high school within my district. Though I have been in this profession for 15 years, my passion for teaching remains as fervent as it was on my very first day. I find immense joy in witnessing the spark and delight in children's eyes as they learn new things. I reside in close proximity to the school, merely a few blocks away, allowing for a brief commute. However, upon alighting from my vehicle, I was once again greeted by that irksome cacophony. Bang, 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 beep, beep, bang. Construction noise. I utterly detest this road work. I cannot fathom what kind of project could possibly take weeks, especially situated right next to the school. Due to this incessant noise, I often struggle to hear myself speak. How can I expect the children to hear me? Today I am the duty teacher on the playground. This task feels akin to torment in autumn. I stood at the front entrance of the school, observing students hurriedly rushing inside. One student approached me with a worried expression, saying, "Good morning, Mr. Lee." "Good morning, Dylan. May I ask, can we avoid the exam today?" This is not a pop quiz. I informed you all last week to review, did I not? I even communicated the time and content of the exam. So no, we must proceed with the examination today. He began to grumble as he walked into the school. When the bell for the first period rang, I made my way toward the staff room. Today is one of my favorite days. My first class is free, allowing me to savor my coffee at a leisurely pace without any rush. After securing my coffee, I settled into an armchair, gazing out the window. It was a splendid autumn morning, with the leaves of the sycamore trees outside displaying a myriad of yellow and red hues, creating a picturesque scene. I must have been so engrossed in the scenery and my thoughts that I lost track of time. It was only when the bell rang, signaling the end of the first period, that I returned to my senses and made my way to the front yard. I stood at the grand entrance of the school, allowing me to oversee both the rear and front yards. Sipping my coffee, I gazed outside the school gates and spotted Emily. She is a freshman, and once again, she was running late. She is a bright girl, exceptionally intelligent. She is nothing short of a genius, yet simultaneously rather careless. It appeared she was lost in her own world, oblivious to the road as she began to cross. At times, I find myself pondering what profound thoughts occupy her mind. She was so engrossed that she seemed unaware of my presence waiting for her across the street. She ambled across the road, lacking any sense of urgency, her gaze fixed upon the ground. This sight elicited a chuckle from me. Honk! I was startled by the blaring horn. Turning to my left, I spotted a massive truck sounding its horn, barreling towards her. How could she possibly not hear such a loud horn? She continued to wander in the middle of the road, and before I knew it, I found myself running towards her. I found myself pondering, what on earth am I doing? As I leaped towards Emily, I pushed her away. Darkness. Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? No, not quite. This is a liminal state, a voice replied. Who are you? Oh, merely a random omnipotent entity, the voice responded, and then everything became exceedingly bright. How delightful. I was just blinded by darkness, and now I am overwhelmed by light. I apologize. I do have a penchant for the dramatic. It was a being composed of light, yet once accustomed to it, the brilliance was not blinding. In fact, gazing upon it was rather comforting. You can read my thoughts. Certainly, I am a deity, and you possess no corporeal form, hence you cannot articulate words. You are but a wisp of a soul, essentially a mass of light. So I am dead. Indeed. Why am I so tranquil about this? That is my doing. I have partially stripped you of your free will so that you may not succumb to panic. If you desire to return, I can restore it, though I would not recommend it. You would likely be engulfed in turmoil in this soul form for several weeks or months until you acclimate. What of Emily, the girl? She lives. In fact, this is the primary reason for your arrival here. What do you mean? You see, the girl you refer to as Emily survived and thrived due to your sacrifice. She has devised a method to cure a fatal pandemic. Had you not given your life to save her, the cure would have been delayed by 4 years, resulting in the demise of 2 billion individuals. In essence, by saving her life, you indirectly saved the lives of 2 billion others, for she dedicated her achievement to you. Thus, you too shall partake in the bountiful rewards of good karma. You know, I can only discern your thoughts. I cannot predict the future. I am not omniscient. Then how do you know what Emily will invent? I do not know, but a higher deity does, and they assign tasks to us lesser gods. Does this imply there are more gods? What are higher deities? You aren't particularly astute, are you? Did I not mention I am a random omnipotent entity? Naturally, there are more gods, and the higher deities or goddesses are referred to as creator gods. You need not concern yourself with further details. Let us return to the matter at hand. You have 2 choices. First, you may ascend to heaven, or second, you may reincarnate in another world and, when the time is ripe, undertake a task for us, after which you may proceed to heaven. What kind of task? To bring balance to a world. As certain forces require restraint, of course, we shall bestow upon you the gifts of 2 powers. Essentially, I am assured of a place in heaven, correct? provided you do not become a rampaging killer. Yes, you shall. Very well, I choose the task. I desire superhuman abilities, but without his weaknesses. You cannot possess that. Then I desire a certified skill. You may possess a certified skill, but not the kind you envision. You can have a version that is limited solely to the knowledge you already possess. Your understanding constitutes its boundaries. Why can I not have the version I desire? I am the god of order. My kind cannot shatter the fabric of the world's order. I can only bestow upon you the powers that exist or could exist within this realm. Very well, I shall grant you a power beyond your wildest aspirations. The god of order snapped his fingers. What is your second wish? Then I wish to become a druid. I have longed for magical abilities since my childhood. Very well, I wish you good fortune. Wait. I began to plummet rapidly, my consciousness gradually fading, and then I succumbed to darkness. Chapter 2. Equivalent exchange. I slowly opened my eyes, and a blinding light compelled me to squint. As I adjusted to the illumination, I began to survey my surroundings. I found myself in a small, somewhat chilly room, sparsely furnished with merely a bed, a small table, a chair, and a wardrobe beside the window. The bed creaked with each movement, constructed from straw stuffed into coarse fabric, an unfamiliar and uncomfortable sensation. A throbbing pain gripped my head, unlike any headache I had ever experienced. Upon touching my forehead, I discovered it was bandaged with a rough cloth. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a woman entered. Oh, thank the ancient deities, you are awake. We were all beginning to worry about your well-being, she remarked. As I was about to respond, a wave of pain more intense than I had previously endured crashed over me, akin to having nails driven into my skull. Unfamiliar memories and emotions surged into my consciousness. Memories belonging to a 5-year-old child, as if 5 years of recollections were scrambling to find a place within my mind in a matter of seconds. My parents had both passed away. My father was a knight from Winterfell, serving House Stark, who fell in battle while defending his lord. My mother was a servant in the castle, tending to the lord's family, but she succumbed to a fever 6 months ago. My name is Elmdrasil. Wait a moment. Winterfell, Lord Stark. Goodness, I am in a Game of Thrones. Elmdra, are you alright? I'm fine. What was her name again? Ah, Briss. She was a friend of my mother's and another servant in the castle. I needed to collect my thoughts. I could lose my mind later. I'm fine, Empress. What happened to me? Don't you remember? You were kicked while attempting to pet a horse. I seem to recall something. Ah, Aunt Briss, my head aches terribly. And I feel exhausted. May I lie down for a while? Oh, of course. I was just checking on you. Rest well. She approached the door and said, take care, before exiting and closing the door behind her. Now, I could let myself go mad. Oh dear, I am doomed. The White Walkers, the Boltons, and all the other impending horrors. What should I do? I need to prepare myself. I must not lose my sanity. You still have your powers. Yes, my powers. Let me think. I turned toward the chair and uttered the word chair, feeling a sensation flowing within my chest. The word chair materialized before me. Oh, for heaven's sake. Spare me. I know it is a chair. Let us try something else. I hope it works. Nothing transpired. Come on, let us try again. The flowing sensation returned to my chest, and words appeared before me. Recognition, a skill for identifying objects. It knows as much as you know. If you have learned something, it will remember it forever and connect things together. That's it. Nothing more, just as the deity of order described. I activated the druid skill once more, and the sensation flowed through me, followed by some text appearing before my eyes. Druid. The ability to cast spells, perform rituals, shapeshift, perceive the unseen, summon, and control beasts. This is precisely what I envisioned a druid could accomplish. Fire. Again, the sensation flowed through my chest, and a small flame ignited in my palm. So it signifies fire. What language is this? I do not know. I just recognize it as fire. I cannot even ignite a campfire. This flame is smaller than that of a lighter. At least I comprehend something now. That flowing sensation seems to be magic within me. The flame flickered on my palm, touching it without causing harm. At least I am immune to fire. I wanted it to move, and it slowly shifted half a meter before disappearing. Useless. Once more. A small flame appeared on my palm. I wished for it to traverse my hand and then to my index finger. I chuckled. Wonderful. I shall never need candles again. For I am the mighty Candleman. Ha ha. I laughed maniacally out of sheer exhilaration. In this reincarnation, I ought to be extraordinarily powerful. What on earth is this? I guided the flame on my finger to a candle on the table, igniting it, and then placed my finger next to the lit wick. Oh, now it's burning. I realize I am not immune to fire. Therefore, the Targaryen cheat does not apply to me. As long as I hold it, it does not burn me. This time, I extended my other hand half a meter away, throwing the flame toward it, and then, ouch. Ah, that hurts. The moment it left my hand, it burned. Let us try something else. Ice. A tiny ice cube appeared in my hand, but this ice did not touch my palm like the fire. It floated in the air, hovering just above my hand. This couldn't even cool a drink. Suddenly, I felt immensely weak, swaying and collapsing onto the bed. my consciousness began to fade, and I abruptly lost consciousness. Then, I felt a powerful pull, as though I were a fish caught on a hook, yanked swiftly. When I opened my eyes, I beheld a humanoid figure composed of light. Why did I faint, and why are you in my dream? I am not in your dream. Technically, you are essentially dead. What? I haven't even lived a day. Why did you place me in the body of a bloodied orphan? You wish to become a druid. So I placed you in a body with the highest arcane potential. And when I say you are essentially dead, I do not mean you are truly dead. I pulled your soul back here. You fainted because you exhausted all your magical energy, entering a state known as magical depletion. Nothing would have occurred had you not cast that final spell. However, when you depleted all your magical energy, you immediately fainted. You must rest or meditate to restore your magical energy. Then why am I here? When we first met, I needed to grant you 2 additional boons if you accepted the terms, but I wished to see your expression when you realized you were in a Game of Thrones. It was quite amusing. Can you observe me there? Yes, I can, but I cannot interfere with this realm. Yet you pulled me here. How did you manage that? At the core of your soul, you still do not belong to this world. That is why I could draw you here before you fainted. Once you fall asleep, I cannot pull you again. I might be able to connect with you in some sacred places, but I cannot even tell you where they are. If you wish to converse with me, you must seek them out yourself. Now, let us return to business. No, not until I receive my answers. Why did you grant me flawed powers? The abilities that characters in novels possess are often of a destructive scale, yet I have truly received incomplete powers. I have been telling you, I am a deity of order. When will you comprehend? Most of the powers I can bestow upon you will become useful and potent once you master them. Do you desire more boons? What are the terms? Your memories of the books in the television series. Do you not wish for me to succeed in this task? Why bind my feet? I want you to succeed. That is why I grant you boons. However, to receive something, you must give something in return. Equivalent exchange is paramount. Let me contemplate this. Suddenly, realizations dawned upon me. Do you consider yourself particularly clever? What? You've left a loophole. I can provide you with my memories of television series and books, but it feels as if they will linger like a sixth sense. I began to chuckle. Well, you clever fellow. You think you've deceived others, don't you? Do you believe people heed their inner voices and feelings? No, they almost always disregard them. I wager you are no exception. I too am exploiting the loophole. You will not remember this transaction. You can only choose practical skills. I did not say you could possess any power you desire. I merely stated that I must grant you 2 more boons. Why must you always make things difficult for me? I truly cannot fathom you. As soon as I finished speaking, the white light began to dim, and the silhouette of the god of order grew larger and darker. Let me make one thing clear. I am not your friend, nor are you my adversary. Mortals, let us be candid. I do not genuinely care for you. Yes, I wish you success, but if you fail, I shall mourn for a few years and then utterly forget you. We gods neither require your faith nor your worship. We have transcended such needs. How can I convey this to you so that you might comprehend? To us, you are essentially entertainment and pets. Indeed, some deities may dote on their creations as humans do with their pets, but most of us regard you as beloved pets rather than children. And I am not among the latter. Do you grasp my meaning? I began to nod fervently, feeling as though a mountain bore down upon me. Yes, my lord. Though he bore no visage, I sensed he was beginning to laugh. Come now, my friend, there is no need for such rigidity. You may address me as the god of order. Let us conclude this matter. What is your first boon? If I must master nearly all skills, I desire to gain 5-fold experience in all my endeavors. Very well, that is feasible. The most talented individual in history was the Dawn Emperor, possessing quintuple talent in both governance and magic. Cregan Stark and the Dragon Knight boasted quadruple, while Arthur Dane was thrice gifted as a swordsman. What is your second boon? If I am to have a familiar, I wish for a secluded space to train them without the risk of death. It should contain enemies I can train against. You will possess a space to train your familiar, but you may only remain there for 6 hours each day. You and your familiar will heal upon leaving that area. While you are inside, you cannot be killed. If a hostile individual approaches within 4 meters, you will be ejected from the space. While within, you will sense when someone nears you. Lastly, nothing may enter the space besides you and your familiar. Will I forget all of this? Not entirely. You will forget this transaction, and to you, this planet will resemble any random fantasy realm. Of course, if you heed its words, you will possess a sixth sense. Following a sensation of ceaseless descent, I sprang from my bed, fully awake. I began to survey the room, feeling somewhat disoriented. After a few moments, I settled down and recalled the new skills I had acquired. Verification of 5-fold skill. 5-fold skill. You will gain 5 times the experience in all your endeavors. If your base talent in that field is below 0, it will grant you a 5 to your talent. Verification of infinite training skill. Infinite training. A 44-meter room devoid of any enemies. Chapter 3 Experimental skills. Verification of infinite training skill. Infinite training. It contains a 44-meter room with no enemies. There are no enemies, yet the God of Order spoke of opponents for my training. I do not understand this contradiction, nor why it is so small. How do I enter this space? I closed my eyes, concentrated, and envisioned myself stepping into the space. I felt a flowing sensation, followed by a tremor. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered myself in a white room devoid of doors or windows. There was nothing here. What should I do? Is it because I am not yet accustomed? Just then, I sensed an approach, yet saw no one. I recalled the words of the God of Order. Someone must be nearing my room. I immediately focused, envisioning my exit. After feeling the tremor, I opened my eyes to find myself back in bed. The door creaked open, and Aunt Breeze entered. Good morning, dear. How do you feel today? Still have a headache? I had a slight headache, but it was not as severe as yesterday. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? I nodded yes. I rose from the bed, and we began making our way to the castle kitchen. It was a chilly morning, such as the norm in the north. Upon reaching the kitchen, many people were busily working. It was nearly time for the Lord and his family to have breakfast. As I inhaled the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen, my stomach rumbled. When Breeze heard my stomach growl, she chuckled lightly. Dear, you know you cannot eat those things. They are not for us, but for the nobles. She led me to a corner and lifted me onto a high chair. Being cradled like an infant was quite embarrassing. It would take time to adjust to relying on others for such simple tasks. She presented me with a slice of cheese and a quarter of bread. It was a modest breakfast, but at least I had something to eat. After finishing, I decided to take a stroll. As I exited through the service door of the castle, my eyes took a moment to adjust to the light. I began to wander within Winterfell's castle. It was a vast fortress. Had it existed in my previous world, it would surely be one of the wonders of the world. The castle itself was larger than any I had ever seen on Earth. I possessed little knowledge of this world. I knew only what a 5-year-old boy might know. We resided in Winterfell, ruled by Lord Eddard Stark, and we were referred to as Northerners. That constituted the entirety of my understanding of this realm. I did not need to work, as my father perished while saving the Lord, granting me certain privileges not afforded to other small folk. I could enjoy 3 meals a day for free until I turned 16. By then, if I wished, I would receive a position within the castle. For me, this seemed impossible. When I had a task, I would not squander time serving the Lord. I did not even know what my task entailed. He merely stated I was to bring balance and prevent certain individuals from causing disruption when the time came. Another privilege I possessed was serving as the playmate of the Lord's son, Robb Stark. This was somewhat vexing, as people always instructed me to lose when we played. Such a notion is hardly enjoyable for a 5-year-old. Now, as a 35-year-old man, I find myself required to engage in such activities. Thanks to my father's sacrifice, I enjoy a fortunate life. Although I have never met him, I still feel sorrow, for the memories of this child have become my own, and I still miss him. My memories of my father and mother are brief, yet beautiful, imbued with emotion. My father's name was Baron Snow. When people referred to him as a bastard, the child did not comprehend what that term meant. When the child asked his father what it signified, the father simply replied, "It means I do not know who my father is." It is unfortunate that one should be burdened with a different surname solely due to being born out of wedlock. I am somewhat curious. Does he truly not know who his father is, or does he choose not to reveal his identity? As for my mother, she too bore a surname, which I inherited. This indicates she was not an ordinary small folk, yet I do not believe she was of noble birth. She hailed from a family that had been knighted. However, merely being bestowed the title of knight does not imply that your lineage will transform into that of nobility. Thanks to this, they acquired a surname, yet the knighthood is not hereditary. We are but an ordinary family devoid of any power or means. The sole inheritance left to me was my father's death compensation, amounting to 100 gold dragons, alongside my mother's keepsake, a medal. This medal originally belonged to my mother, who adorned it upon me before her passing. As for the monetary compensation, it typically equates to a year's wages, yet Lord Stark generously granted my mother fourfold. In recognition of the life he owed my father, let us cease our sightseeing and seek out some animals. Although this vast castle teems with creatures, it proves quite challenging for a 5-year-old to catch one. Nearly everything here is wild. Even the scruffy dogs and cats resemble Arctic wolves and lions. It took me nearly 5 hours to corner a little dog that resembled a terrier. "Come here, good dog," I coaxed. "I have a piece of bread for you." When the dog realized it was trapped, it began to growl and bare its teeth, appearing as though it would attack should I draw near. I tore off a piece of bread and tossed it in front of the dog. It ceased its growling and began to sniff the morsel. Once it discerned that it was food, the dog began to relax. It gazed back and forth between me and the bread on the ground. Upon noticing that I was not attempting to approach, it consumed the bread. When the dog saw that I still had another piece in my hand, it began to search for more. Its entire focus was on the bread I held. As I moved the morsel, it followed suit with its head. This was quite amusing. I extended my hand, and as it sniffed, it drew closer. It devoured the bread from my hand, and I began to stroke it. "Good boy. Let us see if we can forge a connection." I concentrated my thoughts solely on establishing a bond. My inner magical energy began to stir. Yet it felt as though I was attempting to traverse a vast chasm. I pressed on with my magic, but weariness began to overtake me. My magical reserve was dwindling. Yet, upon one final attempt, I gleaned some insights. I formed a conjecture regarding the nature of establishing a connection and the reasons for my failures. Was it the effect of the fivefold skill? This creature felt rather formidable. I lifted my gaze to the sky and cried out, "Must every skill you grant me commence from the very beginning? Am I to first tame a squirrel or a mouse as my inaugural creature?" Woof, woof. As the dog began to bark, I halted my contemplation. "What? Do you expect more food from me? I am afraid I have none left." It genuinely appeared to comprehend my words. It ceased barking, glanced around, and then scampered down an alley. I must commence with the smallest animal I can find. The benefit is that the fivefold skill operates exceedingly well. I believe I would prefer this fivefold skill over any other. I ought to return to the castle. Upon my return, someone leapt from the shadows and pounced upon me. "Got you." We tumbled to the ground, and he began to sit atop me, asking, "Will you surrender?" I was momentarily taken aback. Once I regained my composure, I recognized it was Rob Stark who was grappling with me. That is cheating, Rob. No, it isn't. A knight must be prepared for everything. He stood, extending a hand to assist me. I grasped his hand and swept his legs, causing him to fall beside me. And we commenced wrestling on the ground. Our strengths were nearly equal, making it impossible to pin one another down. Minutes passed, and we lay back, breathing heavily. Rob turned to me and declared, "Your surrender would be a wise decision. You surrendered first," he exclaimed as he stood. "No, I did not." "You did." "No, you did." We exchanged these words several times before ultimately deciding to call it a draw. Pretending to be an ordinary 5-year-old is quite exhausting. Caitlin Stark's perspective, my lord husband and I stood upon the balcony, gazing down at the courtyard. Then I spotted them, my son playing once again with that common boy. I turned to my lord husband and inquired, "My lord, does he truly need to play with that common lad? I find it rather inappropriate for a noble to befriend a commoner. In the north, it is acceptable. That common boy's father saved my life. You have a husband, and your children know their father because his father perished in my place. In the north, the lines between nobility and commonality are somewhat blurred. Winter is upon us. We ought not to waste time on such matters. If he possesses even half of his father's swordsmanship, he would make an excellent soldier for our son. Should he demonstrate the same courage as his father, he might even be knighted." I watched them from the balcony, saying, "If this is what you desire, then so be it. I recognize that I am somewhat harsh towards that boy. I am not devoid of compassion. I pity the lad for having become an orphan at such a tender age. It is likely that he will not even remember his parents when he grows older." The protagonist's perspective, Rob and I engaged in play for several hours before I retreated to a quiet corner of the courtyard, as I had begun to realize certain truths. We had wrestled for at least 2 hours, yet I did not feel I had gained any of the fivefold wrestling experience. Was it because I had not focused on wrestling, merely engaged in play? To test my hypothesis, I arose and seized a long branch. Holding it as one would a sword, I commenced slicing and swinging for 2 hours. As I suspected, nothing occurred. This time, I steadied the branch and began to concentrate on my training, executing vertical chopping motions. I swung continuously for several hours. Then it came, the sensation of understanding. Yes, it was minimal, given the brevity of my training, yet it undeniably existed. It was slight, but it was there. I was learning. Thus, it only activates when I focus or contemplate something. If I engage in unconscious actions, it will not function. Well, like other skills, intention is paramount. Without focus, it fails to manifest. Chapter 4. Various trainings for a week. I have risen as early as possible. Waking without an alarm is quite challenging. There is a clock tower, yet it lacks a face, only a bell. It serves solely to announce the time to the common folk. Time is measured in the morning by the sundial, and in the evening by marked candles. If I were an engineer and knew how to construct a clock, that would be splendid. I comprehend that it operates through springs and gears, yet I am unaware of their dimensions or how to configure them. Regardless, I began dedicating 6 hours to practicing my magical abilities until the afternoon. I would experiment with various elements. I was able to manipulate water, fire, and wind. Each was enchanting. When I wielded water magic, I could conjure a droplet, while the wind proved the most potent. I could generate a gust stronger than any incantation uttered from my lips. Despite my extensive magical training, my magic remains feeble, quite unfortunate. After finishing my lunch, I typically played with Rob. We often engaged in games of hide-and-seek or wrestling. It can be somewhat tedious, yet it is beneficial for my future. It is advantageous to be childhood friends with the future lord. Following our play, I would either rest or, as Rob would say, meditate to replenish my magical energy. By dinner time, I found myself brimming with magical power. Then, I would once again exhausted, attempting to forge a soul bond with a bird I had acquired. I lacked sufficient magical energy for binding, yet I could sense my progress. It was slight, but it was there. As I contemplated which spell to cast, I heard someone shouting and knocking at the door. Emil, are you there? I opened the door to find a stable boy standing there. Though I could not recall his name. The Lord is looking for you. I hastily rose and dashed into the courtyard. Upon my exit, I beheld Lord Stark, Rob, and his other son, John. I disdained referring to John as a bastard or illegitimate. My lord, I am here, I declared. Ah, young Emil, come along. You all are waiting here, he replied. I followed him to a table near the training grounds, where he seated himself and invited me to join him. You are aware that I owe your father a life, correct? Yes, my lord, I have heard of it from others. That is why I do not require you to work, allowing you to play with young Lord Rob. You are a clever child. You understand that in the presence of others, you should not address him as Rob. Do you comprehend why I summoned you? No, my lord, I do not. Since you are aware not to call him Rob in the company of others, may I assume you know the distinction between nobility and commoners? Yes, my lord. You are noble, and I am a commoner. Indeed, as a commoner, you must labor, yet thanks to your father, I afford you greater opportunities for growth. I am uncertain whether this is right or wrong. I hope you find a profession when you mature. Do you have any aspirations or interests? This was a splendid opportunity. I could test his limits, as he had observed my growth since childhood, and even if I posed questions deemed inappropriate, he would not take offense. As far as I knew, for a commoner, becoming a knight was exceedingly challenging. My father was the illegitimate son of a noble. However, he spent many years becoming a squire. He first served as a soldier in Winterfell and was knighted at the age of 22 for his valor in battle. Just before his passing, he had only recently become a knight. I feigned shyness and asked, "May I become a knight?" He appeared somewhat astonished by my query. He gazed into my eyes and fell silent for a moment. "Why do you wish to become a knight?" "I aspire to be like my father." It is a formidable task for a commoner to become a knight. Even upon achieving knighthood, noble knights may disdain you. Do you understand what that entails? I nodded and replied, "They may not like me." "Yes, that is about right. You may find it impossible to become a knight. Do you possess the capability?" Rising from my seat, I held my head high, thumping my chest, and proclaimed, "I can do it." Ha ha ha. Very well. A man ought to possess some courage. I shall permit you to practice swordplay. Everything else will be determined by you. Roderick, he called. Yes, my lord. From this moment forth, you shall be responsible for training Rob, John, and Emil in swordsmanship and combat. Yes, my lord. I bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint you." "I hope so," he replied as he departed. I turned to Roderick and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Kiso." He was a man of around 40. Slightly portly yet tall and muscular, serving as the instructor in Winterfell. Haha, we shall see whether you are grateful or pleading. You three must come here every afternoon. We shall commence tomorrow. With that, he followed Lord Stark away. Splendid. We are about to begin our sword training, Rob exclaimed, picking up a branch from the ground to wield. I glanced at John. He appeared pleased but did not show it. He was somewhat reserved, rarely speaking, and usually reluctant to play with Rob, for whenever Lady Catelyn spotted us together, she would invariably summon John for some arduous chore. Over time, young John began to realize that he was only assigned tasks when playing with us, causing him to distance himself slightly. Occasionally, he would still join us. But upon seeing Lady Catelyn, he would abruptly flee. Leaving Rob and John behind, I retreated to my chamber to continue my magical training. With each passing day, my perception of magic grew ever keener. I could sense my magical capacity expanding, though I was uncertain of its extent. It was challenging to ascertain whether I possessed sufficient magic for another spell, so I consistently reserved some. If I depleted it, I might faint or worse. There was no reason to take such risks. Attempting to gauge how much magic remained was akin to estimating the water level in a cup. I could only rely on intuition. Yet, there must be a superior method. If, akin to a video game, I had a numerical value for my magic. With spells assigned consumption figures, it would be far more manageable. Regardless, I needed to concentrate. Just as I began to cast a spell, a sudden epiphany struck me. How foolish I was. The answer lay in authentication. The deity of order proclaimed that if I possessed knowledge, it could recognize anything, and indeed, I had the relevant knowledge. This was merely a straightforward mathematical quandary. Suppose I assigned a value of 1 to my lowest consumption spell. Then, I would continuously cast it until I exhausted my magic. I could assign a numerical value to each spell I could cast. I utilized authentication 21 times to deplete my magic. Hence, this indicated I possessed 21 points of magical capacity. These past 3 months were both intriguing and tedious. The intriguing aspect stemmed from my magical training and the continual enhancement of my fundamental spells. After 3 months of diligent effort, I now possessed 24 points of magic, and the diameter of my elemental sphere spell had reached 6 centimeters. The tedium arose from the swordsmanship training. Most of the time, I would become distracted while wielding the sword, and the 5-fold experience skill would cease functioning. Should Roderick notice me daydreaming, I would receive a sharp slap. Nevertheless, I began to master some fundamental movements. The most arduous portion was what Roderick referred to as the warm-up, a 2-hour physical regimen encompassing running, jumping, and various exercises. Following this, he would exclaim, "Let us proceed to the main event." This was a rather distasteful jest in the presence of 6-year-olds, yet both Rob and John were oblivious. Roderick's perspective, the young lord truly exerts himself. He is the most talented among the lord's sons. John also applies himself, albeit lacking his natural aptitude. It has been 3 months since my lord commanded me to train them, yet what astonishes me most is Emil. I know his father. He fought like a beast. But I do not mean to imply he was strong. Literally, he fought like a dog or a wolf tearing apart its prey. He fought with a wild fury. That is how he battled, relentlessly on the offensive. This boy mirrors his father's fervor, yet he possesses a calm and contemplative mind that his father never had. Oh, and an astonishing talent I have never witnessed before. It is as if he commenced his sword training 2 years prior. 3 months ago, he knew nothing of swordplay. Yet now he has developed an acceptable stance and movements. I did not even perceive my lord's arrival until he made his presence known. I must have been lost in thought. How are the children progressing, Roderick? Upon hearing the voice, I swiftly turned and saluted. They are all doing well, my lord. The young lord is indeed exceptionally gifted, much like his father. Upon hearing this, the lord began to smile, then turned to John. Though he did not inquire about his progress, merely observing. Thus, I informed him, it is still uncertain. John also possesses swordsmanship talent, albeit not as pronounced as the young lord's. What of Emil? My lord, had you not come here, I would have sought you out to discuss him. Why? Does he lack talent in swordsmanship? No, my lord, he is exceedingly gifted. What do you mean? My lord, if he continues to exert himself in this manner. A decade from now, the North shall possess its own Arthur Dane. A smile began to form on my lips. Is he truly so talented? Indeed, my lord. He has only commenced training for 3 months, and while his motivation may not be fervent, he fights with the prowess of a seasoned warrior. The lord rose, retrieved a wooden sword from the rack, and approached Emil. From the male protagonist's perspective, I have a profound aversion to self-training. It merely cultivates muscle memory. In moments like these, I find myself exceedingly grateful for my quintuple experience skill. I cannot fathom the arduousness of undertaking 5 times the training to achieve this level. I heard footsteps drawing near, mistakenly believing it to be Roderick coming to chastise me. I swiftly turned and swung my sword. I am focused. Bang! Our swords clashed, and I beheld Lord Stark standing before me. I immediately bowed and offered my apologies. Forgive me, my lord. I mistook you for Sir Roderick come to punish me. Rather than apologizing, I am more keen to see if you will honor your promise to me. Raise your sword and strike. He was earnest. I began to position myself. Readying for battle, I charged at him, our swords locking together in an instant, reminiscent of a scene from a film. However, we did not linger there. I swiftly utilized my diminutive stature, angling my sword towards my right shoulder in an attempt to slip beneath his blade while aiming for his right arm. Yet, he adeptly thwarted my maneuver by redirecting my blade. I could not outmatch an adult in reach or strength, nor did I believe I could surpass him in speed. There was but one alternative to victory. Chapter 5. Special care. Whenever I attempted to approach him, he would swing his sword from side to side. When unable to wield his sword, he would push me away. He toyed with me, which was utterly infuriating. Being weak is indeed a transgression. I must grow stronger. It was akin to standing before a giant. This exemplifies the chasm between an adult and a 6-year-old child. In true combat, I stood no chance. Yet he mocked and belittled me. I endeavored once more to attack, but he deflected me with his sword. This time, I leaped back and rolled on the ground, as if I had lost my balance from his shove. As I sprang up, I hurled my sword. At that moment, he appeared somewhat startled as he deflected my blade, and I seized the opportunity to breach his defenses, striking his leg with a wooden dagger I had crafted. Just as I aimed for his abdomen, I felt his sword at my throat. His recovery was astonishingly swift. The only result of my assault was a wound on his leg, while I nearly lost my head. He placed his sword back on the rack and regarded me, stating, "You have not disappointed me. Well done." He then turned to Roderick, gesturing for him to follow. From Eddard Stark's perspective, his final maneuver was truly astonishing. It was not a particularly sophisticated technique, yet for a child, he conceived and executed it. He immediately comprehended that I was toying with him, and in terms of strength, endurance, or speed, he stood no chance. Typically, a child would become enraged in such a situation and rush forward in fury, but throughout the entire bout, he remained remarkably composed. He was both calm and cunning in battle, a stark contrast to his father. He is truly a remarkable individual. We must also instill in him the concept of honor. He possesses a level of shrewdness that is excessive for a child. Without proper guidance, he may stray down a dark path. Roderick, from this day forth, ensure he works diligently and provide him with superior meals, including meat, at every meal. If we are to cultivate a master swordsman, we must strive to nourish and educate him. Additionally, allow him to spar with older boys at least twice daily, when the time is right. You will discern when to have him duel with the youngest squires. If one possesses the finest steel, it must be tempered with the hammer and quenched in the strongest flame. Yes, my lord, I shall see to it immediately. If we nurture this child well, he may become the sharp blade of the North. From the male protagonist's perspective, it was a formidable battle. Yet I felt as if I were on the brink of grasping something profound. The sensations I derived from this clash were wondrous. I could perceive the quintuple experience skill manifesting, as if I had engaged in 5 consecutive duels with the Lord. Should we spar again, I might perform even better. Emil, come here. I dashed toward Sir Roderick. From now on, you shall not train with Rob and John. I will be your instructor at other times. You may rest today. Starting tomorrow, we shall train for 4 hours after breakfast and again after lunch. This meant I would need to rise early to accommodate my magical training. Boy, why do you not respond? He patted the back of my head. Yes, Sir Roderick. I returned to my chamber and commenced my magical training. The basic elemental magic I possessed improved with each passing month. I discovered that I could manipulate 6 elements. If ranked by potency, they would be as follows: wind, water, lightning, fire, ice, earth, sphere spells. The wind sphere is essentially a gentle push. It is too feeble to accomplish anything of note. The water sphere measures 6 centimeters in diameter, serving at least to distract or repel an enemy. Lightning is genuinely perilous, yet lacks precision. Beyond half a meter, it veers wildly. The fireball technique has proven useful. While it cannot slay an adversary, a strike to the head can instill fear, causing retreat and temporary blindness. The ice sphere boasts formidable blunt force, yet it is far more fragile than the earth sphere. The earth sphere is currently my most powerful and lethal spell. Imagine being struck by a 6-centimeter stone at high velocity to any part of the body. I am striving to enhance its lethality by incorporating some spin and a pointed shape. At present, I can alter its shape to an oval, but I cannot yet make it pointed or increase its rotation. If I could shape it into a spike or at least a bullet form, combined with rapid rotation, it would become one of the most formidable single-target spells. As for other aspects of Druidism, such as herbalism, rituals, and spells, I am still unacquainted. I would consider myself a novice or mediocre herbalist, having worked for 4 years under a herbalist in a university to make ends meet. I am familiar with hundreds of herbs and their properties, yet I am uncertain if the herbs I know exist in this world or what names they bear. Regarding ritual magic, I entertain 2 hypotheses. Firstly, I may need to create rituals while continuing to study the language of this magic. Secondly, akin to language acquisition, ritual magic may manifest in my mind naturally once I attain sufficient strength. Concerning the pact with spirit beasts, I understand that I merely require more magical energy. I sense that I am drawing closer to the blue entity. I named a little bird I purchased Blue. Yes, I acknowledge that the name lacks creativity. So what? I like it. After several hours of magical training, I endeavored to comprehend the infinite training skill, yet I seemed unable to activate it. I surmise that it may initiate once I acquire a spirit beast, as that enigmatic being indicated that both my spirit beast and I could train within it. I truly do not grasp this skill, and I also contemplated 2 additional applications for the certification skill. By attributing numerical values to my strength and speed, I would only need to set my speed and power to 1, and then identify individuals who are faster or slower than myself to certify their attributes. If I witness their speed or sense their strength, the certification skill could automatically compute their values. Naturally, it is not entirely reliable. What I perceive regarding the speed and strength of my adversary is merely a reflection of what they permit me to see or feel. For instance, if an opponent possesses 5 times my strength yet only exerts double that, I will be aware solely of their doubled strength, remaining oblivious to the entirety of their true might until they fully unleash it. This realization has unveiled to me the profound nature of honed skills, which are far more potent than I initially surmised. Throughout high school and university, I encountered numerous mathematical and physical computations and methodologies, yet they now reside in the recesses of my memory, only vaguely recalled. I possess this knowledge, but I have forgotten a considerable portion of it. This indicates that had I truly comprehended these concepts during my studies, the retention of such knowledge would be unnecessary, as the skills would manifest seamlessly. As I entered the kitchen, I observed the staff preparing dinner, specifically venison. Hunting within the Lord's forest without permission is strictly forbidden, and people generally shy away from poaching to avoid severe consequences. I ascended onto my stool and sat down, now capable of doing so independently. When Briss noticed me, she promptly brought forth my meal. Greetings, dear. I truly do not comprehend why you aspire to be a knight. Could you not choose a vocation less perilous? I desire to grow strong, so that I may protect everyone, I replied. Upon hearing this, a smile graced her lips as she handed me my food, adding, Heaven must be pleased with you, ensuring that you have meat at every meal henceforth. The dish before me consisted of stewed venison accompanied by carrots and root vegetables akin to yams. It was exquisite, the finest fare I had ever tasted in this place. I devoured it eagerly, yet I yearned for potatoes. Alas, There are neither potatoes nor rice here. This month of training has been a veritable nightmare. Though I have begun to acclimate, 2 hours of strength training are followed by 2 hours of swordplay, after which a 2-hour respite is warranted. At this juncture, I require rest and sustenance before engaging in the more exhilarating aspect, the tournament. In the afternoon sessions, I train alongside the older children, typically 2 to 3 years my senior. I have secured some victories and faced some defeats, yet I am making progress. I have now successfully triumphed over someone I had previously lost to. I sense that I cannot continue along this path indefinitely. It is not due to the difficulty, but rather because it serves little purpose for me. I require time to hone my magical abilities, and I aspire to learn the art of forging. I have always been captivated by blacksmithing shows on television, yearning to partake in it, but never finding the time. Moreover, I wish to master archery. Though Sir Roderick has imparted some knowledge of archery to me, it has only been on rare occasions. As I mature, I find myself in need of greater freedom. Thus, following today's afternoon training, I sought him out. Sir Roderick, may I pose a request? Speak, lad. Could I train a little less? Why? Is it too arduous? Not so, but I wish to pursue other endeavors, to learn and discover many things, necessitating time for such pursuits. And what exactly do you wish to learn? Well, archery, forging, hunting, reading, writing, and a multitude of other pursuits. Haha, you desire much, yet is it not wiser to master one thing rather than dabble in many? For the average individual, perhaps. Yet you are aware that I am not ordinary. Observing the other children older than I am acutely aware of my differences. You have a point, but the adults insist that I train you diligently. We must seek his approval. However, I do not wish to spend all day practicing swordsmanship. His demeanor shifted to seriousness as he cautioned, lad, do not forget who you are and with whom you speak. We may afford you some leeway, but do not be presumptuous. The following day, I witnessed the Lord inspecting the grounds, and I hurried over to bow before him. Ah, young Emile, how do you fare? My child? How is your training progressing? Very well, my lord. I am truly exerting myself in swordsmanship, and Sir Roderick can attest to this. Sir Roderick nodded in affirmation. My lord, if it pleases you, I would like more discretion over my time. Upon hearing this, he appeared disappointed, somewhat saddened. Did you not once beseech me for the opportunity to become a knight? Do you wish to be a knight while shirking your responsibilities? Nay, my lord. I do not seek time for idleness. I request time to learn and train in other areas. What other pursuits? Such as archery, forging, hunting, reading, and writing, my lord. He regarded me with surprise, fixing his gaze upon my eyes before responding. I shall agree, but on one condition. You must not neglect your swordsmanship training. Sir Roderick will closely monitor your progress. Should you falter in your swordsmanship, I shall prohibit you from all other activities. Yes, thank you, my lord. I received the answer I desired, bowed in gratitude, and hurried away. Sir Roderick turned to the Lord, inquiring, are we not spoiling this child by acquiescing to his wishes? My lord, he may be a child, but oftentimes, he does not exhibit childishness. More importantly, he can meet my gaze without fear. Have you ever heard him complain or bemoan trivial matters? Now that you mention it, indeed not, my lord, he never engages in such behavior. Precisely. Should we bind him too tightly, he would not hesitate to flee to pursue his own desires. One must not clutch a bird too tightly, lest it suffocate. It requires a delicate balance, ensuring it feels secure and comfortable, so that when you eventually release your grasp, it will not take flight. Chapter 6. The Rescue of the Raven. I attained what I sought, a modicum of freedom to pursue my interests. First and foremost, I needed to learn how to read and write in the common tongue, as the alphabet and language bore no resemblance to English. Thus, I sought out the scholar of Winterfell, Master Ruin. I ventured to the scholar's tower, hoping to inquire if Master Ruin could impart his knowledge upon me. Though I could not shake the sense of foreboding that accompanied this endeavor. Let us give it a try. If he refuses to teach me, I shall seek alternative means. I exited my chamber and made my way to his abode, the scholar's tower, nestled between the kitchen, belfry, and hunter's gate on the eastern side of Winterfell. I ascended the stairs slowly until I reached the tower. Upon knocking, a frail voice beckoned me to enter. Inside, I found an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s. He was gaunt and appeared somewhat weak and fatigued, yet his eyes retained their sparkle. While his body may have aged, his mind remained as sharp as it had ever been. What brings you here, lad? Master Ruin, would you be able to teach me to read and write? Alas, my child, I bear too many responsibilities to spare even a moment. Could you perhaps write down the alphabet for me, demonstrate the pronunciation of the letters, and if possible, provide me with a book you utilize for teaching reading? I implore you, master, can you spare a few moments for this? Very well, but only for an hour. After that, do not trouble me with such matters again. Within the hour, he taught me the letters and how to construct sentences. We labored for that hour, which felt akin to 5. I remained unable to read and write fluently, yet I grasped the pronunciation of the letters. I plan to master reading within a few weeks. Having acquired the ability to speak this language, I am now learning the sounds of its letters. I can discern its essence. It is not vastly different from English. I devised a training regimen with Sir Roderick, necessitating a decision on how best to structure my days. I require merely 3 hours of swordsmanship training, an hour dedicated to physical conditioning, and 2 hours for sparring, with 8 hours of free time until I master the art of reading and writing. I intend to devote at least 2 hours daily to this endeavor. After accounting for necessary rest, I find myself with approximately 5 hours remaining. How ought I to utilize this leisure time? I require a minimum of 8 to 10 hours of sleep, as I am still in the process of growth. Should I commence learning the craft of blacksmithing? No, I am still too young and frail to handle metal. Then let me engage in archery and magical training. I nearly forgot. I should allocate some time to play with Rob, fostering our friendship, which will prove advantageous in the future. Thus, I have resolved to spend 1 to 2 hours in his company. While I may not become his closest companion, I shall strive to be a dear friend. I must venture to the archery range, conveniently situated beside the broken tower. It is said that this was once the tallest structure of the castle, reduced to ruin long ago by a lightning strike. Upon my arrival, I took hold of a training bow and arrows, which, though not of the finest quality, appeared somewhat worn and weathered, yet were adequate for their purpose. Roderick had imparted to me the fundamentals of archery, though he did not regard it as a legitimate martial weapon. It is merely a tool for warfare or hunting employed by common soldiers. He asserted that knights should possess the knowledge to wield it, but ought not to squander time perfecting its use. My perspective, however, stands in stark contrast to his. A well-crafted longbow or composite bow can serve as a lethal weapon in the hands of a knight or any trained individual. I favor the composite bow. Yet none are available here. Only standard short and long bows are present. The short bow serves as the primary ranged weapon for the army, being easy to manufacture and exceedingly inexpensive, with a range of approximately 45 to 140 meters. The longbow and composite bow share a similar range, with the composite bow achieving slightly greater distances. The primary distinction lies in the fact that one cannot use a longbow while mounted or move while shooting. Yet crafting a longbow is considerably less complex than constructing a composite bow, which is its advantage. Longbows are fashioned from a single piece of wood, while composite bows comprise sinew, horn, and glue. The linear range of a composite bow can reach 180 to 190 meters, while its arched range may extend to 370 meters. Longbows typically measure around 2 meters in length, whereas composite bows are approximately 90 centimeters long. Observing others does not equate to the ability to replicate their skills. I require substantial time to master the art of bow making to create a composite bow. I commenced daily training at the archery range for 2 hours, dedicating the remainder of my time to practice magic within my chamber. This routine persisted for 2 months. Within a month, I attained the ability to read, and I found immense pleasure in the experience of skill acquisition. Subsequently, I utilized this time to hone my reading and writing skills, primarily focusing on reading. And after mastering it, I spent 2 hours at the library in Winterfell. When I first approached Lord Stark to request access to the library, he expressed skepticism regarding my newfound literacy and subjected me to a test. Upon reading the book he presented, he became convinced and granted me permission. The library contained a wealth of knowledge, encompassing history, herbalism, medicine, and existing technologies. Moreover, dragons, giants, forest spirits, and various forms of magic are indeed real. I began to explore the religions of this world. Previously, I was unaware that Winterfell harbored a great weirwood tree with a face. Now that I am aware of its existence, I yearn to behold it. Since learning of the sacred grove, I have longed to visit, for it lies just beyond the castle walls. Winterfell is fortified by walls on all sides, encompassing approximately 10 hectares. It is an immense castle, and from both texts and the accounts of others, I have learned that there are even larger fortresses across the continent. I successfully located the grove within the castle's outer walls. Inside the castle, there exists a small thicket, which is also enclosed by its own wall. Upon entering the grove, I could sense the presence of magic. Though faint, it lingered in the air. If I were to train here, my gains would surpass those I could achieve within my room. Thus, whenever time permits, I return to the grove, finding a secluded spot near the weirwood to begin manipulating the elements, albeit with restraint. I shall only practice with the wind and earth elements, attempting to exert influence from a distance so that, should I be detected while wielding magic, observers might attribute it to the old gods. While I cannot conjure a sizable earth ball from such a distance, I can induce slight tremors in the ground. The furthest distance I can manage is approximately 10 meters. Though this may not yet be a particularly useful spell, a small earth ball is but a pebble's inception. Presently, I can create a sphere measuring 10 centimeters. Upon returning to my quarters, I grasp the blue stone, endeavoring to establish a connection. I can sense it, as though it were within my grasp. Currently, I possess 28 points of magical energy, 12 in speed, and 11 in strength. I enlisted the help of a common servant to pull me with a rope while I attempted to resist. He possesses 5 points of strength. I have conducted this experiment with 10 others, arriving at an approximate average of 5. I performed this test with Roderick as well, who exerted considerable force, nearly propelling me into the air with his 9 points of strength. Of course, none of them intended to harm me, so I do not consider these efforts to be indicative of their true capabilities. While in the sacred grove, I was discovered by a few villagers who came to pray. Upon feeling the strong winds and the shifting earth, they were nearly frightened into flight, hastily fleeing the scene. Today, I found myself detected as well, prompting me to rise and depart the grove. Just as I was about to exit, I witnessed a snake and 2 crows engaged in a fierce struggle to protect their nest. The snake appeared to be a venomous variety I had seen in the illustrated bestiary at the library. It coiled around a branch beside the nest, remaining still in wait. The crows flapped their wings in a futile attempt to scare the snake away, yet to no avail. Both parties were injured, and if the snake was indeed a yellowtail, the crows would soon meet their demise, though they remained oblivious to their fate. This likely explained the snake's decision to wait in such proximity. Just as I contemplated this, one of the crows began to slow, becoming lethargic. The toxin must have started to take effect. One of the crows launched a desperate attack, with the other quickly following suit. However, one of them was bitten by the snake and failed to release its grip. The snake tightened its coil around the crow. Amidst the commotion, the nest fell from the tree, and I rushed forward to catch it before it hit the ground, discovering 2 hatchlings within. They bore a few feathers, but they were gray rather than the color of crows. Upon looking up again, I saw that the snake had killed one of the crows, while the other had managed to gouge out one of the snake's eyes, resulting in mutual destruction. I turned my attention to the nest in my hands and began to walk away. What should I do? If I leave you here, you shall either starve or become prey for other creatures. Your parents are deceased. I know not how to care for you, having never tended to birds before. Would you consume insects or worms if I fed you? I am uncertain. But Scholar Reuven possesses an owl. He may know whether you can survive. Should he affirm your viability, I shall endeavor to rescue you. I set my course towards the Scholar's Tower. As I neared, Scholar Reuven emerged, heading in the opposite direction. I called out to him, ensuring he noticed me. Scholar Reuven, might you pause for a moment? I approached him respectfully. Scholar, I have discovered these crow hatchlings. Their parents have perished. Can we rear them? He regarded me and inquired, why do you wish to save them? I pity them. And if I possess the ability to save them, I ought to do what is right, should I not? Before anything else, there is one crucial fact you must understand. The crow hatchlings require warmth. They are nearly featherless, and even the few feathers they possess cannot shield them from the cold. You must provide them warmth using heated stones until they grow their feathers. Regarding food, it is imperative to refrain from offering them hard sustenance. They require soft and moist nourishment, such as pulpy insects and caterpillars or eggs. You must feed them each time they plead, and this should occur every hour from dawn until dusk. Exercise caution during feeding to prevent choking. It will take them approximately 5 to 7 weeks to grow strong enough to fly and hunt independently, with full maturity achieved within 3 years. Do you have any further inquiries? None? Thank you for your wisdom, Master. Chapter 7. Acquiring a familiar after conversing with Master Reuven. I scoured the streets and alleys in search of smooth cobblestones. Upon returning to my chamber, I placed the fledgling birds upon the table and encircled their nest with a rag I had scavenged from the kitchen. I gathered several stones and cast a flame spell upon them. As they began to radiate heat, I carefully placed them in the nest. I dug for some worms. During my outing, I discovered 2 large stones, one half the size of the other, which I set aside. I then ventured to a damp area of soil and unearthed a bucket of worms, taking nearly an hour to collect everything. Upon my return, I was met with a chaotic scene. The 2 fledglings were crying out with all their might. I took a handful of worms and crushed them using a mortar I had procured. Then, utilizing a small piece of wood, flattened to a width of 1 centimeter, I fashioned a spoon to feed the chicks until their pleas subsided. Once tranquility returned to the room, I set the stones upon the table. Channeling some earth magic, I slightly altered their shapes into a broad bowl, placing the nest within it to ensure the birds would not be disturbed or harmed while moving about. Subsequently, I began to heat the larger stone until it reached a scalding temperature, then placed the smaller bowl-shaped stone atop it to retain warmth. This would serve as an indirect heat source, providing comfort to the fledglings. Now, my tasks for the next couple of months would encompass heating, feeding, and cleaning their droppings. How amusing this would be, wouldn't it? I recognized that this undertaking was quite laborious for the 2 Navi birds. Yet, their parents had perished before my eyes, leaving them orphaned. I felt compelled to undertake this responsibility. They were alone in this world, devoid of anyone to rely upon when they grew weary or frightened. I simply believed it was my duty. Perhaps I am being absurd. For weeks have elapsed since I began caring for them. They are now fully feathered, alleviating the need for excessive warmth, yet I still provide some heat from the stones. I have named them. One possesses a few white feathers, commencing from its crown and extending down to its beak in a distinctive pattern, its plumage a deep cerulean blue, slightly smaller than its sibling. I regard it as my little sister. She is a female. I could not discern this myself, but the master confirmed her sex, whereas the larger one is male thus. We have a big brother and a little sister. The former is named Erebus, while the latter is called Pa. Erebus' coloration is notably different. He is as dark as the night. They share a trait. Erebus also has white feathers, albeit at the joints of his folded wings. Erebus is rather impudent, consistently attempting to peck at me or anything within proximity. Pa, on the other hand, is more docile and refrains from aggression unless provoked. I resolve to employ them in my familiar binding training. I am confident that I shall possess sufficient magical energy to establish a connection within 1 or 2 months, by which time the crows will likely be capable of flight. Raising them indeed presents a challenge, as I must feed them every hour until sunset, necessitating a month of relentless activity. My constant running has elevated my speed to 14. I believe I can persist for another month. But should you not learn to fly by then, Erebus, I may very well consider cooking you for dinner. However, I shall spare Pa. She is a good girl and does not bite her father, correct? Good girl. I gently stroked Pa with my finger. Crack. Bad girl. It has been 2 weeks since I ventured into the sacred woods, and the crows have begun to learn to fly, albeit only for a few seconds before tumbling onto their feathered bottoms. These 2 weeks have been a nightmare. I have nearly exhausted all my training and running efforts. If they do not hasten their flight learning, I may need to take a break from training. During my meditation, I sensed my magical energy fluctuating from 298 to 30. I opened my eyes to discover nearly an hour had passed. I must return. Rising, I began my journey back, scanning my surroundings to identify the herbs and weeds I encountered. I have recently spent more time in the library, allowing my body to recuperate. There, I discovered a compilation on northern herbs, from which I gleaned that nearly every herb on Earth shares the same nomenclature here. Naturally, many remain unfamiliar to me. There is always something new to learn. It has been an exhausting day, and as it draws to a close, the sunlight transitions from bright yellow to orange, obscured by the towering 30-meter walls of Winterfell, casting immense shadows upon them. I entered my room, collapsing onto the bed in fatigue. Something felt amiss upon entering. I heard no cries for food. Rising, I glanced at the table, finding the nest empty. Surveying the room, they were nowhere to be found. Approaching the window, I checked the shutters. They were securely locked. Suddenly, I heard a caw, and turning around, I could scarcely believe my eyes. You little murderers! These 2 rascals, I cannot fathom how they managed to enter, but they have unlatched the birdcage and devoured the blue-feathered fledgling. This explains their silence. They were sated. I had heard that crows could solve simple problems and puzzles, but I never anticipated they could unlock a latch. It seems I was gravely mistaken. I extracted them from the cage, assessing the scene of carnage. Erebus spread his wings and cawed at me defiantly. Is this little rascal challenging me? I peered into the cage, horrified. Blue and white feathers were scattered everywhere, with hardly anything remaining. Poor Blue. I shall miss you, albeit slightly. To be candid, I never regarded you as a pet. You were merely a tool for honing my magical skills, yet I had no intention of harming you once my training concluded. I would have found you a new home. I tidied up, discarding the cage as it was no longer needed. Taking point to my hands, I commenced the familiar binding incantation. As always, it was a gradual process, akin to constructing a bridge, brick by brick. If the other side does not extend its hand, one must expend additional magical energy. For Pa, she was somewhat resistant, though not excessively so. She remains a wild bird, despite my having nurtured her for 6 to 7 weeks. At least she does not resist the bond. I find myself nearly depleted, with merely 1 or 2 points of magical energy remaining. It feels as though I can almost touch her with my fingertips, yet the connection eludes me. I focused once more, pushing with the remaining magical energy. I knew it would succeed. Just as I expended my final vestige of energy, everything turned white, and I beheld a face the size of my own, though my vision had yet to sharpen. I closed my eyes again, inhaling deeply to calm myself and concentrate. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself gazing into the eyes of a colossal crow. That was Pa, equal in size to me. That face, it belongs to her. Wait a moment. She is the same age as I am, or perhaps I have shrunk to her size. Oh, my head aches. Regardless, it feels quite peculiar. I gaze at her, and she gazes back at me. As I turn my head to the side, she mimics my movement. And when I raise my arm, she lifts her wings. I can sense her curiosity about me, this room, and the light filtering through the slats of the blinds. She is intrigued by everything. I can feel the boundless desire for flight and freedom. Upon awakening, I noticed beams of light seeping through the small gaps in the blinds. I rose, opened the blinds, and looked outside. The sun hung in the eastern sky by the castle. When I returned to my room, the sun had already set. I attempted to establish a familiar connection, and succeeded. Yes, I can feel it now. I can sense the wave. This indicates I must have been unconscious for at least 12 hours. It must be due to the depletion of my magical energy. Now that I have a familiar companion, What can I do with it? My curiosity is piqued. It seems unfair to Erebus, yet I cannot take him out yet. As I pondered, Wave looked at me and quacked. Moments later, she clumsily took flight and landed on my shoulder. As I ventured outside, Erebus quacked at us. I made my way toward the sacred grove. I believe that if one desires solitude, this is the perfect training ground within the castle. Yes, most people go there to pray to the old gods, but they only approach the giant sequoia. While I always venture to the edge of the forest near the castle walls, with elemental magic, as I contemplated it, the incantations instinctively appeared in my mind. I am still uncertain of the language I used to cast spells. I placed Wave upon a rock, focusing on the bond between us. This connection resembles a two-way street. I can feel her, and she can feel me. I can command her, yet it seems she has the freedom to choose whether or not to comply. She may refuse or resist commands she does not wish to follow. This is also tied to our wills, for I possess a stronger resolve. She cannot refuse my commands too often. If I grasp the tether connecting us, I can compel her to act as I desire, but this would harm the bond, potentially even severing it. If I treat her well, our connection strengthens. If I force her to do something against her will, the bond weakens. Now, I am beginning to comprehend this tie. I am also starting to master its magical applications. I can sense where my familiar is with my magic. If I can amplify it to extend for several kilometers, it would serve as an excellent reconnaissance spell. This bond grants me a boon, and now I can exploit it. My vision has sharpened. It feels as though I can see double the distance. This time, I attempted something different. I transmitted my consciousness through the bond, opened my eyes, and thought, my goodness, this is so strange. It is the first time in this life that I have seen my own face. It feels bizarre. I have a mane of jet black hair, resembling a bird's nest. No wonder, I never comb my hair, not even possessing a comb. I ought to start taking better care of myself. My eyes are silver, and my complexion is pale. My eyes flicker open, and I blink. Yet it feels as though I am in a dream. Precisely, there is no one at home. I began flapping my wings, attempting to take flight, feeling quite natural. I could sense Wave's wings were weak, and she soon grew tired. Thus, I perched upon a branch. I could even feel her consciousness. She started to feel unwell. So I severed the connection. Everything went dark, and I returned to my body. Chapter 8. Conflict. I began to contemplate whether it might be possible to establish a connection with Wave that allows me to share her vision while retaining my own, thus avoiding becoming a mere puppet. That would be splendid, but I am not yet capable of it. Once I return home, I shall attempt to forge a bond with Erebus as well. Since I am here, I should also practice my elemental magic. Almost all my spells have begun to take on a lethal quality. The elemental spheres I can conjure now measure around 20 centimeters, though I can only manage ice and earth spheres of about 15 centimeters. This is due to their denser composition. Nevertheless, the earth sphere, or what I prefer to call an earth projectile, is my most powerful spell. When I launch an earth projectile at a sturdy tree, it leaves a considerable dent in the trunk. If I employ a spinning motion, it can embed stones into the tree's bark. I am not yet able to shape it into a spike, but I can add a slight rotation. Using it in this manner requires a bit more magical energy, specifically 6 points. At present, I possess 31 points of magical energy. I can cast 5 earth projectiles or 6 of my other spells. As for my other incantations, the wind spell remains the weakest, yet it is no longer entirely useless. I cannot yet use it to slay anything, but I can use it to push objects away. One evening, as I was returning from the library, a stray dog lunged at me from the bushes by the roadside. I was startled and instinctively cast a wind sphere, pushing the dog away. I believe it felt as though it had been kicked, for it yelped and fled. Regarding the lightning spell, I have decided to treat it as a contact spell, as once, when I cast it, it curved downwards, nearly striking my foot as I walked. Therefore, I will only use it in close combat, which is quite powerful. I suspect it could easily render a young boy unconscious, but I am uncertain if it would have the same effect on an adult man. Now that I reflect on it, there is no need to waste time digging for worms and then rushing back to feed them. I can refocus on my physical training and swordsmanship. Over the past 2 months, I have minimized my sword practice, but now I can concentrate again. I promised Lord Stark that I would not neglect my sword training. Although I have reduced my training time, I am still practicing, and due to my 5-fold experience skill, I am making progress. I am not yet a squire, but Roderick mentioned that if I continue to improve in this manner, he might accept me as his squire in a few years. I am still young, merely 6 years old. Yet, I can defeat 10-year-old squires, and in swordsmanship duels, I can best 12-year-old squires. However, when it comes to endurance and speed, I always fall short. Currently, my strength is 15, and my speed is 16, but 12-year-old squires typically possess a strength of 22 and a speed of 2. I know these are their maximum stats. After each sparring session, they pant like horses, gazing at me with fear and envy. You might wonder what I am doing. Oh, I am on the ground, having been beaten like a dog. I truly do not understand how, in the novels I read on Earth, a child could defeat an adult. If they were using magic, I could comprehend it. If they charged at me one by one, I could use my magical energy to eliminate 6 adults. But I cannot defeat them without magic. It is impossible. I cannot even best a 12-year-old, let alone an adult. I have been here for a year. If I were to sum up all the time spent training with the sword and multiply it by my 5-fold skill, it would amount to approximately 3,500 to 4,500 hours. Let us say I have 5 years of experience. Typically, a knight possesses around 10 to 15 years of swordsmanship experience before being knighted. Most of them are nobles, who begin practicing with swords at the age of 5 or 6. However, I have heard that in the South, most train only for self-defense. Only lower nobility and second sons, or what they refer to as spare heirs, practice swordsmanship for warfare. As I was about to return to my room, 6 children, around 10 years of age, surrounded me. In the midst of the gathering stood Harris Moreland, a guard of Winterfell. They did not hail from noble lineage. Yet neither were they of common birth. One might classify them as minor nobility. Granted surnames and banners, they possessed no lands to govern. After generations of service, should they exhibit remarkable talent, they might be bestowed a keep. What do we have here? An aberrant creature and a commoner oblivious to his standing. I sighed and mused. What could the noble attendants desire from this humble little swordsman? Witnessing the haughtiness in their demeanor as they referred to themselves as noble attendants, I found their smug expressions quite displeasing. You shall not attain it. Upon uttering those words, Harris appeared perplexed, inquiring, "What do you mean, I cannot attain it?" I feigned injury and hardship, then replied, "You cannot possess my handsome visage. I know you are truly envious, but what can I do? Your mother gazed upon a pig's rear when she bore you. You ought to ask her why that was the case. It is not my fault you resemble a swine." At first, he did not comprehend my words. It is somewhat endearing when children attempt to act like adults. Yet when one contemplates the reasons for their presence here, it is quite unfortunate. They are unaware of what hatred truly is. Such sentiments are taught by parents and adults. In truth, the idea of assaulting a common child superior to a noble is not their own. Such notions are not befitting of children. They must have learned those words from the adults surrounding them. Nevertheless, I would still spank them. Just because I feel sorrow for it does not mean I shall allow them to push me around like a rag. I knew this day would come, the day I began to best the noble attendants. Hence, every time I exited the room, I carried a wooden sword. I gripped the hilt tightly, preparing to await their first move. I believed Harris finally understood what I had called him, for he bellowed, "Charge. At least break one of his arms." I leapt onto a branch, swiftly unsheathing my wooden sword. Of the 6 children, 4 did not recognize me. Likely underestimating a 6-year-old commoner, yet I had observed them sparring in the training yard. The true concern lay with Harris and another attendant, whose name eluded me. So I referred to him as Snorer. I had fought both of them before, hence they would not underestimate me. Harris and the other remained at the back, refraining from charging at me immediately. They likely intended to wait until I was preoccupied with the other 4, then strike from my blind spot or encircle me. I could not allow them to surround me, lest I be defeated. I rushed toward the leftmost of the group, feigning an attack from the right. At the last moment, I sidestepped to the left, causing him to swing and miss, then struck him with the hilt of my sword to his neck, bringing him down. 1 fell, leaving 5 remaining. Just as the fallen one crumpled, another swung at my right, but I had anticipated him. I stepped back and thrust toward his abdomen. Upon striking him, he gasped for breath, but I had exposed myself slightly due to the thrust. This was not the correct maneuver. It was my first encounter fighting multiple opponents. This mistake left me unable to dodge or parry. I could only block, which I despised. Blocking relies on strength. I might possess the strength of a 9-year-old. Yet these children were not ordinary. Their strength surpassed mine. They were likely between 17 and 19 in strength, but they were slow, their speed ranging from 13 to 15. Only 2 were faster than I, yet I had already brought them down. Thus, I had targeted them first. I could not evade the next attack, only block it. It was difficult. I was pushed back, losing my balance. Another prepared to strike at my upper body, but I decided to roll backward, catching him off guard. He swung and lost his balance, tripping over a fallen friend and tumbling to the ground. As I rolled back, I discreetly grabbed a handful of sand and began to flee. They shouted, "Coward, come back." Coward? 6 of you against 1. Who truly is the coward, you hypocrites? When I glanced back and saw they did not pursue into the alley, I realized they were not entirely devoid of sense. Thus, I felt compelled to taunt them. Everyone knows the Stark family's motto is "Winter is coming," but for your family, without numbers, honor means nothing, or you cannot fight alone. Oh, I have a better one. You are simply an ugly little pig. How perfect that is, isn't it, Harris the pig? In the next moment, his face contorted into that of a pig. Yet he must have forgotten who his opponent was, for he charged at me recklessly. So, thank you for your contribution, Harris. He attempted to utilize his strength. I was not surprised by his distorted state, 19 in strength and 13 in speed. He was painfully slow, rendering his strength meaningless against me. He swung his stick in a vertical chop from above, and I merely deflected it to the side with a parry. Then, stepping in, I struck him in the center of his face with the hilt of my sword, right on his nose. He cried out in pain, but I was not finished, for he had yet to fall. I struck behind his knee. He screamed again, collapsing to the ground. Then, I kneed him in the face, precisely on his nose. This time, he finally went down. At that moment, I failed to notice Snorer circling to my left while I was preoccupied with Harris. I had no time to dodge, only to block once more. He was too powerful, sharing 19 in strength with Harris. This block tore the skin on my hand, causing it to bleed. Thank the old gods, I had switched my grip before the attack, so it was my offhand that was injured, not my main hand. I still favored my left hand. However, this attack was forceful, pushing me against the alley wall. The impact was painful, it would surely leave a bruise. He charged toward me again. The moment I realized I would not fall, but rather crash against the wall, I reached into my pocket, retrieved the sand, and flung it toward his face. Due to the sand, my hand wound began to tear further, but he was blinded by the sand, and I struck him in the groin. His eyes went wide, and his mouth formed an O shape, somewhat amusing. As he fainted, the last three exchanged glances and then fled. My heart raced in my chest. I was utterly exhausted. My body ached. I may have a sturdy physique, yet I was merely a 6-year-old child. I bruise and injure easily. Even when I exert myself like a dog, I still lack decent stamina. I was far too tired, so I sought a water source to cleanse my injured hand, then returned to my room. I began to boil some water in an iron bucket. Once the water cooled, I meticulously cleaned the wound for several minutes. Knowing that one day I would inevitably be injured, I had collected some garlic and honey from the kitchen to apply to my wounds. Then bandaged it with a clean cloth. Chapter 9, Confrontation and Punishment. Bang, 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 bang. The door began to rattle as someone forcefully opened it. The crows and I jumped in surprise. It was a guard from Winterfell. Imildrasil, you are to come with us. The Lord is waiting for you. What has happened? We do not know. We merely follow orders. I only know that the Lord commanded us to bring you to his chamber. Upon our arrival, I understood the situation. Harris and his cohorts were present, along with their father. All four bore visible injuries, particularly Harris, whose nose was crooked and marred with bruises. I struck the boy, leaving him unable to rise. Thus he remained seated. From the hushed whispers surrounding me, I learned his name. He was a squire of House Stark, known as Welfront. The Lord Stark cast his gaze upon me and proclaimed, "You stand accused of ambushing and assaulting a noble-born child today. What do you have to say for yourself?" "It is a falsehood, my lord. They are the ones who ambushed and attacked me. You lying street urchin. Do you believe we would take your word that you bested 6 armed attendants alone, without an ambush? This is nothing but a farce," retorted Welfront's father, Mandifront. Another father shouted, "Whom do you expect us to believe? All 6 attendants claim you triumphed only because of an ambush. If I were 10 years old, with my eyes closed and one hand bound, I could still best them. The only reason those 2 managed to escape is because I am but 6 years old," I asserted. The moment those words left my lips, chaos erupted. They began to shout and surge toward me. "Silence!" Lord Stark bellowed, his voice creating an eerie stillness. He sighed deeply and scrutinized me for several moments. Turning to the other children, he stood and gazed into their eyes, then spoke with ire. "Was it he who ambushed you, or did you ambush him? If you speak the truth now, you shall not face punishment. But if you lie and the truth is revealed, I shall punish you severely. My lord, we did not ambush him. We were merely wandering the castle when he burst forth from a dark alley, attacking us with a wooden sword," one of the attendants claimed, gesturing to the guard who had brought me here, revealing my bloodied wooden sword. "What do you have to say regarding their evidence?" "It is all lies, my lord. I defeated them, but they blocked my path, attempting to break my arm. A swordsman's arm, my lord. Would I allow them to do so? If their words bear any truth, let them swear upon their ancestors' names and souls. Look at the audacity of this little mouse. How dare you demand such of your elders? When they ambushed me and wept beneath my sword, they were not my elders." The moment I uttered those words, I realized I had erred, yet it was too late. Slap! A large hand struck me across the face, sending me sprawling to the ground, my ears ringing and my mouth filled with blood. I feared my inner cheek had been torn. "I regret my actions, my lord, but even if you favor him, this commoner should not speak thus to the children of nobles." Upon my utterance, the lord shook his head in discontent, saying nothing. He stepped back, then remarked, "His words may have been excessive, yet his demand for oaths is not unreasonable." At that moment, Roderick shouted, "You should all be ashamed. You are adults, yet you bully and demand that a 6-year-old child be lashed 10 times as punishment." A commotion erupted once more. "Silence. I shall render my decision after hearing the oaths of all the children." One of Harris's attendants began to swear. "I swear by my ancestors and their souls that I speak the truth. It was he who ambushed us." Upon finishing his oath, the curtains of the sunroom suddenly burst open with a loud bang, a gust of wind sweeping in. Simultaneously, The flames in the hearth surged to 3 times their original height. Wow! Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Fear began to grip some. The second child completed his oath, and the same phenomenon occurred. Bang! Puff! Wow! Now some appeared as if they might soil themselves from fright. Even Lord Stark looked perplexed. Just as the third child was about to speak, the same occurrence transpired. Wow! He squatted down, burying his head in his arms, trembling. He began to cry out in terror. No, 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 we lied, we lied. Forgive us, ancestors. We ambushed him. We had sticks. Please forgive me. He wept and pleaded for mercy. This drained me of all my magic, yet it was worth it. I relished the magic. As he continued to confess, the faces of all turned grim, and they began to whisper among themselves. Roderick, shouting in anger, declared, Now we see how noble your arrogant sons truly are. From this day forth, I forbid them from training alongside my group. I care not who trains them. How dare you tarnish the name of the Stark Guard? I had thought one confession would suffice, but I was naive. One father interjected, He may not have ambushed them, but the fact remains he is not yet a squire. He is merely a commoner novice who assaulted noble-born attendants. This cannot go unpunished. We must penalize the children for their lies, my lord. He too must be punished. The law dictates that assaulting a noble carries a penalty of at least 10 lashes. Roderick's face turned as red as a tomato, and he began to shout at those fathers again. Assault is a crime deserving of lashes. But what of lying to the Lord? Which is the greater offense? To lie to the Lord is treachery, and the penalty for treachery is death. Should we behead them? The faces of all the children turned ashen, and they began to turn, casting fearful glances at their fathers. The steward of Winterfell, Vaon-Por, approached the Lord and said, My lord, I believe the children should not witness the remainder of this quarrel. Should we escort them from the room? Lord Stark regarded the terrified children and replied, Very well. Let them wait outside. As we exited the chamber, one father began to shout at Roderick, How dare you label our children as traitors? No. How dare you attempt to harm a child simply because he possesses more talent than all your children combined? Can you not rise above your selfish desires and see that we have trained him correctly? We shall have the next Arthur Dane serve House Stark. My lord. If we do not punish the other children, then we cannot punish him. It was a complete mess. Emil usually displayed a maturity that made me forget he was but 6. Why did he engage them in combat? He should have fled or bowed his head, avoiding confrontation until he was capable of standing on his own. I wished to punish no child, but if I did not penalize him, the little nobles would be dissatisfied. If I only punished him, nobles like Roderick would also be displeased. Thus, I must punish both, but make it appear that Emil received a harsher sentence. I rose from my chair and declared, I have reached a decision regarding their punishment. Them? My lord, do you mean all shall be punished? Indeed. The fact remains that Emil assaulted a noble-born child, and your children lied to me while swearing, and they were the ones who attempted to harm him. I shall show leniency, for they are all quite young. Thus, their punishment shall be confinement for 1 month. As for the commoner, Emil Dracer, he too shall face the same punishment, yet with one distinction. He shall only be served 2 meals a day consisting of bread and water, nothing more. Some among them appeared slightly dissatisfied, yet they all nodded, as if trying to convince themselves this was what they desired. I now command everyone except Roderick to return to your posts. You may leave. I turned to the guard at the door and instructed, Bring Emil in. From the male protagonist's perspective, when the guard summoned me, I entered the chamber, where the nobles emerged from the solar, their laughter directed at me. It seemed they had achieved their desires. I stood before the Lord's table, with Roderick at its side. The Lord inquired, Do you understand what you have done wrong? I replied, I do not, my lord. I was merely protecting myself. No, he retorted, you did not protect yourself. Had you done so, you would have retreated after the defense. My lord, they attempted to break my arm. I could not simply stand by and endure their blows. No one expects you to be beaten, yet I presumed you were astute. It appears I was mistaken. You are not yet a squire. You are their inferior. Do you not comprehend? Under no circumstances may you strike a noble. It seems I have indulged you due to your talents, neglecting your youth. This is one of the world's harsh realities. I sometimes forget the existence of a feudal system. Anger surged within me as I faced a punishment that, in my heart, I felt was unwarranted, though perhaps it was justifiable in the eyes of the other nobles. You shall be confined for a month. You may not leave your chamber. And you shall subsist on but 2 meals a day, consisting solely of bread and water. Now, reflect upon your transgressions. I clenched my fists so tightly that I believed my nails pierced my palms. My ire was not directed towards the Lord or the others, but towards myself. I was too feeble. I would prove them all wrong. I would ascend to the highest peaks within my reach. From Eddard Stark's perspective, Roderick, how do those 6 children measure up for their age? I believe they rank among the top 10, my lord. Ha ha. A 6-year-old has bested 10-year-old squires trained for 4 or 5 years. Ha ha ha. Roderick, I eagerly anticipate witnessing his progress over the next decade. I truly wish to see it. Roderick, I entrust this child to you. Do not falter. And what is the name of the maid who tended to Emil after his mother's passing? Her name is Briss. My lord. Summon her at once. Chapter 10. The Lord's Care. From Eddard Stark's perspective, as Roderick and a maid entered my study, I leaned against the wall. Gazing at the hearth, they awaited my words. This child must grow to embody the spirit of a true northerner. Should I retract my permission for him to train in other areas? Would his swordsmanship improve? Roderick, do you know what Emil occupies himself with during his free time? I see him playing with your sons and practicing archery at the range, my lord. Additionally, he is often spotted in the sacred woods or the library, my lord. The maid raised her hand, and I gestured for her to speak. My lord, I sometimes see him playing with his raven in his room. He has a raven? Yes. My lord, he found it in the sacred woods and raised it since it was a chick. Hearing this, I realized he was still a child who required time for play. I seated myself at my desk and turned my attention to the maid. I have punished Emil. He is to be confined to his room for a month. During this time, he may only partake of 2 meals a day, consisting solely of bread and water. It shall be your responsibility to deliver his food to his chamber. You must not delegate this duty to another. It is your foremost obligation this month. Naturally, no one shall inspect the bread for meat. Upon hearing these words, her eyes widened in surprise. Do you comprehend my meaning? Yes, my lord. From the male protagonist's perspective, upon reaching my chamber, soldiers stood guard at the entrance, preventing my exit. From this moment forth, I must prepare myself. I had been naive to believe that mere talent would suffice. No, in this world, status equates to ability, and status commands power. Therefore, I must strive to ascend ever higher, yet I must begin somewhere. This realization dawned upon me. I cannot be content merely as an adept swordsman. I must excel in all endeavors. I must become the best in every aspect. I must grow strong rapidly. What will empower me most is not the sword but rather magic. I must exert greater effort, yet there lies a caveat. The predominant religion of this continent, the Faith of the Seven, condemns magic, branding it as the work of demons. Thus, I must exercise caution in concealing my abilities. Until I am entirely certain I can safeguard myself from their harm, I cannot wield magic in public. For a month, I am barred from training in the sacred woods. Yet I can still employ my least effective skill, the skill of infinite training. It is a 4x4 meter space, devoid of anything. But at least I can execute any spells I desire without anyone being the wiser. Yet first, I must establish a connection with Erebus. I approached it, attempting to grasp it, only to have it attempt to bite me. Hey, don't be such a rascal. Today has been challenging enough. I shouted in frustration. It regarded me, unfurling its wings and calling defiantly. Very well, I shall not play with you. I shall play with Poe instead. Come, Poe, let us engage in merriment. Rising from my chair, I settled on the bed with Poe, enjoying our playtime. As I turned my back to Erebus, it could see nothing. For ravens are social and inquisitive creatures. When it drew near, I stood and walked to the opposite side of the room, ignoring it and solely engaging with Poe. If I attempted to forcibly grasp it to establish a connection, it would resist. I lacked sufficient magical power to forcibly connect with a raven. I estimated I required at least 45 points of magic to do so, yet I possessed only 31 points. I continued my activities for around 2 to 3 hours, and Erebus remained vexed by my disregard. Ravens are remarkably intelligent creatures. I recall hearing in a documentary that they are as clever as 2-year-old children. Eventually, Erebus approached me, tugging at my clothing in an effort to garner my attention. I turned towards it, extending my hand once more. This time, it moved closer and perched upon my palm. Subsequently, I cradled it with both hands and commenced establishing a connection. This time, I sensed the flow of magic more smoothly. I understood what to do and when to act. I cherished the 5-fold experience skill. It felt akin to having forged many bindings. I even comprehended why the initial attempt consumed so much time and magic. I must have wasted 5 points of magic simply due to impatience. When Poe retreated, I should have allowed a few seconds for her to acclimatize, yet I never permitted that to occur, resulting in additional expenditure of magic and time to draw her back. This time, I practiced patience. I concluded the endeavor a few minutes earlier, expending 4 points less magic. However, I realized I could no longer continue binding with other animals. My soul has a limit, and I can feel it. Presently, I lack the capacity to accommodate another creature. Yet I also recognized another truth. My vision has nearly tripled in acuity. As I had surmised, each connection bestows upon me a boon. I dedicated the remainder of the day to honing my magical prowess. Initially, I trained within the space for approximately 3 hours, as I could only remain there for 6 hours each day. After exhausting all my magical energy, I needed to exit to avoid wasting my limited time within. Following this, I planned to take a brief nap to replenish my magic. Then, around evening, during physical training, I re-entered for another 3 hours to maintain my proficiency. Briss entered the room, bringing me sustenance. Dear one, are you well? I failed to comprehend why those nobles choose to torment you. I feigned innocence, stating, I truly do not know. They have persistently bullied me. Then, as if recollecting a thought, I added, oh, perhaps it is because I have bested them all. She was momentarily taken aback, then, with a grave expression, advised, my dear, you must never utter such words aloud. It is unwise. I understand your anger and your right to feel it, but such speech and actions are unacceptable. You must gather your spirits and lead a fulfilling life. We commoners cannot hold our heads high in the presence of nobles. They possess all the power. If they cannot harm you, they will strike those around you. Approaching me, she ruffled my hair and continued, please refrain from such actions. Do not confront them. You must show them respect, even if you do not wish to. Avoid any perilous endeavors. I promised your mother that I would take care of you, and I shall. She placed the tray in front of me and kissed my cheek. If adults care for you in such a manner, you must have done something commendable. I shall retrieve the tray when I return for dinner. Farewell. She once more tousled my hair before exiting the room. Humph, is this how he cares for me? A meager meal of bread and water. I took a bite of the bread, only to discover something juicy and chewy within. The flavor burst forth, revealing meat. I turned the bread over to inspect my bite mark and then tore it apart. Inside lay a substantial chunk of meat. Oh. So this is how he tends to my needs. At least he possesses a modicum of conscience. A month later, this month. My training has focused predominantly on my magical abilities, and I have acquired an additional 2 points of power. It seems I am beginning to harness greater magic. For I now have 2 familiars. I experimented with various notions and found that while I cannot bind with more creatures, I can exert influence over animals. This is distinct from binding. I am unable to see through their eyes, issue commands from a distance, nor sense their presence if they are beyond 100 meters. If I do not exert control over them for about a week, they regain their freedom. They can comprehend basic commands such as attack, follow, and retreat. But crows and ravens are exceptions. In certain respects, they are as intelligent as children aged 2 to 4. For instance, ravens can grasp analogies, exhibit self-control, craft tools, and enjoy play, traits indicative of wisdom. Consequently, they can nod in response to my simple questions, and I can utilize them to track individuals. As they are capable of recognizing faces, people have begun to perceive the congregation of so many crows and ravens around buildings as an ominous omen, interpreting it as a sign that an attack by iron men or savages is imminent. In the religion of the old gods, they do not regard ravens as malevolent creatures. Yet they still view them as harbingers, given their carrion-eating nature. According to the faith of the Seven, the first raven was said to have been introduced into the world when an old crone peered into the gates of death. Some priests on Iron Islands believe that ravens serve the storm god. In short, the people of this continent harbor an almost obsessive fascination with ravens. Ravens also serve as exceptional means of communication. Scholar Reuven is responsible for correspondence among various lords, yet I cannot exert control over his raven, for reasons unknown to me. I have been employing all those crows and ravens to hunt small game. Even though the Lord secretly provides me with meat, 2 meals a day remain insufficient. As I train throughout the day, my hunger soon grows acute. Thus at night, I dispatch the birds, which return with prey. I possessed my body through Erebus to pilfer a knife from the kitchen, afterwards instructing the other birds to fetch me dry wood from the sacred grove. Subsequently, upon entering the training space, I ignited a small fire and cooked the meat. It was monotonous fare, yet preferable to hunger. I am uncertain why I do not suffer carbon monoxide poisoning in that space. Initially, I was apprehensive and conducted a small experiment to see if I would feel dizzy inside, but I never did. Afterward, I emerged and attempted the same in the room. Inhaling smoke, I became dizzy, thus I am not immune to carbon monoxide poisoning. The reason I ceased practicing my elemental magic is that I was unable to learn any new spells. I had hoped to transform the trembling earth into some seismic spells, but to no avail. Nearly all of my elemental magic can only manifest at a diameter of 30 centimeters. Even wind magic can only operate at close range. Now it possesses considerable repulsive force, and I suspect it could even cause minute fractures. Fire magic has also become deadly upon contact with the target. It can trigger small explosions. Earth and ice orbs can only enlarge to 20 centimeters. They will not grow any larger. So I have temporarily abandoned them to focus on familiar spells, swordplay, and archery. I am capable of utilizing incantation-free magic, akin to in the Lord's Sunroom, but only for minor feats such as creating breezes, gently shaking the ground, and intensifying flames. I refer to these as minor magics. I cannot cast true magic without incantation. Due to the enhancements granted by my pact with the familiars, I experienced an epiphany. Could I create enhancement magic? Thus, I devoted a month to crafting 2 enhancement spells. I named them the Aspect of the Cat and the Aspect of the Bear. Essentially, they augment speed and strength. They do not provide significant boosts, but it is a beginning. Each can increase approximately 0.3 points of strength and speed. It has been nearly a year and a half since I began practicing magic. The ability to create these enhancement spells, yet still unable to wield more advanced and powerful magic, has led me to a realization regarding magic's three facets. The first facet is magical power. Without it, one can achieve nothing. A spellcaster is not distinguishable from an ordinary person. It serves as the fuel for every spell. The second facet is control. This pertains to the ability to manage magical power and retain it within one's body. This is what is referred to as magical aptitude. The final aspect is intention. Although it may seem akin to control, it is distinctly different. I can channel my magical energy within my body or utter incantations. However, if I do not wish for the magic to be activated, it will remain dormant. If we liken a spell to an automobile, then the gasoline in its tank represents magical energy, the road it traverses signifies control, and the driver embodies intention. Without these three elements, a vehicle cannot traverse smoothly from one point to another without incurring damage, and these components originate from different sources. Magical energy derives from nature, control stems from the body, and intention emanates from the soul. Upon reflection, it becomes evident why I am unable to wield more advanced spells. There are two possibilities. Either my control is insufficient, or my magical energy is lacking. I firmly believe it is the latter that is deficient. I yearn for the day when my magical energy is ample enough to allow me to utilize second-tier spells. My connection with Bo and Erebus strengthens with each passing day. I can now communicate with them. It is not a genuine conversation, but rather a sharing of sensations and visions, far more sophisticated than my interactions with the animals under my control. As my magical energy increases, I notice my soul space expanding as well. Previously, my connection with Bo and Erebus occupied 80 of my soul space, but now it occupies only about 78. While I do not perceive a significant difference, the authentication skills certainly do. My strength and speed have also seen a slight enhancement. I now possess 16 points of strength, 17 points of speed, and 33 points of magical energy. Following the conclusion of my punishment, I diligently continue to train my magical energy to its maximum potential. Each day follows a similar routine. 3 hours of magical training in the space, 1 hour of physical training, 2 hours of swordsmanship practice, and 5 hours of rest to replenish my magical energy, followed by another 3 hours of magical training, an hour at the archery range, and finally, 2 hours in the library, devouring every piece of knowledge within reach. However, when Rob and John pout and seek my company due to my absence from their games, I find myself obliged to join them. On alternate days, I forego physical training to play with the Stark children. I do not sleep for 8 hours at night, as I often rest or meditate during the day. I typically sleep for 5 hours and then awaken. I now possess 2 loud alarms, allowing me the freedom to rise at will. All I need to do is procure a timed candle, light it before bed, and Bo and Erebus will awaken me when it burns out. I resolve to engage in such training without granting myself any opportunities for relaxation. Occasionally, Roderick approaches me, lamenting my lack of adherence to his preferred swordsmanship practice, but I always offer him the same excuse. I express my reluctance to repeat past mistakes and my desire to refrain from sparring with other attendants before I have become one myself. Consequently, I only train and spar with the new recruits, yet even the most talented among them pose little challenge unless they are over 11 years of age. Presently, I can spar with 4 to 6 new recruits simultaneously, and I perceive that some possess more skill than the majority of attendants. This is the privilege of nobility. I have been focused on my training for 2 full years, and now I am 8.5 years old. This year has been exhausting. Yet the rewards have been plentiful. I have made modest advancements in the arcane arts, but considerable progress in swordsmanship and learning. In terms of spells, my progress has been limited. I still cannot wield second-tier spells, though I have made some strides. Currently, I possess 45 points of magical energy and have become more attuned to its nuances. I can now sense the sources of magical energy around me. Previously, I could detect the magical essence of the sacred tree, but could only speculate about its origin, unable to perceive its core. Now, I can sense the profound and ancient magic bound to the sequoia. Although I cannot yet comprehend the depth of this magic, I can discern certain aspects of it. For instance, it encompasses the elements of earth, fire, water, and blood. While blood is not an element in itself, it occupies an elemental role within this ritual. I can feel the life and resentment contained within. I surmise this is the essence of a blood sacrifice, a reluctant being offered for this ritual, a human. And not just any human, but an enemy. This is all I can perceive at present. As for my familiars, they have begun to grow significantly. Erebus is now at least 20 times larger than any other raven, while Bo is slightly smaller. Due to my relentless training, my soul space has expanded as well. I anticipate that in a few weeks, I shall be able to forge a 3rd contract. Regarding my martial training, I aspire to learn how to wield other weapons, enabling me to anticipate my adversary's actions. Thus, I have also begun training with a spear and a hammer. Initially, adapting to combat with a spear proved challenging, as it stands in stark contrast to sword fighting. In swordplay, one seeks to close the distance. Conversely, with a spear, one must maintain distance, for otherwise, it becomes merely a stick rather than a weapon. Over time, I gradually acclimated to spear combat and began to recognize its advantages in battle. Subsequently, I commenced training with a hammer, which is the most arduous weapon to master, not due to its technicality, but rather its weight and slow speed, which render it deadly. As for my archery, I have become exceedingly lethal. While I am still unable to draw a longbow, I can effortlessly draw a short hunting bow. Thus, my range does not compare to that of an adult. A longbowman can shoot arrows at a distance approximately 3 times that of my best range. I can shoot up to 100 meters, yet my accuracy is virtually non-existent. It is at 80 meters where I find precision, and at 60 meters, I am truly deadly. If I must shoot while running, the distance diminishes to 40 meters. I am learning to wield many weapons and aspire to learn more, however. I still harbor a fondness for the sword, for it is nearly the perfect melee weapon, neither as cumbersome as a hammer nor as unwieldy in confined spaces as a spear. Nor does it possess the short reach of a dagger. It is, in essence, perfection, due to my significant progress in martial training. Roderick has finally accepted me as his attendant, yet I stand apart from the other attendants. I am exempt from menial tasks, only accompanying him on missions. I place my hands on my hips, raise my head, and remark to myself how arduous it is to possess such talent. I genuinely take pleasure in my skills. I exit the room and proceed to the attendant's training ground. Upon my arrival, I observe numerous attendants engaged in practicing their stances or sparring. I even spot my old friends Harris and Whale among them. They watch me from a distance, tracking my movements with their eyes, yet they dare not approach. For they know better than to test me. I am now an attendant, as long as it is in the name of sparring or training. I can defeat them without mercy and face no repercussions, thanks to our old friend Ed. In fact, just yesterday, I bested a 13-year-old child, which may have contributed to their reluctance. Today, I am to spar with a 15-year-old boy, as Roderick wishes to temper my pride. He believes I have become too arrogant and conceited. In recent weeks, he has only permitted me to spar with boys whom he knows will best me. The boy I am to face today is named Wyland. He is the brother of Whale Frant, the one whose pride and ego were wounded. I find the gaze of the elder Frant from the sidelines rather unsettling. It has been over 2 years. Why do they still harbor resentment? It is not as though young Whale suffered any permanent harm. He has fully recovered over a year ago. We positioned ourselves at the center of the training ground. As onlookers ceased their activities to witness the contest, I steadied myself, anticipating his attack. He began to circle around me, feigning movements as he sought vulnerabilities in my defense. He had either observed my previous encounters or received considerable intelligence about my tactics. As he started to exploit my most significant weakness against larger opponents, my comparative lack of strength. Chapter 12. Astonishing talent. He was undeniably stronger than I. Had this been 2 years prior, I would have succumbed to him after a few exchanges due to the disparity in our strength. However, my skills in swordsmanship had significantly advanced through rigorous training, and with the aid of enhancements, I was now capable of matching boys aged 13 to 14. Although I had never faced a teenager before, yet I had to confront him to obtain what had been promised to me. With a base attribute of 26 in strength and 28 in speed, augmented by 0.5 points each, I had effectively reached 31 and 33 respectively. The enhancements bore no visual effects. Their impact was intrinsic, discernible only through sensitivity to mana. Having witnessed Whalen and his peers in combat, I had a fair estimation of his capabilities. He possessed 35 in strength and 33 in speed, making him considerably stronger than I, even with my enhancements. Although our speed was now equalized. Thus, I invoked my enhancements, the bear aspect and the cat aspect. Just a second after my enhancements took effect, our swords clashed. I feigned retreat, allowing him to push me back through a series of maneuvers, while I predominantly maintained control of the situation. "What are you mumbling, you freak?" he taunted. Each time he struck, I angled my sword slightly to dissipate some of his force without his awareness. I could feel the vibrations from each blow coursing through my hands, resonating within my bones, causing significant pain, yet I had to endure this fight. I needed to bide my time for a counterattack. Throughout my 2 years of training, I had come to realize several truths. While they may seem apparent to most, the distinction between recognizing them and applying them to one's fighting style is profound. You cannot combat strength with strength. You must employ flexibility against rigidity. If your opponent is stronger, you must flow like water or be as elusive as the wind. If he is impatient and lacks strength, you must be as steadfast as a boulder. When you strike, do so without wavering. Be as explosive and unpredictable as fire to disrupt their rhythm. In most battles, controlling the tempo equates to controlling the fight. In this encounter, I aim to be fluid like water, allowing each strike to flow around me. Whalen began to grow overconfident, assuming I lacked the capacity to counterattack, as I had seized control of the situation. Yet, he failed to realize that due to my positioning and evasions, he had restricted his high attacks to my head and upper body, rendering himself predictably vulnerable. In the moments before his movements, it was as though a phantom revealed to me his intentions, as if I were reading an open book. I discerned the growing irritation and frustration on his face. He prepared to execute a diagonal slash at my left neck, and I was ready, gripping my sword with my left hand. I placed my right upon the flat of the blade, feigning a block. Upon witnessing this, he scoffed. Confident in his superiority of strength and believing in his greatest advantage, size and power. As his strike neared, mere centimeters from my form, I executed a significant retreat. Witnessing his eyes widen in surprise, he attempted to adjust his swing, but he had committed too much force, believing I would defend. He failed to pursue, and his sword grazed past my nose by a mere centimeter, his loss of balance evident. I then positioned my sword against his throat, awaiting his concession. He glared at me, furious and unwilling to accept the outcome, yet he inhaled deeply and exhaled heavily, conceding, "Today is your victory. But I shall not underestimate you next time." I turned, eagerly seeking Roderick's reaction. He regarded me, then shot a menacing glance at Waylon, as if he intended to devour him whole. Upon witnessing this, Waylon fled with astonishing speed, as if time had stretched from a second to 10. He must have been warned from the outset to exert full effort. He began to scratch the back of his head, remarking, "Well, I shall discuss matters of hunting and passage with the Lord. I still believe you left the castle too early, but a promise is a promise. I shall only proceed after we spar. That is unfair. Why must I engage in a futile endeavor? You just stated that a promise is a promise. Why then? Have you suddenly added new conditions? I am certain to lose. You will indeed lose, you brat. I am not yet old enough to be bested by a sniveling child. Even if you lose, I shall inform the Lord. We did not spar for that reason. Now come forth, or are you truly so frightened to face this old man?" "Humph. Do you truly believe such taunts will affect me, old man? By the way, Sir Selmy is far older than you, yet no one dares challenge him. Haha, indeed. You are right, sniveling brat. Come at me as you will." I suspected Roderick intended more than mere sparring. He sought to pummel me into submission. Thus, I doubted he would employ his full strength against me. I anticipated he would match my own. I drew my sword from its sheath and advanced, hurling the scabbard at him. He deflected it with his sword, and in that instant, I closed the distance, launching a thrust towards his supporting leg. He appeared taken aback but merely sidestepped. That scoundrel had utilized a speed of 42. I could not keep pace with him. Wow, that was perilous. Who taught you to fight so dishonorably? There is no dishonorable way to fight. It is a matter of life or death in swordplay. Now I understood he would fight without restraint, refusing to allow me any opportunity. I had to summon all my strength to contend with him. An exhibition I had hoped to postpone, yet it seemed unavoidable. I inhaled deeply and commenced an unrelenting assault, only to find amusement etched upon his face. As he grew comfortable with my speed and attack patterns, I produced a small dagger, scarcely larger than my palm, and hurled it at his feet. It struck but bore no effect, being a training dagger devoid of a blade, akin to our swords. Though it lacked lethality, its momentary distraction was precisely what I needed. I lunged towards his torso, but he parried my thrust. Yet, I began to acclimate to his rhythm and glimpsed that phantom once more. I resolved to employ another of my trump cards, retrieving an object from my pocket. As I observed his imminent movement, it became clear he intended a horizontal slash to my right. I discarded the object, which erupted in a cloud of thick white smoke, obscuring his vision. I then darted to my left, evading his strike and attempting a diagonal cut to his arm. However, as I executed my slash, I sensed something near my throat, his sword. When the smoke cleared, I beheld a small wound on his arm, yet he had seized my neck. Roderick's perspective, this boy is a natural force. 2 years ago, he insisted on training alone, refusing to join the other squires until he earned his place among them. In that span, he has grown formidable enough to defeat teenagers. Yet his combat style harbors a significant flaw. He relies too heavily on his sight and his ability to read his opponents. He has never faced a master swordsman before. Yes, he has sparred with the Lord and myself on occasion, but those encounters were merely child's play. I must enlighten him on the intricacies of feints. He believes that the movement of a muscle or a shift in stance signals an impending attack, but that is a misguided notion. True masters can maneuver while feigning. Such movements transcend basic deception. For instance, I could pretend to step left with my left foot, all the while using it as my pivot. A slight bend of my waist would shift my weight to my left foot, altering my center of gravity. He lacks this understanding, and I find it hard to believe that I am attempting to impart knowledge that only experienced and gifted knights could comprehend to a child not yet 9. If he possessed an adult's physique, I suspect he would be the mightiest warrior of the North. As I pondered, he stepped onto the platform and drew his sword from its scabbard. The next thing I knew, the scabbard was hurtling toward me. I deflected it and saw him charging toward my supporting leg. That little rascal intends to engage me. In that fleeting moment, I felt a spark of fear, prompting me to sidestep half-heartedly. This creature is terrifying. How can an 8-year-old be so swift? I jested. Wow, that was perilous. Who taught you such unscrupulous tactics? He replied, there are no dishonorable tactics. In swordplay, it's life or death. This boy sometimes speaks and acts like a seasoned warrior. He is fundamentally correct. There is no honor in swordplay. Honor derives from whom or why one fights. Following this, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each aimed at vital or crippling points. They were not random. Suddenly, I realized that in 4 years, I may not be able to best him. Unbeknownst to me, a smile crept onto my face. As the battle found its rhythm, he produced something from behind and threw it at my feet, leaving me no time to react. It landed on my supporting foot, causing genuine pain, yet it was not something that could inflict real harm. I contemplated how I would fare if they were actual daggers. I would be crippled. This thought stirred a swell of fear within me, yet I refocused and began employing deeper feints. At that moment, I noticed a gleam of triumph on his face. He mistook my intention. He assumed I would deliver a horizontal slash to the right, but in truth, I aimed to strike left. Just as I thought the skirmish had concluded, he produced another object, this time tossing it to the ground, from which a thick white smoke erupted, enveloping the arena like a shroud. I lost sight of him for a second, and fear surged anew, prompting me to become serious once more. His sword lunged at me from the fog, compelling me to retreat while maintaining my offensive. His blade grazed my arm, but the moment was fleeting. 10 years hence, the only names I could conjure would be those of Cregan Stark, the Dragon Knight, Arthur Dane, and Balon Swan. Compared to this child, all those heroes would fade into the background of memory. Chapter 13. Other talents, protagonist perspective. I cannot fathom how I lost to him. I was utterly certain he would slash to the right. How could he switch to the left? I am bewildered. What? Curious about how a rightward slash could transform into a leftward one. It was as if he could read my thoughts. Yes, how did you do that? It is termed a deep feint. Typically, a feint occurs when one pretends to launch an attack, initiating movement but halting an instant later. Such feints are discernible, and one can recognize almost all Squire's movements. But the feint I just executed, the one that alters the center of motion, is something you have never encountered. Thus, you cannot fully comprehend it. Thus began my 3 years of training alongside my quintupled skill. It felt akin to training for 15 years. I believed I had ascended to the status of a swordmaster, yet I was gravely mistaken. There remains much for me to learn. I am also quite curious about that object you threw to the ground. I call it a smoke bomb. What is it? I prefer not to divulge its composition. Why not? It is my invention. Why would I share it for free? In truth, I did invent the smoke bomb, yet what I utilized is not a smoke bomb. Common explosives fail to produce even half the smoke I conjured. I employed a first-tier spell known as Sambrel's Mist, capable of generating thick fog. The casting range is extensive, allowing me to summon it from over 40 meters away, with an effect radius of 6 meters. It is an incredibly useful spell, yet I have never needed to train for it. Upon reaching 45 points of magical power, I intuitively grasped how to cast it. And I also acquired similar spells, Krigan Anagrosa, a mild healing magic that can staunch wounds but cannot mend damaged tissue, thus failing to close significant injuries and often leaving unsightly scars. Entangle is a binding spell that requires vegetation to ensnare individuals. For example, if only weeds are available, I can merely trip them, but with large trees nearby, I could envelop them entirely in roots. Trap is akin to Enrichio, yet it does not rely on plants for binding. It employs pure magic to restrain foes. While Enrichio demands 5 points of magic to bind feet and 10 points for the entire body, Reborn requires 10 points for feet and 20 for the whole body. As Roderick began to speak, I was pulled from my reverie. This could prove exceptionally useful in combat. I am aware of its utility, Sir Roderick. That is precisely why I employed it. Ha, you audacious little rascal. At least now you understand that even with such fanciful tools, they will not save you from a capable warrior. As I promised, I shall speak with the Lord regarding your pass. He chuckled as he ambled toward the castle. If Lord Stark grants approval, I shall finally be free to explore the surrounding lands and pursue hunting. I yearn to see if I can tame beasts larger than birds. Just as I prepared to leave the training grounds, the Stark children arrived and spotted me. There were Rob, John, Sansa, and little Arya. Now Arya is 3 years old. She always trails after Rob and John. If Sansa epitomizes the obedient child in Lady Catelyn's eyes, Arya embodies the noble wildling. She detests anything associated with ladylike behavior. If provoked, she will bite, scratch, or climb over you. Most of the time, she escapes from the septa tasked with her care to observe the sparring on the training grounds, and her eyes sparkle whenever she sees someone wielding a sword. I began to play with Rob and John. We typically engaged in games of hide and seek or practiced with our wooden swords. But last week we commenced training with iron practice swords. As usual, Sansa sat somewhere, watching us play, while Arya picked up a stick, attempting to mimic our actions. Rob, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Have you secured your pass?" "Not yet, but Sir Roderick promised to inquire with Lord Stark and recommend me for a pass." "How splendid. I too wish to possess a pass. Did not the Lord promise to take you hunting next month?" "Indeed, but we cannot simply leave the castle at will, unlike you, who could venture out any time with a pass. Sometimes, I truly envy your life." "Huh. Being a common orphan is indeed delightful. Who wouldn't envy my existence? Rob, awkwardly flustered, replied, I apologize, that was not my intention. You know, I meant to say that you have the freedom to choose what you desire. And you need not engage in things you wish to avoid. No, Rob, in life, everyone must do things they do not wish to do. That is simply life. You may feel your life is burdensome because of the many lessons you must learn and the things you cannot do. But there are far worse fates than enduring hours of lectures from Maester Lewin. Do you think the salt wives of the Iron Islands long to be where they are? Do you believe the people of Essos wish to live as slaves? You truly should refrain from such remarks. Rob, abashed, lowered his gaze and said, You are right. I am sorry. I genuinely appreciated this aspect of Rob. He always managed to acknowledge his mistakes and learn from them. I could see a newfound determination within him. I would no longer complain about Maester Lewin's lessons. As you said, there are certain things we must do in life, even if they are not to our liking. He smiled at me. Occasionally, my pedagogical side surfaces, and I begin to explain certain matters. Witnessing the children learn and grow is truly beautiful. Rob, I too wish to learn how to wield a sword. Arya interjected. You know you cannot. Do you wish to provoke Mother into punishing us for teaching you? She, in a fit of anger, shouted, I hate you, I hate Mother, and I detest being a lady. I do not wish to be a lady like Sansa. To this, I was at a loss. You must persuade Mother or Father, my little wolf. People began to refer to Arya as the little wolf. From the moment she started to walk and cause mischief, she never behaved as a lady ought to. I believe I began to notice white strands in Lady Catelyn's hair. All due to Arya. Some even claimed she was the reincarnation of Lyanna Stark. Eddard Stark's perspective. What is the important matter you wish to discuss with me, Maester Lewin? It concerns Elmer Dershire, my lord. I have noticed he possesses a remarkably sharp mind. We are aware of his martial prowess. But this is the first I have heard of his intellectual acuity. Indeed, my lord, he is an exceptionally bright child. I might even describe him as a once-in-a-century prodigy. I know he has learned to read and has done some reading in the library. He once requested permission. However, I was unaware of the extent of his brilliance. Yes, he often behaves like an adult, yet he still does not grasp how the world operates. Therefore, some of his actions are those of an innocent child. My lord, I did not teach him to read. All I did was show him how the alphabet works and how to sound the letters. From there, he taught himself to read and write. Since then, he has been devouring every book he can find. If it were not for Brother Chael informing me, I would not have realized this. According to Brother Chael, he has read nearly a quarter of the Stark Library. When I heard this, I thought if he comprehended even a tenth of what he read, he would grow up to be a great scholar. I even tested him, only to realize he understood far more than a tenth of what he had read. He grasped nearly everything. I was utterly astonished. How could one possess such talent in both swordsmanship and academia? My lord, even if we sent this child to the Citadel now, he could immediately sit for the Maester's exam and earn at least 3 links in history, herbalism, and medicine. It struck me like a series of lightning bolts. How could a 9-year-old child become a Maester with 3 links? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted me from my reverie. Come in, I said. Roderick entered, saluted, and stood before me. My lord, if you have a moment, may I inquire about something? Ah, Roderick, your timing is impeccable. We were just discussing your squire. Maester Lewin has shared some incredible insights about the boy. Maester Lewin had divulged everything to him, yet he did not appear as astonished as I had anticipated. Prompting me to ask, Roderick, you seem unfazed. Why is that? My lord, perhaps I have grown numb to the wonders of Elmer. If someone were to tell me tomorrow that Elmer had learned to walk on water, I would accept it as inevitable. If they claimed he could fly, I would merely say, very well, the things this boy achieves no longer astonish me. I found myself at an impasse. If we send him to the Citadel, yes, he would become a learned man, but simultaneously, I would be sending the North's most promising swordsman to the Citadel. That was out of the question. I need to discuss this matter with Roderick, so Maester Lewin, could you please wait outside for a moment? He exited my study, and Roderick turned to me and said, My lord, we cannot send Elmer to the Citadel. That would be a betrayal to the North. I know, but we cannot outright refuse the Citadel, for that would lead to considerable trouble for me and all the lords of the North. Do you think Elmer would wish to go to the Citadel? Unlikely, my lord. Elmer cherishes his freedom, and he desires even more. What do you mean? He wishes to leave the castle to hunt and explore. I even have some shocking news to impart to you, my lord. What is it? Today, he defeated a child from House Frant, my lord. That is not surprising. Did we not punish him 2 years ago for besting them too soundly? Not Vale, my lord, the big one, Waylon. What? Is he not on the verge of being knighted? Is he not the one we are considering for knighthood this year or next? Yes, my lord, that is indeed him. Ha ha. If someone told me he could walk on water and fly, I would believe it. This boy is destined to be a force of nature. Even if I must fight them to the bitter end, I will not relinquish him to the Citadel. At most, we will continually receive letters from all the lords of Westeros. Our ravens will encounter issues. They will not exhibit overt disobedience, but will protest in a passive manner. Chapter 14. Smoke Bomb, Eddard Stark's perspective. Roderick, you should speak with him and see if he would consider attending the Citadel. Yes, but my lord. He will ask me if I have secured a pass to leave the castle. How should I respond? If he can defeat a 15-year-old squire, then he can withstand bandits and brigands, but he is still too young. Tell him I will only allow him to go on his own when he turns 10. Until then, he can accompany other hunters or join you during your patrols for safety. Perhaps he may accompany you when you go to suppress small bandit groups. But he must only observe and not engage in combat. Yes, my lord, I shall speak with him at once. If his response is negative, bring him here. However, if he wishes to join the academy, do not bring him. Merely state that you have yet to locate him, as I must first converse with him. Indeed, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. From the male protagonist's perspective, at times, engaging in play with the Stark children is genuinely delightful. Though I possess the mind of a 35-year-old, I can still derive joy from childish games. Perhaps it is due to the chemistry of my brain. Or perhaps it is because I possess the intellect of a 9-year-old. Yet, the most tragic aspect is that at 35, I find myself devoid of any carnal desires. Once, as I passed a brothel in Winterfell, I beheld a woman, bare from the waist up, yet felt no stirrings within me. I am not a lecher, but rather a healthy man. Should I encounter a beautiful woman, I do not gawk, though I might steal a glance. Yet now, if I am not attentive, I might not even recognize a woman's beauty. I suspect that this body is the reason I enjoy engaging in childish games, unlike Rob and John, who are fervently enamored with them. I find them not entirely dull. It is a rather peculiar sensation. I spotted Roderick approaching from afar, calling out to me, Emil. Come here. Sir Roderick, have you spoken with the Lord? Yes, I have news to share, but prior to that, I wish to discuss another matter with you. Have you ever considered becoming a scholar? I had never contemplated such a notion, yet I harbored an uneasy feeling about the academy. I mean, no one precisely knows when the academy was founded, but it must possess at least 7 or 8 millennia of history. However, since the invention of steel some 4,000 to 6,000 years ago, there has been but a single advancement in technology. Mill invented glass, and that is all. How could there be no significant inventions for thousands of years? This is why the academy unsettles me. No, I do not wish to become a scholar. I have much to learn in the Stark Library, and I have barely read a quarter of the books. It will take me at least 4 to 8 years to finish them. I do not need to journey to the other side of the continent to learn. As I uttered these words, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he laughed as I concluded. Indeed, you are correct. There is no need to travel so far for your studies. You can complete all your reading in the north. Let us proceed. The Lord awaits us. Upon reaching the Lord's study, he and Master Lewin were engaged in conversation, but they ceased upon our entrance. Emil, come in and take a seat. I have learned from Master Lewin that you are not only gifted in swordsmanship, but also possess a remarkable aptitude for higher learning. Yes, my lord. I have talents in that regard as well. Thus, he wishes to present you with a proposal. Master Lewin, please. My child. You must have grasped that when I first observed you in the library and began assessing your understanding of the texts, I was astonished by your intellect. We cannot allow a mind like yours to be squandered on mere swordsmanship. You must journey to the academy to unravel the mysteries of the world. Should you accompany me to the academy, we can unlock your full potential. I appreciate your generous assessment of my abilities, but I do not wish to become a scholar. I can achieve what the academy offers on my own, thus traveling there would be a disadvantage for me. As I spoke these words, his expression shifted to one of disappointment, and he said, My child, have I overestimated you, or is this mere folly of youth? How can you claim that going to the greatest center of learning in the known world would be a disadvantage? Master Lewin, this may seem like youthful folly to you, but to me it is entirely logical. I do not require a teacher to acquire knowledge. I wish to pose you a question, but I seek an honest answer. If a new scholar were to compare knowledge with me in history, herbalism, and medicine, who would possess greater knowledge? Upon hearing my question, his face soured further, and he began to cough. Bowing his head, he replied, The scholar would know a bit more than you. Master Lewin is a good man. He would not shamelessly lie. Thus, I must traverse such a great distance and invest so much time for that slight bit of knowledge? No, thank you. I can acquire that knowledge while working in the fields. Master Lewin appeared angered and saddened by my words, yet he accepted my decision and set aside his affairs. After he departed the room, I glanced at Roderick and the Lord, both of whom looked exceedingly pleased and content. I turned to face them. My lord, I believe Sir Roderick has informed you about the matter of the city pass. He mentioned he has an answer, yet we hastened here, and thus I did not hear it. I shall grant you permission to venture out only when you turn 10. Until then, you may accompany other hunters. And you may join Roderick during his patrols for safety. You may even accompany him when he goes to quell small bands of robbers. But you must only observe and not engage in combat. My lord, may I speak freely? I permit it. I can accept all that you say, my lord. Yet I desire to hunt alone. I do not wish to accompany others. I may be a child, but I am not foolish. Everyone in this room knows I am destined to become the greatest swordsman in the world, and I have no intention of dying young. If I encounter any danger, I will retreat. Even if ambushed, I am clever enough to escape alive. You may ask Roderick. He has witnessed it firsthand. His astonished expression at my audacious declaration shifted as he turned to Roderick, casting a questioning glance his way. Roderick sighed. Though I wish to counter him, my lord. He speaks the truth. This child has devised a device he calls a smoke bomb, which can create a fog screen with a diameter of 7 meters. Should he deploy it, he would have no trouble escaping from robbers. I wish to see the smoke bomb. I shall decide after witnessing it. We proceeded to the balcony, where I produced a mock smoke bomb and looked down, approximately 10 meters below. Without issue, I threw it, and just before it struck the ground, I activated the cloud. A plume of white smoke swiftly expanded within a 7-meter radius. Upon witnessing this, the Lord was taken aback. He retreated indoors, seated himself for a few moments, then rose slowly to the hearth, where he began to fiddle with the burning logs. He said nothing, but his face revealed deep contemplation. After several moments, he turned and inquired, "Will you provide us with the recipe for creating these?" "I shall not, my lord. Crafting these is not a simple endeavor. Yet I shall sell you a smaller version. It will not produce as much smoke as this, but it is easier to make. The smaller ones can create a smoke screen with a diameter of 3 meters. In truth, crafting these items is relatively simple, aside from sugar. The other materials are inexpensive and easily obtainable. However, I do not wish to squander time on their creation. All that is required are sugar, wax, flint, and snow tree bark. To create a genuine smoke bomb, I would also need phosphorus, but I know not where to procure it. I am aware it is present in fertilizers, yet I have never learned how to purify it, so I must find an alternative, which I discovered in a book on herbalism. A northern tree known as the snow tree is seldom utilized for firewood. When burned with its bark intact, it envelopes the area in a thick white smoke, necessitating the removal of its bark for effective use as fuel. This labor-intensive process is why it is typically overlooked for firewood purposes. However, once ground into a fine powder, the bark becomes exceptionally useful to me due to its heightened flammability. If I were to fashion the powder into spheres the size of oranges instead of golf balls, they might produce a smoke screen comparable to my spell size, albeit becoming too cumbersome to handle. Aware that someone might wish to purchase it, I spent 60 gold dragons to acquire enough materials for 1,000 smoke bombs. I allocated 45 gold dragons for sugar, while the remaining materials cost me only 13 gold dragons, with the last 2 gold dragons covering a 2-year warehouse rental. Over these 2 years, I have successfully produced approximately 300 smoke bombs. I currently possess around 100, and I can offer you 80, my lord. I believe 1 gold dragon is a fair price for this marvel. Too expensive? I shall offer it to you for half a gold dragon. For your grace, I propose 4 smoke bombs for 3 gold dragons, meaning you receive 1 free with every 3 purchased. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, stating that for 80 bombs, I would receive 60 gold dragons. As for the city exit permit, I shall provide you with one, but it may only be used during daylight hours. Should you fail to return before sunset, it will be forfeited. I beamed a broad smile and expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord. I am forever indebted to you." I bowed deeply and exited the room. Chapter 15. New spells and skills. Now that I have acquired what I desired, I can venture forth to explore the surrounding region. Most importantly, to access secluded areas such as the mountains and forests, where I can conduct magical experiments. The training space is too confined for such endeavors. If my assumptions are correct, I will require an abundance of herbs and animals for my experiments, which I cannot find in the sacred wood forest due to its limited size and lack of seclusion. Upon entering my room, I opened the window, and both Bo and Erebus flew in. Upon closer inspection, I noticed they had both grown significantly over the past 2 years. Erebus had doubled in size. Previously, its wingspan was 15 meters, but now it approached 3 meters, and its length had increased from 50 centimeters to 80 centimeters, leading people to regard it as a black eagle. Bo had also grown, though not to the same extent. She was larger than a typical crow, but not by much, with a wingspan of 2 meters and a length of 60 centimeters, nearing the size of an eagle. They enjoyed perching on my shoulders while I meditated and channeled my magical energy, yet their weight began to become burdensome. I estimated Erebus weighed around 5 kilograms, while Bo weighed about 3 kilograms. Bearing their weight on my shoulders for several hours proved to be quite exhausting. I attempted to shoo them away, but each time I focused on meditation or channeling my power, they would unconsciously return to my shoulders. Even when I locked the window latch to keep them out, they cleverly managed to open it. Of course, I could force them not to do so, or refrain from bringing them into the training space, but such actions would sadden them, and I could sense their dismay. Thus, I indulged them a little. What could I say? I cherished these little rascals. Sitting on the floor, I began to channel my magical energy, feeling them settle on my shoulders. This time, the process felt distinctly different, typically. It resembled a vacuum drawing energy into my heart, but this time it felt more like a tempest, with me at the center of the storm. The magic swirled around me, failing to enter my body, yet with each passing second, the vortex accumulated more energy. It grew larger and increasingly difficult to control. A twinge of fear gripped me. If I lost control of the magic, I feared dire consequences. The magical vortex began to destabilize, akin to precariously clinging to a ledge on a cliff with just my fingertips. As the vortex's instability escalated, I felt my consciousness slipping away. To stave off unconsciousness, I bit my lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood trickling down my throat. Yet, the pain proved effective, sharpening my focus as I regained control of the vortex. With each increment of regained mastery, the vortex compressed further, and upon achieving complete control, it transformed into a disk of magic encircling me. In that moment of clarity, I realized what I needed to do. I began to compress it further, simultaneously reducing its diameter. Ultimately, it shrank to the size of my palm, hovering above my head. With my mind, I grasped it, commanding it to enter my heart. It surged into my chest, encircling my heart and forming my magical core. The instant the core took shape, I was flooded with newfound knowledge regarding ritual concepts and spells. I had ascended to the rank of a level 2 druid. At that moment, I heard the voice of a young boy. "Silly Emil, don't stop bringing us that delightful wind." Then a girl's voice chimed in. "Don't call Daddy silly. You're the silly one." "Who is it? Who spoke?" The boy responded. "He just heard us." I realized that I was not merely hearing voices, rather, they were directly entering my mind. This was telepathy. "Yes, I can hear you. Who are you?" "Silly Emil." "It's me. Who else could it be?" "Daddy can finally hear us. I'm so happy." "You're the silly one. I was asking for your name." "No. You're the silly one, Emil. I'm the smartest Erebus." Upon hearing this, I turned in astonishment to face Erebus. I had previously communicated with them in more rudimentary ways, aware of their intelligence akin to that of a 2 to 5-year-old child, but this surpassed all expectations. Was this the effect of the spell that allowed me to converse with animals? Had they just learned to speak, or had I only just begun to comprehend their words? "We've been talking all along. Silly Emil never heard us." "Who are you calling silly, you oversized fatbird?" He nipped at my ear and flew away before I could catch him. "Ah, you mischievous bird, come back." I rose to pursue him, but he soared out the window. "Erebus, stop calling Daddy silly. How could he be Daddy S. Erebus? He has no beak or wings, and his feathers aren't as beautiful as Erebus S. He is too ugly. I don't even want to look at him. Daddy is Daddy." I knew Bo was a good girl, and as I anticipated, Erebus was a rascal. She continued, "Though he is quite ugly, he is still Daddy. You shouldn't bully Daddy." The corners of my mouth began to twitch. "You too, Bo? Should I go cry in the corner of the room for a while?" Initially, I was taken aback that my familiars could speak like humans, but as a druid, I had expected such developments and quickly adapted. However, I preferred the days when I could not comprehend Erebus' chattering. This little fool never ceased his prattle. "Silly Emil, hurry and give us more of that delightful wind." "What wind?" "The kind you eat while sitting." What on earth was he referring to? Was he speaking of magical energy? "Is this what you mean?" I conjured a pure sphere of magical energy in my hand. "Yes, give us more of that wind." "This is not the reason why you all stop on my shoulder every time I practice?" "Yes, I do enjoy that kind of magical aura. It turns out that this is why they are significantly larger than ordinary crows. They can infuse magic into their own bodies. I don't have time for you right now, perhaps later, and you cannot rest on my shoulder anymore. You are too heavy." "I am not heavy. Erebus is handsome and powerful. You are the one who is overweight. You cannot even fly." "Overweight, overweight, 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 overweight. I cannot converse with a bird like it is a fellow creature. I have just experienced a significant moment and should concentrate on that. I have acquired a wealth of new knowledge, and thanks to my quintuple skills, it feels as though I have achieved 5 breakthroughs. I now possess a clear understanding of what has transpired. Air bubble. It consumes 15 points of magic to create an air bubble around my head, providing 6 hours of breathable air. If I need to go underwater, I can use this. It may prove useful. Oak Shield is a defensive spell that generates a layer of wood-like skin above my body. Binding is a more advanced binding spell than traps and entanglement. Find animal and find plant work as their names suggest. If I have seen a particular plant or animal, I can locate them within a kilometer. But to activate this spell, I must have first seen a living specimen of that species. Summon Beast allows me to conjure one of my linked animals to my location. But the creature must be within a 20-kilometer radius. I have not received any offensive spells. Does this indicate that I already possess sufficient attack spells? Or am I still not powerful enough? With time, we shall uncover which is true. This breakthrough has even influenced my physical form. My speed and strength have notably increased. I now possess 3 points in strength, 32 points in speed, and my magic has surged to 65. I wonder if those enhancements have also grown stronger. The bear aspect and cat aspect enchantments feel exhilarating. It is as if a volcano is about to erupt within me. My blood feels heated, but not in a painful manner. I feel invigorated. Indeed, these enhancements have also intensified, granting me an increase of 0.8 points in both speed and strength. I am eager to experiment with every newly acquired spell, but I must wait until I leave the city. I need my pass. I rose and exited my room. Father, where are we going? If I speak loudly, I might appear mad. If they can communicate telepathically, I should be capable of doing so as well. I began to concentrate on my connection with the spirit beast, grasping two connecting threads, attempting to articulate my thoughts. We are going to see the governor of Winterhold. Foolish Emil, why are you shouting? I apologize. This is my first time speaking telepathically. I did not realize I would shout. As I mentioned, we are to meet the governor of Winterhold to obtain our pass. What is a pass, father? I needed to enter and exit the city. Erebus began to mutter to himself again. Humph, he cannot even fly and is quite ugly. How could he be the father of the great Erebus? I entered the castle and approached the governor's door, knocking gently. Come in. Upon entering, I found Vyong seated behind his desk, poring over some documents. His daughter Ginny was also present, tidying up her father's room. She appeared to be of the same age as Sansa, both 6 years old. She glanced at me before returning to her task. If possible, please provide me with the pass. He looked at me, smiled, and then produced a badge adorned with a wolf emblem. I reached out to take it. It was heavier than I had anticipated. As I held it, I realized it was made of metal, the wolf crafted in silver, though I suspected it was not pure silver. The badge itself was likely made of bronze. It was smaller than my palm, circular in shape, and with a chain, it would make an exquisite medal. Its diameter was approximately 5 centimeters. After exiting the governor's chamber, I returned to the town area, ready to acquire the supplies I would need for tomorrow. Chapter 16. Magical Experiments and Hunting. At last, I managed to leave the castle. I could have snuck out, but I felt it was not worth conflicting with the Lord's orders for such matters. It is summer now, the weather clear, yet the temperature is not warm, resembling more of an autumn climate. I estimate it to be around 10 to 15 degrees Celsius, somewhat chilly. But such is the summer of the north. Since I wish to hunt and experiment with my magic today, I purchased a fine short bow and 20 arrows tipped with wrought iron. The arrowheads are designed for hunting, broader rather than steel-tipped, so they cannot fully penetrate armor but can pierce and slay medium-sized beasts. For self-defense, I also acquired a sword, a dagger, and several throwing knives. I spent 3 gold dragons on these weapons. I spent an hour walking to Farmer's Village, a small settlement on the edge of Wolfwood. I bought some provisions there. I had left the castle at dawn, and upon my arrival, I estimated it to be around 6 a.m. The sun sets at 7 p.m., so I must leave by 6 p.m. at the latest, granting me 12 hours to work with before I attempt to hunt. I wish to experiment with all my new spells, particularly the locating spells, as I believe they will yield considerable wealth. Thanks to the locate plant spell, if I have visually memorized a plant directly with my eyes, I can use this magic to find it. I intend to seek out every precious and useful herb I can conceive. For instance, the ginkgo tree can slow cognitive decline, assist with diabetes, and affect bone healing. Or turmeric can serve as an anti-inflammatory, treating arthritis while being quite palatable, or evening primrose oil and myrtle possess excellent anti-inflammatory properties. Or echinacea can shorten the symptoms of the common cold due to its antibiotic content, or lavender and chamomile provide good anti-anxiety properties when brewed as tea. The herbal knowledge in this world is even more primitive than that of medieval Earth. They are unaware of the effects of lavender or chamomile, perhaps due to the absence of a tea culture, preventing them from experimenting with various plants and infusions. Thus, I invoked the magic locate plant for the ginkgo tree. As I uttered the words, it felt as if a tremendous wave emanated from me in all directions, apart from a slight drain of magic and a sensation of rippling. There was no other response. However, I soon felt a pull from a certain direction and noticed a glowing effect, indicating the presence of ginkgo trees. It took me a while to reach one of the locations, but indeed, there were 10 ginkgo trees. I do not believe this is their native habitat. They must have originated from a place with more rainfall than snowfall, such as river valleys or deltas. Yet ginkgo is a hardy tree capable of surviving temperatures as low as -40 degrees Celsius. Wolfwood primarily consists of oak, evergreens, and blackthorn, along with sentinel trees, soldier pines, hawthorns, beech, ash, chestnut, ironwood, and fir, indicating an abundance of timber and stone in the area. I gathered sufficient leaves for myself without harming the trees. This forest is truly vast. It is unimaginably immense. I estimate it to be about 800 square kilometers. Locate plant, turmeric, yet nothing occurred. I did not lose any magic nor feel any rippling sensation. It seems this spell has a cooldown period, so while I wait, I shall attempt other magic. Upon the completion of the incantation known as the Oak Shield, an intense itch erupted upon my right arm, followed by the sensation of my clothing tightly encircling my forearm. It appeared as though it were crafted from oak bark, yet when touched, it bore no resemblance to wood, being far too rigid. Intrigued by its hardness, I refrained from testing it with a sword. It seemed approximately 3 centimeters thick. Thus, I positioned my forearm upon a large stone to avoid any self-inflicted cuts and unsheathed a dagger from my waist, directing it towards my bark-like armor with measured force. The dagger failed to penetrate, though my effort was not exhaustive. When I lifted the dagger, no punctures or indentations marred the armor. Only a faint white mark remained. I then invoked the bare aspect, placing the dagger against the armor's edge and exerting all my strength in an attempt to shatter it. Upon failure, I drew the dagger back with a slicing motion. The sound that emanated was not that of steel clashing against wood, but rather akin to steel meeting steel, leaving several millimeters of a scratch upon the armor. I inspected my dagger for any damage to its blade, but it remained intact, still sharp though slightly dulled compared to the other edge. I resolved against further perilous experiments upon my arm and decided to test it on any animals I might capture. The spell's duration was 1 hour, after which it would transform into decaying bark and fall away. The next incantation I intended to employ was the Summon Beast spell. To do so, I left Erebus behind in Winterhold, not out of a desire for solitude, but rather for experimentation. If the spell succeeded, it would confirm my magical capacity. I was aware that its range extended to 20 kilometers, yet the exact magical cost remained elusive, as it lacked a specified consumption rate. As I chanted the Summon Beast, I felt the space surrounding me begin to warp and spiral, culminating in the emergence of a dark vortex that vibrated. In an instant, Erebus soared to my side, and the vortex dissipated. At a distance of 5 kilometers, I expended 15 points of magical energy. Logically, at 20 kilometers, I anticipated a consumption of approximately 60 points. To validate my hypothesis regarding the spell's summoning costs, I aimed to summon one of my familiars from at least 6 kilometers away, to observe if the magical expenditure increased with distance. Hence, I instructed Erebus to return to Winterhold. He grumbled momentarily but complied, flying towards the city until he vanished beyond the horizon. In this world, ravens serve as the swiftest means of communication. To ascertain the limits of a raven's speed and distance, I conducted an experiment using the ravens under my command alongside my familiar. I instructed both ordinary ravens and my familiars to fly around Winterhold until they could no longer do so. The results were intriguing. The average speed of ordinary ravens was 50 kilometers per hour, capable of flying a mere 100 kilometers in a day. Let us assume that the ravens utilized by Bachelor Raven were somewhat exceptional, as I was unable to command them. It is reasonable to conjecture that they possessed an additional 50 speed and stamina compared to ordinary ravens, as I had attempted to pursue them with regular ravens to no avail. However, Bo and Erebus could easily catch up with them, often tiring before my familiars did. Consequently, they must be slower and less enduring than my familiars. Bo's average speed was 100 kilometers per hour, allowing her to fly 150 kilometers in a day. Erebus, while slower, exhibited greater endurance, averaging 85 kilometers per hour with a daily flight capacity of 200 kilometers. Thus, I surmised that the speed of Reuven's ravens ranged between 60 to 75 kilometers per hour, with a daily flight potential of 100 to 140 kilometers. I then attempted to cast the Locate Plant spell for turmeric, successfully channeling the magic. I estimated a cooldown period of approximately 30 minutes. The energy fluctuations departed from me, and I awaited a tugging sensation, which failed to manifest, indicating that there were no turmeric plants within at least a kilometer radius. I could not conduct further magical experiments unless I meditated or slept for at least 6 hours, as only 5 points of magical energy remained. Thus, I seated myself upon a stone, endeavoring to attune myself to the magical currents around me, while Bo and her raven and crow hunting team acted as my scouts to prevent ambushes by predators or brigands. After restoring my magical energy, it was well past noon, and hunger gnawed at me. I resolved to seek sustenance beyond the bread and cheese provided by the villagers, yearning for meat. Therefore, I cast the Locate Animal spell for rabbits. Following the energy fluctuations, I sensed a pulling sensation from numerous directions, at least 60 to 70 locations, with the nearest approximately 20 meters away. Ascending a tree, I scanned the vicinity. Thanks to my enhanced vision, I perceived the landscape as though through a pair of binoculars. While I did not spot any rabbits, I observed the grass swaying. I climbed higher to secure a better vantage point between 2 robust branches, leaning against the trunk as I drew an arrow from my quiver and knocked it to my bowstring. Taking a deep breath, I tightened the bowstring, held my breath, and steadied my aim towards the location from which the tugging sensation emanated. When I felt prepared, I released the arrow, which vanished into the tall grass. Yet the magical signal indicated that the target was no longer there. I presumed the duration had ended, but other locations persisted. Only this one had vanished. I inferred that the rabbit had perished. I leaped from the tree and raced to the spot. Upon arrival, I began to search through the tall grass and soon discovered a brown rabbit, struck in the chest by the arrow. I cleared a patch of ground, arranging stones in a circle to create a fire pit, and gathered enough dry wood to roast the rabbit. However, I needed to skin and clean it first. The sensation was peculiar, grappling with the soft entrails, and I ended up dismembering it. It was cut into several pieces, had I not been famished. No one would have paid for this rabbit, as its flesh bore numerous knife marks, and its pelt was rendered useless. It had been skinned into many small pieces, whereas I could have skinned it in one whole piece. This was my first experience in skinning and cleaning an animal. It appeared unappealing, yet it was edible. With a flick of my finger, I ignited the fire and placed the rabbit's meat on some sticks, propping them beside the flames. This process took some time, and the flavor was rather bland, as I had not procured any seasonings, and the North offered little in that regard. I sliced the bread in half, deboned one of the rabbit halves, and placed it within the bread alongside some cheese. The taste was satisfactory, albeit lacking seasoning. I found myself longing for black pepper and red chili, as the soil here lingered near freezing, rendering chili cultivation impossible, necessitating imports from ISOs or the Riverbend region. Chapter 17. Teaching the birds to count. Having satiated my hunger and extinguished the campfire, I contemplated employing a different method for hunting, distinct from the locate spell. This time, I wish to utilize Bo and her hunting team as my guides to gauge their effectiveness. Bo, could you enlist your hunting team to assist me in locating some rabbits? Of course, father, she replied. She began to chirp and call out. In response, nearly all the birds around us took flight in various directions. After a few minutes, I began to hear chirps and calls emanating from afar, signaling their efforts to assist me. Father, they have found some. Which direction? She swooped down from a branch and landed on a large rock before me, chirping in various directions. Yes, she cannot count. I must teach them to count as soon as possible. From her frantic gestures, I surmised they had discovered around 10 rabbits. Lead us to the nearest one. But tell me when we are closer than that large rock, all right? I pointed to a stone larger than myself, approximately 10 meters away. Very well. She took flight, and I followed her as swiftly as I could, though it was challenging to keep up in this forest. After a few minutes of running, she perched on a branch, cawing at a crow, then turned to inform me. Father, it is in that tree hole. Let the crow disturb the rabbit to coax it out. I cannot command it to harass the rabbit. I can only issue the simplest commands to the creatures under my control, such as attack, defend, or follow. However, Bo and Erebus are capable of more complex commands, perhaps due to their avian nature or other reasons unknown to me. She cawed, and the crow flew to the tree hole, beginning to agitate the rabbit. After a brief struggle, the rabbit opted to emerge from the small hollow, and I stood ready with my bow, aiming and releasing an arrow. In the next moment, the arrow struck the rabbit's head. Over the years, I have become quite the archer. I truly appreciate the five-fold skill. Without it, I doubt I could have attained the rank of a second-level druid so swiftly. I believe a gifted spellcaster would require 5 to 10 years to reach my level. Following this, I accompanied Bo to 9 locations, hunting more rabbits. They began to weigh heavily. I deemed 10 rabbits sufficient to showcase my hunting and archery prowess to Roderick. He would surely hear of it after I sold these rabbits in Wintertown, and the sun was beginning to set, with 3 to 4 hours left before twilight. Thus, I resolved to spend some time mastering my spells before returning to Winterfell. I settled on a rock and gathered 10 small stones, calling for Bobo. Would you like to learn to count? What is counting? Well, it is the ability to state how many things there are. For example, there is one Emil, or one bow, but many humans and many crows. She nodded, indicating her understanding. For instance, I have this many stones. How many stones do I have? Can you say it? I showed her 3 stones. Yes, you have 1 stone, 1 stone, 1 stone. You have that many stones. I nearly chuckled. I took about 7 stones and asked, if I have this many stones, will you keep saying stone until you have counted them all? She nodded in agreement. But there is a simpler way. It is called numbers. After that, I demonstrated all the numbers up to 10, but she could only learn to count to 5. As a start, I thought it a commendable number, considering I was teaching a crow to count. She was remarkably patient and obedient. I doubted I would have such fortune teaching our noisy little rascal. A few hours later, I practiced casting the familiar vision spell. This spell can be cast without incantation. All I needed to do was concentrate on the inner connection and follow the line to find the familiar, after which I could fully control them or share their vision. This training proved challenging. I attempted to move while sharing Bo's vision, but after a step or 2, I would stumble. Yet, I made some progress in this training. A year ago, I could not even stand upright. I also experimented with the air bubble spell. I found a small stream in the forest and used the spell. I could also use it outside of water, but it appeared rather absurd, as if I had a gigantic soap bubble over my head and outside of water. It was easily punctured. A mere finger could burst it. However, underwater, it was sturdier and more elastic. To break it, one needed to strike it harder. I was about 6 kilometers from Winterfell, and Erebus should have arrived there several hours ago. Therefore, I used the Summon Beast spell. Summon Beast Erebus. After he was summoned, I checked my magic. I had lost 18 points of magic from this summoning. This confirmed my hypothesis. The farther the distance, the more magic it required to summon them. Thus, at a distance of 20 kilometers, summoning them might demand 60 points of magic. After that, I expended nearly all my magic on training elemental spells, leaving only 10 points for emergencies. I then decided to return to Winterfell. On the journey back, nothing significant occurred, and I arrived in town before sunset, selling my catch. Before returning to my room, I engaged in an hour of sword training, ensuring Roderick would not reproach me for idleness. Teaching the birds to count proved somewhat challenging, but Bo learned quickly. While instructing her, I recalled how we taught children to count with their fingers, so I had her count her claws. Now, she could count to 8. This was a commendable step, but Erebus remained a challenge. He still needed to grasp the concept of counting. Ah, foolish Emil, stones are stones. Claws are claws. Go away, I do not want this counting nonsense. Erebus is the fool, father will count, and I will count. No. Erebus cannot count. Erebus cannot count. It began to chase Bo, but she was faster, and ultimately, he could not catch her. I felt like a kindergarten teacher. Bo, you should not mock Erebus. Though his brain is muscle, you ought not to ridicule your brother. You are the muscle brain. You both are muscle brains. Humph. At least Erebus is not as ugly as Emil. It is like with humans, no two individuals are the same, and neither are two familiars, even if they are of the same kind. It seems Bo is the brain, and Erebus is the muscle in this duo of birds. I tried to teach him to count for a while longer, but I made no progress, so I gave up. Roderick's perspective, this boy always makes me anxious. Why is he so insistent on leaving the city? I do not understand at all. The outside world is far too perilous for a 9-year-old child. Yes. No sane person would take a 9-year-old boy seriously during a robbery, so he would be overlooked. Or if they underestimated his combat capabilities, he could even kill them. Even if he promised to flee at the first sign of danger, I remain apprehensive. Should I send someone to follow him? Even within the castle, my concerns do not cease. I thought Waylon would defeat him and shatter some of his arrogance, but Waylon was defeated so thoroughly that even now, I remain in awe. I hope man does not do anything foolish simply because this boy is a commoner, and the other guards mocking the Frant family's boy does not help. Mand is a proud man. I do not believe he could endure such mockery. Being a guard does not mean we are mere foot soldiers. It signifies that we control at least 100 soldiers, and since Mand is the commander of the fortress outside Winterfell, he commands 200 soldiers. Roderick, my apologies. My lord, I did not hear you enter. I hurriedly rose from my chair, not having heard or realized the door had opened. Why are you lost in thought? I apologize, my lord. I was contemplating our little friend and all he has been doing. What do you mean? The guard's mockery of Mand was rather excessive, my lord. I fear he may act foolishly. Do not fret. I have clearly conveyed to Moran and him what this boy signifies to me. I do not comprehend, my lord. 2 years ago, did you not merely administer a slight punishment to those boys? Indeed, that is true. However, if you wish to avoid inciting the father's lifelong resentment, do not punish his son in front of him unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, you may privately penalize the father for his son's transgressions. This way, they can save face and avoid public humiliation, yet they will remain aware that if they cannot control themselves or their offspring, there will be consequences. I have made it abundantly clear that if they become embroiled in the children's quarrels, they will have only the options of black or iron. I am unaware of these matters, my lord. The reason you do not need to know is precisely that, Roderick. The only reason you need to be informed now is that I require you to enlighten the other attendants, encouraging them to compete with Emil. Thus, we may sharpen each other like twin swords. Should Emil falter, it would indicate we have overestimated him. Conversely, if he prevails against the other attendants, we might lose around 20 potential knights, yet we would gain someone far more precious than their collective worth. I do not understand, my lord. Do you not wish for Emil to maintain cordial relations with the minor nobility? Yes and no. If feasible, I hope he cultivates amicable ties. But for the next generation of knights, it is more crucial that they either respect or, in the worst case, fear him rather than merely befriend him. In Emil's case, I would welcome either fear or respect. But my lord, if the knights all hold him in such high regard or fear him, would that not threaten Lord Rob's authority in the future? It shall not, for in approximately 10 to 15 years, a new vassal will emerge from House Stark. That being House Tracer. He certainly does not aspire to rule. He desires merely to stand at the pinnacle, not out of a craving for authority and power, but to live in peace. I have never witnessed a commoner so enamored with freedom, provided Rob comprehends him and maintains their childhood bond. I believe Emil would not mind serving as the North's greatest shield and sword. I hope you are correct, my lord. He may still possess the innocence of youth. Yet I believe no one can resist the enduring allure of power. Ha ha ha, You underestimate the strength of House Stark far too much. He may possess charm and strength, and some knights may rally to his side, but as long as he stands in opposition to House Stark, he shall lose all support. The lives and deaths of the Northmen are honorable. No northern lord would conspire against their liege. Indeed, the Bolton family might do so, but I do not believe they possess the audacity. Chapter 18. The Ice Pillar Serpent. I have been hunting in the Wolfwood daily for a week, thus earning some pocket change from my captures. I primarily hunt rabbits, as they are more challenging to strike with a bow. I always shoot after startling them, causing them to scatter. This proves beneficial for training. I do not hunt for profit. If I wish to, I could complete all my endeavors within a month using all my smoke bomb materials, yet possessing immense wealth as a commoner would only bring me disadvantage. The rabbits have yielded a few small copper coins to me. In a land notorious for winter hunger, hunting and discarding them is a waste. In addition to hunting, I have made some minor discoveries regarding my Oak Shield spell. This spell cannot be cast upon unwilling creatures. I attempted to cast it upon some of the rabbits I hunted, but to no avail. Initially, I presumed it ineffective because the creatures were deceased. However, it did not work on the living either. Thus, I tried casting it on my familiars, and it proved effective with them. They were enveloped in bark-like armor, akin to my own arm, as they are smaller than I am. This armor covered a significant portion of their bodies, while it shielded their entire torso. I was reluctant to use them as experimental subjects. Afterward, I thought this spell was only effective on myself and my familiars. But when I commanded them to reject my magic, it still did not work upon casting. I then realized that the target creature must willingly accept this enhancement for it to take effect. Now, I know I can control a rabbit. Thus, it will accept my enhancement, and indeed it did. After casting, the armor enveloped the rabbit's torso and head. I raised my sword and struck down with all my might. The ensuing scene was not pleasant. The armor functioned, but I cannot say the same for the rabbit's legs. Its legs were crushed, yet its head and torso remained intact. The armor bore a significant dent. I surmised my sword had penetrated halfway through it, yet it still lived. I ended its suffering and discovered a new fact. When a creature dies, the armor dissipates. I dissected it, examining its spine and innards. None appeared damaged. From this, I concluded it could also withstand blunt force. However, it did not protect the legs, as they were not supported by the spell. I must exercise caution while enduring blows to avoid being crushed. Another observation I made, although discovery is not the correct term, was the sighting of a beast that does not exist on Earth. It is called the Ice Pillar Serpent. This is an indigenous snake of the North, and though it is a snake, it does not hibernate in winter. It remains active even during the cold season. This serpent even changes its color according to the season. In summer, as it is now, its hue is a light brown and deep brown, resembling tree bark. Thus, when it is in the trees, it appears as a branch. In winter, it turns white, blending seamlessly with the surrounding snow. It is predominantly white, for in the north, winter prevails almost perpetually. It is named the Ice Pillar due to its method of hunting. Being a venomous snake, it is an ambush predator. It climbs trees and hangs from branches. When it rests on snow-covered branches, it resembles an icicle. It waits for prey to pass beneath and then drops down to seize it. Due to the effect of its venom, the prey succumbs within approximately a minute. While climbing trees, I nearly captured one, seeking a better vantage point. Had it not been for Bo's warning, I would have seized it and been bitten. Thanks to Bo's alert, I spotted it and cast Oak Shield before being bitten. Had I been bitten, it could have been fatal, as no antidote exists. Thus, I resolved to bond with this specimen. Possessing a venomous creature as a familiar could prove advantageous. Once it became ensnared in my arm, capturing it was not arduous. I placed it in a small pouch and returned to my chamber. Locking the door's latch, I released the serpent from the pouch. For a moment, it appeared disoriented. But upon seeing me, it began to coil. I surmised it was preparing to attack. Like most snakes, its movements were slow, yet as an ambush predator, its strikes were incredibly swift. The serpent writhed in place but could not escape. I approached it, grasping it by the head and tail. It continued to struggle against my grip, but I was strong enough to hold it without difficulty. Sitting on the ground, I began to channel my magic into the serpent, attempting to initiate the binding process, yet it resisted fiercely. Because it was not a juvenile but an adult creature, establishing the connection proved exceptionally challenging. It fought me the entire way. After approximately an hour, however, the connection was established, and it bonded with me, yet this binding nearly exhausted all of my magical energy. I expended roughly 50 points of magic. I have made progress in binding, yet the expenditure of magical energy and time has also increased. I am aware that I have not erred in the binding process. I possess patience, courage, and tenacity, yet it still demands more magical energy and time. I surmise this is due to the fact that it is an adult creature rather than a juvenile. Hence, binding with a young beast is considerably easier. Once the connection is established, I can sense it, akin to how I previously sensed both Wave and Erebus. However, rather than a dialogue, it feels more primal. I believe this is because the snake lacks the intelligence of a raven, and I never presumed that Wave and Erebus could articulate thoughts before our binding. Even before I ascended to the rank of a second-level druid, they exhibited far greater intelligence than other ravens. My hypothesis is that ravens are inherently intelligent beings, capable of conveying fundamental messages amongst themselves. Consequently, Wave and Erebus could not distinguish between the cawing of a raven and conscious speech. If my supposition holds true, then over time, this snake should learn to speak and become more astute, or perhaps, due to the magical essence, when I attain the second level. The magical energy in the training space will become akin to that of the sacred woodlands, thus rendering my visits there unnecessary. What is your name? I inquired. The snake raised its head, drawing close to my arm, and began to coil around it, gradually slithering up towards my neck, effectively transforming into a necklace upon me. Are you male or female? The thoughts of the snake began to permeate my mind. It is male. I shall call you Am. The moment I named it, I felt the magical energy in the air begin to swirl around it and flow into M's being. I did not experience this sensation when I named Wave and Erebus. Surely, my advancement to a second-level druid is a contributing factor. Consequently, I have become more adept at controlling and sensing magical energy. This must be why I can feel it now. Thus, this is how they learn to gather magical energy. When I bestow names upon them, it is as if a dam has broken, and they begin to collect magical energy autonomously. However, from my conversations with the ravens, I learned that when they touch me while I replenish magical energy, the collection becomes significantly easier. Much like the binding with the ravens, I can sense that I have acquired a new boon. Even with my eyes closed, I can perceive heat. Is this the sensation of the snake's thermal perception? It differs from the predatory vision depicted in films. It is far more chaotic. I can discern Erebus and Wave behind me, sensing them as sources of heat. Yet I cannot ascertain their precise shapes. It resembles a mass of warmth, but as I turn my head, it becomes clearer, akin to gazing at a very low-resolution screen, and I can identify them as birds. A thought crossed my mind, and I immediately established a connection with Wave, then began to observe my face, wondering if I possessed the same indentations as the snake. This brought me relief. I do not have the same sensory indentations as the snake. Thus it is entirely a magical boon. Navigating with this sensation while my eyes are open feels somewhat peculiar. It will require time to fully acclimate. Yet I am eager to utilize this ability for hunting, and the fortunate aspect is that activating or deactivating this sensation does not deplete my magical energy. Once I exhausted my magical energy, I retired for the night. After 5 hours of slumber, I awoke to the sun having risen. Today, I did not wish to venture immediately to the wolf forest. I desired to train alongside the other attendants during the morning session. Thus, I prepared myself and made my way to the castle's kitchen, breaking my fast while conversing with Briss. She is a commendable woman. I hope she can rebuild her family. It is truly unfortunate that she remains solitary in this harsh world. I occasionally engage her in conversation to alleviate her loneliness, yet since her husband's passing, she has shut herself off, refusing to interact with other men. I believe he has been gone for 4 years, yet it appears she still mourns him. Sometimes I observe her gazing at a wooden whistle carved in the shape of a bird. It was the last gift he bestowed upon her before departing for war, never to return. I wish for her to find happiness once more. How are you today, Empress? I inquired. She regarded me with a look of affection and replied, Oh, I am well, dear. How has your training progressed? Are the noble children treating you kindly? Fairly well. I remain indifferent to their opinions or actions. As long as they do not obstruct my path, I have no issues with them. She glanced around nervously before sitting beside me. Dear, you ought not to say such things. Within the castle, the walls have ears. Lord Stark may currently favor you, but as a commoner, you must never truly trust the nobility. To them, we are expendable. Make no mistake, Lord Stark is among the most honorable and trustworthy individuals I have encountered. Yet he is still a noble. He would not hesitate to sacrifice you for the greater good of his ambitions. Today he may cherish you, but should you compel him to act, tomorrow he could discard you to maintain his equilibrium. Her words resonated with wisdom. The nobility seldom considers the sacrifices of commoners, preoccupied solely with their own interests, as evidenced by their wars. Lord Stark is no exception in this regard. How many commoners perish in each battle? Is there a song composed in their honor? None. Yet if a noble falls on the battlefield, or a noble family is slaughtered, it becomes the stuff of epic tales. I can empathize with her grief over the loss of her husband, a consequence of the nobility's conflicts. If one must serve the nobility, it is best to align oneself with the Stark family, yet do not invest your entire self. Aunt Briss's mind is as sharp as a steel trap. Had she been born in a modern era, I would wager she could become a prominent figure. After conversing with her for a while, I rose and made my way to the training grounds. Upon my arrival, I found myself met with hostile glares, as though I were prey entering a hunting ground. I was paired against a 14-year-old attendant, brimming with aggression, as if harboring a personal vendetta against me. We commenced our sparring, but I had no intention of employing my enhancement effects, as he was only marginally superior to my base attributes and slightly swifter. Should I utilize my enhancements? He would pose no challenge. He charged at me immediately. It was a swift yet controlled strike. His movements were deliberate, not reckless, as he initiated a downward slash. I anticipated it and prepared to deflect his sword aside, yet as his blade glided past me, he relinquished it, attempting to tackle me to the ground. I was unprepared for this maneuver, yet he was not the first to attempt to bring the 9-year-old me down. He sought to turn this into a brawl, and I acquiesced. I too released my sword, targeting his left arm. I harnessed his forward momentum and sent him crashing to the ground. Today, I felt somewhat different. Had this occurred yesterday, I would have believed it impossible to execute so swiftly. It was as if I possessed enhanced dynamic vision and reflexes. Do you have a problem, mate? I taunted. You are our problem, perfect sir. Following him, I engaged in combat with 3 more individuals aged between 13 and 15, defeating them all. Yet they were as aggressive as the first. To triumph over the 15-year-old, I had to sacrifice flesh for bone. I had to block one of his strikes with my right arm to land a hit on his chest. Tomorrow, my right arm will surely bear the marks of bruises. Chapter 19. Refinement. As I was about to exit the training grounds, Waylon obstructed my path. I requested another bout. Like the other attendants, Waylon appeared equally aggressive. However, Waylon is distinctly different from the other attendants. He is undoubtedly agitated, yet his ire does not mirror that of the others who are eager for a confrontation with me. He wishes to engage in a sparring match to best me, but he lacks their impatience. Today, I have sustained an injury to my arm. Perhaps we shall discuss this another day. He glanced at my arm, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and remarked, I do not wish for you to have an excuse for defeat at my hands. Let us reconvene next week. Heal your arm, and confront me with your full strength. I care not for what Sir Roderick has to say. You are no match for me. What do you mean? What did Sir Roderick say? He cast another glance my way before turning to depart without offering an explanation. I had intended to leave, but I felt compelled to understand what transpired. I sought out an attendant with whom I shared a cordial rapport, and despite his slight negativity towards me, he elucidated the situation. Subsequently, I approached Sir Roderick. He was with a group of knights engaged in practice. To me, they appeared as formidable beasts. There were approximately 12 of them, and on occasion, I would observe their sparring. While I could keep pace with their warm-up, I faltered when they commenced earnest combat. But now, things are different. I can discern their movements clearly. My dynamic vision has surely improved. Yet, I still cannot match their speed. From their actions, I estimate their velocity to be around 6 to 8 points. As for their strength, I cannot ascertain, as I have never practiced with any of them before. But I can venture an educated guess. I surmise their strength to be approximately 6 to 7 points. When exerting my utmost, I possess only 39 points of strength and 41 points of speed. I approached the training area and inquired, Sir Roderick, may I have a word with you? He halted his observation of the sparring knights, turned to me, and replied, Speak. Might we converse privately, my lord? He turned and said, Follow me. Upon entering his chamber, he proceeded to his desk and took a seat. State your purpose, he urged. My lord, why do you incite the other attendants against me? He chuckled. When have I ever done such a thing? I merely increased their training duration and added a modicum of difficulty. Indeed, while doing this, you also criticized them for being vastly inferior to me, asserting that I would not break a sweat even during such minor training. Did I speak falsely? Do you sweat while performing the training they undertake? Are they not inferior to you in talent? I had no retort. To me, their form of training had lost all significance since last year. My lord, may I speak candidly? Very well. Lord Stark and you both wish to utilize the attendants to hone my skills. I am not a sword to be wielded at will. I dislike being manipulated incessantly. His smile faded, and his demeanor grew more serious. I expected you to exhibit greater maturity, yet it seems you remain ensnared by your childishness. Or perhaps your talent has clouded your judgment, child. Just because the Lord has relaxed his standards for you due to your talent does not elevate you above others. You must also obey Lord Stark's commands. If he desires to forge you into a being of steel, he shall do so. You do not even comprehend the heights of his expectations for you. Now, go about your business. It is the Duke's prerogative to grant you the liberty to utilize your free time as you see fit, but never return to me to lament your feelings. Nor act like a child. He wishes for you to become a leader among future knights, so comport yourself as a leader. I felt chastened by his words, and they held some merit. Were I in the Lord's position, I would undertake similar actions, and I too must relinquish the modern notions that cloud my mind. I am not free to pursue my desires. Others can arbitrarily seize my possessions, even my freedom. Of course, if they press too hard, I could flee and become an outlaw. I now understand why Lord Stark grants me such freedom. He does not wish for me to escape, but rather to remain in the north. I was short-sighted. I beg your pardon, my lord. I was unaware of the vastness of your plans for my future. I should bow my head and comply with their wishes, yet if they believe me to be a blade they can wield at will, they are gravely mistaken. I believe Aunt Breeze is correct. One should never offer their full strength to the nobility. I exited his chamber and returned to my own, preparing to venture to the wolf's wood. However, first, I must apply some ointment to my bruised arm. I concocted a swelling-reducing salve from herbs, primarily composed of calendula and the blood of the old gods. As the name suggests, the latter is unique to this world. It is a large, blood-red flower that only flourishes near the weeping willow. From the information I gathered, this is the herb used to create swelling ointment, but when combined with calendula, it transforms into an orange salve, enhancing its efficacy by at least threefold. An ointment made solely from the blood of the old gods can heal a significant bruise within a week, whereas this salve can achieve the same within 2 days. My arm is injured more severely than I had anticipated. The pain crashes against me like waves upon the shore. The hue of the bruise has deepened to a rich purple at its center, surrounded by redness and swelling. I began to suspect that the source of this pain might be a hairline fracture. I truly despise that I lack any healing spells. Were I endowed with such magic, I would not have to labor over herbs. Everything would be far easier. Fortunately, my extensive knowledge of herbal remedies serves me well. Otherwise, I would be reliant on Bachelor Reuven. Today, I must find a means to alleviate the bruise and pain. If the pain persists tomorrow, it will indicate a fracture. For the bruise, my orange salve will suffice. For the intense pain, I require a remedy made from white willow bark, frankincense, ginger, and honey. Frankincense is rare, growing only in the southern regions of Essos. I should refrain from using this arm today. Just to be safe, I ought to avoid exerting it. Yet, I long to visit the Wolf's Wood. What should I do? For safety's sake, I might remain in the castle today, playing with the Stark children and taking a respite. After some searching, I finally located the Stark boys by the dog kennel. They were all there. Even Bran had come. Time flies. It feels as though he was just born yesterday, and today he is a 2-year-old boy, climbing over the dog kennel's fence like a monkey. Rob and John, with the owner's assistance, were attempting to teach the dogs new tricks, but I could not say they were particularly successful. The dogs did not heed Rob and John's commands. They ran about, jumping over one another. Meanwhile, Sansa sat regally to the side, observing them while instructing Arya on how she ought to behave. As always, little Arya disregarded Sansa's advice, pursuing her own desires. Arya has become increasingly mischievous, yet I can never grow angry with her. Now she is attempting to ride a large dog that resembles a horse. Upon seeing me, she began waving and calling out, "Emil, come quickly. Look. I have become a dog knight." Her eyes sparkled with joy, but on the other side of the kennel, Sansa wore an expression of anger. "Arya Stark, get down this instant, or I shall tell Mother what you are doing." At the mention of their mother's name, Arya's previously joyful visage transformed. Just as I was about to speak, Rob called out to me, "Emil, come see. We have taught this dog to shake hands." Upon witnessing the dog extend its paw, both of them looked at me with beseeching eyes for praise. Yielding to their silent request, I exclaimed, "Wow, teaching a dog to do this must be quite challenging." I could see their pride in this accomplishment. Robert, with a sense of pride, remarked, "I bet you can't teach a dog to do this as quickly as we did." His words were a provocation, and I accepted the challenge. Approaching the kennel master, I asked, "Could you spare me some dog treats?" He retrieved several pieces of what appeared to be dried meat from a pouch at his waist and handed them to me. I then knelt before the very dog they had attempted to train unsuccessfully, beginning to stroke it. The moment I touched it, it trembled and whined. As it sensed my authority, I feigned an air of training, aware that issuing direct commands would seem dubious, yet it began to obey my directions immediately. I encouraged the dog, "Roll over. That's it. Good dog," while rewarding it with treats each time it completed a roll. Following this, I made a swooping sound, pretending to shoot it with a bow, and commanded, "Play dead," gently pushing it to lie still on the ground. At that moment, Robert, John, and the kennel master stared at me in wide-eyed astonishment. When I returned to their side, they remained speechless. I proceeded to teach the dog 2 additional tricks that I believed to be relatively simple, as I knew how difficult it was to teach a dog to shake hands. Upon concluding this, Robert squinted at me, then leaped onto me. He pinned me down, grasping my shoulders, and exclaimed, "Why are you so good at everything? I hate you." In that instant, I lost my balance, and we both tumbled to the ground. Expecting him to cry from the fall, I was instead met with laughter, and soon I joined in. At that moment, a surge of aggression welled up within me. A second later, I realized what it was and shouted, "No? Emu, stop." Chapter 20. Ice Serpent Emu nearly bit Robert. Had I delayed a second longer in commanding it to stop, or if it had disregarded my command, Robert might have met a tragic fate. It extended from the collar of my shirt, halting mere centimeters from Robert's arm. I hastily grasped it and attempted to tuck it back inside, but it was too late. Robert had already seen it. His eyes widened in terror as he screamed. Ice Serpent. All attention abruptly focused on us. Even those at a distance began to gather or glance our way. "Calm down, Robert. Emu won't harm anyone unless provoked." "Who is Emu?" "It is the name of my ice serpent." "Do you have suicidal tendencies? Why would you keep such a dangerous creature and conceal a venomous beast in your shirt? You must have suicidal thoughts." "Do not worry. It is docile. As long as I treat it well, it will remain loyal to me. You should not keep temperamental and aggressive creatures, such as venomous snakes, as pets. They are unpredictable. After Robert's statement, the kennel master approached us, saying, "The little adult is correct. You should not keep venomous animals, if you must. They should be kept in secure containers to prevent escape." "Ah, Emu, you've caused quite a scene. I know it didn't intend for this. It merely wanted to protect me." Likely mistaking Robert for an aggressor. "Allow me to prove it. Emu is not that kind of creature." Upon saying this, I reached for the collar of my shirt, instructing Emu to emerge. It slowly slithered out, coiling around my arm. All eyes were wide, some gasping at the sight. You must understand, in the north, a single bite from it is almost a death sentence. "Emu, now climb to the top of my head and wait there." Upon command, it traversed from my hand to my shoulder, then wrapped around my head, ultimately resting atop it. Except for Bran and Arya, whose faces displayed genuine wonder and awe. Everyone else wore expressions of fear. After acclimating to the creature, yet maintaining a safe distance, Robert inquired, "How did you do that?" "I did nothing. I merely trained it to follow commands and perform tricks." Of course, this was a falsehood, but I had no desire to reveal my true nature. At that moment, Roderick pushed through the crowd to us. "What is happening here?" After being informed of the situation, he noticed the serpent on my head and leaped back in alarm, exclaiming, "For the old god's sake, are you trying to give people heart attacks?" He observed the serpent from a distance, then asked, "Child, have you ever dreamed of becoming a crow or a snake?" "Ah, our Roderick possesses a keen mind that belies his appearance." "No, my lord. I have never had such dreams." "Then have you ever made an animal obey you instantly?" "Certainly not. They are unruly and aggressive until I train them. Only after training do they begin to heed my commands. Even then, it is only simple tricks and commands." I could see disbelief in Roderick's gaze. Yet he refrained from further questioning. Just then, the kennel master asked, "How can one tame a serpent? How did you achieve this?" "It is arduous. I spent 3 years raising it from an egg, training it until it matured into an adult serpent. Naturally, I cannot divulge my methods. Such knowledge may prove useful in the future." Upon hearing this, the kennel master's expression darkened, but he remained silent, respecting Roderick's presence. Meanwhile, Arya and Bran cautiously approached me. I grasped her hand as she attempted to reach over the fence, trying to touch my head. "Arya, do not attempt to touch the serpent. Though Emu is tame and poses no threat to me, it will certainly bite anyone else who tries to touch it. Do you understand? Do not attempt to touch the serpent." Robert seized Arya's arm, pulling her aside as he began to reprimand her for her earlier actions. Eddard Stark's perspective. I was occupied with my daily inspections when I heard a commotion emanating from the kennel. As I was about to approach, I noticed Roderick walking towards me. "My lord, if you have a moment, I wish to discuss something privately. Can we not converse while I conduct my inspections?" "Is this matter of such importance?" "I believe it is, my lord." "Very well, let us retire to my study." Upon entering my study, Roderick closed the door and explained what had transpired. As I listened, my eyes widened in astonishment. How could a serpent be tamed to such an extent? It seemed impossible. Thus I found it hard to believe his words. "My lord, I believe that boy is a warg." "Do not speak as though you were an old crone, Roderick." "My lord, I witnessed it with my own eyes." "What did you see?" "A warg, my lord, before I became the commander of Winterfell. When I was but a young knight, I longed to see the wall. On one occasion, I even patrolled with the Night's Watch, only to be ambushed by wildlings. We successfully thwarted the ambush, but while pursuing one wildling attempting to flee, I cornered him. His eyes turned completely white, and a wolf leapt from the brush towards me. After a fierce struggle, I managed to plunge my knife into the wolf's belly, yet at the same moment, the wildling grasped his own belly and began to scream. I was on the verge of ending his life when his eyes turned white once more. This time, an eagle began to attack me, leaving a scar upon my cheek. Why had you never shared this story with me before? Frankly, I was terrified, my lord. What do you mean? What are you afraid of? I fear the boundary between reality and illusion, my lord. I do not wish to question whether the wolf spirit is real, for if it is, then what else might also be true? After Roderick's departure, the others gradually lost their fear and curiosity towards Im, returning to their own affairs. Rob's reprimands seemed to have dissipated. Arya and Bran began to exhibit their lively spirits once again. I placed him inside my shirt, and together with the Stark children, I continued to play with the dogs. However, one particular puppy caught my attention. This puppy appeared frail and weak. Noticing my gaze, Arya approached and looked at it as well. "Emil, what is wrong with this puppy?" "I do not know, Arya. It seems unwell." As Arya and I spoke, the kennel master approached us. "This puppy was born sick. Its mother abandoned it to care for the healthier pups. We expect it will perish soon." Arya's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as she spoke with a quavering voice. "Emil, we must save it. It looks so pitiful. Please, let us help it." "I do not know if it can be saved." "Why not? Did you not claim to be knowledgeable in medicine and herbs? Use your knowledge to save it." "Very well. I shall attempt to heal it, but I make no guarantees. It is gravely ill and may very well die by tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the others, I returned to my room with the puppy. I felt that treating it with herbs would be futile. At least the herbs I had at hand would be ineffective. Perhaps, with more potent herbs, it might have been helpful. Another option would be magic, yet I possessed no spells for healing at that moment. I contemplated another method related to magic, one I had never tested. This method had come to mind when I named him, witnessing the magic enter his body. After I named my familiar, they were able to gather magical energy. I wondered if ordinary animals could also accumulate magic within them without becoming my familiars. Bo, Erebus, come to my room. I have something to discuss with you. Moments later, they entered through my window. As I gathered some magical energy in my hands, I asked, "You know what this is, do you not?" "Yes, father, it is the magic wind." "Have you forgotten its name, foolish Emil?" "It is not called the magic wind. You foolish bird. It is called magic. You are the foolish one. Your whole family is foolish. You do not even know what the magic wind is called. It is futile to converse with such a muscle-bound brain." I decided to ignore him. Taking a deep breath, I continued, "How do you gather magic? Can you enlighten me?" "Magic wind. Erebus, if you open that big mouth of yours again, I shall pluck every feather from your body." "I knew it. You are jealous of my beautiful feathers. You cannot have them. They are mine, silly Emil, ugly featherless Emil. You will never be as handsome as I am." My face began to twitch violently, feeling akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. I employed all my strength to render him immobile, and he resembled a statue lying upon the table. At last, silence reigned. I turned to Bo and said, "Let us continue our discussion. Father said that during training, magic flows to the heart. What? Could that possibly be true? Is she referring to the meaning I think? No. It cannot be true. Bo, come here." I raised my arm to let her perch upon it. As she settled on my arm, I placed my hand upon her chest, attempting to sense her magic. To my astonishment, she indeed possessed magic within her heart. Although small, it was undeniably there. She was essentially creating a magical heart. Was Erebus the same? The spell was fading, and he began to thaw. "Erebus, how did you gather it?" "Gather what?" Veins bulging on his forehead. "I am asking how you gather magic." "Foolish Emil, why would I gather magic? I do not like magic at all." "Patience, Emil, patience. It may be somewhat clever, but after all, it is still a bird." "My exceedingly clever Erebus, what were we just discussing?" "We were discussing the magic wind." Then foolish Emil began to talk about magic. "Enough. I shall pluck every feather from your body. You wretched crow, if you know what we are discussing, then why do you not tell me how you gather magic? Come here, and I shall see for myself." "I will not come near." "Do you think I am as foolish as you? You just said you would pluck my beautiful feathers away." "Ugly Emil, you are simply jealous, are you not?" Taking a deep breath, I resolved not to let his foolish antics affect me. Sometimes I pondered if he was smarter than Bo, yet he relished tormenting me, raising my blood pressure. "Come here, do not worry, I shall not harm you. I merely wish to smother you with love." I finally persuaded him to approach. And as I examined his magic, I discovered he had not concentrated it in one location. His magic was dispersed throughout his body, indicating that it enveloped every part of him, including his muscles, bones, blood, and skin. This was akin to what I wished to do for the puppy. I needed to nourish its entire being. I sensed that nourishing only a portion would be ineffective. The question remained whether this approach would work, as the magic would reluctantly enter its body under my control, unlike my familiars. Cradling the puppy in my arms, I stroked its head while speaking to it. "If this method proves ineffective, you will perish in a few days, so please forgive me for what I am about to do. But it is the only means to save you." I opened its jaw and inserted a rolled cloth to prevent it from biting down too hard, risking injury to its teeth. Slowly, I began to gather the ambient magical energy, allowing it to swirl around me. This way, once I commenced using the magic, I would not need to focus excessively on moving it. Chapter 21. Healing magic. I was prepared to begin utilizing the magic when I suddenly realized this poor creature did not even have a name. It might die from this experiment, and I was curious about the implications of naming an animal that was not my familiar. Thus, I decided to bestow a name upon this little one. Lifting it with both hands and turning its face towards me, I began to observe it closely. It was emaciated, lacking the strength to even open its eyes. Many cultures on Earth believe names hold power, and thus people strive to assign strong names to those and things they admire or wish to possess certain qualities. So, I shall do the same for you. Let me think. From this moment forth, your name shall be Belus. The moment I named it, the magic surrounding the puppy began to ripple. Though it did not enter its body as it had with him, the movement of magic resembled a stone cast into water. The waves of magic surged forward. Yet after a few seconds, they halted. This experiment raised more questions than it answered. Was the magic activated because of me, or was it the same for everyone? Another question lingered. Did naming a being casually make any difference? A myriad of questions flooded my mind, yet now was neither the time nor place for contemplation. The puppy's condition was growing dire. I cradled it once more, gently stroking its neck. I concentrated all my attention, deliberately channeling my magical essence into its frail body. Yet, the moment my magic made contact, I felt its entire form contract. I could not cease. I understood the immense agony it would cause. Yet it was imperative that I proceeded. The magic first flowed into my own being, and as I slowed my pace and gained control, I guided it with my hands toward the puppy's body. It began to tremble uncontrollably and scream, but gradually, its cries transformed into low whimpers. After several minutes of pushing my magic into its body, I observed a troubling phenomenon. The magic entered, yet its body failed to absorb it. It appeared that its form was repelling the magic. I could not allow this to persist. If I continued to feed it more magic under these conditions, its body would inevitably collapse. What else could I do? At that moment, I recalled the cauterizing spell, not a precise healing incantation. It sears wounds with intense heat rather than mending them. However, it must share some fundamental similarities with healing spells. When I invoked this incantation, the magic entering its body would acquire attributes of fire, though not in a traditional sense. A fire spell penetrating the body would attempt to incinerate everything in its path until its energy dissipated. Conversely, this spell would not consume everything but would linger on the surface, forming a protective membrane. Thus, I needed to harness the intent behind the membrane formation, not to create a barrier, but to nourish and fortify the body. Let us attempt this. I focused intently on the magic set to emanate from my hands, beginning to repeat my intent. This time, I had to draw upon my own magic rather than the ambient energy, as I could not cast the spell with surrounding magic. Nourish and strengthen the body. Nourish and strengthen the body. Nourish and strengthen the body. The incantation lingered on my tongue, just out of reach. My magic flowed like water. Yet the puppy's body could no longer endure. I compelled myself forward, as if I had forcefully drawn back a curtain within my mind. Suddenly, it emerged. Clear as a mirror. I gathered the remnants of my magic, and with all my being, I vocalized, nourish and strengthen the body. My hands began to emit a verdant glow, a warm sensation enveloping us. Varys' whimpers ceased, and he began to breathe with ease. I exhaled deeply. And at that moment, a warm liquid trickled from my nose and ears. I placed one hand on my nose and the other on my ears to ascertain the cause. Oh heavens! Blood! Blood streamed from my nose and ears, and an overwhelming wave of weakness washed over me. Then, I fainted. Something damp continually pressed against my forehead. It was an uncomfortable sensation. I yearned to sleep a little longer, but I suddenly awoke and sprang to my feet. I had nearly perished. I had almost sacrificed my life to heal a wretched dog. I would never again attempt to conjure a new spell. From this moment onward, I would solely practice and seek to understand magic. I had been too arrogant, too reckless. This experience had taught me that magic is not a toy. It is a volatile bomb. Yet, simultaneously, I could not help but feel a swell of pride. I had successfully devised a healing spell. Verification, nourish and strengthen the body. It would elevate the body's innate healing capacity to its zenith, though it could not affect immediate recovery. It could mend minor flesh wounds or timely bolster the body's immune system. A third-tier spell consuming 60 points of magic. This was the reason I had nearly perished while casting a third-tier spell, despite only being a second-tier practitioner. Father, are you feeling better now? Yes, Bo, I am fine. How long was I unconscious? A significant headache plagued me, but apart from that, all seemed well. I had drifted into slumber yesterday at noon and awakened today. Had I truly slept an entire day? I felt this was a modest price to pay for what had transpired. I began to survey my surroundings and spotted Varys. He remained in the same spot where he had lain before my unconsciousness, beside a small damp cloth. What is this, Bo? I showed her the cloth. When others faint like father, I have seen a cloth placed upon their foreheads, so I took one, hoping it would awaken him. I couldn't help but laugh as I started to dab at her beak. 2 days had elapsed since I endeavored to heal the puppy. Yet I continued to bear the consequences of my arrogance. It appeared that I had not sustained any permanent physical harm. Initially, on the first day, I could scarcely lift my arms, but 2 days later, I was once again able to walk. The unfortunate news was that even after 2 days of rest and meditation, I still could not accumulate magic at my usual pace. Typically, I could replenish my magic within 5 to 6 hours, yet now, despite the passage of 2 days, I had only managed to gather 25 points of magic. My magical accumulation had shown slight improvement, as I had only managed to gather 10 points on the first day and 15 on the second. I should never again take such risks. From now on, I must contemplate 1,000 times before acting during my experiments. Varys seemed to improve each day. He could now open his eyes, and today, when I brought him food and water, he had the strength to eat. Considering the time I had been unconscious post-spell, it had been 3 days. It was reasonable for him to begin his recovery. However, I felt he remained in peril, though his body was growing stronger. I should cast the healing spell once more to ensure his complete recovery. This healing spell was not truly capable of curing ailments. Varys still trembled, and his temperature was noticeably higher than that of other puppies. This indicated that his body was still battling something. The spell's description explicitly stated that it was intended to nourish the body and enhance the immune system. Thus, it was likely he required another dose of fortification. 3 days later, I had fully recuperated after nearly a week. This morning, I awoke to find my magical capacity restored, albeit with a slight difference. My magic reservoir had increased by 10 points, and my maximum capacity now stood at 75 points. Realizing my recovery, I engaged in 1 to 2 hours of physical training to alleviate my body's stiffness. Then I ventured to the sparring area, where I found the onlookers glaring more fiercely than before. Roderick had evidently not been idle during this time, praising me while mercilessly whipping the attendants with even more grueling training. I could almost feel their fists hurling toward me. Contemplating this, I decided to forego sparring today. In 2 days, I was to duel Waylon. During this time, I wished to avoid injury. I resolved to undertake some fitness training rather than more strenuous physical activities. And I also needed to cast a healing spell on Barris. After training for another 1 to 2 hours, I returned to my room. I was utterly exhausted, planning to rest for 4 to 5 hours post-spell casting. If my magic accumulation returned to normal, I should awaken to find my magic fully restored. Upon checking on Barris, he opened his eyes to glance at me, yet he seemed eager to return to slumber. Over the past 6 days, Barris's vitality appeared to diminish. Yet the color of the short fur covering his body seemed to improve, and his fever was subsiding. I slowly extended my hand toward him, gently placing it on his chest. Nourish and strengthen the body. My hand emitted a verdant glow, reminiscent of the last time, enveloping me in a warm sensation. However, unlike before, I did not immediately succumb to overwhelming weakness. The sole side effect I could attribute to this experience was the fluidity of my magical energy, which flowed like water. This spell consumed a substantial 60 points of my magic. I discerned that this healing incantation was more comprehensible than the fire elemental spell. Perhaps because healing aligns more closely with the essence of a druid than the destructive nature of fire. I surmised this since I had successfully elevated spherical spells to level 2 across almost all elements, yet I had made no progress with the fireball incantation. It is no longer appropriate to refer to level 2 spells as spherical. The earth and ice spells have now been categorized as fragment spells. Particularly, earth magic proved to be extraordinarily lethal. As I anticipated, ice magic also held its own merit. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Ice may be more fragile, yet it is less costly than earth fragment magic, requiring merely 10 points of magic, while the earth fragment spells are more robust, but demand 15 points. I need not concern myself with adding a rotation. Once I cast these 2 spells, they naturally rotate. The situation is somewhat similar with the lightning and wind elements. I can now utilize them at a distance, but their efficacy diminishes significantly, rendering them nearly a waste of magical energy. Consequently, I resolved to transform them into melee touch spells, perhaps due to the lack of magical expenditure to guide them from afar or their proximity. These spells are considerably less expensive, requiring only 5 points of magic each. Finally, I evolved my water sphere spell into a water jet. Admittedly, it lacks the strength to sever metal and struggles even to penetrate high-quality leather armor, yet I perceive its potential. Following the creation of a water sphere, developing this spell became the simplest endeavor. I encased and compressed it with all my magical energy. Once it could no longer be compressed, I fashioned a small opening in the outer layer of the spell in the direction I wished to direct it, and, aided by the pressure, the water burst forth, slicing through the air like a blade. When I directed this spell at a large tree, it failed to sever it but shattered the bark, leaving a significant gash. I can assert that my foray into healing magic stemmed from my hubris, and my ability to develop these spells a fortnight ago was largely due to this arrogance. A heavy sigh escaped me. All this training had exacted its toll, and now, I yearned for slumber, eager to see if my magical energy would be replenished by morning. Chapter 22. A duel. Once more upon waking in the morning, I felt invigorated, entirely restored, with no trace of magical depletion. My magical energy brimmed, and my body was suffused with vitality. A deep sigh of relief escaped me. It was truly delightful to once again possess a healthy body. I rose from my bed and checked on Belis. I could discern a remarkable difference from a week prior to now. Its fur was no longer matted and shedding. It had almost regained its color and form. Though it remained gaunt, its appetite was robust. I was uncertain what virus or bacteria it had battled. Yet I hoped it was something surmountable by its immune system. Administering a healing spell weekly appeared sufficient, upon casting it a second time. I could now feel traces of magic within its body and observe that the spell still held effect. Presently, aside from speculation, I lacked understanding of why this was the case, but the near-death experience had enhanced my magical capacity and physical form. I currently possessed 75 points of magic, 34 points of strength, and 36 points of speed. With the addition of beneficial effects, I could elevate my strength and speed to 42 and 44 points, respectively. If I were to propose a hypothesis, it would be that when I was a level 2 druid attempting to cast a level 3 spell, An excess of magical energy entered my body, beyond what I could control, nearly leading to my demise. However, having survived, this surplus of magic catalyzed the growth of both my physical body and magical capacity. I understood all too well that this was merely a stroke of luck. Such a method was not viable for training, as it entailed a gamble between life and death each time. Should I attempt to train in this manner? The odds of death far outweighed those of survival. The day of my duel with Wayland approached. I felt confident in my ability to best him once more, as I had grown stronger since our last encounter, though I harbored some doubts regarding his physical prowess. In our previous skirmish, his peak attributes were 35 in strength and 33 in speed, yet such certifications were not infallible. I sensed that he had not truly unleashed his full potential in our last battle. Indeed, he did not underestimate me, but that did not imply he had exerted all of his strength. Thus, I resolved to arm myself with my sword, dagger, and throwing knives. Just as I secured my belongings to my belt and prepared to exit, I heard a familiar voice echoing down the corridor. Upon opening the door, I was met with all the Stark children before me, with Rob raising his hand in greeting. Hello, Arya and Bran are quite curious about the puppy, so we wanted to come see. They have been curious for several days now. Arya pushed past Rob, approaching me with a mix of curiosity and anxiety as she asked, Emil, how is the puppy? Is it feeling better now? It won't have any issues, right? Whoa, slow down, Arya. You just asked 1,001 questions in a heartbeat. Take a breath. I patted her shoulder to calm her and continued. Let us address your questions one by one. The puppy is much improved compared to a week ago. I can say it is starting to recover, but it is still unwell. We do not know if it will conquer this illness. Only time will tell, but I have done my utmost. Hearing that the puppy was improving brought joy to Arya and Bran, yet the possibility of it still being sick rendered them somewhat anxious and disheartened. Noticing their dismay, I quickly added, it is doing much better now. Today it even got up to walk around a bit. Would you like to come in and play with the puppy? However, if it seems disinclined to move, do not force it. If it does not wish to play, it likely needs rest. You understand this, do you not? They nodded enthusiastically and soon dashed into the room. My small chamber felt somewhat cramped as 6 individuals entered, even though we were all children. Sansa sat on a chair at the table, intently watching the puppy. Rob, John, and I perched on the bed, observing Arya and Bran frolicking with the puppy on the floor. Rob turned to me, glancing at the sword hanging from my belt. Are you going to practice? Something like that. I promised to duel with the squire today. John inquired, do we know the person you are to face? Even if you do not know him, you may have heard of him. I am to duel Wayland Fry, the eldest son of Manderley. In an instant, their eyes widened. John began to speak with excitement tinged with apprehension. Isn't he around 15 years old? Why would you challenge someone so much older? Actually, he is 14. And I have fought him once before, even besting him. This will be his chance for revenge. They both leapt to their feet in excitement. Rob remarked, are you sure you are only 9? What kind of 9-year-old can defeat a 14-year-old? You certainly do not look like a 9-year-old. He was not wrong. The average height for a 9-year-old boy in the north is around 1.3 meters, while I stand at 1.5 meters. Both he and John are 10 years old, standing at 1.45 meters, and though they are a year my senior, they are still 5 centimeters shorter than I. Let us go watch. It might be an exhilarating match, Arya suggested. I was uncertain when she had approached us or how long she had been listening, but she insisted on Rob accompanying her to watch the duel, and he, unable to refuse, agreed. We departed from my chamber, commencing our journey down the corridor. Yet I noticed that Sansa lagged behind, her face betraying her hesitation about whether to join us. Sansa, what troubles you? Is there an issue? She replied, I feel I ought not to accompany you. Why is that? A lady should not venture to a place like the training grounds. Such was the counsel of Septim Mordain and Lady Catelyn. Why do you believe this? Septim Mordain stated that such venues are unfit for a lady. Only barbarous and cruel women would frequent them. I sighed deeply, just as I suspected. I had heard other knights speak of a lady named Maya Stone, a member of House Mormont, and one of the North's greatest warriors. Many had tasted defeat and death beneath her mighty hammer. Do you regard Lady Maya as a barbarian and a savage? I do not know, but the Septa said we must not contravene the teachings of the Seven, nor act like the tree-worshipping savages. Sansa, do we reside in the South? Do you think Lord Stark, your siblings, and I are akin to tree-worshipping savages? Lady Catelyn may adhere to the Seven, but remember, you are a lady of the North, and your father is the Lord of the North. Yes, Northern women may not be knighted, but that does not imply they cannot be warriors. Only one person can dictate what you may or may not do, and that person is your father, not Septim Mordain. If you wish to join us today, I implore you to dismiss the words of Septim Mordain and heed the call of your own heart. When you see your father, I hope you will tell him what Septim Mordain said regarding the old gods. After our conversation, she resolved to accompany us, and when I heard her voice, I smiled. There is still hope for her. As today's combat would employ dulled steel swords, we donned our armor as usual. I had grown accustomed to the weight of the armor. It had once slowed me considerably and hampered my movement. Yet a year of training in it had enabled me to adapt fully. We gathered in the arena, closely observing one another, but today, Waylon was different. He did not exhibit his usual arrogance. When we stood face to face, he did not even part his lips. I raised my sword higher than usual, leaving my lower half exposed, yet Waylon did not take the bait. Thus, I initiated the first attack, feigning a vertical cut with my sword from above, only to divert it at the last moment, targeting his left side instead of his head. However, this attack faltered. He swiftly positioned his sword to block mine. Without hesitation, I retracted my sword, attempting to thrust at his chest. He was faster than I had anticipated, slipping past my blade into my defenses, and then he headbutted me. I was jolted, pain radiating from my nose as I lost my balance and fell backward. At that moment, he raised his sword and delivered a diagonal cut to my right side. I struggled to maintain my balance, but I perceived the attack, rolling to the left to create distance between us. I had underestimated the seriousness of this duel. He had not fought with all his might before. Now he exhibited strength at 45 and speed at 43, while I foolishly entered the fight without enhancing my own capabilities. The effects of my enhancements activated immediately. I felt an infusion of power coursing through me, though I was still slightly weaker than him, albeit faster. My strength registered at 42, and my speed at 44. I resolved not to underestimate him any longer, focusing intently on the battle. I stepped forward quickly, pretending to attack from the left diagonal, but at the last moment, I swung my sword overhead, launching a right diagonal strike. Realizing he could not parry in time, Waylon chose to retreat rather than block, and my sword scraped against the steel of his armor, leaving a deep gash from his left shoulder to his chest. He understood he could not evade. But that was the purpose of armor. He knew he would be unharmed, as his armor would protect him. This time, he launched an attack, charging forward. Yet I was faster. I stepped back, positioning my sword in his path. If he did not halt, he would collide with my blade. This was the opportunity he had awaited. He swiftly retracted his sword and swung it aside, as if attempting to break through my defenses, aiming to force me back. However, I no longer underestimated him, able to anticipate his movement slightly. If he sought to breach my defense and engage in combat, he would not withdraw his sword. The mere act of him retracting his weapon indicated he was preparing for another strike, and from that position, he could only target my legs. Should I take a step back, my left leg would turn, rendering it defenseless. I feigned falling into his trap, pretending to throw my right foot backward. But as he began to swing his sword, I leapt back with my left leg, simultaneously swinging my sword with all my might toward his head. My backward leap carried little force, yet the nature of the attack, aimed at his head, would inflict significant damage even with the strength of my arm alone. By the time Waylon realized his trap had failed, it was too late. He had to either endure the blow to his head or sacrifice his arm. Naturally, he chose the latter. Just as my sword was about to strike his head, he extended his arm to absorb the impact. Yet, he would not leave empty-handed. With his right hand, he defended against my blow while switching his sword to his left hand, attempting to attack my right side. I had anticipated this, drawing a dagger from my waist to use as a shield against his strike. This dagger, commissioned from Mikan, possessed a sharp edge on one side and a dulled edge on the other. The dagger featured a slender blade and a crossguard. Thanks to this crossguard, with a slight twist of my wrist, I could trap his sword between the blade and guard. This is why it proved useful for defense. But I could not rely on the dagger indefinitely, as wielding it meant holding my sword with one hand, thereby sacrificing considerable power in my attacks. My offensive may not have been wholly successful, but the state of his right hand indicated he could no longer utilize it in this encounter, and his sword now lay under my control. Before he could fully comprehend what had transpired, I swiftly slid my dagger along his sword, while slightly loosening my grip on my sword, flipping it over to strike him forcefully on the face with the hilt. I intended no permanent harm to Waylon, so I targeted the right side of his helmet. He staggered severely from the blow to his head, collapsing to the ground. This strike likely resulted in a mild concussion, and I placed my sword against his neck. The battle concluded. After I spoke, there was a moment of silence, followed by Arya and Bran erupting into cheers. As their loud voices shattered the stillness, everyone began to converse and debate about the duel. I extended my hand to Waylon, who glared at me momentarily. But after a heavy sigh, he grasped my hand. I then helped him to his feet. In that moment, before all, his grasp of my hand held two significances. Firstly, he acknowledged my superiority, and secondly, it signified the absence of animosity between us, a truce established. Of course, this did not imply that I could trust him entirely. Yet I discerned that Waylon was a straightforward fellow or an Oscar-worthy actor. Nonetheless, from this fight, I sensed that Waylon cared for nothing beyond his sword. Thanks to my quintuple skill, my understanding of the sword deepens with each passing day. It would not be a falsehood to claim that I possess nearly 15 years of experience due to this skill. This battle has granted me profound insights into Waylon. Each strike, each block, Each step represents thousands of hours of training in my eyes. Chapter 23. New Spell, Waylon's Perspective. I can hardly believe I was defeated by a mere 9-year-old boy, despite giving it my all. Yes, I lost to him in our first encounter as well, but at that time, no matter how much I wished to take him seriously, I did not exert my full strength from the outset. I estimate I operated at around 70% of my capacity, which left me angrier at myself than at him. However, this battle was different. I unleashed all my power and employed every technique I had mastered. I believed I fought wisely, yet it did not secure me victory. I was utterly vanquished. He overwhelmed me. He dictated the entire course of the fight. Whenever I attempted to find my rhythm, an attack would emerge from an unknown source. I am uncertain what manner of beast this boy is, but I am certain of one thing. Apart from seasoned knights, none can rival him. He is not significantly faster than I am, and he even possesses a slight deficiency in stamina, yet I cannot subdue him in any way. It is as though I am battling a creature made of water. For the sake of the ancient gods, if Sir Roderick had not said it, I would scarcely believe it, but he looks hardly 9 years old. How is this possible? If he stands at a height of 1.50 m at just 9. I cannot fathom what he will become as an adult. I no longer wish to be his adversary, yet I shall never yield to him. I must continue to pursue my sword. Wherever this path may lead me, I shall have no regrets. It is evident to me that Emil shall not be an ordinary knight. An instinct whispers that he may prove far more significant than a mere footnote at the bottom of the history of the Knights of Winterfell. Main character's perspective. Look. John, I told you so. I told you Emil would crush him and win this battle. Arya exclaimed, tugging at John's arm in excitement. John, he stammered, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Yes, I know. No, you don't. You said Emil could only win through luck and extreme effort. Robb interjected, stepping between them. Arya, don't argue with John, Robb concluded, and Arya, puffing in annoyance, turned away from the training ground. Sansa followed her, urging her not to act in such a manner. I spent another 10 minutes discussing the battle with Robb and John when Roderick approached, stating he needed to speak with me. The two of us departed to his chamber. With a sly grin, he said, Today, I intend to be succinct and get straight to the point. Through this battle, you have clearly demonstrated that you no longer require sparring with the squires. From now on, I shall arrange for you to practice with young knights. About 6 months have passed since my encounter with Waylon, and that battle was rather uneventful overall. The only noteworthy aspect was my duels with adult knights aged between 16 and 20. I did not win a single one. They far surpassed me in stamina. Yet in talent, most were inferior, and they were aware of it. When facing most of them, I could read their intentions as if deciphering a book, predicting what they would do and when. However, even if I could foresee the future, it mattered little if my body could not keep pace with that information. They were considerably faster than I, and though my eyes might track them, my body could not respond. Even the weakest possessed a speed of 67 and a strength of 69, with the strongest being Hugo Moss. I do not even believe I could truly pressure him in combat. He is a complete scoundrel, yet undeniably strong. Until a few days ago, during my match with Hugo, I thought I was pushing him, but I was gravely mistaken. The day before this battle, I had a breakthrough in the woods of Winterfell. Now, my enhancement grants me a 15-point boost, granting me a speed of 42 and a strength of 4. I initially thought Hugo possessed a speed of 69 and a strength of 73, yet I knew that even with my enhancement, I would still be defeated. I anticipated at least being bested rather than completely overwhelmed. He did win, but when he failed to dominate me in combat, he unexpectedly showcased even greater strength, 73 in speed and 78 in strength, and I do not believe that was his peak. He fought earnestly, yet he did not seek to kill me. I do not regard him as a scoundrel merely because he defeated me. As I mentioned, I have succumbed to all the knights, but this rogue would continue to attack me even while I was down, often kicking me when no one was watching. His actions and words make it abundantly clear what his issue with me is. I am a commoner, and he belongs to the Moss family. He displays the quintessential behavior of a petty noble, compelled to bow to the words of all other powerful families, hoping for a few scraps to be cast before him. Yet, they simultaneously feel that such servility is beneath them, leading them to redirect their frustrations toward those they perceive as weaker. He may currently possess greater physical strength than I, but the fact that he is a small man in my eyes will never change. In these past 6 months, my enhancements have progressed, not due to training in the space, but because of my time spent in the woods of Winterfell. Indeed, the magical quality in the space far surpasses that of the Winterfell woods, but I have come to realize that the woods harbor fundamental aspects absent in the space. Life exists here, as there is nothing else in the space apart from me. Its magic is pure, devoid of any attributes. The flora, fauna, and vibrant ecosystems ensure that the magic within the forest is imbued with natural properties, thus facilitating the mastery of natural spells and magic within the woods. For this reason, my enhancements have grown stronger, and now I can even manipulate the shape of trees using the spell, Entwine. I cannot alter the tree's shapes rapidly, so I hesitate to call it a spell, For now, it is merely a small trick. With this trick, I constructed a small dwelling in the heart of the forest by bending the trunks of 4 trees and shaping their branches. The center of the forest serves as a focal point. Magic flows from the outskirts into this core, then returns to the earth, spreading anew throughout the woods. Nurturing every root. I possess a remarkable affinity for natural magic, likely due to my identity as a druid. During my 6 months here, I have accumulated more magic than I would typically gather in a year, and now I possess 91 points of magic. Thanks to this forest, my mastery over 2 elements has improved. As I previously mentioned, the first is the element of nature, and the second is the earthen element that nourishes it. Shaping plants is the spell I utilize to mold flora. It is a trick rather than a full-fledged spell, as the larger the plant, the slower the process becomes. It took me several days to complete this small dwelling. Even a sloth could outrun the moving branches. Earth manipulation enables me to move soil or stone as I please. The larger the mass of soil, the slower the movement. Yet, it is not a simple spell, as I can use it to destabilize my enemies. With this spell, I can move a maximum of 1 cubic meter of soil. I have tested this spell on animals. When I shift the ground beneath their feet, they stumble and fall. Even if they possess 4 legs. Even if the moving soil is merely the size of a person's footing, the speed of its movement is sufficient to trip someone. The next spell has become one of my favorites, known as Feral Fury. Thanks to this enchantment, my nails have transformed into razor-sharp claws, 3 centimeters long, resembling perfect invisible blades. Naturally, these are still nails and cannot penetrate armor or bone, but they are capable of rending skin and muscle. When I used my claws to tear open the belly of a pig I had caught, I felt akin to Marvel's Iron Fist. However, this spell comes with a drawback. If I employ it for too long, my hands ache excruciatingly. The human hand is not designed for grasping, and this spell merely enhances my fingertips and nails, while the bones in my hands, particularly the phalanges, remain unaltered. The final spell I possess is Earth Spike, which, as the name suggests, is an offensive spell. It is significantly weaker in terms of damage compared to Earth Shatter, but it possesses a distinct advantage. Earth Shatter requires time to reach its target and to take form, whereas Earth Spike emerges instantaneously from beneath the target. It is exceptionally suited for ambush attacks. Another breakthrough has been achieved with the range of the Find Animal and Find Plant spells. Originally effective only within a kilometer, the range has now expanded to 2 kilometers. And I have discovered another application for the Find Animal spell. I can now locate humans within that 2-kilometer radius. After all, humans are also a form of animal, allowing me to comfortably cast my spells within the forest. Previously, these spells lasted for 15 minutes, with a cooldown period of 30 minutes, consuming 10 points of magical power. Now, they endure for 30 minutes, have a cooldown of 15 minutes, and only require 5 points of magic. Since realizing I can use this spell to locate humans, I have made it a routine to cast it before each of my magical training sessions. When I invoke Find Animal for humans, I feel my body radiate magical energy like waves, as it usually does without making contact with anything. I expected today to be another comfortable training session. But after a few moments, I began to perceive some glimmers within the spell's range. They indicated the presence of humans in the vicinity and from the bright points. I could discern approximately 20 individuals. These points moved around one another like busy ants, and suddenly, one of the bright points vanished. I wondered what had transpired. 30 minutes could not possibly have elapsed, and they were not near the boundaries of the spell's range. These individuals were about 15 kilometers away from me. The only explanation I could fathom for the disappearance of the bright point was that the individual had perished. The rapid movement must have been indicative of combat. A wave of curiosity washed over me, yet a warning bell rang in my mind. I was uncertain whether to heed the voice of common sense and distance myself from the scene, or to follow my curiosity and investigate. This was not a difficult decision. The answer was evident. Naturally, I would go to see. It would take some time to reach the location, but first, I sent Wave and Erebus in that direction, instructing them to contact me upon sighting any humans. Just then, another bright point vanished. I sprinted at full speed and began to hear faint screams and shouts. It was at that moment that Wave contacted me. Father, we have arrived at the humans' location. They are fighting. 1, 2, 3, 18. One of them has died. Now there are 17 remaining. No, only 10, retorted the foolish Erebus. Because you can only count to 10, you claim there are 10. Father, do not believe Erebus. There are 17. Oh, another one has died. Now there are 16. The scene felt surreal. Wave and Erebus bickering resembled a grotesque version of Sesame Street. People continued to perish. Yet they persisted in counting. I was about 100 to 150 meters away. I knelt for a moment, establishing a visual connection with Erebus to quiet him and ascertain what was occurring. This must be a forest path from Winterhold to Deepwood Fort. I called it a path. But in the eyes of the world's inhabitants, it would be deemed a road. It was an unevenly compacted dirt path, barely wide enough for a single cart. Naturally, Those accustomed to the roads of Earth would not consider this a thoroughfare. As I surveyed the surroundings, a horrifying sight unfolded before me. They must have attempted to take a shortcut only to be ambushed by bandits. 2 carts lay abandoned on the road, surrounded by blood and corpses. By my estimation, 13 individuals were still alive, with approximately 15 bodies scattered around. Chapter 24. The ambush of bandits. It was indeed a heart-wrenching scene. The deceased were predominantly merchants and their guards, with perhaps a few brigands having met their demise as well. Yet, this was the first time I had encountered corpses in this life or the last. I could feel my stomach churning. As many of the dead were either missing a leg or had their bellies slashed open, I could no longer bear it. Losing my focus and consequently severing my connection with Erebus. Once the link was broken, my vision returned to normal, and I began to retch. It took me 5 to 10 minutes to regain my composure. Upon calming down, I realized that one of the points representing humanity had vanished. I immediately re-established contact with Erebus, and a more grotesque scene materialized before me. The bandits were violating 2 women they had just captured. I moved closer to listen to their conversation. "Why did you kill that woman, you fool? We could have sold her to the Iron Men for a good price after having our fun. You are the real idiot. Do you have a death wish? Want to trade with the Iron Men? Those sea rats always speak of iron coin for a reason. They pay with iron, not gold. That wench nearly gouged my eye out. Even if she is dead, her body is still warm and can be used." He laughed maniacally as he approached the other woman, tearing her clothes while slowly inserting a knife into her belly. I was unsure of what was transpiring, but all my feelings of nausea and revulsion abruptly evaporated. What remained was an uncontrollable fury, yet I did not lose myself in this rage. Rather, my consciousness felt more composed and stagnant. The only thing spiraling out of control was the primal fury spell that had activated without my intention, and strangely, I had not expended any magical power. It felt as though a thin membrane separated this fury from my consciousness. I sensed that I must not allow this anger to rupture that membrane and affect me. I needed to attempt to control it. I began to breathe deeply and rhythmically, channeling my magical energy towards the membrane I felt within. Gradually, yet assuredly, the fury began to recede, and the transformation akin to primal ferocity slowly returned to normal. These human-shaped filth, calling them refuse would be an insult. At least refuse can serve as fertilizer, but even the earth would reject these scoundrels. These despicable beings provided me with a clearer understanding of the medieval world I inhabit, confronting me once more with the perilous and barbaric reality of my surroundings. I felt compelled to thank them, thus deciding to repay their cruelty with their preferred brutality. I currently possessed 75 points of magical power. If necessary, I would exhaust it in this battle, ensuring none of them escaped. As I approached their position, approximately 70 meters away, I re-established contact with Erebus and meticulously observed their weapons and positions. There were about 10 minutes remaining before the Find Animal spell concluded. In truth, I only needed to remember their locations. I merely had to locate those armed with ranged weapons. Among the 11 brigands, 5 were loading valuables onto their horses. 4 were scouts, and the last 2, I presumed, must be the leaders, as they were desecrating the bodies of those unfortunate women while the others attended to their tasks. Only 4 individuals possessed bows, and while some may have concealed weapons such as throwing knives, their effectiveness was negligible given the distance from which I commenced my assault. I needed to eliminate these 4 scouts before the others became aware of the unfolding events. Thus, I aimed for their heads to ensure a silent dispatch. My 3 years of archery practice proved invaluable in this moment. I had to close the distance as headshots were imperative. So I approached to within 40 to 50 meters and found a position behind some bushes. Rising from my concealment, all 4 sentinels fell within my direct line of sight. They remained oblivious to my presence, obscured by the thicket, while the cacophony of waves and the cries of Erebus masked any noise I might make. I excelled in rapid archery, yet due to my smaller hands and not having reached my physical peak, I could only hold 2 arrows in addition to the one knocked on my bow. I steeled myself, for in mere moments, I would take lives, even if they were criminals. Drawing a deep breath, I cast the spell to locate animals once more, as it had roughly 5 minutes remaining before expiration. After a final inhalation, I drew my bow and simultaneously released 3 arrows towards my targets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows struck almost simultaneously, claiming 3 lives in an instant. Just as I retrieved 3 more arrows from my quiver, I noticed a bandit hauling loot who discovered one of the fallen scouts and shouted, "Ambush!" Suddenly, they took cover behind trees and carts, attempting to discern the source of the attack. Thanks to my exceptional vision, a distance of 50 meters appeared to me as if it were merely 5 to 10. Thus, I spotted another archer concealed behind a tree, peering around. But it seemed I had no clear shot at him. In that instant, a cunning idea struck me. I knocked an arrow and aimed at the side of the tree where the archer was peering, then released it. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, striking the tree and shattering a large portion of bark. The wooden splinters, flying from the side where the archer was attempting to look, pierced the right side of his face. The archer screamed in agony, unaware as he stumbled from his hiding place. In that moment, I shot an arrow through his chest. However, as I concentrated on the archer, the remaining bandits must have pinpointed my approximate location, flanking me as they sought to encircle. Realizing this, I began to reposition myself. First, I loosed an arrow at the leaders, revealing my position and drawing their focus, then immediately altered my trajectory by running a wide arc around them. I commanded all the crows and ravens to emit piercing cries, flitting nearby so that my movements would remain undetected amidst the cacophony of birds. Thanks to the spell to locate animals, I could clearly discern each individual's position. I maneuvered at a significant angle around them as they converged on my previous location. With only 7 adversaries remaining and 65 points of mana, I had enough to cast 6 spells or 12 first-level spells. A sly grin crept across my face. They stood no chance. As they believed they had me surrounded, I slipped past them from the left. The individuals I presumed to be the leaders did not pursue me. Instead, they peered from behind the cart but remained on the road, not approaching the tree lane. The rapid demise of 4 men likely led them to suspect the presence of more than one archer or to conclude they were utterly cowardly. Suddenly, the area where all 5 bandits had gathered became shrouded in mist. I could hear their astonished and fearful screams, and when I activated my thermal vision, I observed them groping blindly for one another. I began to form clumps of earth in each hand, ensuring they retained a rounded shape so that when I unleashed the spells, they would not penetrate but rather propel the targets backward upon impact, crushing their thoracic cavities. Shaped like 30-centimeter cannonballs, I launched 2 spells, which reached their targets in a mere second. One struck a man squarely in the chest, while the other impacted his back. Yet the outcome remained the same. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, they were hurled approximately 10 to 15 meters toward the cart, colliding with trees and transforming into mere bags of crushed flesh. The 3 remaining bandits, oblivious to the fate of their companions, were unaware of what to expect or be wary of. However, the 2 individuals beside the cart were acutely aware, watching in terror as corpses flew through the air, colliding with trees and disintegrating into a mass of mangled meat. What the hell is happening here? What could possibly launch them so far? We must leave this place. Taking advantage of the confusion wrought by the mist, they hastily prepared to mount their horses and load their stolen goods for a hasty escape. Thanks to both the thermal vision and the animal locating spells, I could track the situation on the other side of the fog and even observe their imminent flight 30 meters away. I cannot allow you to escape so easily. We have much more fun to be had. I sprinted toward them, closing the distance just as they were about to mount their steeds, and in an instant, I cast a spell. Command animal, horse, command animal, horse. Throw them off and flee. As I commanded, the horses suddenly went wild, attempting to dislodge their riders. It was akin to witnessing a rodeo, yet I could not be distracted, for I sensed that the other 2 bandits had noticed me and were charging my way. As I turned, I saw them both rushing toward me, their faces adorned with sinister grins. These 2 fools remained oblivious to my role in the earlier deaths. They likely aimed to capture me as a hostage. When they were about 10 meters away, running side by side, I seized the opportunity. Fireball. As I hurled the fireball forming in my hand, it exploded upon the face of the man running to the left the very next second. The small explosion caused the other man to stumble back, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. With the fireball cast, I swiftly drew my bow from my back, knocked an arrow, and shot the downed man in the leg. He screamed in agony, cursing vehemently. His cries persisted as I knocked another arrow, piercing his shoulder. I allowed this man to suffer, for I did not wish to expend my remaining mana on the last individual. I intended to reserve my magical energy for the 2 leaders. Thus, I had no surplus mana to eliminate the final foe. The 2 leaders, having tumbled from their horses, opted to flee rather than engage. I had hoped they would remain to fight, but their retreat changed little as Erebus was swiftly closing in on them. I crouched behind a bush, awaiting the emergence of one from the mist. As he approached the fog's edge, I aimed to shoot him immediately. Yet he suddenly concealed himself behind a tree, attempting to peer toward the screaming man. The last individual appeared somewhat astute, refraining from rushing blindly out of the mist like his 2 foolish companions. Wave, could you command your flock of crows to drive out the person hidden behind the tree? Of course, father. She began to caw, and several crows and ravens took flight towards that individual. It was somewhat amusing to witness the crows and ravens dive down to peck at the person, though he brandished a sword in his fists, striking down several of them. Then, an unforgettable incident transpired, proving that one must never kill a crow or raven in the presence of a large flock. As the fallen birds hit the ground, 2,030 crows soared from the branches, launching an assault on that individual. Indeed, during this onslaught, 57 perished, yet they remained unfazed. Some attempted to claw out the person's eyes, while others tore at his ears, pecking at any exposed flesh. The man collapsed in agony, but the birds relentlessly pursued him, continuing their attack until he lay still. Crows and ravens harbor grudges and seek vengeance. Chapter 25, Primal Savagery. All but 2 of the bandit leaders had perished. Half an hour prior, the sight of the corpses had churned my stomach, but now, I felt nothing. The only sensation coursing through me was an insatiable desire to pursue and eliminate those 2 leaders. This must be what they refer to as the thrill of the hunt. Erebus and his assassins were tracking the 2 leaders, and as I connected with Erebus, I could see them. The bandit leaders were running for their lives. Stumbling over unseen obstacles, their bodies lacerated by the surrounding underbrush. They bore numerous small wounds, oozing thin streams of blood. Capturing the 2 adults would present a challenge. One possessed a speed of 7, and the other, 7.5. However, seizing them was not impossible, as they were expending every ounce of energy to flee. They would tire and collapse within 10 to 20 minutes, but thanks to my enhancements, I would possess attributes that brought me closer to their speed. Even if I could not match it entirely, my speed and strength enhancements granted me an attribute score of 18, and my newly developed stamina boost doubled my endurance. The aspect of the cat, the aspect of the bull as I sped through the trees and underbrush like the wind, the thrill of the hunt surged within me, quickening my heartbeat with each passing moment. With every breath, I felt the pulse of my heart, magnified as though through a loudspeaker. I had been running for approximately half an hour, yet fatigue eluded me. The aspect of the bull proved to be an immensely powerful enhancement. The 2 bandit leaders were hiding beneath a tree, exhausted. The effects of animal tracking had concluded, leaving me with roughly 20 points of magical energy. I was reluctant to expend more, as they were under Erebus's watchful gaze. Since the bond with my familiar had strengthened, I could now passively sense their direction without wasting any magical energy. As I approached the 2 ruffians, my excitement overflowed, and my heart raced almost deafeningly. I was a mere 100 meters from them, and I could distinctly smell their blood. This skill was a boon granted to me by my new familiar, Belus. After bonding with Belus, my sense of smell and hearing had vastly improved, allowing me to perceive faint scents as if they were colored wisps floating in the air. And my attributes had risen accordingly. I now possessed 5 points of strength and 52 points of speed. Suddenly, the forest began to lose its color, leaving only red in my vision. A burning sensation enveloped my hands and face, as if I were on fire. Even so close to them, I found myself unable to restrain my impulses. Bandit's perspective, today was a damn day. Yet, how splendid it had begun. We successfully ambushed a wealthy caravan, seizing a bounty of spoils. It had been a magnificent slaughter, and I was in complete control. I could still savor their terror-filled pleas for mercy. But then, 4 of my subordinates were struck down by arrows, while others were crushed by enormous stones. I did not wish to contemplate the creature that hurled those stones. I was utterly exhausted, unable to take another step. I hoped whatever it was would not find us. I glanced at my brother. He appeared on the verge of fainting from fatigue. I kicked his leg. Hey, you bastard, if you're not dead yet, get up. We've rested long enough. We must leave. In my flight, I had discarded my spear, for I lacked the strength to wield a weapon. I felt vulnerable without it. Just as we were about to rise, all the birds in the trees took flight in unison, cawing loudly. Their cacophony shattered the forest silence. It was unnatural. Something must have frightened them. I scanned the surroundings, straining to hear any sounds from the underbrush, but I felt nothing approaching. All of this transpired in an instant. I could not comprehend what occurred as a creature suddenly leaped from a thicket to a tree, then vaulted over me, lunging at my brother. It resembled a human yet was utterly alien. This being was primal. My brother was eviscerated, his throat torn out in what felt like less than a second. Overwhelmed with shock, I struggled to grasp the reality unfolding before me. I could not comprehend the situation. Faced with such horror, all I could do was freeze in terror. My body refused to obey my commands. I had often wondered why those women and merchants who perished beneath my spear did not attempt to rise and flee or futilely plead for mercy. Did they not perceive my enjoyment of their fear? It was for this reason. When one is engulfed in terror, their body betrays them. I could only watch in silence as this creature shredded my brother into pieces. MCS perspective, I believe I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself sprawled atop a dismembered corpse. My face and hands felt damp, and my mouth was filled with a metallic-tasting liquid. As I raised my hand, I beheld claws. Had it happened again? Primal savagery had activated before I cast my spell. My face bore an entirely different sensation. Cautiously, I placed my clawed hand upon my face, and what I felt was incredible. I possessed a long snout akin to that of a dog or wolf, lined with sharp teeth. Upon realizing the liquid in my mouth was blood, I pondered what had transpired to the corpse before me. It was not difficult to comprehend. Just then, I recalled my pursuit of the 2 individuals and sensed a presence behind me. When I turned, I beheld a man, terrified to the point of madness. Had I not known the nature of his depravity, I might have felt sympathy for him. This was the first time I had witnessed such a thing. The man's hair began to turn white from fear. He tightly covered his mouth, afraid to make a sound, his nails scratching at the corners of his lips. When he saw me turn towards him, his eyes widened, and he abruptly ceased breathing. Hell, what should I do? His gaze, filled with abject terror, compelled me to act. In response to my roar, the man screamed, struggling to flee. He barely managed to rise, taking a few steps before stumbling and falling to the ground. I swiftly approached him, using the claws of my right hand to sever his Achilles tendon. As I made the incision, an unimaginable pain surged through my right hand. Damn it, I believe I fractured my fingers. I must have exerted too much force while unconscious. Chapter 26. New second-level spell. My hand throbbed, the pain crashing over me like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the last bandit writhed on the ground, emitting anguished cries as he attempted to rise and escape, but all his efforts were in vain. His right Achilles tendon had been torn, rendering him unable to utilize that foot. My fingers exhibited no peculiar bends, indicating that there was no shattering fracture, merely a crack rather than a complete break. One thing was certain, the medical knowledge I currently possessed sufficed if it were indeed a crack or a minor fracture. However, should my fingers be broken, I would need to seek assistance from a physician. My theoretical understanding of how to address such situations, derived from my studies, did not equate to possessing practical skills. I wrapped my right hand with some cloth and branches to immobilize it and prevent further injury. Bandaging my hand was no simple task, as executing delicate maneuvers with these claws proved to be quite challenging. I found it difficult to regain a sense of normalcy, as I felt alert yet simultaneously bloodthirsty and exhilarated. After considerable effort to secure my hand, I turned my full attention to the bandit writhing on the ground. Spare my life, and I will do anything you wish. Let me serve you. I beg you. I could even become your slave. I will bring you more people, making your hunts far easier. Please, have mercy on me. He writhed in agony, incessantly pleading for my clemency. Why are you so frightened? What did you do when those poor women begged for their lives? My words astonished both him and myself. My voice had entirely transformed. The innocent tone of a child vanished, replaced by a guttural rasp bordering on a roar. He clutched his head with his arms, howling on the ground and refusing to respond. I realized I bore a resemblance to a werewolf. I imagined that if a werewolf towered over them, questioning them, fear would render them mute. I appeared as a hairless werewolf, devoid of supernatural powers. I was yet to comprehend why I had transformed in this manner. But aside from my sharp teeth and claws, there was little else to show for it. My form may have altered, yet my strength remained unchanged. Allow me to silence you, so you need not struggle excessively as I tear you apart. Ah, please spare me. After restraining his body, I slowly and gently inserted the claws of my left hand into his flesh, being careful not to exert too much force, as I wished to avoid injuring my left hand. Once I punctured him with my claws, I gradually moved my hand, creating a deep wound. Do not worry. I shall grant you the same mercy you afforded your victims when they begged for your compassion. You shall experience a death 1,000 times more agonizing than what you inflicted upon them. Rest assured, a cruel and terrifying demise awaits you. After tormenting the bandit for another 10 or 20 minutes, my fury subsided, and the thrill of inflicting pain began to churn my stomach. However, I had no intention of granting him a swift and painless death. At that moment, I recalled what had transpired with another bandit, Bo and Erebus. Do you wish to feast upon this man? Father, I am not hungry. I, on the other hand, have never cared for human flesh. I only partake when I am on the brink of starvation. Then command your minions to indulge. Instruct them to start with his limbs rather than his head. As I uttered these words, Bo and Erebus began to caw, and soon after, approximately 40 birds descended upon the man. His agonized screams and moans persisted for about 10 minutes, after which I granted him a well-deserved death. He might have succumbed to a heart attack from the pain or fainted from blood loss. Upon realizing he was dead, a wave of relief washed over me. The thin veil shrouding my primal rage trembled and quivered rapidly. I understood that if I touched that veil, I might uncover something. Yet the true question was whether I could control such a revelation. 6 months prior, I had nearly perished due to a magical treatment. Thus I wished to avoid any interaction with that veil until I reached level 3. The entity that had transformed me and left me unconscious must be connected to that veil. Now that my hunt had concluded, I began to feel a sense of tranquility, sensing that I was returning to my former self. The distortion in my hand caused some pain, particularly as my face reformed, which was truly excruciating. Given that the shape of my entire skull had altered, this discomfort seemed rather normal. As this transformation occurred, the pain abruptly shifted to a searing sensation, as if my hand and face were engulfed in flames. While I maintained my composure, my body continued to recover. Yet the wound on my right hand showed no signs of healing. My hand still throbbed with anguish, as my hand reverted to its original size. It was nearly half the size of a claw, causing the bandages and branches to loosen and tumble to the ground. Once I calmed myself, I realized that this battle had utterly exhausted me, and curling up on the ground would likely allow me to drift into slumber. I hastily returned to the location where the caravan had been ambushed. I could not allow these unfortunate souls to become food for beasts, aside from the bandits. I was indifferent to their fate. Utilizing earth manipulation magic, I excavated a deep and lengthy grave at the forest's edge, arranging the corpses neatly within before covering the grave with the same magic. Forgive me, I lack the time or magical energy to prepare individual graves for each of you. I hope you find happiness in the next world. Now, I must collect all your valuables as payment for assisting in your burial. After all, you will have no use for them in that realm. There was a bag of jewels, some precious items in the horse's saddlebags, and 8 horses. 4 of the horses were tethered to the merchant's cart, while the other 4 belonged to the guards. The bandits had horses as well, but I ordered 2 of them to depart to prevent the leader from escaping. It was better than having none. I could exchange them for coin in Winterfell. I lacked the strength to return to my cabin in the woods, yet I did not wish to sleep in this open space, considering the corpses lying nearby. Predators would soon arrive, approximately 100 to 200 meters from the corpses. I climbed a large tree and cast plant manipulation magic to envelop myself in a cocoon of branches. This would shield me from the wind and other creatures. And although the horses indicated human presence, it would be nearly impossible for them to locate me. One could never be certain whether the bandits had accomplices. Caution was always prudent. After sleeping for about 5 hours, I awoke, ravenous. I had a sword and a dagger at my waist. Yet I could not recall where my bow and quiver had gone. I must have discarded them while rushing toward the bandit leader, losing them in my swoon and frenzy. Lacking arrows made hunting arduous, so I opted for the simplest method, magic. Upon spotting a rabbit, I cast a binding spell to render it motionless, after which I merely had to approach and cook the paralyzed creature. After satisfying my hunger, I sensed a shift within my magical core when I concentrated on it. All the magic within my body suddenly surged into my heart, then exploded outward like a grand eruption. For a moment, I believed I had ascended to level 3. But both the quantity and quality of my magic had not increased. Instead, information on some second-level spells flowed into my mind like water. Wind Shield was a defensive spell that could create a sphere of wind around me, deflecting projectiles aimed in my direction, thereby preventing them from striking me. Currently, casting this spell required 10 points of magical energy and lasted for 20 minutes, but I doubted it could indefinitely deflect projectiles for that duration. There must be a limit, and I could not allow just anyone to shoot arrows at me indiscriminately. First and foremost, this situation poses a significant danger to me. Moreover, it seems rather peculiar, as it is uncommon for individuals to shoot arrows at a child. The incantation known as Flame Blade is quite self-explanatory, yet I ponder the necessity of igniting my sword. Is this not a boon rather than a bane? Should the sword be aflame, each strike would inflict burns, thereby preventing bloodshed. Conversely, if the flames are sufficiently fierce and the incision deep, it may not sear the wound, resulting in greater agony. This warrants further experimentation in shadowy locales. This spell might prove advantageous. The consumption and duration of this spell mirror that of the first. It requires 10 points of magical energy and lasts for 20 minutes. The spell Night Vision is evidently named. I wish to add that it does not blind the caster when exposed to sudden brightness, as typical night vision would. When this enchantment takes effect and the light intensifies, the surroundings grow clearer, yet it will immediately adjust to the brightness without harming the eyes. Casting this spell demands 10 points of magical energy and endures for 10 minutes. With silent movement, I am capable of traversing the forest without leaving any trace. I can glide silently, free from any scent, footprints, sounds, or disturbances to flora or fauna. Even when treading upon muddy ground, no footprints will remain. Not even the most timid of birds will take flight at my approach, nor will plants be crushed beneath my steps, nor shrubs break from my passage. During the spell's effect, they will yield to my presence. The sole drawback is that any aggressive action will nullify the spell. However, it boasts a mere 2-minute cooldown. Casting the spell requires 10 points of magical energy and lasts for 20 minutes. Resistance to toxins is a dual-natured spell, passive for me yet active for others. I do not believe it grants complete immunity to toxins. Rather, it offers a form of resistance. I must commence my experiments with non-lethal toxins, which will undoubtedly claim the lives of many rabbits. This spell demands 10 points of magical energy and lasts for 5 minutes. The final spell, Minor Purification, serves to filter liquids, eliminating all organisms within. Naturally, this spell is ineffective against chemical pollutants and cannot differentiate between the chemical structures of water and other substances. Each liter purified consumes 1 point of magical energy, allowing me to cleanse 91 liters of water with my total magical capacity. With 2 hours until sunset, I must capture as many rabbits as possible in the next hour. Thus, upon my return to Winterfell, I can conduct my experiments and procure every type of poison I can find. As it stands, I already possess 20 varieties of non-lethal plants and nearly 20 lethal ones. Over the past year, I have gathered not only medicinal plants but also toxic ones. One can never predict what may prove useful or when it might come in handy. At times, being a hoarder is beneficial. As I entered Winterfell with 9 horses, every gaze fell upon me with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Originally, I had 1 horse, and with the 8 spoils I collected, I formed quite an impressive caravan. Although the guards recognized me, they barred my entry, demanding an explanation. Upon relaying my circumstances, I found myself unexpectedly reprimanded by Roderick. Chapter 27. The clever familiar child. Have you lost your mind? What did you promise 9 months ago? Did you not vow to flee in the face of danger? Not only did you fail to escape, but you also pursued the robbers. We were already concerned they might ambush you, and now we must worry about you confronting them? We find ourselves at Roderick's residence. Upon my return to Winterfell, the guards informed him of the events that transpired. I had never witnessed him so incensed. I feared my ears might bleed from the intensity of his reprimands. For an hour, he scolded me without a hint of fatigue. This reminded me of a moment from my previous life when, as a high school student, I had stolen my family's car for a joyride, only to be apprehended by the police. When they returned me home, my father unleashed a similar tirade upon me. I realized Roderick felt a sense of responsibility for my actions, having trained me under his guidance. His anger stemmed from fear for my safety. Child, are you listening to me? Yes, I am listening. While hunting in the forest, I witnessed robbers assaulting a merchant's caravan, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent. In a fit of rage, I momentarily lost my senses, desiring to rend them to pieces. Initially, I took a step back, but after contemplation, I recognized that if I could eliminate their archers swiftly, I possessed the strength to annihilate them all, and I was confident in my abilities. It was not difficult to rain arrows upon them. After all, they were not trained soldiers, and once 6 or 7 of them fell, they fled like cowards. I harbor no regrets for my actions. If faced with a similar situation again, I would act the same. My only lament is that I could not arrive 15 or 20 minutes sooner to save those people. At least, that is what I wish you to believe. Of course, I'm not a monster. If saving others would not result in dire consequences for me, I would strive to assist, yet I do not possess a savior complex. I shall never place my life in jeopardy for those who are entirely foreign to me. As I spoke, the fury on his face softened, and it was evident he struggled to suppress a smile. If this were not dangerous, how did you sustain an injury to your hand? The physician has declared that your finger is fractured and will require at least a month to heal. My finger's fracture is unrelated to the robbers. It was my own clumsiness. While running through the forest, I stumbled and struck my hand against something hard. Roderick's perspective. Each time I hear of this boy's exploits, I am filled with admiration. This time, he single-handedly dispatched 11 robbers with merely a bow. When did you become so adept with a bow? The little fellow, hands on his hips, replied proudly, I have practiced archery for years. Just as much as with a sword. Naturally, it is only normal for you to be astonished by my prodigious talent. Ah, being a genius is no easy feat. I possess talent in everything I do. What can I say? It is my curse. I am unsure when it began, but my lips twitched, and a voice within urged me to deliver this impudent child a resounding slap. You brazen little rascal, cease your antics. When did you become such an exceptional archer? I know you have been practicing, but I had no idea you were this skilled. To be honest, I am a genius in all that I do. I took a deep breath, gradually stood, and approached him. Standing before him, I smiled and then playfully slapped the back of his head. Enough of your nonsense. I have a serious question for you. He furrowed his brow while rubbing the back of his head. Oh dear, I am not being foolish. I am providing you with a serious answer. Once my hand heals, I will demonstrate my prowess. To prove how skilled I am. I can say this. You know I hunt 10 rabbits daily in the forest, right? And so what? You are not alone. All hunters bag 10 rabbits daily, along with larger prey like wild boars and deer. Indeed, but they do not hunt as I do. When I pursue rabbits and mice, I always scare them first, allowing me to aim at a small and swift target. Otherwise, what is the point of hunting rabbits? I have no need for the few coppers they might fetch. You are aware that I earn 60 gold dragons each month from my dealings with Lord Stark. Recently, I have come to understand the reason behind Lord Stark's procurement of numerous smoke bombs. He bestows these devices upon scouts and patrol soldiers. In moments of ambush or peril, they can utilize these bombs to escape or reposition themselves advantageously. Indeed, this is not a state secret. Thanks to you, many soldiers have been able to evade dire situations that could have claimed their lives. Who in their right mind would first frighten a rabbit and then pursue it with a bow and arrow? In Westeros, how many archers possess the skill to consistently strike such a capricious and swift creature? Wait a moment, I just realized you mentioned you hunt mice as well. What compels you to pursue them? I am certain I shall regret asking this. Hunting mice is indeed more challenging. They are inherently timid, and when I startle them, they scurry desperately from one place to another. I no longer find hunting rabbits to be particularly difficult. The pursuit of mice is far more engaging, and at times, I even miss my target. When I hunt rabbits, I typically achieve a perfect score, but with mice, my average is only 7 out of 10. What manner of creature are you? You are certainly not human. How can one individual be so exceptionally skilled in all endeavors? What can I say? It is a gift from the heavens. The deity that brought me into this world crafted me thus. From the male protagonist's perspective, after receiving a reprimand from Roderick, I returned to my chamber. At that moment, Im peeked out from my shirt, speaking in a voice reminiscent of a whisper. Master, I am hungry. You are hungry. Are you? Upon my inquiry, its head began to nod. I wish to hunt. Very well, let us take a detour. I shall escort you to the sacred grove. You may find some game there. Im and Belis began speaking 4 months ago, yet they cannot articulate complete sentences like Bo and Erebus. They currently express themselves with simple phrases. I am uncertain why. I ponder whether the crow's ability to speak like humans is due to their superior intelligence or if it relates to the twins being my familiars for over a year. When I forged my connection with the twins, I could not yet converse with animals. I only acquired this skill upon reaching level 2, and even then. It is not true speech, as most creatures lack the intellect for even rudimentary communication among themselves. However, I can convey emotions and intentions to animals and receive theirs in return. They have always claimed to speak, should we believe the twins, but I cannot comprehend them. My hypothesis is that a combination of 2 possibilities is the cause. The innate intelligence of animals undoubtedly has an impact, yet over time, they seem to become increasingly human-like in their cleverness, which is also a fact. After leaving him in the sacred grove, I began my journey back to my chamber. I could see soldiers and common folk glancing at me, whispering amongst themselves. The events that transpired had undoubtedly spread throughout the populace. Each individual who heard the tale wore a distinct expression. Some appeared fearful, others disgusted, while some soldiers greeted me with approving nods. Upon entering my chamber, I discovered Arya and Bran engaged in play with Belis. Hurry, Belis, hurry, boy, she urged, attempting to engage him in a game of catch, though Belis seemed uninterested. As I drew closer, a childlike voice began to resonate in my mind. No, no, catch the stick, give the stick. It appeared Belis wished to play a game of tug-of-war. Arya managed to wrest the stick from Belis's mouth and tossed it aside. Hurry, boy, hurry, retrieve the stick. Yet Belis turned away, as if affronted, refusing to acknowledge Arya. No catch. Just then, he spotted me, his eyes widening in excitement. He dashed towards me, exuberantly bounding around, exclaiming, Master, 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 play, play, play. Suddenly, Belis's voice echoed throughout my mind. Belis, sit, listen to me, good boy. He calmed down slightly. Allowing me to stroke the fur atop his head, he relished this, yet continued to mutter. Play, master, play. His tone shifted from excitement to a more pleading tone, accompanied by a whimpering sound. Ah, he is employing the most potent weapon of a puppy. With tear-filled eyes, he rolled onto the ground at my feet. Arya approached, pouting. Emil, why do you make Belis unhappy? Good boy, do not cry. She began to pet Belis's head. Very well, I will play with you. Go fetch a stick. No sooner had I spoken, than Belis ceased his pleading, darting like lightning to retrieve the stick Arya had thrown. Master, master, stick, stick, catch, catch. I took the stick from his mouth and tossed it again. Belis immediately followed suit, swiftly returning with the stick. Ah, why does Belis not play catch with me, but instead with you? I do not know. Perhaps he simply prefers me. Arya, feigning annoyance, tugged at Belis's cheeks. Belis, I am the one who always brings you meat. Why do you not favor me more? Meat, 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 meat. Upon hearing the word meat, he began to sniff frantically, alternating between each person's hands. Then continued his search for food. Belis, there is no meat. Calm down. No meat, no meat. His voice sounded sorrowful. Arya, perhaps he does not wish to play this game with you because you have only played catch with him since morning? She seemed to suddenly realize her oversight and let out a sigh. Look, there is a knotted short rope over there. That is Belis's toy. If you use that to play tug-of-war, he may wish to engage with you. As Arya went to fetch the rope, I continued playing with the stick that Belis always brought back. This time, I pretended to throw the stick but concealed it behind my back. Belis seemed to take off initially, but when he noticed the absence of the stick, he first looked ahead, then back at me. He appeared perplexed. Stick? No stick, master. No stick, master, stick? He began to regard me with questioning eyes, but when he saw my hand hidden behind my back, I surmised he noticed and let out a low growl, circling around me to investigate. Upon seeing the stick behind me, he spoke in an irritated tone. Master hides stick. Master throws. After playing with Belis and the children for half an hour, I handed Belis over to Arya and entered my chamber. I was quite fatigued. The pursuit of those brigands had drained me both physically and mentally. This is why I decided to retire early this night. I lacked the inclination to practice swordsmanship or magic. Im had sent me a message requesting to be summoned. Yet I was disinclined to venture so far to the sacred grove. Thus, I utilized the summoning spell to bring him here. As I lay upon my bed and chanted the incantation, it materialized directly above me and promptly landed upon my abdomen, from the protrusion of his belly. It was evident that Im had feasted well, since he typically slumbers upon my pillow. I too gradually drifted into slumber. I cannot ascertain how much time passed, but I began to experience disturbing nightmares, abruptly jolting upright from my bed. The sun had yet to rise. and I felt no remorse or guilt regarding the demise of those bandits. However, my subconscious evidently disagreed with my actions, as I was haunted by the terrified faces of those I had slain. Having entirely lost the ability to sleep and sensing that rest would not come swiftly, I resolved to practice magic. Given that my hand was injured, I did not intend to leave the castle for some time. Now, I planned to conduct my training within the training space. As time elapsed, this region expanded from 44 meters to 20 meters. Initially, I sought to meditate and calm my mind, so I settled in place and closed my eyes. Just as I began to feel tranquility, an unbearable pain surged through my chest. Oh! I screamed in agony, my eyes flying open in disbelief. A long spear protruded from the center of my chest. I felt as though I were submerged underwater, on the brink of drowning, yet it was not water that suffocated me, but blood. I opened my mouth to utter something, but all that escaped were gasps and blood. Oh, how excruciating this pain was. It rendered me immobile, even my thoughts were paralyzed. At that moment, a second wave of torment surged, this time emanating from my right shoulder. Surely, this must be a nightmare. I must still be dreaming. I attempted to scream, yet only a low groan emerged. A sword was buried in my shoulder. My throat was filled with blood. I struggled to breathe, feeling a searing sensation unlike any I had ever known. The agony inflicted by the weapons overwhelmed me, and a singular thought echoed in my mind. Is this what it feels like to die? Chapter 28. In space combat, that unbearable pain finally subsided, but darkness enveloped me. Had I reached the end of my life once more? Though brief, this existence had been rather intriguing. As I wallowed in self-pity, a glimmer of light emerged from the darkness. It must be the god of order. Surely, he had come to retrieve me, for my mission remained unfulfilled. I didn't even know what the task was. He had said I would understand when the time was right. But how had I met my demise? I had been meditating in the training space, only to be suddenly pierced by a spear and a sword from behind. How could this be? As these thoughts echoed in every corner of my mind, the light before me intensified, and suddenly everything was engulfed in brightness. I found myself in a white room. Was this not the training space? What had transpired? Why had I returned to the training space? Had I not already died? Suddenly, a wave of terror washed over me. I could not comprehend what was happening. At that moment, the spear that had pierced me surfaced in my mind, and I began to frantically look around. As I turned, another spear pierced my abdomen, exiting through my back. Damn, that hurt. Here it came again. A heart-wrenching pain began to reverberate through my body. I was paralyzed. I could not move, and my vision blurred. Before me stood a shadowy figure, but I could not discern whether it was human or something else. For my eyes could not focus, as if peering through frosted glass. As I struggled to breathe through the agony, a surge of fury ignited within me, and my strength began to return. Fueled by this rage, I attempted to seize the shadow before me, but the spear thwarted my grasp. Nevertheless, I exerted every ounce of energy to lunge forward, feeling the spear continue to press deeper into my body. I drew closer to the shadow and grasped its arm. My vision began to sharpen. Was this what they referred to as the last flicker of life? I could see clearly now, yet I could hardly believe my eyes. It was the bandit leader I had slain in the forest, the one who had once turned me into a mere string of flesh. At that moment, another bandit swung a sword, aiming for my head, and everything faded into darkness once more. I was once again engulfed in profound darkness. Yet a distant light began to approach. However, the fear and panic within my heart only intensified. Before I could grasp what was happening, I found myself back in the white room. This time, I immediately began to look around, spotting a group of bandits about 5 meters away. There were far too many of them. The spear-wielding leader rushed towards me, thrusting his weapon. I panicked but managed to cast the Oak Shield defensive spell just in time. My arms became encased in bark-like armor, extending from my wrists to my shoulders. I crossed my arms before my chest in a defensive stance. As the spear's tip made contact with my right forearm, it felt as though I had been struck by a truck. The impact sent me flying several meters back. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. My heart raced as if it would burst from my chest, and a deep dent formed in the armor on my right arm. I drew a dagger from my belt, deflecting the spear with my right arm as I swiftly approached the bandit. I intended to slice his throat immediately, but I noticed another bandit swinging a sword from my left, forcing me to retreat a step while simultaneously slashing with my dagger. My dagger sliced through the bandit's throat, but it was merely a superficial wound, causing no significant harm. Attacks from all directions rained down upon me. I could not allow them to surround me. Thus, I cast the Mist Cloud spell, attempting to create distance, but they continued to attack fearlessly. Clearly, they were blindly assaulting me without being able to see. As I ran backward, my back collided with a wall. I had reached the end of this damned room. I could not linger here, or they would encircle me. I activated my thermal vision skill, observing the bandits as they stumbled in the darkness, occasionally colliding with one another, but they gradually began to adapt. I had regained a semblance of calmness, yet I could hear nothing apart from the thumping of my heart. Meanwhile, I began to prepare 2 Earth Shard spells, when suddenly, One of the bandits spotted me and charged forward. I had to cancel one of the spells due to time constraints, regrettably wasting that magical energy. With my free hand, I cast the entangle spell, causing one bandit to trip. I plunged my dagger into his neck and seized his sword. Simultaneously, I hurled the prepared earth shard spell towards two bandits lined up together. One perished, while the other's legs were severely torn apart. At the instant I unleashed the earth shard spell, the speed of the spell caused the mist wall to shatter momentarily, allowing four bandits to see me. They charged towards me, not in an orderly fashion like in the movies, but all four barreled in at once. I activated the Cat's agility and Bear's strength enhancement spells. My attributes now stood at 73 strength and 75 speed. I was stronger than usual. I could not discern whether this was related to a combat or flight response. As the bandits closed in, I cast the entangle spell on the foremost enemy. He stumbled, falling to the ground and causing the two behind him to also fall. As the others attempted to rise, I confronted the bandit attacking me, rolling away from his diagonal strike while using my dagger to sever his Achilles tendon. The bandit collapsed, flailing his sword in a frenzy. Thus, I had to retreat once more, unable to finish him off. Meanwhile, I turned my attention to the fallen bandits. They had already regained their footing. So I dashed towards them, throwing my dagger at the foremost bandit, striking his throat. Before the remaining two bandits could react, I closed in on them and cast the lightning touch spell upon both. I had never used this spell before, as it was only effective within 5 meters. Yet it proved to be lethal. I chose this spell because I had calmed somewhat, realizing that I had squandered too much magical energy on second-tier spells. I had merely 25 points of mana remaining, yet faced 6 enemies, one of whom was injured. Just then, the bandit whose Achilles tendon I had severed staggered to his feet, yet he could not put weight on his leg. Instead, he began to hop towards me. Surely, this cannot be happening. They are akin to the wights from the tales told by the old wet nurse to the Stark children, creatures devoid of fear and suffering. I seized my dagger from the lifeless body before me and hurled it at the robber attempting to leap towards me, striking him squarely in the forehead. Chapter 29. The new features of the training space. Before I could catch my breath, the sounds of battle erupted, as the remaining 6 robbers began to encircle me. I possessed just enough magical energy to cast 5 first-level spells, and I could not afford to squander even a fragment. The earth and ice spells, while capable of inflicting maximum damage, required significantly more time to cast than the others. This is why they were less effective when the robbers closed in on me. The most effective spells at close range were Gust of Wind and Touch of Lightning. I could not allow them to surround me. I needed to act swiftly. The mist magic was still in effect, but the fog had thinned compared to before. With each passing second, the robbers drew closer. Should I unleash a magical attack now? I could eliminate 2 of them, but the remaining 4 would pounce upon me, and I lacked the stamina to engage 4 adults in melee combat. I picked up a sword from the ground and hurled it with all my might towards the right side of the room. As I withdrew my dagger from the head of a robber, I began to stealthily move to the left. When the sound of the sword clattering to the ground against the wall reached my ears, all the robbers turned their attention in that direction, hastening towards it. Silently, I approached the leftmost robber. I secured my sword and dagger at my waist and drew near, closing the distance to a mere 3 meters before casting Touch of Lightning with both hands. Both were struck by arcs of lightning, their bodies smoking as they collapsed to the ground. 4 remained, and my heart raced without respite. One misstep, and I would endure that incredible pain once more. Hearing the cries of their fallen comrades, the robbers began advancing toward me, but the nearest was still 8 meters away, and they were not surrounding me. As they rushed forth in haste, as I observed them forming a line, memories of my first kill surged back, and I yearned for another 2-for-1 opportunity. I began to cast the spell Shards of Earth and released it. Just then, they altered their course, encircling me, and my spell missed. Damn it, a spell wasted. What was done was done. I had no time for regret. I could not remain stationary, lest they trap me, so I began to sprint. Our speeds were comparable. The swiftest among them had a speed of 72, while my enhanced speed was 7. I attempted to approach from behind as I ran along the wall of the room, but they noticed and adjusted their direction. The 2 fastest closed in on me, while the other 2 lagged behind by 5 or 6 seconds. The nearest raised his sword to strike, but I cast Gust of Wind, sending him reeling backward. I heard the sickening sound of his sternum shattering. The robber behind him had to change course to avoid colliding with his comrade. Seizing that opportunity, I closed the distance, severing his sword hand and executing an upward diagonal slash to his neck. I had just enough magical energy left to cast one final spell, and it had to be used to eliminate the one wielding the spear. Should he perish, I could rely on my bark armor to dispatch the next without expending magic. Spear thrusts generally outpace sword strikes, and blocking them with bark armor is far more perilous and challenging. Moreover, the reach of his weapon far exceeded that of my sword. I had but one chance, and I could not afford to fail. As I severed another robber's neck, the other 2 closed the distance between us. Without hesitation, I unleashed Touch of Lightning, targeting the spear user. At this proximity, he should have no means of evading the spell. As the magic activated, the spear wielder seized another robber by the neck, thrusting him toward me. Thus, my spell struck the other man. Cursed be this scoundrel for using his comrade as a human shield. Without delay, he lunged at me. Now was not the time for astonishment. I sidestepped at the last moment, but I was not swift enough. His spear sliced from my chest to my right shoulder, though the wound was not deep. My chest felt ablaze, yet the bleeding was minimal. Following the thrust, he transformed the motion into a swing, aiming the spear's tip at my head rather than retracting it. I met the spear's point with my right arm, the contact resonating with a metallic clang against my bark armor. The force of the blow exceeded my expectations. I had intended to block the strike, then step forward to stab him, yet the impact staggered me, causing me to tumble to the left. My strength was 7, while his was 8. I had never anticipated he would be so formidable. He spun his spear, attempting to strike my chin with the shaft. I managed to position my arm between my chin and the shaft, but the blow still connected with my head. I lost all balance and fell. As I descended, time seemed to slow. Was I to die again? I did not wish to endure that agony once more. How could they breach my training space? It was then I realized I was indeed within my training space. No one could enter this realm except for myself and my familiar. They were not real. None of this was authentic. I lay on the ground as the robber prepared to deliver a final blow. I could clearly see the spear aimed at my head. I focused entirely on the spear. Then I shouted, "Stop!" My heart raced as if it would leap from my chest. I could almost hear its thundering. The robber's spear was mere centimeters from my face, and he stood frozen as if time had ceased. I had narrowly escaped death once more. So I took a deep breath, attempting to calm myself. Just as I had surmised, as I settled my mind and began to contemplate, clarity emerged. It was only natural that I realized this so late, for a person impaled by a spear and racked with agony could hardly think rationally. The terror I had endured had dissipated, and I was now capable of thought. When describing skills, the order god must be referring to them by saying enemy. I had never killed anything I deemed an enemy before, which explained the emptiness of the room. But now these robbers had transformed into training dummies. So, each time I eliminate one whom I perceive as an enemy, does their replica materialize here? I rose to my feet and approached one of the bodies, beginning to inspect them. Were these one-time entities, or could they be revived? I had thought that when the order god stated one could not be killed within the training space, it meant I was immortal. How was I to know I could die and be resurrected? I lifted my head and shouted, "Do you enjoy this, you perverse madman? Are you certain you are a god of order? You seem closer to a god of chaos. At the very least, you could lessen the pain receptors." I could still feel the sensation of the spear piercing me. I raised my head again and proclaimed, "If only you could provide a manual. Must we discover and learn everything from scratch?" Just then, an idea struck me. I placed my hand against the wall of the room, as I had treated the sequoia in the Divinewood Grove, and began to channel my magical energy into the walls. Minutes passed, and my magic spread throughout the room. All information regarding the space flooding into my mind. Infinite training verified. Infinite training. A room prepared for the acquisition of combat experience. No one can enter except for the master and his familiar. The replicas of the enemies slain by the druid materialize within the chamber, yet currently, a maximum of only 20 foes may be activated at once. These adversaries possess the same magical and combat prowess as when they were alive. Both the druid and his familiar are resurrected upon death. The dimensions of the chamber expand in accordance with the number of preserved enemies. As this room is designed for training, the druid can manipulate the behavior of the enemies, and the room's configuration can be altered through verbal commands. Other information remains locked. Room settings, generated upon entry, aggressive, group attacks, emotions, and cognitive abilities locked. Vanishing, the spearman and all corpses abruptly disappear from the chamber, along with my sword and the blood upon the ground. Generate all enemies. As I uttered this phrase, 11 men appeared on the far side of the chamber, commencing their charge towards me. One of them drew a bow from his back, preparing to shoot. Halt! They froze like statues. One was mid-stride, both feet off the ground, and even his arrow hung suspended in midair. It was a marvel. Disappearing once more, they all vanished again. Change room settings, generate on command, attack on command. I placed my hand against the wall, checking if the settings had altered, and everything had transformed as I desired. Generating an enemy, while contemplating which one I wanted. The room conjured a spear wielder. The dummy stood motionless. Attack. Upon uttering this command, he began to sprint towards me. Halt. When I commanded him to return to his starting point, he instantaneously teleported back to where he first appeared. Attack with only half your strength and speed. He resumed his assault, albeit at a sluggish pace, with his speed reduced to a mere 35. Vanishing, as I completely relaxed, I began to feel an overwhelming fatigue, prompting me to exit the training space and collapse onto my bed. I awoke in a cold sweat, having experienced yet another nightmare. This time, it was I who was being slain. Instinctively, I grasped the spot where the spear had pierced me. I had truly died last night. Now, I struggled to breathe. as if the room were constricting me. My familiar sensed my panic and began to move restlessly within the chamber, unable to ascertain the cause of my distress. Bo approached and landed before me. Father, why are you so afraid? There is no one else here, only us. Thanks to the bond we share. They could feel my anxiety, while I sensed their concern for me. I began to channel my magic to my mind in a bid to calm myself. And it proved effective. The panic attack I had endured began to dissipate. Do not worry, I'm fine now. I merely had a terrifying nightmare. Which is why I felt this way. It is over now. Although I communicated through our bond, I could still feel their worry for me. After meditating for half an hour, I rose and declared, let us go have breakfast. What would you like to eat, my friends? The enthusiastic shouts of Bo and Erebus echoed in my mind. Eggs. Master, a mouse. As I exited the building, I stepped into the adjacent shed. Retrieving a mouse from the iron cage hidden beneath a pile of straw on the floor, I lifted it towards him, who was coiled around my neck. The mouse struggled, but him struck like lightning, ensnaring it. Moments later, the mouse ceased its movements, and I promptly swallowed it whole. Chapter 30. Exploring the tombs. After breaking my fast and feeding my companions, I made my way to the courtyard to meet Rob and John. One thing I noticed upon waking this morning was that my magical power had increased. My maximum magic level now stood at 100. I could feel that I was nearing a breakthrough. I believed I could ascend to a third-level druid within a few months. The life and death battles in the forest and the training space had begun to yield results. Thanks to the quintuple effect, these two battles equated to having undergone 10 life and death struggles. As I passed the stables, a sudden loud bang echoed behind me. At the sound, I immediately spun around and leapt aside, incanting the spell for Oak's shield. Raising my arms to protect my chest, my heart raced as I prepared to unleash an offensive spell in the direction of the noise. But then, I realized it was merely a horse kicking the stable door, producing that sound. Upon this realization, my heartbeat began to slow, while those around me gazed at me with wild eyes. Thank goodness my bark armor had manifested when I uttered the word shield, leading them to believe I had lost my sanity. The experiences I had undergone seemed to affect me more profoundly than I had anticipated. My heightened state of tension and readiness to attack made me question whether what they referred to as post-traumatic stress disorder felt akin to this sensation. My right hand was injured as well. I figured it best not to leave Winterfell for a while. At the very least, I should rest until my hand had fully healed. Upon reaching the courtyard, I found Rob and John awaiting me. Upon seeing me, Rob raised his hands and shouted, Emil, you've finally arrived. Where have you been? We've been waiting for you so long we might as well turn into trees. Stop jesting. I am here. As I spoke, Rob's expression darkened, and he replied in a stern voice, I believe you have forgotten who you are addressing, you commoner. You stand before the future Lord of Winterfell. In mere seconds, a profound silence enveloped us. Both of us stared unblinkingly at one another, and suddenly, we burst into laughter. Rob chuckled. I scared you just now, didn't I? Not at all. I knew you were joking. You did not. I saw a moment of surprise on your face. Whatever, let us hurry and begin. What mischief do you have planned for today? Rob pondered for a moment before replying, I haven't thought of anything yet. What do you wish to do? John hesitated before suggesting, we could explore the tombs. That might be quite entertaining. I have a better idea. Let us also invite Sansa, Arya, and Bran, Rob said, flashing a mischievous grin. Why? What do you intend to do? Don't you usually avoid having Sansa near you when you're being mischievous? Because it won't be anything too serious. Even if Sansa tells Mother, it will be worth a try. After a while, all the Stark children, except John, descended the staircase, making our way to the tombs. As we walked, Rob regaled the others with chilling tales about the tombs. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, we beheld a dark corridor, illuminated only by the faint glow of a few torches. The Stark children truly enjoyed playing here, and I too relished exploring this place. The tombs were vast, certainly larger than Winterfell itself. The corridors connecting most areas were buried beneath heaps of earth, resembling a mere drop in the ocean compared to the portion we could currently access. As we traversed the dim corridor, suddenly, a white object drifted past at the far end. Upon witnessing this, Sansa screamed. Hearing her cry, Bran joined in, while Arya, curious, inquired what had transpired. What happened? What did you see? After a few seconds of screaming, Sansa halted, pointing ahead as she replied to Arya, I think I saw a ghost. Something all white floated past the end of the corridor. At that moment, Rob interjected, do not speak nonsense. There are no ghosts. That is merely a story. He feigned contemplation before continuing, but perhaps it was one of those whites from the old nurse's tales. They come to abduct us and turn us into their own. We approached the end of the corridor with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Meanwhile, Arya attempted to lift a sword from the gravestone, but the weight proved too great, and she relinquished her effort. Just as we turned the corner, a white figure leapt from behind a nearby tombstone, blocking our path. Oh, dear. Sansa and Bran screamed in a panic, eager to flee, but after a moment of fright, Arya recognized it was John and halted in her tracks. Rob and I collapsed in laughter, and upon witnessing this, Sansa and Bran also paused. Sansa approached with her hands on her hips, ready to scold Rob. You are truly despicable. How could you do this? Mother will find out. Ouch, ouch. Sansa, please stop. You must admit, it is rather amusing. Sansa retorted. Not at all amusing. Of course, it isn't amusing to you, but it is utterly hilarious to us. Once Sansa's anger subsided, we began to wander about the tomb, engaging in various games. Typically, children would fear entering such a place. Yet the atmosphere here felt distinctly different from that of other graveyards. We relished the opportunity to play here. Yes, it was cold, dark, and somewhat damp inside. But this chill was not the piercing cold one experiences outdoors. In fact, the term cold hardly does justice to this sensation. What word might accurately capture this feeling? Refreshing might be a suitable descriptor. The cool air within enveloped me comfortably, as if it were embracing me. It felt almost as if it beckoned me to remain. Perhaps it was the magic within. I could sense it too. It permeated the walls and the ground, an ancient form of magic. It had aged to the point of losing much of its shape and potency. The essence of this magic was either damaged or depleted. We had been visiting the tomb for a month, a period that had been relatively tranquil, save for the occasional nights when I woke from nightmares, drenched in cold sweat. However, these dreams of death and violence lessened with each passing day, as I learned to acclimate to them. On this planet, one is either prey or predator. Regrettably, there is no middle ground, and my magical meditation has provided considerable aid. I discovered another healing aspect of magic. I had known it could mend physical wounds. But thanks to these nightmares, I realized it also contributed to mental tranquility. I merely needed to focus the cycle of magic on my mind. Through the spell that nourishes and strengthens the body, the fracture in my right hand healed in less than 2 weeks. Though I feigned injury for a month to avoid arousing Master Lewin's suspicions, this night, awakening from one of those nightmares, I opened the window of my room to breathe in the fresh air and gazed at Winterfell, shrouded in darkness. Living in the castle, there were not many buildings around us, save for the small wooden houses where servants and their families resided, rising a few stories high. Surrounding us were larger stone edifices, such as the Maester's Tower, the Library Tower, and the Bell Tower, along with the inner castle and its walls. Within some of these structures, faint candlelight flickered. Yet most of the city lay enveloped in shadow. Certainly, there were a few lampposts with candles, but their light was too dim and sparse. On this moonless, cloudy night, they served little purpose. I was captivated by the view outside my window. At that moment, I felt an inexplicable pull from the north, as though someone had grasped my hand and gently urged me in that direction. I donned my clothes and began to walk toward this sensation. With each step I took in that direction, the feeling intensified, pulsing like a heartbeat, until I could clearly discern its source. It emanated from the weirwood tree. Upon entering the grove of sacred trees, I felt an overwhelming force of attraction. No, to label it merely as attraction would be inaccurate. It transcended that. I could now perceive it more clearly. It was a wave of magic, one that I suspected had always existed. Yet my senses had not been attuned enough to detect it until now. From the grove, it radiated outward in waves. As I approached the red tree, I felt these waves more distinctly. It pulsed like a heartbeat, firm and strong. I succumbed to a trance, reaching out to touch the red tree. The moment my hand made contact, I lost myself in the experience. It was akin to a dream, becoming one with the tree. I could sense every part of it. The deep crimson leaves swaying in the cool night breeze, the solid trunk, and all its roots. It felt as though the roots extended into eternity. What astonished me most were the roots of the tree. They truly felt as though they stretched into infinity, as if they reached hundreds of kilometers deep. I delved deeper into the tree, following its roots, yet simultaneously, I sensed my magic rapidly waning. Moments later, I became aware of another tree's presence and followed its roots. Upon reaching this tree, everything gave way to a blinding light. After a few seconds, darkness enveloped me once more, but this darkness was not as profound as before. Rather, it was the darkness of night. I could discern some elements of my surroundings from within this darkness. I was now in the heart of the forest. Yet this forest was not the grove of sacred trees, as there were no cobblestone paths, and the trees appeared somewhat different. Nevertheless, this place felt oddly familiar. As I surveyed my surroundings, I was astonished by what I beheld. I recognized my location with clarity. This was the red tree in the center of Wolfwood. For in the darkness, I could see the small hut I had crafted from the gnarled trees. Just then, I felt an overwhelming weakness wash over me. My vision dimmed, and I found myself back in the grove of sacred trees. My magic had been entirely depleted, and I felt utterly exhausted. But the knowledge I had gained was worth every ounce of my magical energy. All the red trees were interconnected through a vast network. This implied that, had I possessed sufficient magic, I could connect to any red tree on the continent. Through this connection, I realized many more things. The most significant being that the red trees were sealed. They currently did not emit the magic they inherently possessed. The magic flowing now was merely particles spilling from their seals. The present form of the trees was not their original shape, and among them, some bore a consciousness that I could sense, albeit those consciousnesses were in a deep slumber. The trees in the grove lacked awareness, whereas those in Wolfwood did possess it. However, the trees in the grove appeared to be composed solely of pure magic. As I sensed these consciousnesses among the red trees, I also felt something else. It was as if someone were watching me, though I could never discern the source of that sensation. Chapter 31. Level 3 Druid. I had exhausted all my magic moving among the weirwoods. Yet I could still sense the magic within these trees and began to better comprehend how they were created through ritual. The essence of these trees was rooted in earth, wind, water, and fire. I could grasp the concepts of earth and water, but I struggled to understand why wind, particularly fire, was integral to these trees. Along with the necessity of blood sacrifice. To create a tree, many lives must be sacrificed. At that moment, the magic within the trees began to flow into my body, completely enveloping me. My magical core worked diligently to refine this energy, assimilating it into my being. I could feel my magic growing with each passing second. The process of my ascension to a level 3 druid had commenced. The magic swirled around me, slowly entering my heart. A few minutes later, I found myself endowed with 120 points of magical energy, and suddenly, an eruption occurred within me, creating a second circle of magic around my core. I was drenched in perspiration. This breakthrough had left me utterly exhausted, yet the two circles of magic began to rotate around my core with increasing speed, continuously siphoning energy from my surroundings. I struggled to breathe, my body feeling akin to an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Just as I could no longer endure the agony, they ceased their absorption of magic, allowing me to draw in breath once more. My garments were thoroughly soaked. Yet I had ascended to the rank of a third-level druid. As was customary, the knowledge of spells began to flow into my consciousness. But this time, there was something more. I had acquired the ability to perform ritual magic, though this ritual magic was not particularly potent. Akin to any skill bestowed upon me by the deity of order, it too began with a humble inception. The rituals at my disposal are not permanent. Currently, I possess 3 rituals, all of which are temporary. The first allows me to purify a day's worth of water sources, which I can perform once a week. Thus, if I approach a water source, I can cleanse a stream or a well. The second enables me to create a healing circle of 5 square meters each day, lasting for an hour. Anyone who enters this circle can receive minor healing. The slight wounds of those who step into this area will heal instantly. It cannot mend internal injuries or broken bones, yet it possesses the ability to staunch bleeding. The third ritual addresses minor ailments. While I cannot cure fatal diseases such as scarlet fever, I can use this to reduce fevers, and if the individual is sufficiently robust, it may assist them in resisting deadly illnesses and can cure the common cold. This ritual lasts for 1 hour and can be performed 5 times a day. Since my elevation to the 3rd level, I now have 150 points of magical energy and have acquired several 3rd-level spells. A new healing spell has been granted to me. One that is genuinely restorative. Nourish and strengthen the body. Resembles a spell of enhancement and disease healing rather than a straightforward healing incantation. This spell is named Flower of Life. While it can heal minor wounds and slight fractures, it cannot mend internal organs or shattered bones. However, with regular casting, it can staunch bleeding and accelerate healing, consuming 15 points of magic. Furthermore, all 1st and 2nd level spells now consume less magical energy than before. 1st level spells consume 3 points of magic, while most 2nd level spells consume 5. Thanks to Summon Animal, I can conjure creatures of the same type as my familiar. With this spell, I can create 5 small animals, 2 medium ones, or 1 large animal. Hence, I can now summon 5 snakes, 5 crows, or 2 Rottweilers. And small animals can be summoned directly from my hand, making it a highly effective close combat spell. I could summon 5 venomous snakes and launch them at my foes. Of course, they are not real creatures, merely illusions that will dissipate after half an hour. Call Lightning enables me to summon lightning, as the name suggests. But this spell has 2 versions. The first version sends lightning forth from my hand, while the second can create genuine lightning during a thunderstorm outdoors. The magical cost is halved, yet the power triples since it is authentic lightning, consuming 15 points of magic. Transform is the druid spell I have long anticipated, and it has finally come to fruition. I can now assume the form of an animal, though it is not transformation in the complete sense. This spell currently bears numerous limitations. I can only transform into the type of my familiar and cannot change mass or size. This means I cannot become a smaller or larger creature. Even if I transform into a Rottweiler, I will not possess the canine body. I will retain my own muscles and bones, implying I will not be as swift as a dog, nor can I breathe underwater if I become a shark. Nonetheless, it serves as a useful reconnaissance ability. No one would give a second glance at a dog. Like most 3rd-level spells, it consumes 15 points of magic. Earthquake Shock creates a shockwave centered around me with a diameter of 10 meters, resulting in harm to all nearby and propelling them away with force. Plant growth offers little assistance to me at present, yet it will become one of my most valuable spells in the future. This spell doubles the growth rate and yield of plants within a 2-kilometer radius. The drawback is that I can only cast this spell once a week. Once my magical cycle returned to normal, I stood and made my way to my room. Upon reaching the front of the stairs, I could sense the chaotic commotion occurring within. Wave, Erebus, and Belus were engaged in a fierce struggle. I dashed upstairs, and as I opened the door, the scene before me left me astounded. Upon entering the room, I found all 4 of my companions present. Ima lay quietly on my bed, while the other 3 were entangled in a tumultuous scuffle. What shocked me was their size. Just yesterday, Wave measured 70 centimeters, Erebus was 1 meter, and Belus stood at 70 centimeters from head to toe. At that moment, Wave had grown to 1 meter, Erebus to 13 meters, and Belus to 90 centimeters. I approached the bedside, and as I examined Imu, I noticed he had also grown by 30 centimeters. Concurrently, Imu turned his head to me and said, "Master, I have been patiently lying here, but the other animals simply refuse to behave." I was taken aback to hear Imu speak in complete sentences rather than fragmented phrases. Taking a deep breath, I realized I must first calm the other companions. "Everyone, stop. What is happening here? Someone tell me immediately. Why are you fighting?" They all stared at me in silence, and I glanced at Wave, gesturing for her to explain. "Father, we were all sleeping, but suddenly, magical energy began to fill me, and I woke up in agony. Within minutes, I started to grow, and the others experienced the same phenomenon. Erebus had fallen onto Belus, inadvertently driving his claws into Belus's back. Meanwhile, Belus approached me, saying, "Master, Erebus hurt my back. It hurts. Look, I'm bleeding." He turned to Erebus and began to roar. Belus could now express complete sentences as well. "It was unintentional. Stop crying, you big baby." Upon seeing the deep wound on Belus's back, I noticed he was bleeding. Erebus's claws were bloodied, each measuring 67 centimeters. It appeared as if he had 4 tiny knives on each paw. To soothe Belus, I began to stroke his head, and he leaned against my leg, whimpering. Technically, he was still an infant. He was not even a year old yet. The moment I cast Flower of Life, the bleeding wound on Belus's back began to heal gradually yet visibly, and within minutes, the mark of the injury vanished entirely. Not even a scar remained. It was as if the wound had never existed. "Master, my wound is healed. Is this the magical energy Wave spoke of?" I turned to Erebus and said, "Erebus, you may have unintentionally harmed Belus, but you should apologize for your actions. You are friends, even brothers, and should not engage in such quarrels." I addressed all my companions, urging them to treat one another with kindness. After calming them, I took a seat on the bed and realized that they had all become large animals of their respective species, and they had grown even larger. Belrus is the smallest of his litter. His siblings measure only between 50 to 60 centimeters in length. As the tiniest, he has grown larger than most adult Rottweilers in the kennel. Upon seeing them, Sir Roderick would undoubtedly prattle on about my being a wolf spirit. What should I do? After some contemplation, I resolved to venture into the wolf forest with all my companions. I decided to establish a modest base near the fish beam tree at the heart of the wolf forest. It is now 2 a.m, and I must wait until dawn. The castle gates are either locked or guarded. However, I can use the transformation spell to sneak out of the castle. Even if I manage to escape, there lies another predicament. I have not secured permission to remain outside. It will take me 2 days to reach the druid tree in the wolf forest, while the others will require 5 or 6 days to arrive there. Thanks to the spell of silent movement, I can traverse the forest effortlessly, as it provides me with a smooth path. The distance between Winterfell and the forest center is approximately 300 kilometers. Now I must ponder whether to proceed without permission and face the consequences later or wait until morning to obtain the necessary consent. Sir Roderick typically allows me to camp in the wild for a week before dealing with bandits. It is best not to jeopardize the relationships I have built over time for such trivial matters. I may need these favors in the future. When I cast the transformation spell, I felt a wave of dizziness, a slight swaying that quickly subsided. My body was changing shape, yet I felt nothing at all. Indeed, I felt utterly devoid of sensation. It was as if my entire being had gone numb. I could neither move nor perceive the chair beneath me. I had completely lost my sense of touch. This paralysis instilled a sense of claustrophobia within me, but after several minutes, I transformed into a Rottweiler the same size as Belrus, and my sense of touch returned, bringing me a sense of calm. Apart from my vision, I felt no discernible difference, but when I attempted to move, I sensed a significant divergence. The manner in which a dog moves differs from that of a human, and I lacked both the muscle memory and the musculature of a dog. Yes, my bones and muscles had assumed a canine form, yet functionally, there had been no change. After wandering around the room for a few minutes, I found that walking slowly posed no issue, but running remained impossible. Bo and Erebus trailed us from the air. bringing Emu along, while Erebus and I made our way toward an open castle gate. As we walked, I anticipated the snow-covered path would be frigid, akin to walking barefoot on ice. However, it was not at all as I expected. Yes, I did feel a bit cold, yet it was not uncomfortable. As we approached the gate, I could hear the guards conversing. Naturally, the two sentinels were facing outward, and they only noticed us as we quietly passed by them and ventured outside. One of the guards shouted in terror, "What the hell? You mongrels scared the life out of me." He raised his spear, preparing to strike us, but the guard beside him restrained him. "Can't you see how large and well-fed these dogs are? They must have escaped from the kennel. Do you wish to harm them and invite trouble?" The guard pondered for a moment before lowering his spear. "What then? Should we capture them?" The elder guard sighed and replied, "Are you an idiot? Do you wish to fight dogs in this cold? Let them go. If they are trained, they will return, and if not, it is no concern of ours." Chapter 32. Journey to the Wolf Forest. After departing from the town, we paused within a grove. "Everyone stay here, away from the crowd. Try not to attract attention. I will return for you at dawn. Until then, you must heed Bo's word. She is in charge. Do you all understand?" I made my way back to the city without incident, and upon entering my room, I contemplated reverting to my original form. Once again, I temporarily lost my sense of touch, but it returned after the transformation was complete. Is this occurrence due to the painful nature of the transformation? It makes sense, considering my bones and muscles are reshaping. Then I discovered something astonishing. Upon returning to human form, I was not left naked. My clothes remained intact upon my body. It was truly miraculous. I wondered where my garments went during the transformation. I decided to rest for a few more hours until dawn, and then I fell asleep. Upon awakening, I proceeded to Sir Roderick's residence, waiting by his door. Half an hour later, Sir Roderick emerged and spotted me. "What is the matter? Did you dream of me? What brings you here at dawn?" "My lord, I wish to go camping once more." "No." I took a deep breath, striving to calm myself. I silently repeated in my mind not to act like an outsider, not to act like an outsider. This is not an online novel. There is no need for a dramatic confrontation. I must remain composed and not behave like a petulant child. If I present myself as irresponsible and immature, he will regard me as a mere child. "Sir, I have dealt with numerous bandits. That must surely attest to my capabilities. I am unlike the other children. There is only one place where I feel free and at ease, and that is when I am camping and hunting in the forest. If I ever feel even a hint of danger, I would not intervene, nor would a band of brigands ambush me." "Why would they ambush you?" "Thanks to Bo and Erebus, I have trained them as scouts. Whenever I venture out, they always circle around me, and upon spotting someone, they leap to my shoulder to indicate the direction. It was thanks to them that I located the bandits last time." "How can you teach animals to do so much?" "I'm not entirely sure. I possess a certain affinity for such matters. It was quite challenging, taking 3 years to train them, but I succeeded." "May I take my leave now, my lord?" He placed one hand upon his neck and the other on the hilt of his sword, contemplating. "Very well, you may go. But only for a week." Upon receiving his permission, I promptly exited the castle to meet my familiars. As I approached, they emerged from the woods. We would require 2 days to reach the fish beam tree in the wolf forest, and I would need another 2 days to return. My precious 7 days had already been reduced to 4. I must devise a means to shorten the journey, but how? One of the primary reasons for the lengthy journey is the horses. Even if I wish to press on, we must pause for rest, as the horses require recuperation. In Westeros, horses can typically travel between 55 to 65 kilometers a day. I doubt that horses on Earth can sustain such distances. However, I need them to either run faster or endure longer, or I require creatures with superior speed and endurance. As this thought crossed my mind, it struck me with the force of a lightning bolt. How foolish I have been. How did I not consider this before? What I need is a creature with superior speed or endurance. Instead of seeking such a being, I could enhance the speed and endurance of what I already possess. I slapped my forehead, vexed by my own folly. All I need to do is exert control over the horse and grant it enhancements for speed and endurance. Given that the average horse's speed is 30 to 40, a mere 0.25 enhancement yields minimal effect, but endurance enhancement is a different matter entirely. With it, I could traverse the entire distance to the fish beam tree within 12 hours. Thus, I took command of the horse, applying 2 enhancements, and set forth on my journey. Naturally, I also enhanced my familiars. Covering such a vast distance in a single day would be impossible for Bo and Belrys. However, our muscleheads can manage such a distance without any enhancements. Upon our arrival at the wolf forest, I found it necessary to decelerate. For my running speed differed notably from that of the horse within the woodland. While I could conjure a path using the silent movement spell, it proved somewhat sluggish for the horse's maximum velocity, compelling me to slow my pace. By the time I reached the fishbeam tree, a span of 14 hours had elapsed. The journey was arduous, leaving us weary, so I retreated to my humble abode for a brief respite. After a short nap, I commenced my labor. Utilizing the mold plant spell to cultivate a substantial grove of trees around my dwelling, ensuring that when I returned to the town, Belrus would be secure. I merely required him to remain there for a few months. Thereafter, he would have matured sufficiently to attract less attention. I dedicated 4 days to shaping the trees and erecting barriers, ultimately achieving my goal. With just 1 day left before my return, I resolved to seize this opportunity to accrue combat experience. It was time to confront my fears. I closed my eyes and, alongside my familiar, entered the training space. Chapter 33. Training the familiar. We found ourselves at the center of a vast white chamber. I began to survey my surroundings, gradually calming as I observed no imminent threats. I recalled that I had altered the room's settings. Now, adversaries would only materialize upon my command. Now, everyone, heed my words. In this chamber, enemies shall emerge to assault us. I expect you to engage them and endeavor to vanquish them. But Father, you always say that we should not harm humans unless they intend to harm us. Indeed, Bo, but akin to those I dispatched a month prior, there exist malevolent beings. And we must learn to defend ourselves. Fear not, those entities within this chamber may resemble humans, yet they are not. With a wag of his tail, Belrus inquired, so, can we fight them freely? I sensed his excitement and responded with a smile, yes, but do not forget that they too can inflict harm upon you. Just as Erebus hurt you yesterday, but rest assured, within this chamber, we cannot die. Although it will be quite painful, we shall heal immediately upon exiting or perishing within. Emerging from the collar of my garment, Im chimed in, Master, can I also fight? Very well, you may bite them while I engage in close combat. I conjured an adversary and commanded it to adopt a purely defensive stance. Erebus was the first to strike, launching himself into the air before diving. But the effigy swatted him aside with its spear. At that moment, the other familiars joined the fray. While Bo and Erebus were preoccupied, Belrus charged in from the side, sinking his teeth into the effigy's leg. The dummy, however, remained indifferent, as it felt no pain. This aspect of the effigies irked me. They were akin to zombies, devoid of the sensation of hurt. Previously, I had been unable to unlock the pain option, but now that I had leveled up, perhaps I could amend it. Kneeling down, I touched the ground, wishing to modify the pain setting. Upon doing so, the effigy let out a pained cry and stumbled away. Its focus shifted entirely to Belrus, who was still clinging to its leg, and in a desperate bid to protect itself, the effigy struck Belrus across the face with the butt of its spear. It would execute defensive strikes but would not follow up with subsequent attacks while in defensive mode. As the effigy landed a blow to Belrus's face, he yelped in agony. Retreating from the dummy and approaching me, his face bloodied from a gash above his brow. Stop. Upon issuing this command, the effigy froze, and Erebus and Bo soared toward me. Master, it hurts too much. I dislike this. This game is not enjoyable at all. Belrus, this is not a game. We are here to learn how to fight. I just informed you that if they strike you, you shall be injured, potentially fatally. Belrus, still a mere cub at 7 months old, was reluctant to engage in anything he deemed unenjoyable. I was hesitant to push them too hard on their first day of training. What do you both wish to do? Choose, fight, or refrain. I want to fight. His frustration was palpable, as he felt he could have struck the effigy, but was instead struck by it. Crows, indeed, are creatures of strong retribution. Does it not hurt? Indeed, it does, yet I am not a crybaby like Belrus. I mused that if he bore a human visage, he might be grinning at Belrus now. I am not a crybaby. I simply do not wish to partake. You just cried. Enough, both of you. If he does not wish to fight, he need not. However, Belrus, you must learn how to engage in combat. This is not a peaceful world. Should you encounter an enemy poised to attack, do not recklessly charge forward. In such instances, you could have evaded the assault when he raised his spear, but instead, you blindly continued to bite him. You need not aim to fell your adversary with a single blow. While it is commendable if you can, should you not succeed, deliver another strike. Belrus, you shall wait by the edge of the chamber while we fight. Observe closely. I turned to the effigy, commanding, continue the battle. Erebus and Bo exhibited remarkable coordination, likely stemming from their predatory instincts. In their earlier days, they had consumed grains, but upon surpassing 1/2 meter in height, they had wholly transformed into carnivorous beings, hunting for the past 2 years. Thus, they may not perceive this as a game but rather as a hunt, and their experience in hunting allowed them to attack in unison. When one drew the effigy's attention, the other would strike, their attacks typically characterized by patience. Erebus's assaults were audacious, while Bo's movements were more cautious. Pause. Children, he is anticipating your next move, as you incessantly attempt to assault his eyes. You are not hunting rabbits or mice. At times, you must shift your focus of attack, and this alteration should occur in the final moments. This way, you can catch your enemy off guard. Yes, the face is a vulnerable point for humans. When something approaches our face, we instinctively recoil. Yet, if every attack originates from this area, defending becomes effortless. Father, where then should we strike? For instance, you may target the back of the head. This is a blind spot. A well-placed peck here could leave your opponent staggering or even unconscious. Additionally, you must abandon the typical crow combat style. Your most formidable weapon is no longer your beak, but rather your claws. Each of your feet possesses 4 talon-like blades. Learn to wield them effectively. Approaching the effigy, I pointed to the sides of its neck. Here lie the jugular veins, applicable to all animals. Severing these blood vessels with your claws will ensure your enemy's demise. Of course, it is easier to kill humans this way than other creatures, as we lack the thick skin and muscle of other animals. Lastly, when I assert that your claws are your most powerful weapon, it does not imply that your beaks are weak. Your beaks are approximately 15 centimeters long, possessing lethal force comparable to that of a giant arrow, though not as versatile as your claws. This time, attempt to strike different areas and alter your attack patterns. For instance, feign a peck but shift to a claw strike at the last moment, or simulate a dive to distract him. Chapter 34 Negotiation. As Bo and Erebus were experimenting with various attack strategies, I resolved to create a decoy for myself. I conjured a figure that would solely target me, operating at 70% of its full speed. The moment the decoy came into existence, it launched an assault against me, boasting a strength of 7 and a speed of 5. While I had grown accustomed to engaging in combat with adults, my experiences with death here made it clear that practice and the stark reality of life and death battles are worlds apart. I yearned for combat experience, yet wished to avoid the injuries I had suffered in the past. The specter of death loomed persistently over me. I was acutely aware that I would not perish, yet the anguish resonated from the depths of my being. I needed time to enhance my tolerance for pain. It was unrealistic to expect immediate immersion. Until 4 years prior, I had led a tranquil life in the modern world. At this juncture, I had taken the lives of 12 individuals and had tasted death thrice. Indeed, 2 of those instances were not genuine deaths. Yet they were far more harrowing and painful than my actual demise. We had trained for 6 hours. During this time, my skin bore dozens of scratches. Although the pain was excruciating, I had dispatched the decoy numerous times. Given that its speed was nearly on par with mine, and it was human-like, I focused all my energy on it, primarily practicing my dodging and parrying skills. Among us, the most severely injured was not I, but Erebus. Its 2 claws were broken. Its beak was split, and its right wing could not fully fold. Yet, due to the bond between us, I could acutely sense its fury and fighting spirit. From its labored breaths, it was evident that it had exhausted its strength. It was as if it burned with the flames of vengeance. Had it possessed the power, it would have torn the decoy to shreds. Witnessing its state ignited a tempest of rage within me. It charged forward relentlessly, akin to a bull, disregarding all else in its defense. Bo emerged with the least injuries among us. Under my warning, she opted to attack only from blind spots. Unless Erebus occupied the decoy, she refrained from striking, always waiting for an opening. Her behavior reminded me of an assassin. Her combat style was marked by caution and patience. They had succeeded in slaying the decoy twice, both times by her hand. This was one of the reasons for Erebus's fighting spirit. It had failed to kill the decoy even once. Upon exiting the training space, our wounds and injuries healed. Father, it no longer hurts. And Erebus's claws and beak are intact. Indeed, as we left that space, we healed because the injuries sustained within that room were not real. At that moment, Erebus remarked, "Yet it hurts as if it were real." Such was the magic of that place. It made one feel as though they were suffering or dying. Upon returning to Winterfell, I made a decision. I wished to explore the north and did not want to return to Winterfell. At present, I felt it was a waste of time. Thanks to my magic, travel time was significantly reduced, yet each round trip still consumed 2 days. I arrived at Winterfell as the sun approached the horizon. But Sir Roderick must still be at his residence, so I leisurely made my way to his quarters. I knocked on the door. "Come in." As I entered, Sir Roderick was seated at his desk, reviewing documents. Upon seeing me, he set down the papers and smiled. "How was your camping and hunting trip?" "Quite well. I thoroughly enjoyed it. However, I must share something with you that you may not appreciate, my lord." "Then why bring it up?" "Because I must." "What must you do?" "Explore the north." At my words, he slammed his fist on the table in anger and leapt to his feet. "What are you saying, boy?" "I must venture north. I feel that remaining in Winterfell will stifle my growth." "No, you are too young. You cannot go." "My lord, do you believe you have anything left to teach me? Or do you think I can learn anything further from the safety of the training grounds? Then we can discuss it with the lord and arrange for you to patrol with other knights. Indeed, encountering robbers would not benefit me. But being able to run is akin to walking with iron chains." Sir Roderick may appear obstinate, yet at times he acts with logic. And this was one of those moments he could see the merit in my words. Nevertheless, he remained stubborn. "No, such a thing cannot be permitted. You are still too young. It is far too dangerous." "What is dangerous, my lord?" "We both know that I am destined to become one of the finest swordsmen in this world. As you say, you will become the best swordsman. But you are not that person yet. Until then, I have a duty to protect you. My lord, I cannot become the kind of person confined within a gilded cage. In my humble opinion, your role is not to safeguard my safety. On the contrary, your responsibility is to push me forward. Upon uttering these words, he paused for a moment, contemplating my statement, and I sensed I was beginning to reason with him. You possess humility. I have learned something new today. Roderick's perspective. This child speaks with wisdom, yet he is far too young. How could I allow such a young lad to embark on a journey alone? On the other hand, if we wish to unlock his true potential, he must endure hardships. What should I do? Should I take him to meet the Lord? Or should I refuse him? You are still too young. Let us discuss this matter again in a few years. I could see he was growing frustrated. Sir, may I speak candidly with you? Look at the audacity of this child. The young calf shows no fear of the wolf. Speak. This is unjust. I have repeatedly demonstrated that I am not a naive child. How many more times must I prove myself before you take me seriously? I have slain 12 bandits. Can you name a squire or knight who accomplished such a feat at the age of 10? I was taken aback by his words, yet the more we talked, the more he made sense. Indeed, you are not a naive child, which is why I allow you to speak to me thus. As you mentioned, we are aware that you are destined for greatness, yet all this is only possible if you remain alive. Traveling is too perilous for you at this time. Then let it be so. Grant me a trial in the wild. Let me engage in simulated combat with 10 or 20 knights. But they must not be from the household guard. I was genuinely angered now. This was not childishness, but a blatant disrespect towards knights. Child, your blind arrogance is excessive. If I cannot substantiate my claims, then that would be arrogance. Yes, in close combat, I can only fight one knight, but in open battle, if they wish to ambush me, I can at least take down half of them before they realize I am there. Chapter 35 Conversation. Roderick's perspective. He does possess a point. What 10-year-old child dares to camp alone in the woods, let alone slay 12 bandits? If he could survive in harsh conditions for a few years, it would greatly enhance his growth. However, I was not fond of him underestimating knights. This is not a decision I can make alone. Testing him holds meaning. If he fails the test, we can put the matter to rest. If he succeeds, we can allow him to explore with peace of mind. But I must first consult with the Lord. As I entered the Lord's solar, I found him overwhelmed by paperwork. Upon realizing it was I, he lifted his head from the documents and said, Roderick, have you come to rescue me from this mountain of papers? Please tell me that the wildlings have crossed the wall and that we must prepare for battle immediately. Yes? I apologize, my lord, for needing to consult you regarding a matter of great importance, which requires some time. Whatever it may be, as long as it allows me to escape these wretched documents. Even for a short while, I welcome it. My lord, Emil requests permission to embark on an adventure to the north. Lord Stark's jovial expression suddenly turned grave. Of course. We shall refuse. I believe you will not accept it. He presented me with compelling reasons. Oh, what did he say? My lord, you know that Emil is not an ordinary child. I anticipated he would make such a request, but I did not expect it to come so soon. I thought he would wait until his 14th birthday to voice it. He stated that one cannot expect a fierce eagle to thrive in a gilded cage. The Lord paused for a moment before responding. As you say, he is still too young. Tell him to revisit this inquiry on his 14th birthday. I have informed him. Yet he provided an even more persuasive rebuttal. What was it this time? He reminded me that he frequently camps alone in the Wolfwood, hunting down 12 bandits armed only with a bow and arrows. In the past, I even dispatched our finest hunters and trackers to shadow him from a distance for his safety, yet the outcome remained unchanged each time. The moment he enters the forest, he vanishes and none can follow his trail. Even if they outrun him in open terrain, they cannot match his speed within the woods. They liken it to fish slipping into water, and some even claim he is a forest spirit. He even challenged me to test him with 20 knights. What? This child has become exceedingly arrogant, and too quickly. He needs a lesson to comprehend the true dangers of this world. 20 knights, 20 knights. Huh, my lord. He does not wish to engage them in melee. Rather, he desires us to ambush him in the woods like mountain raiders, asserting that conventional methods would not suffice. This is utterly presumptuous. Very well, we shall grant him a trial. Summon your son. My lord, he does not wish to fight the household guards. He knows they are too formidable for him. He wishes to spar with the young knights, which I believe are more suitable opponents. If we send him, he will not encounter an army. He seeks to battle a band of brigands. Call him forth. I wish to speak with him. Yes, my lord. From Eddard Stark's perspective, you summoned me, my lord? Yes, Emil. Roderick has informed me of your request, and I am inclined to decline. My lord, please do not regard me as the innocent little boy of your. Yes, I am aware I am but a child. Yet we both know I am not ordinary. I have learned all there is to know about Winterfell. I must travel to grow further. If I remain here under your protection, I will stagnate in my quest for strength. I require challenges, not shelter. Upon hearing his words, I felt a twinge of uncertainty. I focused intently on his eyes and inhaled deeply. This boy, every time we converse, I find myself at a loss. He embodies a force of nature, unyielding, untamable, exhausting me with his arguments. What is the rush? If you were to present this request 3 or 4 years hence, I would grant it without hesitation. However, You must understand that you are still too young. Indeed, I recognize your strength. I wager you could best most adults in a sword duel. Yet, I still feel it is premature. Should I grant you this permission and you sustain an injury, or worse, I would feel as though I had betrayed the North. My lord, I cannot bear to waste a single day of my life in stagnation. For me, 3 or 4 years of idleness here feels akin to 15 or 20. I do not comprehend his sentiments. He possesses the curious spirit of a child eager to explore his home, while simultaneously exhibiting the logical reasoning of a wise elder. He is a perplexing enigma. Undeniably, I am intrigued to see if he can triumph against 20 knights in ambush. How can you possibly evade an ambush? As I explained to Sir Roderick, if I am outside, no one can ambush me, thanks to my ravens. Should any human approach, they will alert me. How do your ravens do that? I am perplexed. How can ravens convey such information? I have trained them to circle me when I am in the wild. Thus, when they spot a human, they can easily identify them while in flight, and the enemy remains unaware they are being watched. Upon spotting a target, they will return to me, perch upon my shoulder, and indicate the direction from which danger approaches, enabling me to decide whether to fight or flee. I was astonished. How can you train animals in such a manner? How is that possible? Scholars have trained ravens to travel from one location to another. I have achieved the same through years of patience and a modicum of talent. Chapter 36, The Hunter and the Prey. From the protagonist's perspective, preparations were underway for our expedition to the Wolfwood. I entered the Lord Solar and conversed with Lord Stark and Sir Roderick. My lord, I am here to discuss a matter with you. Speak, Emil. What is on your mind? My lord, I request that you refrain from disclosing the matter of my ravens to the knights. Why? If they remain unaware, you will have a significant advantage. My lord, anyone I encounter outside will have no knowledge of my ravens. If you were to see a raven perched on a branch or soaring through the air, would you pause to take a second glance? No one would pay them any mind. Well, very well, you have a point. We shall keep it a secret. However, we must ensure a fair competition. Thus, you will receive fewer arrows. You must render them more significant. Yes, my lord. I wish to see these famed ravens. Can you show me? If we open the balcony, I can call them in with a whistle. I opened the balcony door and whistled. Moments later, 2 ravens flew in from outside and landed on my shoulders. Do your ravens not have white feathers on their foreheads and wings? Sir Roderick inquired. Yes, they did once, but they lost those feathers as they matured. These 2 ravens are certainly not B and Erebus. If Sir Roderick were to observe their current size, he would surely mistake them for monsters. The last time the people of Winterfell saw them, they stood approximately 70 to 80 centimeters tall. These 2 ravens measure 60 to 70 centimeters. Sir Roderick did not grasp the distinction, as he showed little interest in my ravens. These 2 were the largest I could find within B and Erebus's murderous cohort. Lord Stark approached me. I dare say these are the largest ravens I have ever seen. It is clear you surpass Maester Lewin in training and raising them. The following day, Lord Stark, Sir Roderick, and I, along with numerous knights, ventured into the Wolfwood. Sir Roderick leaned closer and said, As you wish. 20 young knights shall enter the forest behind you and attempt to ambush you. The Lord and I will follow closely behind to observe the proceedings. He then turned to inspect the weapons we would be using. I do not wish for anyone to be seriously injured. This is a mock battle. Some of you may sustain minor injuries. Accidents may occur, but be cautious. Should you damage anything, I shall take your lives. All the knights erupted in laughter. And he continued, You shall all wield blunted steel swords and arrows wrapped in cloth, so exercise caution. Let this little imp see that he has a long way to go before he can match you. All the knights raised their swords in a cheer. Huzzah, huzzah. He turned back to me. As for you, you shall receive 25 arrows. What would you prefer for close combat? I believe I require nothing for such proximity. Yet it is better to be prepared than to regret. I will arm myself with a sword and a dagger. Once you are ready, you may enter. After the sand in the hourglass runs out, they will come searching for you. The hourglass he held was modest in size, allowing for approximately 5 minutes of time. I commenced my sprint towards the forest. As I distanced myself from them, I invoked the cat-s aspect and the silent movement. I did not need the enhancement of strength at this moment, but rather the ability to move swiftly and without a trace. After running for about 5 minutes, I crouched behind a clump of tall grass. Winter was approaching, bringing a chilling atmosphere to the forest, yet the ground bore little snow. As the season had not yet fully arrived, I could distinctly see my breath forming vapor. Track animal, humans. The moment I cast the spell, I could clearly sense the positions of all individuals approaching me, along with their distances, and thanks to my silent movement, they remained unaware of my presence. They advanced blindly in a disorganized formation. Sir Roderick believed I had underestimated the knights, but it was I who was underestimated. With such a ludicrous formation approaching, there could be no other explanation. They were all ensnared in a grand misunderstanding. They were not the hunters here. I was the true hunter, with 20 rabbits to pursue. As I leveled up, my track animal spell grew stronger. Now, I could perceive animals within a 3-kilometer radius, and this effect could last for an hour. I devised a small plan in my mind and began to flank them from the left. We were approximately 100 meters apart, in the forest. Such a distance rendered me invisible to them. However, thanks to my enhanced vision, I could see them as if they were right beside me. With the Bull S aspect, the Bear S aspect, and the Guardian Wind, once I had attained full enhancements, I began to close in. Were I using standard arrows? I could strike them from 70 to 80 meters away, but due to the blunt-tipped arrows, the range was nearly halved. Had I not leveled up, I would have needed to approach within 30 to 40 meters, but my elevation in rank had augmented my elemental control. Now, I could employ the wind element to extend my arrow's range. I still lacked the ability to infuse my arrows with mana. Yet I could create a wind tunnel ahead to enhance the distance. This wind control had two drawbacks. First, its duration was too brief, lasting only a few minutes. Second, I could only utilize it while stationary. By expending 2 mana points, I could gain an additional range of nearly 20 meters. I deemed this worthwhile. I closed into 60 meters, drew 3 arrows from my quiver, and released them one after another. 2 struck their target, but the last one missed. He was on my right, having taken down 2. I needed assistance. The knights began issuing commands to one another, attempting to encircle me. Naturally, I would not allow them to succeed. I immediately began to flee desperately. They attempted to follow, but the distance between us widened. One of the primary reasons they could not catch me was the plants and tree roots on the ground. They would trip over these obstacles, whereas I would not. As I neared the roots, they would burrow into the earth. When I approached the tall grass, it would part, clearing a path for me. I relished being a druid. After 10 minutes of pursuit, they grew weary and ceased their chase. Of course, I would not allow them to relax. As they attempted to catch their breath, I flanked them once more. Tom Hall, Knight's perspective. How could he be so swift? He runs like a rabbit, and if I catch that little brat, I shall teach him a lesson. Be quiet. Take a breather. We must continue chasing him. The others can flank him from the side, keeping him occupied. Please. He is merely lucky. We will surely catch him next time. Why do they underestimate him so? If this were a real battle, he would undoubtedly dispatch both of us effortlessly. Had I not tripped, I would have surely been struck by the last arrow. I stood and said, "Why do you underestimate him so? My cousin is the finest scout and tracker in Winterfell. Sir Roderick previously dispatched him to track and ensure the safety of Emil. Yet the moment they entered the forest, he lost Emil's trail. Does that sound familiar? We are not the hunters, you fools. We are the prey. He is hunting us. We must begin to take this matter seriously, or we shall be defeated by a mere 10-year-old child. Brother, why so serious? Do not fret, we will capture him." No sooner had he spoken than an arrow struck his forehead. Ah, damn it. This time I was also unfortunate, receiving an arrow to my chest. He intends to devour us whole. Chapter 37. An Army of One, Male Protagonist Perspective. I felled 2 more, leaving 16 remaining, and this time I had no intention of fleeing. I feigned escape while luring them closer, ensuring they remained oblivious to my true intentions. 5 of them pursued me closely, while the others attempted to encircle me and block my path. I allowed our distance to narrow to 20 meters at that moment. I cast the fog cloud spell while simultaneously tossing 2 smoke bombs, leading them to believe the source of the fog was an explosion. As a 20-meter-long smoke screen enveloped me, I immediately changed positions, sprinting towards the 5 knights while unleashing a barrage of arrows. I fired 5 arrows, but only 3 found their mark, as their movements were erratic. After all, they had become blind. I resolved not to waste any more arrows and stealthily approached the remaining 2. I crept up from behind one knight and struck his right leg with my sword. He cried out in pain, and as he knelt, I swiftly struck him on the neck with the hilt of my sword, rendering him unconscious. The other man in the fog heard his companion's cry and rushed toward the sound, but I had already vanished into the mist. The knights on the flank, realizing their plan had backfired, charged into the fog, yet they remained at least 20 meters away while I had completed my task. I did not linger. Preparing a fist-sized earthen ball, I hurled it through the thick fog, striking the last knight's helmet. As the stone made contact with the helmet, a resounding clang echoed, and the knight fell to the ground with a thud. When the remaining knights arrived, I had already run 20 meters away, disappearing into the thicket. However, I sensed someone approximately 10 meters away. These must be Lord Stark and Sir Roderick's party, and without hesitation, I continued my sprint toward them. Eddard Stark's perspective. We were about 20 to 30 meters from the battlefield, able to observe the unfolding events from an elevated position until the smoke bomb detonated. What I witnessed was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Emil hunted my knights one by one, like shooting ducks. At that moment, I saw Emil emerge from the fog, approaching us. He quickly closed the distance and said, "My lord, there are 11 remaining, if you do not mind. I require this high ground." He bore a smile, calm and unhurried. If I were to describe him in a few words, I would say he appeared joyous. Throughout the past 20 to 30 minutes, he had been in constant motion, yet he showed no signs of exhaustion. His breathing was so composed that one might think he was leisurely strolling through the forest. He stood beside us, waiting for the knights. The remaining knights were shouting in disarray, and we could scarcely understand their words. Yet it was evident that they were far from pleased. Emil had already set his sights on them as they emerged from the thick fog. Yet I pondered how he intended to strike them with a cloth-tipped arrow from 30 to 40 meters away. It seemed he was merely wasting arrows. He ought to wait until they drew closer before taking aim. I had never witnessed him handle arrows in such a manner. His hand, from which he drew the arrows, was pinched between each finger, holding an arrow, so besides the one knocked in his bow, he clutched 3 others. Just as he was about to unleash his arrows, he murmured something softly, and a fierce wind surged toward the knights. One by one, his arrows flew forth with unprecedented speed, as if 4 were released simultaneously. Each knight bursting forth from the fog was struck in the chest. Faced with such a spectacle, I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Even nature seemed to conspire in his favor. Thanks to the wind, every arrow found its mark. How could one possess such extraordinary talent and fortune? For arrows. For knights fell. In that instant, he cheered, exclaiming, "Perfectly on target." He then drew 4 more arrows from his quiver, preparing for more knights. The knights were oblivious to the source of the arrows. We could see them through the trees, yet they could not see us. He swiftly loosed 4 more arrows. Though this time 2 missed their mark. He turned to me, his face alight with a smile, saying, "2 more have fallen, my lord." But 2 of the knights remained unmoved, contrary to my expectations. There were 5 knights left, and as I gazed upon the face of this 10-year-old boy, I saw not a child but a monster, one who toyed with my knights as if they were but toddlers. The remaining 5 knights finally discerned Emil's position. They endeavored to approach him, weaving behind the trees, while Emil closely tracked their movements, aiming at them. This time, he did not release 4 arrows at once but shot them one by one. He successfully struck 2 more, but his arrows were now exhausted. From a small pouch at his waist, he produced 2 smoke bombs and hurled them at the advancing knights, engulfing them instantly in thick fog. Emil also swiftly darted into the mist. Shouts and cries of anguish echoed through the fog, yet we could perceive nothing. 5 minutes later, the cries morphed into low groans, and the mist began to dissipate slowly under the caress of the wind. When the fog finally cleared, revealing only Emil standing triumphantly, a singular thought crossed my mind. I had not nurtured the future Arthur Dane. I had cultivated an army of one. Chapter 38, The Sorcery of Wave, Male Protagonist's Perspective. 2 days had passed since my departure from Winterfell. I had hunted those nights as one would hunt ducks. Then had a brief conversation with Lord Stark before setting out. Lord Stark permitted me to travel north for 2 years, yet I vowed never to leave the north. He bestowed upon me 50 golden dragons and a pass, aiding my journey. With this pass, I could enter all castles in the north as Lord Stark's representative, receiving warm hospitality. First, I returned to the cabin in the Wolf's Wood, gathering all my familiars. As the days unfolded, the chill of winter grew increasingly palpable. Over the past 24 hours, rain had fallen incessantly, leaving a layer of snow blanketing the ground, approximately 10 centimeters deep. This, in turn, affected the speed of my horse's movements. My own mobility was somewhat hindered by the layers of coat and fur I wore. At dawn, just as the first light broke, I shattered my fast and set forth, yet on the ensuing journey, I could not stride as swiftly as the day before. The accumulating snow thickened, and the temperature dipped below freezing, rendering my horse less agile. Despite my frequent grooming of the horse and employing stealthy movement, my daily progress amounted to only double that of an ordinary horse. Thanks to this expedition, I learned of a stamina-enhancing effect, which bolstered my resilience against the harsh elements. However, at night during my camping, I would rest in the training space to avoid frostbite. I dedicated 4 hours of my 8-hour training quota to sleep, diligently practicing the harmonious use of magic and swordplay during the remaining time. I could not bring my horse into the space, so each night, I constructed a mud shelter for it using the earth manipulation spell. My foremost destination was the wall. Ever since I had learned of its existence, I had delved into every piece of literature regarding it, eagerly anticipating my arrival within 8 to 14 days. Without the aid of magic, it would be impossible to erect such a towering ice wall of 215 meters, a structure that has stood resolutely for 8 millennia. The distance between Winterfell and the wall measures approximately 1,000 kilometers. In summer, a swift horse could traverse this in 8 days, while a slower one would take about 14. Considering the frigid winter weather and the snow, even with all my enhancements, it would take at least 8 days to reach the wall. In summer, I could possibly arrive in 3 days. Having embarked on my journey for 7 days, the arduous trek was nearing its conclusion. As I connected with Wave and soared through the skies, the wall came into view, its grandeur and beauty breathtaking. I remained a day's ride from it, yet Wave could reach it in an hour. Wave could fly at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour, but could only maintain that pace for approximately 10 to 15 minutes, averaging around 100 kilometers per hour. I glided alongside the magnificent structure for several hours until Wave grew weary, allowing me to marvel at the splendid vista. I would reach the wall by the following evening. We all gathered in the training grounds for our evening drills. Belris still hesitated to engage in combat, even opting to leave the training area after sustaining minor injuries. Wave and Erebus were fiercely battling two training dummies. In one-on-one confrontations, they could swiftly vanquish the dummies if the latter merely defended. Thus, I needed to hasten their engagement with a more aggressive opponent. Meanwhile, I was simultaneously employing magic and sword against two dummies, utilizing Im's venom at close range. He had grown accustomed to this combat style. Although he was no longer as small as he once was, his movements were not as fluid as before. However, his speed compensated for this drawback, as the dummies often realized they had been bitten only when the pain struck. During a brief respite, I turned to observe Erebus and Wave's training. As usual, Erebus attacked with a vengeful fervor. At that moment, Wave was thwarted by the dummy's defense and fell to the ground. She appeared quite furious, quickly launching herself back into the air and circling around the dummy. Suddenly, she dove toward it, and I widened my eyes in astonishment as I witnessed her gathering magical energy upon her wings. Then, with a final flap, she projected the magic toward the dummy. The moment the magic left her wings, it bore the attributes of the wind element. Crashing into the dummy and causing it to topple, its chest caving in. Had she just cast a wind ball spell? I had seen it with my own eyes. Yet it remained hard to believe. Stop, I commanded as all the dummies froze in place. Wave, what did you just do? I imitated Father. You imitated me? Yes. Father always uses his magic and casts spells when battling dummies, so I learned to extract magic from within as I wished to be like Father. I still did not comprehend how Father conjured fire, earth, and lightning, yet I could grasp how she summoned the wind. Thus, I emulated Father and used it against that dummy. Father, did I do something wrong? I thought I did it right. Upon learning that she could wield magic, I was still taken aback, yet I composed myself and replied, No, you did splendidly, Wave. My beautiful daughter is magnificent. You are a genius, Raven. Chapter 39. The Runes of the Great Wall. Upon discovering Bo's magical abilities, I was taken aback. This astonishment and curiosity kept me awake that night, as I endeavored to teach her other elemental magics, yet to no avail. She could only manipulate the wind element, and her soul spell was the wind ball. For the following 2 days, I remained sleepless, instructing her on the use of wind magic. Although her wind spells were of the first level, they did not originate from a place of ineptitude like mine. With this spell, she could cause the chest of an adult to collapse. One of the methods I taught her was to form a wind tunnel in front of her using the wind element. This dramatically enhanced her speed and stamina in flight. However, there was a drawback. While she could fly straight without issue, her turning radius had become far less agile due to her increased velocity. Who was I kidding? Her turning speed now resembled that of a semi-truck. It took her an eternity to complete a 90-degree turn, akin to a jet making a wide arc. Nevertheless, I believed that over time, as her control over magical energy improved, she would overcome this limitation. I envisioned her using small bursts of magical energy akin to thrusters to execute sharp and swift turns, though this remained a distant possibility for the moment. In open spaces, she could utilize the wind tunnel to amplify the power of her wind ball spell to nearly match a second-level spell, but she required ample room to maneuver. First, she had to ascend to a height of approximately 40 to 50 meters, then swoop down rapidly towards her target. Just 3 or 4 meters from the target, she would cast the wind ball spell and suddenly ascend. This maneuver would render her spell as potent as my own second-level wind spell, capable of transforming a wolf into a mere pulp. While her spell's power was lesser than mine, it proved more lethal. When she struck someone with her spell, they would be crushed against the ground, whereas my blow would send them flying, dissipating much of the force. This captivating experience caused me to lose track of time, and I trained her tirelessly for an entire week. The only reason I ceased was that she disobeyed my instructions and attempted to execute this maneuver within the training space, resulting in her demise. Her rapid power escalation led her to become overly arrogant, and truthfully, she was somewhat justified in her flamboyance. She had effectively transformed into a bomber from World War II. Despite my warnings against using this technique within the confines of the training space, she disregarded my counsel. Ultimately, she succeeded in dispatching the dummy, but lost control of her ascent, crashing into the ceiling of the training area, shattering her bones, and perishing before I could expel her from the space. This served as a wake-up call for her. The spells were not mere toys. At least she collapsed within the training area. Yes, she endured significant trauma and remained in a state of shock, yet she was still alive. Had this incident occurred outside the training space, we would now be preparing her burial. 15 days later, I finally arrived at the Great Wall. How could such a colossal ice block, spanning over 200 meters, have endured for 8,000 years? My curiosity was piqued, and I was eager to uncover the truth. However, there was something I wanted to attempt first, searching for humans. After a few moments, I confirmed that there were no humans within a 3-kilometer radius. With my free hand, I grasped my sword and cast Flame Blade. My entire sword vanished into an orange-yellow blaze. Grasping the sword with both hands, I declared, "May the force be with you." I then thrust the flaming sword towards the wall. As the blade made contact with the icy barrier, a piercing hissing sound ensued. The ice wall began to melt slowly, and my sword gradually penetrated it. Due to the melting ice and the cold air, steam started to envelop the vicinity. After 5 minutes of embedding my flame sword into the wall, it had only penetrated about 10 centimeters. To increase the potency, I augmented my strength and endurance. Even after bolstering my abilities, I could only push an additional 5 centimeters. Despite my efforts, the outcome was far from my expectations. I had anticipated that my flame sword would slice through the wall like butter, yet it barely penetrated a third of its length. Enraged, I pushed with all my might. At that moment, I sensed the magical energy of the land emanating from the wall. Then, I felt the magic within my sword being siphoned away by the wall, and it shattered like glass. As the sword broke, the hole in the wall began to seal itself. I immediately discarded the broken sword, placing my hands against the wall in an attempt to sense the flow of magic within. As I awaited the discovery of ice elemental magic within the wall, I found none. It was remarkably different. There were no elements present, only pure arcane power. But that was not all. Inscribed within the wall were vast engravings, sprawling runes. It was as if I beheld a colossal ice tablet. The runes covered the wall from one end to the other. These inscriptions resembled the runes I had begun to learn when I first grasped ritual magic, yet aside from one word, the rest remained a mystery to me. The inscription read, "The only word I recognized was death." The remainder was an enigma. Chapter 40. Searching for animals. It has now been 8 days since my arrival at the Great Wall. During this time, I attempted to decipher the runes inscribed upon it. Yet I could make no sense of them. The only word I understood was death. After several days of fruitless efforts, I abandoned the attempt to decode them and shifted my focus to the construction of the Great Wall, but I made little progress in this regard as well. The wall was so advanced in its ritualistic nature that I could not even perceive the elemental materials from which it was composed. I could only sense the flow of arcane power within and its source. This power coursed through every corner of the Great Wall, akin to blood flowing through the veins of a body, pulsating rhythmically like a heart pumping blood. Every few seconds, a surge of magic traversed what I could only refer to as magical veins throughout the wall. Thanks to this magical heartbeat, the Great Wall had stood resolute for 8 millennia. Strangely, despite the wall's evident icy composition, I sensed no ice elemental energy within it. Consequently, I was at a loss as to the materials and methods employed in its creation. It was akin to knowing that the human body possesses a circulatory system while remaining oblivious to the structure of its bones, muscles, and skin. I cannot claim that this research was entirely futile. Observing the flow of magic within such a grand structure has enhanced my control over my own magical energy. Thus, my maximum magical capacity increased by 25 points, granting me a total of 175 points. Another benefit was that each of my enhancements either grew stronger or lasted longer. I also gained clarity regarding the origin of the wall's energy. The magical lines, or mana lines, as one might call them, were severed by the wall, obstructing the flow southward. Hence, the wall must first be destroyed for magic to genuinely return to Westeros. The main magical line should traverse the entirety of Westeros, yet it supplies energy to the wall. If the connection between the fishbeam trees is likened to slender veins, then this magical network resembles a carotid artery for Westeros. In light of this, I believe this is one of the significant reasons for the decline of magic on this continent, with the extinction of dragons being another crucial factor. Another revelation was the improvement of my verification capabilities. Now, I could ascertain the physical state of entities without engaging in combat or observing their actions. All I needed to do was send a magical wave to the entity I wished to authenticate, functioning much like sonar. When the magical wave returned to me, I could clearly discern the strength and speed of that being. They would no longer have the opportunity to conceal their power from me. Certainly, this is ineffective against creatures whose protection or magic exceeds or equals my own. Tomorrow, I shall journey westward, beyond the Great Wall. I believe I possess sufficient soul space to bond with another beast. I seek a shadow lynx, wolf, or bear cub as my next companion. Ideally, I would find an Arctic wolf cub, though they are rarer than diamonds. The gates at the waypoints along the Great Wall only open when the soldiers of the Night Watch are on patrol. The same applies to the eastern side. Crossing the eastern terminus of the Great Wall is nearly impossible, as the temperatures in Seal Bay are not sufficiently cold for the seawater to freeze. Circumventing the wall from the east is almost unfeasible. Currently, my campsite lies between the castles of Ice Scar City and Frost Snow Mountain. This area is closer to Skull Bridge, the westernmost crossing point. From this point onward, I can transform into a dog and effortlessly traverse to the other side of the wall. Each night, I continue to train Bo in the use of magic. Though the other familiars have yet to exhibit any magical abilities, I suspect that Erebus and Belus, in particular, lack the capacity for spellcasting. Firstly, they are both muscular beings. And secondly, they do not possess a heart of magic, yet they have grown significantly stronger compared to a month ago, especially Belus, who now possesses nearly the strength of an adult human. As for him, since he has acquired a heart of magic, I hope he too can develop magical capabilities. As my journey begins anew tomorrow, I have decided against training today and shall rest for 8 hours. At the break of dawn, I set forth. Previously, I could only employ silent movement within the confines of the forest, as this spell proved ineffective outside its bounds. Now, I find I can utilize it anywhere. The sole distinction lies in its reduced efficacy outside the forest. If I tread upon snow and mud within the forest, I can advance without leaving a trace. And even upon 50 centimeters of snow, I remain buoyant. Yet beyond the forest, this enhancement reveals merely a third of its effectiveness. Presently, the average snow depth is 30 centimeters, and I sink only 10 centimeters. The same applies when I polish my horse. Thus, weight bears no impact. This enhancement shall render my journey smoother and swifter. I often reiterate this, but I must express it once more. I adore magic. After crossing Skull Bridge, I continued northward, simultaneously dispatching Bo and Erebus' raven hunting parties in all directions. I instructed them to seek out the great gray cat, colossal wolves, and bears. Yet they have yet to find any. They have encountered many wolves, but none are Arctic wolves, merely ordinary wolves. I followed the stream for approximately 5 hours, all the while employing animal detection to locate Arctic wolves, shadow lynxes, and bears. I had anticipated that the north of the Great Wall would be teeming with wild men. Yet despite spending 9 hours beyond the wall, I have not encountered a single one. As dusk approached, fatigue began to weigh upon me. After foraging for sustenance, I constructed an earthen dwelling and entered the training space to rest. The northern expanse beyond the Great Wall starkly contrasts with its southern counterpart. After a day in this realm, I have discerned that winter south of the wall is not true winter. In the south, temperatures hover around -5 to 10 degrees. Whereas here, they plunge to at least -20, if not lower. For the first time in my life, the mucus from my nose has frozen into icicles. How can humans possibly endure a lifetime in such a place? Chapter 41. The Shadow Lynx. I have journeyed north for 3 days. Yet I find no sign of the creatures I seek. As I pressed onward, I began to encounter wild men repeatedly, but each time, I altered my course to evade them. After all, this is their territory. And the ruthlessness of those fighting for survival compels me to keep my distance and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. This region is indeed a desolate wasteland, beset by ice and howling winds. While the forest harbors wildlife, it is no wonder that few wild men venture south. Even the animals shy away from this harsh terrain, prompting one to question the feasibility of human existence here. Yet, there is a silver lining. For the ley lines of magic do not energize colossal structures like the Great Wall. The density of magic here is at least threefold that of the southern side. However, even this is insufficient for my needs. The magical density here ought to be 6 or 7 times greater than that found to the south. Perhaps the waning of magic has also influenced this region, or there exists a substantial source of magical energy here. In a tale recounted by the old crone, she spoke of something called the Heart of Winter. Magic and dragons are indeed real. Perhaps there is truth in other stories as well. Thanks to 60 ravens, I can scout an area of 23 kilometers without employing animal detection. Thus, I may use a locating spell for the creatures I seek. Animal detection, shadow lynx. I can now distinctly sense the waves of magic emanating as I begin to expand my awareness in all directions. My studies of the Great Wall have deepened my understanding of the workings of spells. As I ponder the incantation, I perceive it, a shadow lynx, approximately 4 kilometers to the northeast. I bolster myself with an enhancement and commence a full sprint. I cannot afford to lose it. I must capture it. May it be a cub, may it be a cub, may it be a cub. I fear I lack the magical capacity to bond with an adult shadow lynx. Thankfully, the spell of silent movement proves invaluable. For me, racing through the snow-laden forest is no different than sprinting along a straight path. Thus, I dart through trees and shrubs like the wind, maintaining my speed without faltering. Bo, do not wait for us. Soar directly this way, locate that great cat, and inform me at once. Bo enveloped herself in elemental wind, accelerating like a rocket. Prior to harnessing magic, Bo's maximum speed was 100 kilometers per hour, sustained for 5 to 10 minutes. Currently, her top speed reaches 150 kilometers per hour, maintainable for half an hour. After a while, Bo established a connection with me. Father, I have found it. Is it an adult or a cub? An adult. I lament my fortune. I cease my sprint and begin to contemplate. Should I still attempt to capture this creature and establish a bond? The odds are 99% against me. Yet perhaps we should try. I continue to follow. What is it doing? It has caught a wolf and is devouring it. As I approach the shadow lynx, Now under Boas' watchful gaze, I feel less urgency. When I arrive before the shadow lynx, it has consumed half of the wolf. It is a truly magnificent creature. Its form resembles a blend of leopard and tiger. Larger than a leopard yet smaller than a tiger, its immense claws rip through the wolf's flesh, revealing powerful muscles beneath its thick black fur adorned with white stripes, a sight to behold. From what I have gleaned in the Beast Encyclopedia, they are formidable predators. The shadow lynx emits a deep, rumbling growl and fierce, piercing screams. They are silent and agile hunters, but will scavenge, which is why they can scent blood from 10 kilometers away. When they capture prey, they consume every morsel, even crushing bones to extract marrow, unless driven by unbearable hunger. Shadow lynxes generally do not attack living humans, but should they do so, they can eviscerate with a single swipe. As darkness encroaches, the shadow lynx's eyes appear to glimmer in the gloom. It has detected my presence, halting its meal, and instantly turns towards me, adopting a posture of aggression. It begins to emit a low, rumbling growl, suddenly releasing a deafening scream before charging at me. Trap. It stands frozen like a statue. This spell should immobilize it for a few seconds. Yet, 2 seconds later, the spell dissipates, and the shadow lynx lunges at me. Taken by surprise, I can only roll aside. In that fleeting moment, a chill swept over me as though a bucket of icy water had been doused upon my back. Had I delayed my movements just a fraction longer, its claws would have surely raked across my cheek, and my head would no longer rest upon my shoulders. The shadow cat, undeterred, continued its relentless pursuit, lunging towards a towering tree ahead, only to rebound off it and launch itself at me once more. This time, I remained composed. My intention was not to slay it, so I refrained from invoking any lethal incantations. Instead, I resolved to employ a spell of the wind element. Raising my hand, I uttered the incantation, Gale Impact. A powerful gust struck the shadow lynx squarely in the chest, propelling it backwards until it collided with a tree. It appeared momentarily dazed. Seizing this opportunity, I cast another binding spell, Entangle. Roots surged forth from the earth, commencing their slow consumption of the shadow lynx. Though it regained consciousness, it was too late. The roots had ensnared it completely, and unlike with the trap spell, it could not break free. For this incantation utilized genuine roots sprouting from the ground. Thus, its durability surpassed that of the trap spell. Although the drawback remained that this spell could not be cast without the presence of roots underground. I approached the struggling shadow lynx, striking it forcefully with the hilt of my sword, rendering it unconscious, and then placed my hand upon its head. Chapter 42. The search for the cub. I had expended 150 points of magical energy to create the binding, yet barely half of it had taken form. Despite the shadow lynx being rendered unconscious, it continued to resist me with all its might. There was no further need to squander my magical energy, so I relinquished my efforts, yet I learned a valuable lesson. I would require 300 points of magic to bind or control an adult shadow lynx. Slowly, I opened my eyes and let out a deep sigh. I attempted to console myself, but it felt like a waste of time and energy. As I ceased my attempts to establish contact, the shadow lynx began to stir awake, prompting me to sigh once more as I reached out to stroke its head. In contrast, the shadow lynx, upon regaining consciousness, began to struggle against the roots. I would release you if I could, but you have caught my scent. Even if I were to let you go, you would undoubtedly find a way to track and hunt me down. Therefore, I wish to avoid any ensuing complications. I am sorry, but your life ends today. With that, I plunged my dagger into its throat. It writhed for a moment before exhaling its final breath and succumbing to death. I dispelled the entangle spell, retrieved my skinning kit, and deftly began to remove the pelt of the shadow lynx. As I skinned the large cat, memories of the first rabbit I had skinned a year prior flooded back to me. At that time, I had ruined it so thoroughly that it had been torn to shreds. While I was in the midst of skinning the shadow lynx, a sudden whimper echoed through the air. Turning towards the source of the sound, I discovered it emanated from a small den nestled between the rocks. As I approached, the whimpering became more distinct, resembling that of a puppy. Cautiously, I peered into the den, where I spotted a cub. I was too large to enter, and the cub was too deep within to reach. Belrus, go in and retrieve the child, but do not harm it. Master, is that really necessary? There is the sin of wolves here. I shot him an irritated glance and retorted sharply, of course, there would be the sin of wolves. This is a damned wolf den. I had perhaps indulged Belrus a bit too much, as he still resembled a puppy. But I knew I needed to become stricter with him. He mumbled something as he squeezed into the den and emerged with the small wolf cub, a gray female. I suppose I shall not find the creature I seek. Should I bind with an ordinary wolf instead? Shadow lynxes could also be found south of the Great Wall, in the Moonlight Mountains of the Valley, the hills surrounding the River Jian, and the Crimson Mountains of Dorne. However, these places were quite distant from where I resided, and this was the closest I could find to a shadow lynx. Let us not act impulsively. I can care for this one for now. If I fail to locate what I desire, I shall bind with her. But where would I find a shadow cat cub? I entrusted the small wolf to Belris, instructing him to take good care of it, and resumed skinning the shadow lynx. Just as I was engaged in this task, a new idea struck me like a bolt of lightning. Of course, Emile, you are a fool. How could a shadow lynx possibly bring its cubs while hunting? They only take them along once they are grown enough to learn the art of hunting, while the cubs remain in their dens, which are built high and are difficult to access. I directed my gaze upwards towards the mountains, where their nest would be located. Climbing while carrying a cub would be arduous, so I fashioned a makeshift basket from rope, blankets, and branches to place the cub inside. This way, I could carry it on my back. As I ascended, I utilized the Find Animal spell whenever the cooldown period concluded to locate any of the 3 creatures I sought. As I climbed, the temperature continued to plummet. Before donning my fur coat, I had already begun to feel the chill, and the physical enhancements had kept me warm thus far. Yet now, I found myself waning in strength, feeling the penetrating cold. The temperature must have dipped below 30 degrees Celsius, perhaps even lower. I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. I wandered the slopes of this icy mountain for 2 days without any discoveries, were it not for the training space. Erebus and Belris would have long since succumbed to the frost, so I had left their raven companions at the mountain's base. The training space was my assurance against the treacherous ascent, yet now even the magical energy required to maintain it was beginning to feel insufficient. I started to contemplate whether I should return. Had the authentication not functioned like a natural compass, I would have lost my way on this mountain long ago. Find Animal, Shadow Lynx. Just as I was about to give up, that beautiful glow began to materialize. Yes, splendid. At last, I have discovered 2. Approximately 3 kilometers away, but the problem is they are on a higher peak. As I must approach these keen-scented creatures, I will need to employ silent movement. But first, I will scout with Belris. This weather will pose a challenge for her, but she can manage it. As I carefully made my way up the mountain, I sensed through our connection that Belris was struggling against the fierce winds. She was flapping her wings, trying to maintain her altitude. Belris, if it becomes too difficult, return. We can seek another cave another day. No, father, I can do this. I am almost there. Look, I see them. I hoped that at least one of them was a cub, and as Belris's vision sharpened, we would be able to see them more clearly. A cub and a female cat. The cub climbed onto its mother's back, while the mother playfully swatted it with her tail, sending it tumbling into the snow. Each time, the cub would scramble back onto its mother's back. The scene was utterly charming, yet at that moment, I cared not for such warmth. Even if it were the most heartwarming sight in the world, all I could think of was that this cub was meant to be mine. Belris had perched herself on a tree, attempting to shield herself from the biting cold wind, while we remained approximately 2 kilometers away, slowly closing the distance. If possible, I did not wish to slay the female cat. After all, this cub would become a member of my family, and I had no desire to kill its mother. As I drew nearer, a plan began to form in my mind. The mother would need to hunt, since her nest was situated in an inaccessible location. When she was absent, I would seize the opportunity to capture the cub. Thus, as I approached them, I began to employ the Mold Earth spell to construct an underground hideout for us all. It took me about 3 hours to complete. Once everyone was inside, I sealed the entrance, leaving only small openings for air to filter in. In this way, we could evade the female cat while also fending off a bit of the cold. Chapter 43. Encounter with the wolf spirit. For the past 2 days, we have spent our time in the fields, and our supplies are running low. If the lynx mother does not hunt today, I may have to resort to eliminating her by tomorrow. As I pondered this, the lynx mother began to descend along the steep slope of the den. She is finally off to hunt. My companions, prepare yourselves. Once she ventured beyond my sensory range of 5 kilometers, we commenced our approach to the cave. However, I left the young wolf and Belris behind, for they could not navigate the steep incline. As I neared the slope, I tilted my head to gauge its height. The shadow lynx possesses remarkable climbing abilities and can effortlessly ascend such steep terrain. It poses no challenge for them. Were I an ordinary person, I would find it impossible to reach this height, yet I had excavated several hollows in the slope using mud, forming a rudimentary ladder. Just as I reached the summit, the cub spotted me and hurried into the den. It was not difficult to crouch inside, as the den was spacious enough for the mother lynx to enter as well. When the cub realized I was behind it, it began to roar and shriek, but the mother lynx was too far away to hear. As I approached, it attempted to dart from one side to the other with great agility, leaving me with little time to deal with it. Suddenly, it froze, and I quickly seized it. It was no larger than a domestic cat. I bound the cub's feet and promptly descended the ladder toward Belris. I entered the hollow chamber and secured the entrance. I needed to establish a connection with this little creature immediately, before the mother returned. I placed the shadow lynx on my lap, one hand firmly cradling it while the other rested on its head as I commenced the binding incantation. My technique improved with each attempt. This connection took about half an hour and concluded smoothly. What took me by surprise was that it occupied nearly half the soul space I had anticipated. If my magical prowess increased slightly, I could undertake another binding, and I resolved that my next target would be the young wolf. To complete the binding, I must bestow upon you a name. What shall I call you? Sis. Yes, I shall name you Sis. The moment I uttered her name, my magic began to flow into her being. I sensed her negative emotions toward me transforming into positivity as she nuzzled against my chest. I then began to stroke her head, and she emitted a soft purring sound, akin to a cat's purr, yet wilder and less endearing. Has our dear Sis begun to take a liking to me? Nevertheless, we have no time to linger. We must depart. We do not wish to harm your mother upon her return. As I mentioned her mother, she recalled her and felt a pang of sadness. However, upon my insistence to leave, her sorrowful thoughts were replaced by a resolute determination to vacate this place. After enhancing my abilities with the spells, silent movement, aspect of the cat, and aspect of the bull, I placed Sis and Belis into the training space and commenced my run. After 2 days of travel, we emerged from the mountains and returned to the desolate forest outside the Great Wall. We gradually made our way toward the Great Wall, of course. Even on our return journey, I continuously employed animal sensing to seek the Icefield wolf, yet to no avail. Perspective of Gorner Treysky. Wolf Spirit Warrior. Our raiding party encountered a setback during a failed ambush. The initiation of our assault had gone smoothly, as we, a group of 40, traversed the canyon under the cover of darkness and pillaged a village on the opposite side of the walls. We returned laden with plunder, only to be ambushed by those damned crows waiting in the canyon. We decimated the crows, yet suffered the loss of half our numbers, and I even lost my wolf, forcing us to abandon our spoils to fight. At least we killed as many crows as we lost. Yet, I must find a new wolf. As we traversed the forest, I spotted a black eagle soaring in the distant sky, its size comparable to my own eagle. Should I attempt to control it? What is that? A black eagle. I desire it. He glanced at the direction I pointed and remarked, it doesn't appear to be an eagle. Are you certain? Something of that magnitude. What else could it be if not an eagle? Moreover, a black eagle is exceedingly rare. I extended my hand in an attempt to exert control over it. But as soon as I touched its consciousness, I was forcefully repelled, falling to the ground. One of my subordinates helped me to my feet, inquiring what transpired. That eagle belongs to another. The wolf spirit expelled me. Naturally, we must pursue that eagle. I must have it. Perspective of the male protagonist. We retraced our steps, with Bo, Erebus, and their raven slaughtering group keeping watch as usual. Suddenly, I sensed Erebus becoming exceedingly agitated, as though he were under attack. I immediately reached out to him. Erebus, are you well? What has occurred? Emil, someone attempted to intrude upon my consciousness. I pushed them back. It felt similar to your connection, yet far more aggressive. I was incensed and retaliated. This sensation bears a resemblance to a familiar bond. Could it be a wolf spirit? It must be either a wolf spirit or a green prophet. The old crone always spoke of wolf spirits among the wild folk, and it appears to be true. Let us not return to our companions. I wish for them to remain unaware of our whereabouts. Animal sensing humans. When the magic activated, I could sense them from approximately 5 kilometers away. They were positioned between me and the wall, prompting me to alter my course to circumvent them. I began to head southeast, but they shifted direction and continued to pursue us. Erebus, can they still see you? No. I am flying close to the trees as you instructed. Unless they take to the air, they will be unable to spot me from afar. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon me, and I re-established my connection with Erebus, sharing his perspective. Is there a bird trailing you? He began to survey his surroundings and noticed an eagle following him from a distance. Can you eliminate it without harming yourself? Upon posing this question, I felt his fighting spirit surging within him, yet I also sensed something else. I could feel his magical energy circulating, yet it did not flow in a circular motion around his heart like that of a magic heart. Each time his heart pumped blood, the magic coursed through his veins, empowering his body. Chapter 44. Being tracked, Erebus initially ascended to gain altitude and slowed his pace to track the old eagle, which could not immediately comprehend Erebus's intentions. However, when Erebus suddenly veered and dove toward it, the eagle realized too late what was unfolding. With the infusion of magic within Erebus, his speed and muscular strength surged, and even his feathers began to emanate an unnatural black luster. He shot toward the eagle like a bullet. I could now see the eagle's white eyes. A peculiar sight indeed. Erebus collided with the eagle. Their sizes were nearly equal, though the eagle was slightly larger than Erebus, and the skirmish lasted only a few seconds. The eagle attempted to pierce Erebus's body with its massive talons and sharp beak, but it achieved little more than drawing a few drops of blood. Its claws and beak merely grazed his skin. Conversely, when Erebus seized the eagle with his claws, he sliced through its body as though it were butter, nearly tearing its head clean off. Perspective of Gorner Treysky, Wolf Spirit Warrior. The other wolf spirit must not be as formidable as I had imagined, for I sensed it was unaware of our pursuit. The black eagle continued its straightforward flight. I surmised it was returning to its master. Suddenly, however, it began to ascend and then charged directly at me. As it drew nearer, I began to discern its form. it bore no resemblance to an eagle. Yet what other bird could possess such magnitude? Apart from the 2 white patches on its wings, its entire body was shrouded in black, and it sported a straight crest. It appeared almost akin to a raven. It could not be what I thought it to be. However, if your master has sent you charging towards a creature larger than yourself, he must have greatly overestimated your strength, poor beast. Once I have vanquished your master, I shall care for you far better than he ever could. As the black bird approached, its body began to shimmer with a deep darkness, as if enveloped in a subtle black flame. In the moment of our clash, I attempted to grasp it with my talons in a manner that would not inflict lasting harm upon the small creature, yet my beak could not penetrate its skin. How could this be? Then a wave of excruciating pain surged through my neck, severing our connection. What has happened to Gornard? Jolin, Benur, hold him. He must have lost his beast. Restrain him until he calms down. This agony is unbearable, both physically and emotionally. Losing a beast is akin to losing a part of oneself. If the beast perishes while you are casting a spell, you feel the void of its absence. If the wolf spirit is weak-willed, it may even lead to madness. If you do not engage them, ordering them to undertake a suicidal charge will become far simpler. I had not anticipated that my eagle would fall in a single blow. With great difficulty, I rose to my feet, a tempest of rage brewing within me. We must pursue that wolf spirit. I care not if we chase it to the ends of the north. I shall capture it. Benur remarked. How do you intend to keep pace? You have lost your flying beast. All that remains is your bear. How can you use a bear to pursue a flying beast? Fear not. When we capture it, I shall tame that black bird. I have already touched upon its characteristics. If it is not too far from me, I shall follow it, and it will lead us to its wolf spirit. Jolin queried. What if it is accompanied by a larger warband? What then shall we do? From Jolin's perspective, things began to take a turn for the worse. First, we lost our spoils and half our numbers, and now we must pursue a wolf spirit. We are unaware of its strength. Gornard has led us to many victories. He is one of the strongest warriors I know, yet he is not himself this time. Since our defeat in the canyon, he has become exceedingly irritable and impulsive. For the sake of the old gods, he has not even had the time to deal with another bird before losing his beast, and yet he wishes to attack recklessly. I pondered whether we should seek another warband, or perhaps it would be wise to search for the so-called king beyond the wall. This individual appeared rather suddenly about 4 years ago, gathering scattered tribes into a force not to be underestimated. He claims to be the king beyond the wall, yet he remains unable to contend with the larger families. He may declare himself a king, but in the eyes of many free folk, he is at best a chieftain. Well, if I were to join any of those tribes, I would have to start from the very bottom. I would rather be a dog-ass head than a wolf-ass tail. Given time, we shall find new members and once again form a formidable warband. From the protagonist's perspective, although we had slain the eagle, that band of 20 wildlings still pursued me. I knew not how they tracked us. I was uncertain if the wildlings possessed skills akin to tracking animals. The distance between us was approximately 2 kilometers, yet they seemed able to see me, relentlessly closing in. I altered my course several times, yet they remained in pursuit. Clearly, they must have known my location, but how were they managing this? If you wish for death, I shall grant your desire. As I plotted their arrival, they continued to approach, and this time I resolved to attempt an ambush. I conceived this strategy while waiting for the Shadow Link's mother to depart. First, I fashioned a pit with clay, spacious enough for the wolf cub, Sis, Belus, and myself to comfortably sit within. Erebus and Bo, do not engage in any physical contact when the enemy arrives, especially you, Erebus. You are not yet prepared for close combat with humans. Thus, your sole task is to distract them, make noise, and feign actions. As for you, Bo, do not partake in melee either, but I hope you can employ magic for ranged attacks. The excavation and covering of the pit cost me 10 points of mana. They are drawing near, so I began to imbue Bo, Erebus, and myself with strength, speed, and endurance. I even utilized the Guardian Wind to deflect arrows. All of this expended an additional 60 points of mana, leaving me with but 100 points. This was more than sufficient to deal with an ambush of 20. Chapter 45. Confronting the wildling warband Erebus, Bo, and their raven killer assembly perched upon the surrounding trees, observing the advancing wildlings. Since Erebus and I shared the same line of sight, I too could see them. I cast a spell to locate animals, and only upon their emergence did I realize they were accompanied by a polar bear. I discerned that at least one of them was a wolf spirit, likely the individual mounted upon the bear. As they drew closer, the wildling wolf spirit spotted Erebus and pointed at him. Found you. Hello, beauty, we have finally located you. Emil, why does this odd fellow refer to me as beautiful? I am no beauty, I am a handsome raven. Have you found the owners of these birds? None found. How could there be no trace? Indeed, there are no signs, as if no one has passed through. How could a person move without leaving footprints? We do not know where he has gone. Something feels amiss. Wolf spirits never act alone. Each wolf spirit is accompanied by protectors. Perhaps he is not as formidable as we imagine. He might merely possess the strength to bond with a bird. Thus, His only suitable role would be that of a scout. You believe such a weak individual could tame such a large bird? What a jest. It is not an eagle. And I have never encountered such a creature. It resembles a raven, yet is at least 3 to 4 times larger than an ordinary raven. Gornard, perched upon the bear, drew near the tree where Erebus resided. I believe it to be a raven. I know not how it has grown to such proportions, but I truly desire it. However, I cannot control it until I have slain the wolf spirit. While I listened to their conversation, I could glean no insight into how they tracked me. So my only option was to leave one of them alive, preferably the wolf spirit. I readied 2 earth spikes, touched the wall of the barrow, and then unleashed the spells upon the nearest of them. 2 spikes, each the thickness of an adult's arm, erupted from the ground, impaling them. Both spells struck true, creating gaping wounds in their abdomens. They did not perish immediately but fell into shock or bled excessively, writhing in agony and screaming as they struggled against the spikes piercing them. I prepared 2 more earth spikes and sent them forth. This time, 1 spike simultaneously struck 2 wildlings. 5 fell, leaving 15 remaining. Bo, commence your assault. First, target the bear. From Gornard's perspective, when I realized the wolf spirit lacked a war band, I felt a surge of joy, believing it would be easy to slay him and seize his beast. This must be a nightmare, for everything I witnessed defies reason. What unfolds before me can only be a figment of a dreadful dream. First, colossal spikes began to erupt from the ground, impaling half of our group, as each individual succumbed to agonizing screams. Then, a raven, smaller than the black bird we had been tracking but 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary crow, swooped down towards me. A translucent entity began to envelop the raven, elevating it to a mere 3 to 4 meters above me. Before it hurled a transparent object that whistled violently in my direction. Before I could react, this transparent object struck my little bear's head, and I was thrown off it by the force of the impact, crashing to the ground. This ethereal object adhered my little bear firmly to the earth, and I witnessed it turn, pressing down with great force upon my companion. My little bear was rendered immobile until the translucent presence vanished. When it dissipated, the white fur on the bear's neck was stained a deep crimson, as if the thick coat had been worn away. My little bear still lived, yet it lacked the strength to fight back. The accursed bird enacted the same fate upon my 4 subordinates, but their demise was far more gruesome. They were reduced to mere pulp. As it attacked, every archer retaliated, yet our arrows failed to strike the bird. Each projectile veered off course at the last moment. My remaining subordinates began to scatter in panic. In the span of a minute, 15 lives were extinguished, and we remained oblivious to the identity of our assailant. Suddenly, the ground fissured, and a boy emerged from the depths, his arms, torso, and head swathed in a bark-like substance. Behind him loomed a large black dog. The perpetrator of this massacre was a boy, scarcely 10 years old. This could not be real. It had to be a nightmare. He approached my astonished little bear with deliberate steps and said, "I am sorry, my friend. I shall end your suffering." Summon lightning. In an instant, despite the clear skies, a bolt of lightning struck my bear, extinguishing its breath. Then he turned to me, raising his hand and uttering, "Entangle." Roots surged from the earth, ensnaring me, rendering me immobile. This must be a nightmare. It could not possibly be real. How was he capable of such feats? How did he command the earth, lightning, and flora? Then, in a voice devoid of emotion, he inquired, "How did you track me? There should be no trace behind me. If you tell me how you followed my trail, I shall grant you a swift passage to the beyond, or you may choose not to answer, and after prolonged torment, you shall reveal to me what I desire. This is your choice, a painless death or one filled with suffering. Which do you prefer?" "I am not tracking you. I am pursuing it," I replied, gesturing towards the black bird. "How could that be? It flies too close to the trees, and you have no other flying beasts. Are you not a wolf spirit? How can you not know? If a wolf spirit is powerful enough to trigger the characteristics of that creature, and provided the distance is not too great, we can trace it. Thus lies one of the distinctions between myself and a wolf spirit." He sighed deeply. "I never intended to harm you. I am truly a lover of peace. Naturally, as long as it suits me, I would even alter my course. But you have approached me with a resolute intent to die, hence I must oblige and reward you. One last question. If you can provide me with a satisfactory answer, I may even consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within me. Yet it was swiftly extinguished as I comprehended the true motive behind this creature's presence. Where can I find the Arctic wolves? They do not inhabit a specific location. They are nomadic beasts and exceedingly rare. They are not territorial animals, for they are always on the move. Unlike ordinary wolves, they do not roam in packs, typically traveling in pairs. Only during the breeding season do their numbers exceed 2. When they enter an area, they often mingle with the local wolf population before continuing their journey. Thus, encountering an Arctic wolf is a matter of fate. I have resigned myself. I am sorry, but I cannot assist you. Do not fret, my friend. Your answer has confirmed many of my suspicions. Farewell. He began to smile. Would he spare me? Summon lightning. Chapter 46. The Wolf Clan, male protagonist's perspective. After sending the wolf spirit on its final journey, I took one last look around. The act of killing was becoming increasingly commonplace. I could not yet determine if this was a blessing or a curse. In that moment, my gaze fell upon the polar bear, and I smacked my forehead, berating myself. What a fool I am. I neglected to inquire about the location of the polar bear before slaying that wretched wolf spirit. Shrugging, at least I have found one of the creatures I sought. I shall return again, even if this were my last endeavor. Even if I must scour every corner of this frozen wasteland, I would surely seek out an Arctic wolf. I returned to the cave, taking with me Sis and the little wolf sleeping in the basket, and ventured forth once more. The wild men were not numerous. Yet I did not wish to waste time hunting them. I could send Bo to pursue them. However, it seemed that 5 wind projectiles had already reached her limit. I could sense her fatigue. Thus, I resolved to continue towards the city walls. After a week of arduous travel, I arrived at the southern side of the walls. A day's journey from Crown Town, and decided to make camp. Now I needed to determine my route. Should I proceed east or west, towards the northern mountains? I could visit the tribes in the mountains. Initially, they do not welcome outsiders, yet with the pass bestowed upon me by Lord Stark, I believe they would receive me. I once again employed the earth spell, constructing a small mound for all of us. During our winter journey, this spell proved to be the most beneficial of all my incantations. I watched the little wolf and Sis sleeping beside the temporary hearth I had conjured. I tossed several pieces of rabbit meat before them, observing as their tiny noses began to twitch, stirring from slumber, licking their lips. Moments later, they half opened their eyes. Drowsily sniffing the air, realizing the meat before them, they lazily reached out, not fully rising, using their forepaws to grasp the meat before beginning to gnaw. I could call you Little Wolf Cub, but what name would suit you? I pondered. A name befitting a she-wolf. Finn tilted her head, seemingly trying to comprehend my meaning. Indeed, it is not that simple, is it? How about Sky? She showed no reaction, continuing to munch on her meat. Oh, you are right. That name does not suit you at all. What about Licka? Licka? She called out. Very well, Licka it is. As always, when I named her, a surge of magic rippled through the air, prompting Belus to lift his head and say, Master, you do realize she cannot understand your words, correct? She is not like us. You do not say thank you, I replied. I do not know. You're welcome, I said, as Emu wriggled out from around my neck. Belus, you are a fool. Master does not genuinely thank you. Belus inquired, puzzled. Master, do you not? I smiled and replied, Indeed, I do not. Belus, that is called irony. As I scratched his head, I added, You will learn in time. Why, knowing she cannot comprehend, do you still converse with her? We humans sometimes engage with animals in such a manner. Fret not. I am nearing the settlement of the Wolves tribe in the mountainous region. The community is quite expansive. Yet all the structures are wooden, silently nestled upon the hillside, with patches of farmland faintly visible at the valley's bottom, blanketed in snow. Only a single road leads to the settlement, flanked by a wooden wall and a gate. As I approached the entrance, a guard called out, Who are you, dwarf? What business do you have here? Did they mistake me for an adult? Yes, that is a logical assumption. A reasonable person would not expect a 10-year-old child to venture here in winter. I presented my pass. I possess Lord Stark's pass. May we discuss matters in a warmer locale? I unveiled my face, loosening my scarf to reveal myself to the guard. He stared in astonishment for a moment, then exclaimed, You are but a child. For the old god Sake, what are you doing in this desolate place? Open the gate, bring the child inside and summon wolves. They escorted me to the most prominent building in the settlement, a 3-story wooden circular structure. Hugo Wolves was a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall. With the physique of a robust man, a large belly, and muscular arms, his long hair and beard were in disarray, and his face bore the sternness and resilience of one who had endured countless harsh winters. Child, what brings you here in the depths of winter? Why would Lord Stark send a child during such perilous times? And who are you? I am not sent by Lord Stark. My name is Emil de Lashel. Then why do you bear his sigil? I raised my pass and waved it slightly. This. Lord Stark bestowed it upon me as I journey through the north. For assistance should I require aid or shelter. Then, whatever you need, the Wolves tribe shall endeavor to provide, as it is Lord Stark's will. Tonight, I seek nothing but a warm bath and a place to sleep. Very well, young lord, you shall have your wishes. He nodded to a man beside him, who promptly exited the room. I am not of noble birth, Lord Wolves. I hail from a knightly family, merely a humble commoner. Oh, spare me the titles. Call me Wolves, as others do. I have encountered many humble folk, yet few can meet my gaze unwaveringly. I have never seen a commoner traverse mountains and streams solely for the sake of a bath and a roof over their head. You may be of ordinary origins, but you are certainly not like other commoners. What brings you here, child? When I revealed my reason for coming this winter, he nearly burst into laughter. Ahaha. You mean to say you scaled this icy mountain out of sheer curiosity towards the mountain tribes, determined to journey further north? That still does not elucidate why Lord Stark would grant you his sigil. I doubt the Quiet Wolf would dare expose another scoundrel. Thus I am certain you are not one of his. Why are you so significant that he would bestow his sigil upon you? Of course. If you wish not to answer, you need not. You possess his sigil, and even if you remain silent, we shall provide you with what you desire. Lord Stark has some admiration for my skills, as I have demonstrated proficiency with sword and bow as a reward. He granted me his sigil to ensure I face no troubles during my travels. Chapter 47. Sparring with Chief Wolves. Lord Stark bestows such honors upon you. How formidable are your swordsmanship and archery. Were you not alone, I would surely declare you a mere babe just weaned from the breast. But I can see you possess courage. I have certain talents, and I am stronger than I appear. Then let us test your talents. Chief Wolves was a giant. The strongest man I had ever seen. His strength was rated at 11. He could easily crush me like a melon. Chief Wolves, I cannot contend with you. Ha! Of course, you cannot. If a 10-year-old boy could match my strength, I would lose all face. I merely wish to ascertain your prowess. Very well. If that is the chief's desire, I shall comply. He took a hearty swig of ale and declared, that's more like it. Let us move to a more spacious area. The crowd erupted in cheers. Huzzah! We exited the building to a small clearing in the snow, surrounded by trees. Others brought wooden weapons for mock combat. Which would you prefer to use, sword or bow? I selected a short bow and a quiver of cloth-tipped arrows. Very well. How far do you wish to stand? 30 paces? 40 paces? This time I smiled, though the smile was fueled by indignation. Ha! You underestimate me, Chief Wolves. I could defeat Arthur Dane even at 40 paces. Laughter erupted from the crowd. You are a humorous child. I find you quite likable. Yet, humility is a virtue you must learn. A man from the crowd shouted, Chief, was that your remark? The laughter swelled once more. So be it. The first confrontation shall serve as a warm-up. Now we shall engage earnestly. I unleashed my customary enhancement with a low-toned incantation, and we stood facing each other. Approximately 40 paces apart, Chief Wolves wielded a double-handed wooden spear in one hand and a large round shield in the other. My stamina paled in comparison to his. But Wolf's speed was comparatively sluggish. His speed was rated at 75, while my attributes stood at 8 in strength and 82 in speed, with enhancement. I drew 4 arrows from the quiver, one between each finger, inhaling deeply in preparation. Chief Wolf's perspective. In an instant, the boy's gaze turned icy. I was certain he had taken a life before. I began to mock myself. Perhaps the boy was correct. I had underestimated him. He drew 4 arrows from the quiver in a manner I had never witnessed before. As one of the onlookers signaled the start, the boy had already knocked an arrow and aimed. I could hear the whistle of the arrows, one after another, and then they began to strike my shield. It felt as though I was under the fire of 4 archers. The boy's marksmanship was indeed impressive, but as long as I remained behind my shield, I would be safe. I was rapidly closing the distance, had I been in his position. I would have attempted to pin down my opponent with the next round of shots, aiming for his feet. I lowered my shield slightly, glancing out of the corner of my eye to observe his aim. Just as I lowered my shield, an arrow ricocheted off the top and sliced through above my head. To be honest, in that moment, I felt cold sweat trickling down my neck. He continually shifted his target. One arrow flew towards my head, then another towards my feet. I could no longer keep pace with him. The distance between us was approximately 15 to 20 paces. I attempted to move in a zigzag pattern to evade him, but his arrows followed me as if they were tethered. He loosed nearly 15 arrows, and aside from striking my shield, none found other targets. However, had I not been swift enough, those arrows might have struck my face and feet multiple times. Just as I changed direction, one of his arrows struck my ankle. I stumbled, and at that moment, another arrow struck my forehead. The boy remarked, "Thank you for the warm-up, Chief Wolves. Shall we proceed for real now?" No one laughed now, for they witnessed my utter inability to approach him, and the worst part was that he had not moved a single step. If he were to move from his original position, running in various directions, and striving to capture different angles, his first 4 arrows would effortlessly find their mark upon me. A chill of sweat began to beat upon my neck. In my eyes, this boy suddenly transformed into a giant. My inner voice urged me to cease the frivolity and engage this boy with earnestness. Indeed, I felt that such warm-up had been sufficient. I rose to my feet and began to approach him slowly. After traversing approximately 15 paces, I halted and declared, "I believe this distance is adequate." The boy smiled faintly and respectfully bowed his head in acknowledgement. With each exchange, my fondness for him deepened. Initially, I had underestimated him, perceiving him as aloof. Yet this time, my respect for him prompted a reciprocal regard. He embodied the very type of individual I admire. His demeanor mirrored my own. I returned his salute, placing my weapon-bearing hand over my heart, and as the signal was given, I surged towards him at my utmost speed. He loosed a few arrows towards my feet, which I deftly evaded by leaping aside, and then he darted toward the woods. It seemed that this infuriating little wretch was swifter than I, and I found myself unable to keep pace with him. He ascended to the treetops, climbing with the agility of a squirrel. The snow upon the branches began to tremble and cascade downwards, enveloping everything in a blanket of white, obscuring him from my view. This incited great frustration within me. What a delightful battle it had been until now. I had relished every moment. And now he had fled. Had I misjudged this boy? Come forth, child. Why do you hide like a squirrel in the trees? Descend at once and fight like a man. I circled the tree, scrutinizing the branches above. At that moment, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure, and as I instinctively raised my shield, an arrow struck its surface. Before I could comprehend what had transpired, something slipped from beneath my shield, the arrow poised at my throat, and a voice remarked, "I am not up in that tree." How could it be? I could only exclaim that I had seen him climb it. Chapter 48, Druid, Imre, male protagonist perspective. Captain Worrell followed closely behind, yet due to his inferior speed, he could never close the gap, though it did not imply he could not flank me. Our battlefield was not an expansive plain. I could not continually run and shoot. Thus I needed to employ cunning. I loosed a few arrows at his feet and swiftly made my way towards the forest. Upon reaching the base of a tree, I conjured claws with my primal barbarism and quickly ascended its trunk. By the time Worrell approached the tree, I had become obscured among the branches and falling snow. Now was the opportune moment to exploit the chaos and activate one of the enhancements bestowed by my bond with the Sith. This bond granted me night vision and an exquisite agility in movement, an enhancement I shall refer to as the grace of the feline. With this ability, I could leap from heights without sustaining injury or making a sound, essentially endowing me with the prowess of a shadowy bobcat. While all eyes were fixed upon the treetop, I had concealed myself behind the trunk, maneuvering to flank Captain Worrell. Warriors as seasoned as Worrell are seldom caught off guard from the flanks. Their awareness is heightened, attuned to their surroundings. Thus, as he drew near, I compelled him to raise his shield with an arrow, then slipped past it, aiming an arrow at his throat. In his astonishment, he could only utter, "How could this be?" I then elucidated my method to him, prompting a hearty laugh from him. Ha 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 ha. Well, I thought I had ceased to underestimate you. Yet here I am, still doing so. I, Hugo Worrell, recognize you as one capable of hunting Arthur Dane with a bow. How about it, a mere 10-year-old boy? Come, let us see if you possess equal skill with a sword. He tossed me a wooden sword, and I could see the fire of determination in his eyes. Captain Worrell, I regret to inform you that I am not foolish enough to engage you in close combat. At least not at this moment. Were I 14 years of age, I would gladly accept the challenge. Ha ha. You audacious little rascal, for now, you may dictate the terms. Very well, it is settled. When you reach the age of 14, we shall have ourselves a melee. And, you cheeky lad, you need not address me as Captain Worrell any longer. You may call me Big Barrel. You have earned the right to do so. As he spoke, he affectionately rubbed his ample belly. Later, I learned that several knights and nobles had called him Big Barrel without permission, only to receive a sound thrashing for their impertinence. You cheeky lad, in these trying and dark times, you have provided us with splendid entertainment. Thanks to you, we have been distracted for several hours. Upon our return to the Grand Hall, I learned that last summer's harvest had been poor, resulting in insufficient supplies to weather the winter. Moreover, the population within the settlement was dwindling, as individuals succumbed to the common cold due to malnutrition and weakened constitutions. They awaited aid and provisions from House Stark. As I lay in bed that night, I pondered whether there existed a means to assist these people. If only I possessed enough herbs to tend to the ailing, I could heal them. Yet, acquiring such herbs during winter proved impossible. That evening, I resolved it was time for the world to become aware of the Druid's existence, providing an excellent pretext for utilizing my ritual magic. However, I could not reveal my identity. I needed to create a persona. The following day, I bid farewell to the tribes in the mountains. Once I ensured the surroundings were clear, I began to gather herbs, shrubs, and fragments of trees from the environment. Initially, I used the oak shield to cover my hands and upper body without leaving conspicuous marks, then processed various plant parts with mold plant to craft a druidic costume. Finally, I fashioned an elderly mask from plants. My upper body was adorned with leaves and bark, a plant belt cinched my waist, and moss shaped like hair and a beard adorned the elderly mask, crowned with a small crown of antlers made from branches. The only inconvenience was that I had to recast the oak shield every 2 hours, lest it dissipate. For several days, I tirelessly crafted and modified the costume until I mastered the art of rapid assembly. Another challenge arose, the height of the character. I was still a child. A large child, yet not sufficiently grown. At present, I stood at 150 centimeters tall, needing at least an additional 20 centimeters. To address this, I constructed a pair of platform boots from wooden plants. Although movement proved somewhat cumbersome, this costume was not intended for sword practice. Due to the difficulty of walking in the boots, I fashioned a staff, the head of which spiraled into a horn-like shape. With this staff, traversing became significantly easier. When I arrived once more at the World Tribe, the guards grew increasingly aggressive at the sight. A walking tree was not a common occurrence. Stranger, halt. Do not approach. Who are you? I am the emissary of the old gods. I have come in their name to aid the good people of the World Clan. You may call me the priest of the old gods, Druid Emre. Chapter 49, Ritual Magic Druid Emre. All the guards exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. Have you heard of the priests of the old gods? What is a druid? An elder guard turned to them and commanded, silence. And you, old madman, we have neither the time nor the energy to entertain you. Leave this place before I am compelled to end you. Gentle devotees, there is no need for hostility. However, I comprehend that the old god priest has remained a stranger to your ears. Were I to be informed of such a being, I too would find it hard to believe. Allow me to demonstrate. Release your arrows and attempt to strike me down, and I assure you, none shall find their mark. I shall not slay a mad old man. Away with you. It appears I must indulge in theatrics, in a manner most grandiloquent. My children, the old gods have bestowed upon me a sacred mission. I must enter, heal the afflicted, and offer all the assistance within my humble means. Now, open your eyes and behold the miracles granted to me by the heavens. I approached the hillside, which rose like an endless rampart towards the sky. Situated to the left of the path, at the base of the steep slope stood several trees. I positioned myself before them, gradually raising my hands. Then invoked the seek plant spell. Oh, ancient and mighty nature deity, grant me strength once more. This humble servant struggles to convince these kind souls. Manifest your power and inspire their hearts. The trees, approximately 4 meters in height, began to bend and twist slowly. 4 trees intertwined, merging together in a manner reminiscent of weaving. Each tree and its branches interlaced like strands of yarn, beginning to form a hollow chamber of about 34 meters in size. All the guards stood aghast. Some laid down their weapons and commenced fervent prayers, while others grew anxious. Having completed my performance, I gently seated myself within the chamber and declared, I shall await your leader here. He may approach me for discourse whenever he desires. I could hear a commotion from beyond the fence. After 5 to 10 minutes, the wooden door creaked open, and War appeared, accompanied by approximately 20 fully armed soldiers. O War, before you stands not an enemy, but a friend, I stated, nodding. I do not recognize you, and I am uncertain if you are even human. I cannot yet discern if you are foe or ally. That is reasonable. Had I not stood before this door mere hours ago, witnessing the absence of such a structure, I would not have believed any tales told to me. Yet, to avoid contention, let us concede that your words hold truth. What brings you here? As you can see, the ancient deities have endowed me with remarkable powers, and with these powers comes the responsibility to assist the good people of the North. What sort of assistance? In addition to my control over plants, the old god has granted me limited healing capabilities. To my knowledge, many from the War clan suffer from fever. Who informed you of this? I gleaned this knowledge from the gods in my dreams. Now, War, can you allow me to aid those afflicted by this ailment? After much back and forth, I finally convinced them that I was neither foe nor specter. The great wooden barrel was not the wooden-headed contraption I had imagined. He even cautioned me in advance that they would offer no recompense for my assistance, and I should harbor no expectations. Accepting all of this, I was finally led to the settlement. They guided me to a wooden single-story dwelling, the abode of the ill. This marked my inaugural practice of ritual magic and my first encounter with its effects, evoking a sense of exhilaration within me. Unlike ordinary magic, ritual magic is a confluence of my own magical essence, the ambient magical energy, and other substances and entities utilized during the ritual. The offerings in Druidic rituals typically include animals, candles, runes, and drawings. However, ritual magic can be intertwined with sacrificial magic. Sacrificial magic must maintain equilibrium, just as all things in nature adhere to a balance. Should one commence sacrificing innocence for the sake of magic, it ceases to be Druidic or orderly, transforming instead into black magic, which exacts a greater toll than mere sacrifice. When innocents are slain for magic, the soul of the practitioner becomes tainted, darkening over time. Subsequently, black magic transmutes the practitioner into something altogether different. Of course, one may sacrifice humans for Druidic magic, but stringent regulations govern this practice. For instance, one may never offer the soul of the sacrifice, as this is absolutely forbidden, and the offering must be a sinner. In the eyes of nature, there exists but one sin, the taking of innocent life. Should a sinner's life be sacrificed in a Druidic ritual, then the sinner's body and remaining lifespan are utilized as energy. The soul is free to traverse to its rightful destination. In contrast, blood magic and black magic primarily demand the soul itself, showing no distinction between the innocent and the guilty. We may envision the soul as a nuclear power station. When harnessed for spells, it can amplify their potency tenfold or even 100-fold. I require the casting of a spell to vanquish disease. I need a sheep, fret not. If you desire compensation for the sheep, I shall provide it. There are approximately 145 patients, Yet this ritual can only accommodate a maximum of 50. This implies I must remain here for 3 days. It is inconceivable to conduct the ritual within the dwelling. As I understand, not all patients are present here. I shall prepare in the open area outside and notify you once I am ready. Many still regarded me with skepticism. Yet I paid them no heed and commenced my work. Shall I frighten them a tad? I began casting the fire spell, but this time it diverged from the norm. What emanated from my hands was not a fireball, but rather flames. Its power was modest, with a range of merely 2 meters, yet sufficient to melt the lingering snow. I could hear screams of terror and panic behind me, while some knelt in prayer. Upon melting the snow on the ground, I traced a 3-meter-wide circle with my staff and began inscribing the requisite runes around this circle. The fundamental meaning of these runes was healing minor ailments, warding off death. My ability to decipher the death runes upon the wall stemmed from this very ritual. Within, the words were precise. Chapter 50. The efficacy of ritual magic. I etched the runes into the earth, and the final task was the most arduous. I needed a sturdy stone pillar, at least 2 meters in length, and I must expend additional magical energy to procure it. Since I could manipulate rock with the clay spell, I knelt at the desired location of the pillar, placing my hands upon the ground. I closed my eyes, concentrating all my focus on the magic. At that moment, I could feel the soil and rock beneath the surface, as if I were floating below the ground. I could delve about 10 meters deep, as this was mountainous terrain, riddled with massive rocks. I gently touched these stones with my magic and began to shape a small fragment into the form I desired. This process required more time than molding soil. When the stone pillar assumed the desired shape, I slowly began to draw it towards the surface. As the pillar emerged from the earth, the onlookers began to murmur in astonishment, yet they no longer fled but knelt in prayer. Once the pillar had risen, I needed to inscribe the runes upon it. Lacking the time to use a chisel, I employed the clay spell, inscribing the necessary runes upon the stone with my fingers as one would write in sand. Now, all was prepared. We merely needed to position the patients within a 20-meter radius of the circle, offer the sheep, and commence the ritual. The patients were gradually moved to the square, and due to space constraints, they were compelled to undergo this process multiple times. With everything in place, I cradled the sheep before the stone pillar. I raised the knife in my hand and proclaimed aloud, "Spirit of nature, behold these wretched souls, and bless them with your healing power." Upon uttering the incantation, I severed the sheep's throat, the blood gushing forth and staining the stone pillar a deep crimson. At that moment, a surge of 100 points of magical energy erupted from within me, merging with the ambient magic and the essence of the sheep's blood, rushing towards the stone pillar. Moments passed, seemingly without incident, yet gradually, a vibrant green luminescence began to emanate from the ground within a 20-meter radius. This luminous energy floated gracefully up to 5 meters into the air before cascading down upon the patients like drifting snowflakes. As this invigorating green light enveloped the afflicted, a soft green aura enveloped their bodies. Approximately 10 minutes later, bathed in the revitalizing green glow, the patients' labored breaths began to normalize, their coughs ceased, and their fevers started to diminish. The ritual persisted for 1 hour, or until 50 patients had entered the designated area. After this, its efficacy would wane. The same actions were repeated 3 more times, and as the last of the 50 patients entered the area, the remaining luminescence gently fell upon her, leaving no trace of the vibrant green light. Thus, the day's ritual concluded. Chief Wall slowly approached me and knelt before me. "I couldn't ascertain whether you were indeed a priest of the old gods. One thing is certain, today you saved 50 of my kin from the brink of death. And for that, I am profoundly grateful. Please rise, Chief Wall. Our work is not yet complete. We still have 100 patients, but regrettably, this ritual has drained much of my energy, allowing me to perform it only once a day. Tomorrow, we shall conduct a new ritual. Thank you. Priest of the old gods. Thank you, Druid Imre." I raised my hands, signaling the crowd to silence, and spoke. "With the blessings of the old gods, I come to assist you, yet I am not a deity. I cannot save everyone. Even if we complete this ritual, some will still perish. Unfortunately, my current ritual is merely at a rudimentary level, insufficient to combat severe ailments. However, I cannot disclose this to them." I turned to Chief Wall and said, "Now, I must return to the earth to rest. Please do not disturb me. I shall return to partake in the next ritual, and we shall require another sheep." They all turned their gaze to the sheep, which, bereft of its wool, had gradually turned to dust. This is the fate of what is offered as a sacrifice. As the sun set, I raised my staff and cast the earth-shaping spell, causing the ground to crack open, and I descended within, sealing the fissure behind me. At that moment, those surrounding me were fervently praying. I opened a small breathing hole to attempt communication with my familiars. All of my familiars were in the forest, where I had created a small cave for them, entrusting it to Bo for management. "Bo, is everything well?" "Yes, father, except for Erebus. Everyone else listens to me. Even little sis and Rika are more obedient than Erebus." At this moment, Erebus joined the conversation. "I'm bored. I just came out for a bit. Erebus. You must heed Bo's words. I shall return in 3 days, and we will venture north. After conversing with them, I nestled into the training space for a brief slumber. From Chief Wall's perspective, today was a day filled with miracles. I found myself, for the first time in my life, utterly bewildered. As the day drew to a close, I discovered myself kneeling before Druid Emre. I still did not know whether he was sent by the old gods, or if he had other intentions. One thing was certain, he possessed a power beyond my comprehension. Some of the patients who received treatment stood up within 3 to 4 hours, and nearly all of them had their fever subside. Even at the end of the day, another shock awaited us. The druid cleaved the ground in two and descended into the earth. This individual claims to still be human while resting underground, regardless of his plans. He indeed represents the old gods in assisting us, and he is an extraordinarily powerful being. Rather than oppose him, it would be wiser to seek his aid. Chapter 51. Human Sacrifice from Chief Wall's perspective. The next day, I sat beside the spot where the druid had descended, waiting for a few moments until the earth trembled slightly as it split open. The druid emerged, closing the ground behind him. Just as yesterday, we performed the same ritual without any alterations. For 3 days, I had observed the druid intently, following him to every corner of the settlement. I saw no actions that deviated from what a man should do. Everything he did was to aid us, as he had promised, and he nearly revived all the patients. Of course, as he stated, he could not save everyone. Those in frail condition succumbed to high fevers, yet the number was far less than we had anticipated. Only 13 perished, which was nothing short of a miracle. Typically, during the winter fever, we lose around 100 to 150 lives annually, as it spreads from person to person. If he claimed to be one of the old gods, I might believe him. However, I do not think he is human. He wore a wooden mask, concealing his appearance. Yet yesterday, several individuals attempted to express their gratitude, prostrating at his feet. When they inadvertently pulled aside the long robe he wore, crafted from moss, grass, and ivy, his chest and arms were revealed. What we beheld was not human skin, but rather bark, moving with each breath he took. When I first glimpsed his hands, I assumed he wore finely crafted gloves wrapped in bark, but I no longer believed that, for I had never seen bark move as though it were skin. Contemplating all he could accomplish, though unsettling, was not shocking. Chief Wall, my work here has concluded. I am needed elsewhere. I shall depart today, but I wish to request something from you. This is not compulsory, merely a request, and should you fulfill it, I would be most pleased. If you demanded all our wealth, I would gladly comply. My request is that you disseminate this message widely, yet when you do, speak openly. True druids never seek remuneration nor accept any form of donation from those they assist. In time, my existence will become known, and eventually, charlatans and deceivers will attempt to imitate me, deceiving the kind-hearted. To prevent this, you must spread my ways. Yes, of course, we can do so. I will send riders to every nearby village, and they will speak of you to anyone who will listen. However, my joy was abruptly overshadowed by a realization. Many of those we believed to be dying had not perished, meaning there were far more mouths to feed than we had anticipated, and our food supplies were insufficient to sustain them all. From the male protagonist's perspective, Chief Wall, what troubles you? You seem suddenly despondent and lost in thought. Chief Wall sighed heavily and replied, those whom we thought would die have not, which means there are more to care for than we imagined. Of course, I was aware of their plight, but I first intended to visit another mountain tribe and then return here to proclaim that I received a new vision from the old gods. So the severity of the situation struck them deeply. However, it now appears that I need not do so. I require a ritual for the growth of plants. And if we sacrifice a sheep, it would yield no benefit for them, as it would have the growth time of the plants, offering no advantage for this winter. However, if we perform the ritual with human sacrifice, the plants would flourish in less than a day's time. In fact, I can provide a solution to your dilemma. But the price is steep. I do not refer to money. What then? What we require is a ruthless killer, not a sheep. His demeanor and attitude seemed to evoke discomfort, leaving him at a loss for words. You mean? Yes, a human sacrifice. We require a person who has taken the life of an innocent. We sat for several hours, during which I elucidated to him what we needed and the type of individual required. I informed him that if he wished to proceed with this endeavor, a soul steeped in darkness was imperative. If such a soul was not available, there was no point in consideration, for I had no murderer in my pocket. 3 individuals awaited execution due to the pandemic's onset, but I was unaware of the nature of their souls. We rose and proceeded to the place where they were detained, examining each one to discern if their souls bore any blemish. A tainted soul indicated that they had willingly taken the life of the innocent with full knowledge. A soul entirely dark suggested either a multitude of innocent lives claimed or a complete absence of remorse. One cannot deceive their own soul. A person may convince themselves that they have committed no heinous acts, yet they cannot do so with their soul. Among the 3, only one bore a sullied soul. This individual was still attempting to delude himself, claiming he had not committed any unforgivable crime. He had slain a prostitute, which, in his words, seemed justifiable. The other two were also murderers, but their crimes diverged. One had killed during a bar brawl, and the other had committed murder in the act of rape. The reason I could utilize another's life as a sacrifice was that when one takes the life of an innocent, they forfeit their own right to life. Upon learning this, Will pondered for several hours before ultimately consenting to perform the ritual. The following morning, everything was prepared, and we arrived at the settlement, where people scattered grain seeds across the snow-laden fields. I began to recite the incantation, "Nature, bestow upon us some of your endless blessings, that we may reap a bountiful harvest." Just as I finished the incantation, I severed the man's throat, and 150 points of magical energy flowed from my body like water, merging with the atmospheric magic in the man's blood, painting the stone pillar a deep crimson. From the pillar, waves of green energy began to radiate outward for 2 kilometers, causing the 3 to 4 centimeters of accumulated snow to melt and the earth to thaw. Once the soil softened, the seeds gradually descended underground, and from the stone pillar, the land transformed into a deep green hue. The man's body first became mummified, then disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. Approximately 10 hours later, the fields within a 2-kilometer radius were filled with golden wheat spikes. Chapter 52, The Deceiver Perspective of Chief Wall. In my lifetime, I had never witnessed such vast wheat spikes. If we rationed wisely, this harvest would sustain us throughout the year, until Lord Stark could send us aid. Thank you, Lord Emre. Thanks to you, my people shall not starve this year. Do not thank me. It is all the will of the old gods. Do not address me as Lord. You may call me Druid Imre, or simply Imre. Now that all is complete, it is time to bid farewell to the Wall clan. Druid Imre, please do not leave so soon. Let us properly express our gratitude. Should you fulfill my request, you will be the ones most grateful to me. We began to make our way out of the settlement slowly. Druid Imre, if it is not too presumptuous, may I ask a question? You may inquire. I am not easily offended. In the tales we heard as children, human sacrifice was always regarded as blood magic, and we were taught it was a malevolent form of magic. To ensure my people's survival, I had to make a difficult decision. And I would make the same choice again if necessary, but I wish to understand, what have we done? He sat on a bench by the roadside, gesturing for me to join him. We can categorize magic into 2 broad types, order magic and dark magic. Indeed, blood magic is typically dark magic, but it can also be order magic, albeit poorly suited for it. For instance, summoning Leviathan may kill 10 people but cannot heal even a single fatal wound, which is why it is ill-suited for order magic. Blood magic can sacrifice lives or souls, but the strength varies greatly. Dark magic only affects souls. Blood magic can even involve the sacrifice of infants, yet for Druidic magic, if you wish to perform such acts, the best outcome is death by backlash, while the worst is a lifetime of paralysis from the neck down. Upon hearing this, my eyes widened in disbelief. To willfully take the life of an innocent is an unforgivable sin. In the eyes of nature, when someone commits such an act, they have relinquished their right to existence. And thus we reclaim that life energy for our spells, as I previously explained. Now, it is up to you whether to believe me, otherwise, you may claim I am an evil sorcerer. Perspective of the male protagonist. After departing from the Wall tribe, I also surveyed 5 other mountain tribes. Like here, each tribe struggled against the cold, and I offered my assistance. However, one tribe faced severe food shortages due to harsh summer weather, necessitating my performance of a growth ritual there as well. This journey lasted approximately 4 months, leading us into a new year. In this year, I turned 11, marking the 285th year of the conquest of Egan. After visiting the mountain tribes, I resolved to head east toward Last Hearth instead of south to Deepwood Fort. Amidst the wintry winds, I decided to spend the night in a small town near Last Hearth. My rear had not touched a bed in a month, and after arranging accommodations for my familiars, I returned to the town. I also formed a bond with Lika. This bond granted me heightened olfactory senses, 1 point of speed, and 15 points of magic. I now possessed 6 points of speed, and my bond with Belis enhanced my sense of smell, but not to the extent I experienced now. Previously, I could only detect scents within a few dozen meters. Now, I could perceive them from several hundred meters away. Lika and Sis had matured into youthful beasts, beginning to speak, albeit in fragmented sentences. Upon entering the inn, I found it bustling with approximately 20 patrons, nearly every seat occupied. I approached the innkeeper and spoke. Everything appears to be running smoothly, he said, wiping a cup while casting a sidelong glance at me. I have no complaints, but child, I have never seen you in this town before. Why are you alone? I tossed a few copper coins onto the bar. What? Are you the town mayor? Not your concern. Do you have a room? Another 10 copper coins, for you are a little rascal. This is robbery. Then sleep in the stables. I tossed another 10 copper coins onto the bar. Then you must also provide me with food. A few minutes later, he returned from the kitchen with a bowl of stew and half a loaf of bread. As I dined, A bard on stage sang of a druid who sacrificed the wicked, bringing forth a bountiful harvest and dispelling disease. The people around me engaged in discussions about this druid, whom they referred to as Druid Imre. Some believed, while others remained skeptical. Just then, a man burst into the room, exclaiming with excitement, "Druid Imre has arrived." I spat out the water I was drinking. How did he know? He is just outside in the town square. I knew this would happen. Humans are always the opportunistic dogs of society. I anticipated that some fool would impersonate me. However, this presented an excellent opportunity to test whether the warnings I had issued in every place I assisted would hold true. As I departed from the inn and made my way to the town square, I beheld an individual adorned in a robe, besmirched with brambles and moss, with a deer skull perched upon his head. His visage was obscured by a crudely carved mask of an elderly man. He greeted the townsfolk with fervor, proclaiming himself as Imre the Druid, here to assist them in liberating themselves from the clutches of this vile affliction. Like other charlatans, he confounded them with riddles and circles. And soon, a volunteer emerged to partake in the healing ritual. After a series of nonsensical utterances and the casting of various objects into the fire, he commenced his performance, leaving the onlookers astonished. The volunteer miraculously recovered, yet this was merely the beginning rather than the conclusion. The volunteer professed, "Great Druid, no matter what I have done for you, my gratitude is insufficient. Please accept this meager token of my appreciation." Initially, he rebuffed the offer several times, feigning reluctance, but ultimately accepted it. I lingered a moment, awaiting someone in the crowd to declare that he had indeed accepted money. He could not possibly be genuine. Unable to contain my indignation, I shouted, "I have heard that druids never accept rewards, not even a morsel of food. If anyone accepts payment, they are surely a fraud." "You are most certainly a fraud." As my words echoed into the silence, a palpable tension filled the air, and chaos ensued. The volunteer erupted in anger towards me, questioning my audacity and suggesting that my life was inconsequential. "How dare you? What business is it of yours if I wish to express my gratitude to the one who has liberated me from my suffering? You disrespectful wretch." I turned to depart, dismissing their ignorance as they failed to comprehend the simplest of truths. The druid took nothing. The following day, during my stroll through the square, I learned that half of the villagers had been deceived. Fools. They had paid a lifetime of wealth for a mere pouch of herbs, believing the charlatan's claim that the druid's talisman would prolong their lives, even if they were not ill. Upon my departure, I traveled the last hearth, where I remained for a few days. My interactions with Lord John Umber were akin to those with Great Beryl, as he too sought to test my mettle, wondering why Lord Stark was so invested in my well-being. Unlike Great Beryl, however, John Umber, much like Roderick, held the belief that archery was a task for common soldiers. In his words, a true man confronts his enemy face to face. We sparred for a time, though not vigorously. That wretched giant bested me. I once thought Great Beryl formidable. Yet John was stronger, boasting 125 points of strength and 8 points of speed. My agility barely exceeded his, allowing me to evade his assaults for a mere 10 minutes, during which I could not mount a single counterattack. It was peculiar, yet John relished the challenge. At last hearth, I was unburdened by the need to assume the guise of Imre, thus I contemplated a journey to Skagos Island after a brief respite. However, I could not find a sailor mad enough to brave the winter-esque chill, so I first lingered in Carhold before heading south towards the Dread Fort. In addition to my wanderings as Druid Imre, I also assumed the role of Squire Emil, rescuing individuals from the clutches of marauders. As winter descended, the ravenous brigands pillaged the impoverished. As Druid Imre, I healed the sick. As Emil, I liberated them from their captors. Months passed, and the names Imre the Druid and Emil the Squire began to resonate throughout the north. Naturally, the swindlers and jesters soon followed. I halted at a small town 2 days from the Dread Fort, where fever swept through the populace. Nearly 400 fell ill, and Bolton soldiers barricaded the town's entrance. I thus donned the mantle of the Druid once more and approached the town. As I neared, the soldiers obstructed my path. "Halt! You cannot pass," they declared, separating me from the townsfolk. One soldier stepped forward, announcing, "Sir, it is he, the Druid." The soldiers hesitated, retreating slightly, yet their commander regarded me with a derisive sneer, declaring, "Do not be foolish. Do you truly believe he possesses magic? He is merely a fraud seeking to swindle a few coins. I have heard from my northern friends that many have been duped. Good soldiers of House Bolton, I bear no ill will towards you. I merely wish to assist those in need, and if you intend to hinder that, I must act on their behalf. Step aside, you mad old fool. Do you not comprehend my words? Let me spell it out for you. You cannot pass. Regardless, I resolve to enter the town. If you block my path, I shall have no choice but to traverse through you. Lord Bolton may have abandoned these people to their fates, but the old gods have not." The soldiers began to encircle me slowly, their commander demanding, "Did you just insult Lord Bolton? Seize him." Approximately 10 soldiers surrounded me, their spears pointed menacingly. In that moment, I unleashed a tremor, the the force reverberating around me. Every soldier within 5 meters was thrust back at least 4 meters. All were felled, while their commander stood paralyzed with fear and confusion. I absolve your transgressions, for you are but soldiers executing orders. I shall not take your lives. But if you obstruct the old gods' will again, by their witness, I shall demand your lives. I stepped over the trembling commander and advanced towards the town. Just as the soldiers began to regain their senses, no longer inclined to attack, planting my staff into the snow, I conjured flames from my hands. Though its range was limited to 2 meters, it sufficed to send them fleeing. I resolved to name this fiery spell. As the thought crossed my mind, the incantation for the spell emerged in my consciousness, Burning Hand. Thus, I discovered that I could learn new spells in this manner. Should I utilize this spell? Its range and potency would increase, extending its duration by 1 second and elevating it to a second-tier incantation. The town was modest, with a singular main road and several narrow alleys. I estimated a population of about 2,000. Upon entering the town, I realized I must prove myself as the true Druid Imre. As people began to kneel before me, beseeching assistance, I recognized that approximately 400 were afflicted. After half an hour, I was prepared for the ritual. Over the next 6 days, I conducted the ceremony, healing 300, but alas, 27 perished. As I ready to commence the ritual on the 7th day, approximately 100 soldiers entered the town. Among them were about 30 cavalry, the rest foot soldiers. A fully armored man approached and declared, "This criminal claiming to be Druid Lure is summoned before Lord Bolton for interrogation. Please accompany us." The townsfolk formed a protective barrier between the soldiers and me, yet I gestured for them to let the soldiers through. Stepping from the crowd, I addressed the knight. "Beyond the laws of the old gods, I understand not other statutes, and before their laws, I have committed no crime. Therefore, I possess no reason to be interrogated. If your lord wishes to converse, he may come to me. 6 days prior, from Lord Bolton's perspective, I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this druid. Yet, too many have borne witness for him to be a mere fraud. Thus, I must exercise caution. Even if he is genuine, I cannot appear weak. Sir Baroton, take 100 men and escort this druid to meet me." From Sir Baroton's perspective, we journeyed for 3 days, nearing our destination. "Sir, do you believe this druid is authentic?" "Certainly not. You have never traveled, so you cannot comprehend. However, this world is teeming with jesters, some of whom can even breathe fire. I suspect he is a jester, seeking to frighten gullible soldiers and civilians alike while earning a few coins in the process." From the protagonist's perspective, the knight rode forth, calling loudly as he advanced. "Therefore, we must not grant the commoners any leeway. They will soon begin to overestimate themselves. Listen to me, you deranged commoner. Lord Bolton demands your presence, and you shall willingly accompany me, or be led by chains. The choice is yours." I turned to the townsfolk. "Today, Lord Bolton has obstructed my path with the old gods, preventing us from providing you with healing. Henceforth, any individual in this town afflicted by the fever shall perish due to Lord Bolton's interference." Before hundreds, I became a mere dog, fleeing and disappearing into the throng. By the time the soldiers led their horses through the crowd, I had already slipped through an alley and left the town. 3 days later, from Lord Bolton's perspective, I was seething with rage, surrounded by fools. In a fit of fury, I hurled my cup at Sir Clay. Should I instruct you to escort him, or to apprehend him? The druid is still quite oblivious. This imbecile has managed to irritate him, and before the druid vanished, he turned every loyal follower of the old gods against me. Sir Clay, have I previously shown you my legacy? I believe you shall find it most intriguing. Sir Clay, let us descend to the dungeon. We have matters to discuss. Chapter 54. The rescue of the caravan following the unfortunate incident involving Lord Bolton's soldiers. I made my way to Woodhaven, pausing in the training grounds to practice alongside my familiars, where I took a brief respite. Now, Bo, Erebus, Belus, and I could engage in combat with the dummies without restraint. After maturing into an adult dog, Belus shed his timid nature, developing a more protective and possessive temperament. Over time, every member of my familiar cadre has grown stronger than ordinary animals. At this moment, while Belus may not bend steel, he can indeed warp ordinary iron armor with his teeth. Meanwhile, Bo has become increasingly adept at wielding the wind element. She can now cast diving bombardment spells at approximately 6 meters in height. Moreover, she has mastered a new incantation, bestowing the Guardian Wind spell upon herself. Erebus, like Belus, has also grown physically stronger. His claws and beak have become exceedingly sharp, capable of bending and cutting through armor. And he continues to expand in size, now measuring 16 meters from head to toe, while Belus stands at 11. Him stands at no more than 1 meter. Yet he has displayed remarkable magical prowess. He can manipulate the earth element, exude toxins, and project them. He cannot cast any offensive earth element spells, but he can submerge himself into rock or soil like water. Regarding his venom, he can release concentrated poison up to 6 meters away or spray it in a 2-meter conical range. Zeiss and Lika, standing approximately 60 centimeters tall, revel in battle. Being beasts by nature, yet I permit them to fight only against dummies that can defend themselves. As we continued our training, I learned from Bo and Erebus S. Raven familiars that a skirmish was occurring approximately 2 kilometers away. We promptly departed the training grounds, and I employed the Find Animal spell. About 80 individuals were engaged in combat. Through my connection with the controlled ravens at this distance, I observed the unfolding scene and discovered a caravan on the main road under attack. I deemed this a splendid opportunity to enhance the reputation of Emil, my retainer, thus activating all my enhancements and hastening toward the fray. Upon my arrival, the situation became clear. Out of the 80 individuals, 53 were civilians, while the brigands numbered 27. Chaos reigned, with not a single true warrior among the civilians. They attempted to defend themselves with farming tools and clubs, resulting in numerous fatalities. I wasted no time and began to shoot arrows at the highest-ranked brigand among them. Before the brigands realized what was happening, I had already slain 10 of them, leaving only about 40 villagers, of whom merely 10 could still fight. The remaining 30 comprised children, the elderly, or men and women unwilling to engage in battle. 2 villagers in particular caught my attention. One stood 18 meters tall, wielding a massive wooden club and swinging it like a bat. This man possessed a strength score of 85. The other was a boy, aged 12, who flowed gracefully among the chaos as if coated in oil, stabbing at anything that came too close with a dagger in hand. This child intrigued me with his remarkable speed. He boasted a speed score of 89. The fastest brigand had only a score of 74, rendering them incapable of catching him. Yet it was evident that the boy lacked any combat training or knowledge of dagger use. Among the remaining 17 brigands, 7 had begun to encircle them, while the other 10 advanced toward me. I could not eliminate them as I had done at the brigands' lair, due to the numerous civilians in the vicinity. Thus I was compelled to use undetectable spells amidst the crowd. As I approached the brigands, I also hurled knives. Of the 5 knives I threw, 3 struck the brigands' vital points, while the other 2 inflicted minor cuts. Witnessing their comrades fall, they hesitated further. Seizing this moment, I launched an attack on the furthest brigand. He managed to block my initial strike, but my subsequent blow caught him completely off guard. I delivered a deep gash to the inner side of his calf, simultaneously as several other brigands attempted to surround me. I employed mud to dig a small hole in the ground, causing the leading brigand to stumble and fall. The 3 brigands following him were similarly brought down. Thus, I temporarily incapacitated 4 of the remaining 6 brigands. I cast trap on the fallen brigand, and as the other 2 brigands fell, he tumbled onto them, causing a brief stalemate. In the meantime, I swiftly dispatched the 2 standing brigands. Among the 4 brigands on the ground, only one managed to rise, while the others struggled to extricate themselves from their incapacitated companion. I threw a knife at one of the struggling brigands, striking him in the back. Observing this, another brigand charged at me, yet due to my enhancements, I possessed 8 points of strength and 9 points of speed. Consequently, none of the brigands could stand against me. It took mere minutes to eliminate the remaining brigands. Witnessing the scene, the brigands engaged in combat with the villagers began to flee. Only 4 of the 10 villagers remained. The children, upon leaving the villagers' sight, dispatched the fleeing brigands. My familiars were joyfully in agreement, each transforming into frenzied warriors. Chapter 55, The Twin Brothers. I could hear whispers behind me. He is just a child. How did he kill those brigands? As I approached the villagers, one stepped forward and spoke. We thank you, sir. Thank you for saving us. We owe you our lives. I am not yet a sir. You may call me Emil. You mean Emil Dracer? It is an honor to meet you. We have heard tales of your deeds. Am I truly so renowned? Indeed. We might say your name has begun to instill fear in the hearts of brigands. I smiled slightly. There is no need for exaggeration. My assistance to you was not for the sake of acclaim. I aided you because it was the right thing to do. He bowed and said, My lord, your wisdom surpasses your years. Do not call me lord. I am no noble. How is it that you arrived here without even a guard? You are courting disaster. Their faces fell instantly, and a somber, melancholic atmosphere enveloped us. The plague devastated our village, leaving only a handful of survivors among the more than 300 who once lived there. If we do not abandon our village, we, too, shall perish. Hence, we have no guards. Our sole desire is to reach the nearest town. I shall escort you to the nearest town. We resolve to bury the dead. And as a towering man wielding a massive wooden pole lifted a corpse, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Lifting such a heavy log must have exhausted him. I attempted to assist him by supporting his arm, while a young man with a dagger steadied his other side. Sir, are you all right? I suppose that log has worn you out. Upon hearing this, the young man burst into laughter, collapsing to the ground. The giant turned, his expression dark. Sir? Why do you call me sir? I'm only 13. His words left me momentarily speechless. Nonsense, you have a beard. He looked somewhat flustered, rubbing his face as he spoke. This isn't a beard, just stubble. Ask him. He is my twin brother. I turned to gaze at the young man's face. Indeed, they shared the same deep brown hair and features, resembling each other closely, though they seemed more like uncle and nephew than brothers. Then the boy spoke. Uncle, why do you do this? Don't provoke Emil. The giant's face flushed with anger as he replied, Keegan, if you call me uncle again, I will smash your face. I'm sorry. Yes, he is my twin. He consumed all the food our mother had during her pregnancy, leaving nothing for me, which is why he has grown so large. Indeed, they are brothers. It is astonishing that he is merely 13 years old with such a stature. I, too, was a hefty lad among my peers, but my growth was due to magic, while these two are simply genetic anomalies, one nimble and the other a giant. Can you stand? Yes, I just haven't eaten since yesterday. Father, we are finished. Are you all right? It's fine. Then tell your raven kin to find me some large game. After burying the dead, everyone rested. Boron contacted me, stating he would hunt a few deer. I took a few individuals to hunt, intending to return with some food. Upon examining their faces, I discerned they all appeared gaunt. After feasting on the game, we set out once more. We now tread the main road between White Harbor and Gravehill, yet we had not yet reached the intersection with King S Road. Our progress was exceedingly slow, as we lacked sufficient carts, with most of us compelled to walk. Meanwhile, I found myself getting along well with the twins, learning that they were now orphans. Uncertain of what the future held, during several resting intervals, they requested I teach them a few things, and I could see their potential. No, Halleck. Do not charge like a bull, I cautioned, because you always attack with full force. Should you falter, you will spin like a top. I pressed my stick against Halleck's throat, declaring, you are dead. You must learn to control yourself. Do not act like a mad bull. After nearly a week of travel, we arrived at Gravehill. Sir Emil, we owe everything to you. Had it not been for you, we would have perished long ago. Everyone began to bow in gratitude. I have told you, I am not yet a knight. Sir, we do not care. You are our savior. I hope you all find a good life here. I turned to the twins. What do you two intend to do? We do not know. We are not good farmers. I think we will try something else. Then let me make a suggestion. How about serving as soldiers for me? Their eyes lit up with excitement. Can we? Yes, you possess the talent for it. They replied without hesitation, very well, we will join you. I smiled. You are not well enough to travel with me now. Frankly, you would impede my progress. I want you to go to Winterfell and wait for me there. I shall return in a year. Should they accompany me, I would have to reveal my true self to them, and I was not yet confident in doing so. Early tomorrow, I shall arrange for them to travel to Winterfell with a large group of merchants. I presented the Stark Lord's pass to the caravan leader, emphasizing the importance of their safe arrival in Winterfell. Chapter 56, New Plans. You shall travel with the caravan to Winterfell, and upon arrival, deliver this letter to Lord Roderick Castle, who will arrange accommodations for you in the camp. However, do not pledge your loyalty to House Stark. You will be my subordinates. Keegan inquired, puzzled. Aren't you also serving the Starks? Not entirely. In due time, I shall depart from Winterfell. I will not continue as a knight. I shall become a nobleman. Of course, whom you serve will be up to you. We wish to be loyal to you. Very well, when Lord Roderick sees your capabilities, he will try to take you for himself, but I have explained in the letter that you are my subordinates. After sending off the twins, I departed from Gravehill. It has been 3 months since I left Gravehill, and I spent a month near Torrens Keep. This region is truly beautiful, rich in natural elements. A vast lake here not only possesses natural elements, but also an abundance of water elements. Due to the elemental presence, I have learned 2 new spells. The first, Walk on Water, allows the caster to walk on water for half an hour. Casting this spell is quite taxing, consuming 15 points of magical energy, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Currently, I cannot cast it on others, but perhaps in the future, I may be able to. The other spell is called Merge with Earth. With this spell, akin to I can submerge into the soil, but not into rock. And I can only go 1 meter deep. Since I cannot breathe underground, I must move while holding my breath, and my movement speed underground is halved. This is highly advantageous for ambushes and retreats. If I had this while evading the Bolton soldiers, it would be incredibly useful. With it, my underground movement speed would reach 45, nearly matching the running speed of an average person. It consumes 2 points of magical energy every 5 seconds while underground. After strolling on Torrens Lake and causing some fishermen to experience heart attacks in my guise as the Druid Imra, I approached a fishing boat, waving to them. Some gaped and waved back, while others prayed to the old gods. Upon arriving here, I decided to first head to the streamlands and then cross to Flamebright Bay. Afterward, I shall travel north to the Stony Coast, and finally reach Deepwood Motte. Thus concludes my journey to the north. The streamlands, as the name suggests, is filled with numerous streams and creeks, yet it is also a mountainous region. The southern end of the streamlands has some arable land, but the cold sea winds negatively affect the yield. I spent 3 months in this area. After healing several individuals as Imra and destroying some bandit hideouts as Emil, I departed the streamlands. Crossing through the streamlands, I arrived at Flamebright Bay. For the past month, I have been engaged in the same endeavors, healing and killing. As I proceeded along the small road parallel to Flamebright Bay toward the stony coast, I noted that many trees along this coastline had been felled. From the streamlands to Wolfwood, this area is renowned for its durable timber, such as pine and ironwood. Most of the trees here have been cut down. As I continued my stroll along the coastline, I was alerted by waves announcing that approximately 100 individuals were engaged in logging activities 34 kilometers away. With a familiar gaze, I observed the scene unfolding before me. The people were bustling like bees, loading felled trees onto vessels resting upon the shore. Yet the insignia emblazoned upon their sails was entirely unfamiliar. It certainly did not belong to the Lyswell family. As I had encountered their emblem just a month prior, a black horse's head with crimson eyes and mane, cast in bronze, framed in black etchings. However, this emblem bore a skeletal hand against a crimson backdrop, inscribed in white. Information about the sails began flooding my mind. The Drum family of Oldwick Island belonged to the nobility of the Iron Islands. What were those sea rats doing here? Were they here to pilfer? Or had the Lyswell family struck a trade accord with them? I was 90% certain they were thieving, though trading with the Iron Islands was not illegal. Merely frowned upon. At that moment, I resolved to use the waves to survey the entire coastline, soaring all the way to the rock coast. After flying approximately 50 to 60 kilometers, I spotted another 100 or 200 individuals engaged in tree cutting along the coastline. I also glimpsed 2 dwellings of Iron Men, the Blackties family of Blacktide Island and the Oakwood family of Oak Island. Why were they stealing such vast quantities of timber? What schemes were those sea rats concocting? I severed my connection with the waves and commanded her to return. What should I do? Should I return to the Lyswell family and inform them of the happenings? After a moment of contemplation, it struck me that if these rascals were brazenly thieving, either the Lyswell family had betrayed the North or, more likely, there was a traitor among their vassals. Every basket contains a few rotten eggs. During my time at their residence, I had noted Lord Roderick Layswell's loyalty to House Stark was somewhat lacking, but his venomous words regarding the Iron Men rang true. I suspected Roderick Lyswell would engage in trade with the Iron Men. The events transpiring here were decidedly foul. Something was amiss. Thus, I resolved to conclude my northern journey and return to Winterfell. Once the waves were back, I contemplated devising a plan. Waves and Erebus. To what extent can you amplify the size of your current raven brood? Father, I can expand it to around 60. What about you? If the waves can manage. I can as well, she replied. Can you count to 60? Silence. I can achieve as much as you. Very well, then I shall leave you here. Expand as much as possible, then commence patrolling the seas. Take turns deploying your ravens to establish a line of vigilance over the waters. If a vessel approaches, notify me immediately. All of my landbound familiars had grown to the size of tigers. Their hides had become exceedingly thick, impervious to arrows. When we trained in the practice space, they had morphed into killing machines. As long as they were not struck in the eyes, arrows could not harm them. And most blades could not penetrate deeply into their muscular frames. Having slain countless brigands, the training grounds had expanded to a staggering size, with over 200 dummies. Licca and Barris, you two must depart. Once you reach the Wolfwood, seek out a familiar contract. Barris, you will struggle to find dogs strong enough for our needs. So accompany Licca. I turned to Sis, who was wagging its fluffy, bushy tail, awaiting my command. You should accompany me. We ought to venture into the northern mountains and test our luck. I have heard tales of numerous shadow cats in the valleys, but they are too distant, surely. Some must dwell in the north. Chapter 57. Negotiating strategies. It had been nearly 2 years since I departed from Winterfell, yet the changes here were minimal. The most notable alteration was Sir Roderick's girth. As we made our way to the castle, I remarked, "Good heavens, you have grown stout." At my words, he appeared taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "You cheeky lad, what can I do? My old lady has been taking exquisite care of me. However, you should be wary. That sharp tongue of yours may lead to trouble." Roderick Layswell's perspective. It had been 2 years since I last beheld him. Yet we had heard all about him and his exploits through taverns and ravens. He even had a moniker. "It is an honor to meet Emile de Larkiel, the Calamity," I mocked with a mock bow. He looked flustered as he responded, "I do not accept that moniker." "What nonsense is the Calamity? It is utterly disgraceful. I can already predict how Rob and John will tease me in the years to come. The moniker was not bestowed by us. It was given by the populace, for you have slain many brigands. If the tales are true, you have vanquished 5,000. I have not even slain 300. Ha! This lad may very well slay me. He acts as though it is the most ordinary thing to have hunted 300 brigands within 2 years. How many knights can claim they have single-handedly slain 300 brigands? Is he a harbinger of misfortune or fortune? Time will tell. Did you encounter the Druid Emre during your travels north? Indeed, I did once. It was quite a sight to behold. Are you saying he is genuine? Indeed. As genuine as the majority of what you see. I do not know about the old god's part, but he possesses true supernatural abilities. He transformed into a hound and vanished before my very eyes. We dispatched individuals to the tribes in the mountains, as the first word of him originated from there. But they have yet to return. I have also heard unsettling tidings. What have you heard? He sacrificed a murderer, bringing forth bountiful harvests to the land. Akin to Greenhangar's deeds. We have heard that too. Why are you in such haste to meet with the Lord? I have stated. I do not wish to repeat myself. Do you believe I would make a fuss over trivial matters? If my suspicions are correct, war may ensue. My heart felt as if it had been doused with cold water, and my scalp prickled. Child, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Are you certain? As I have said. I hope I am mistaken, but I am quite certain. A war? Peace has scarcely endured for 20 years. King Robert's rebellion concluded in 282. Are we truly on the brink of another war? Ed Stark's perspective. Why do you believe war will erupt? The Iron Men. They have pilfered most of the timber from the forest stretching from the Bay of Flames to the end of the Rock Coast, brazenly doing so in broad daylight. How could we remain unaware? What is the Lysewell family doing? Roderick, relay to Roderick Lysewell to investigate this matter. At once, my lord, Emil interjected eagerly. Wait, my lord. We should not inform the Lysewell family. There are two possibilities. Either the Lysewell family has betrayed the North, or there is a traitor among their vassals. Regardless of the scenario, if we disseminate this information, it will alert the Iron Men, who have already vacated the area. I have left some scouts nearby. If they return, they will report to me. This was quite a revelation. He had subordinates working for him, having sent 2 individuals to the military camp for training a year ago. Was he truly only 12 years old? My sons did nothing but hunt and race. Here, he was establishing a scouting network on the opposite end of the North. It was a remarkable achievement for a child, yet entirely inappropriate. I had not even knighted him yet, and he was already behaving like a noble. You established a reconnaissance network on another lord's territory? Not by myself, my lord. As Sir Roderick has informed you, I have rescued many from brigands in that area. Yes, I am aware of your accomplishments. Some of them were kin of fishermen and villagers from coastal hamlets. Due to the urgency of the situation, we needed to issue a warning to the Iron Men. I left a few crows in the hands of some villagers, so that if they spotted any Iron Men ships heading north, they could relay the information. My lord, I would never presume to establish such a system without your consent. This child is remarkably astute and clever, clearly destined for leadership. I have resolved to knight him as a reward for his accomplishments. But why are they stealing trees? I can comprehend their masquerading as pirates, wreaking havoc along our shores. Yet they have never pilfered timber before. As far as we know, my lord, this may have been occurring for several months. Regarding the trees, why do the Iron Men require timber? Obviously, to construct ships, Roderick interjected. They already possess the second largest fleet, second only to the Royal Navy. Why do they need so many ships for raids? Emil replied with a smile. For raiding, they do not require them. But your reasoning resembles that of a Westerosi rather than an Iron Man. My lord, who are they? Plunderers, slave traders, and murderers. It dawned on me at that moment. A rebellion. But why would they rebel? Yes, they occasionally raid other regions and wage war. But why would they instigate a rebellion? Are they prepared to attack the North, the West, and the Riverlands? I recall reading in the Winterfell library that the Greyjoys did not participate in that rebellion, nor did they join the Targaryens. They suffered no losses while the kingdom incurred significant casualties, nearly half the population in many regions. He paused briefly, hesitating to ask, My lord, if I may. I wish to speak freely. I gestured for him to continue. The crown is weak. During my travels, I have heard from the people about how our king conducts himself, neglecting royal duties and living indulgently. This does not reflect his strength and confidence. A person's genius should have its limits. At times, I am unnerved by the wisdom he displays. Am I harboring a famished direwolf at home? Yet this child has never shown me anything but loyalty. Even in this situation, upon learning of the events, he strives to convey the news to me. It was then that Roderick spoke. We should send a message to the king, urging him to investigate and prepare. Sir Roderick, this would make no difference. They did not decide to rebel yesterday. If they are not fools, as soon as the news breaks, they will commence an assault on Westerland and our coastal lands. Rather than consider the king first, we should prepare ourselves. Once we are ready, we can send word. If we act contrary to this, they will take advantage of our unpreparedness to strike. He paused before continuing. This time, we should not be the tip of the spear. This time, we must think of our people. The South only seeks us when they are in need. Did they extend a hand when we suffered through famine? He spoke with palpable anger. Everything they do is to exploit our suffering for their gain. Why should we bleed for them again? My lord, I know you are a man of integrity, the most upright man I know. But before you are an upright man, you are our lord. Please prioritize the North. Chapter 58. An angry Catelyn. Eddard Stark's perspective. Emil's words and explanations held some merit, yet it would be illogical to act solely on the word of a child. Even if he speaks the truth, should I prepare the North before informing Robert? To do so would betray my oath. It would mean betraying my king and friend. and I cannot do that. Emil, while I trust what you say, I cannot act hastily until others can corroborate your account. Roderick, send your best scouts to investigate the Bay of Mist and the Stony Coast. Male perspective. This is a complete waste of time, yet I can understand the Lord's position. No matter how much he trusts me, he cannot commence preparations based solely on a child's words. If the roads are clear, it would take scouts approximately a month to reach there, but the paths are covered in about a meter of snow, rendering them unable to traverse the ravines. In such weather, ordinary folk cannot manage the mountains as I do. They would freeze. Therefore, they must cross the Barolans via the King's Road. Unlike me, they lack magic. So it would take them 3 months to explore the entire coastline, as they cannot conduct aerial reconnaissance. Navigating through the forests in such weather would be torturous for them. They would need at least 9 months to a year to return with news. During that time, the sea rats would run along the coastline several times. Afterward, regardless of what I say, nothing would reach Lord Stark's ears. His opinion is steadfast, wishing to wait for the scouts' return before discussing matters. He dismissed me, and they continued their conversation. The next day, I encountered Rob and John. They had matured somewhat. Their conversations shifted from swords and battles to horse racing, hunting, and girls. Adolescence is a painful period, and I cannot say I look forward to experiencing it again. After engaging in a few sparring matches, they grew bored as I wiped the floor with them. Rob, lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and proclaimed, "I bow to the mighty Emil Drazzle, the destroyer of bandits, the protector of the common folk." I feigned a bow and retorted, "To the depths with you, my lord. Are you belittling my son and your liege, commoner?" A voice from nowhere interrupted, and Lady Caitlin suddenly appeared beside us, causing Rob to straighten up in haste. Meanwhile, John slowly backed away to avoid notice, clearly aware that Lady Stark's ire was directed at me. Rob attempted to defend me, saying, "Mother, we were only jesting. Please don't take our words seriously." Lady Stark regarded John and me with disdain, stating, "I am already displeased with those around you. I do not understand why your father allows you to associate with these bastards and commoners. Bastards and commoners are not fit friends for the future lord." I met Lady Stark's disdainful gaze with contempt, while John lowered his head in sorrow, searching for an escape. "I have a question for you, commoner. I have heard your father is a bastard as well." "Humph, bastards are tainted by blood. Guards, seize this common ruffian. You may serve as a squire, but it is a stain upon the name of knighthood." As the surrounding guards began to close in on me, I could not contain the boiling rage within me. And suddenly my magic spiraled out of control as I shouted, "My lady." My voice resonated like thunder, imbued with power. The sound reverberated throughout Winterfell. I saw Lady Stark and the guards beside me shiver, as if I could see their bones tremble. Everyone froze like statues, and many began to gather around us. Attracted by the commotion, "My lady, you may insult me as you wish. I shall never disrespect you, for you are the mother of my friend and the lady of Winterfell. However, if you seek to tarnish my father's name, I will not remain silent." I could see her face flush with rage. Such insolence. "Guards, what are you waiting for? Arrest him, punish him for his disrespect to the house." Caitlyn's perspective. How could a child possess such a terrifying voice? Being a bastard and carrying the blood of a bastard is a sin, as the 7 gods proclaim. To prevent a bastard from stealing what my son deserves, mere caution is insufficient. I must remain vigilant against this monster. How could a 12-year-old child possibly slay hundreds of brigands? Even the likes of a Dragon Knight or Sir Arthur Dane would not possess such prowess at this tender age. This is a splendid opportunity. Before I miss this chance, I must unseat him. What punishment would such a crime incur? The guard beside me hesitantly replied, 10 lashes or a whipping, my lady. But that must be determined by Lord Stark. I knew Ed would certainly not impose severe punishment on this bastardess lineage. Lord Stark has more pressing matters. We cannot continually trouble him for the punishment of a commoner. In his absence, I shall take it upon myself to deal with the scoundrel. After I spoke, the commoner interjected, "If you would allow me to finish my words, I would willingly accept 20 lashes." He continued to hold me in disdain, and my hatred for him began to fester. Yet he overestimated his own endurance. After a few lashes, he would surely beg for mercy. I permitted myself to infuse my voice with enchantment, as though speaking through a loudspeaker. "This is the North. The 7 have no voice here. The Lord may have built a temple for his wife to pray in, but that does not imply that we, the worshippers of the old gods, welcome the fallen 7 into our midst." Cheers of agreement began to arise from the crowd. Indeed, there is no place for the 7 here. In the eyes of the old gods, there is no distinction between those of noble birth and those of lowly origins. For none can choose their birthright. Yes, honor and the old gods demand that we remain loyal to our spouses, but this does not render bastardy a sin. At this juncture, Roderick and Lord Stark arrived at the training grounds, exclaiming, "For the sake of the old gods, what in the world is happening here?" A guard reported to the Lord, who glared at both Lady Stark and me. I understood the situation at hand and would deliver the requisite punishment shortly. As he finished speaking, Lady Stark interjected, "Ed, he has confessed and accepted his punishment." He turned to me, his gaze inquisitive. Yes, my lord. I accept the aforementioned crime, provided I may speak my piece. At this moment, the other Stark children also arrived. I turned to Sansa and said, Sansa, do you recall what Sister Modin told you 2 years ago about the old gods and the ladies of the north? I had asked you to relay her words to Lord Stark, but it seems you have forgotten. Initially, she gazed at me with confusion, as though struggling to comprehend my words, but after a few moments, her expression shifted, as if she had recalled something. Yes, I remember now. I forgot to tell father about it. This was indeed why I had sought her out in the castle today. Had Lord Stark been aware of Sister Modin's perspective, he would never permit such a vile scoundrel to approach his children. Lady Stark shouted in fury, how dare you insult the servants of the Seven? This time, I infused my voice with even greater power, declaring, Madam, I and everyone here care not for what the Seven or their servants think. The crowd began to stir, and Lord Stark appeared somewhat swayed. Kind Lady Stark, I have consistently told you that we do not care for the Seven, yet you persist in insisting that we must. We, the people of the North, would rather perish than allow the loathsome Seven and their greedy, silken, fanatical followers to invade our lands. The only reason no one has spoken against you is due to our Lord Stark, not because we have opened our hearts to the Seven. Everyone in the crowd, including knights and nobles, began nodding in agreement or cheering for the old gods. My lord, are you aware of how our good Sister Modin has instructed your daughters? She has told them that any woman who picks up a weapon or stands around the training grounds is a barbarian hugging trees. How could this be received by Lady Mormont and other female warriors of the North? Voices of anger began to rise from the crowd, and I continued. Those greedy and fanatical devotees of the Seven may speak ill of the old gods under our Lord's very roof, yet we, the proud people of this land, must remain silent before these vile wretches. My lady, your greedy silk-robed monks and nuns do nothing but collect donations. Do you know of anyone who claims to be a priest of the old gods, who heals and saves without expecting anything in return? What have the Seven ever done for their followers? Have they healed the sick or protected the weak? If Druid Imrys were to act as a priest of the old gods, I, Imildrasil, as the sword of the old gods, protect the weak in the name of the old gods and Lord Stark during my travels. Have I ever asked for anything in return? Never. For our duty is to slay the vile creatures and protect the good people of the North. A deafening roar of approval erupted from all the knights and soldiers. From Ed Stark's perspective, I questioned whether raising this child was a mistake, though he presently appeared aggressive towards the Lady of Winterfell. Not only knights and soldiers, but even the nobles were fervently cheering for him. In just a few minutes of dialogue, he had turned all of Winterfell against the Seven. If Catelyn were to apply more pressure to punish him, she would only garner opposition from all, rather than support, and she remained oblivious to this fact. If his words rang true, I too felt inclined to punish the nun. I fully comprehended his intent. He was stirring the pot, waiting for Catelyn to retract her orders. Should he push harder, he would succeed. Yet simultaneously, every word he spoke possessed merit, if he articulated his true thoughts. As long as we were guardians of the old gods, he was entirely loyal to the North and House Stark. I turned to Sansa and asked, is what he said true? Yes, father. She did say that. Following this, she recounted how the nun had also spoken about the Northerners and the old gods. I felt bewildered. It seemed this old virgin harbored an unfounded sense of invulnerability simply because she was a nun, endlessly lamenting the North and how we fared poorly in comparison to the South. Guards, find Sister Modin and give her 10 lashes for her disrespect towards the nobility and the old gods, and then shove her into a cart. I mean a cart, not a wagon. Send her back to her beloved South, never to return to the North again. She is banished. In truth, every monk in Winterfell was to be exiled. From this day forth, Lady Elara and Maester Luwin would be responsible for the education of the girls. I turned to Arya and said, as agreed, once we have passed through winter, I will find you a suitable sword instructor. Until then, Roderick will oversee your training. At this moment, Sansa piped up, Father, if you are allowing Arya to learn swordplay, then I wish to learn archery. This was a surprising turn of events, yet I permitted it. I had thought her disinterested in anything physical, but it appeared I was mistaken. Catelyn approached me, whispering, Ed, how can you do this? How can you banish the nun and the monks yet allow our daughter to engage in such unladylike behavior? Catelyn, you must learn and adapt. This is the North. This is not the Riverlands. You are the Lady of Winterfell, and we are devotees of the old gods. Each of my children shall be as well. All along, I believe they were merely imparting noble morals to our children. Had I known they sought to poison our children against the old gods, I would have kicked them out long ago. I paused before adding, do not press me to punish him further. I shall not whip him. Instead, I will deliver a more fitting punishment later. Chapter 60. Accepting punishment. Eddard Stark's perspective. I found Emil's demeanor in this situation quite disconcerting. I endeavored to diffuse the tension by asserting that we all recognized Emil as unwavering loyalty and tenacity, yet he remained but a child, prone to errors. We cannot perpetually chastise them. Yet he must face the consequences of his actions, hence I resolved to impose a fitting punishment. Given that most were in admiration of Emil, my decision was met with general approval. Just then, Emil spoke up. My lord, I cannot accept this. I promise to endure the lash, and Lady Stark has granted me the liberty to express my thoughts. If I fail to keep my promise while she honors hers, it would be cowardice. True Northerners stand by their word. Thus, if you permit it, I am willing to accept my punishment. I had completely misjudged Emil's intentions. He did not seek to evade punishment. His true aim was to compel Caitlin to chastise him, thereby casting himself as a hero in the eyes of others, while I, in my bias, inadvertently aided him in achieving this goal with greater bravery and dignity. If this is your desire, I can only administer the punishment. My lord, if you allow it, I am ready to accept my punishment on this training ground where I have shed blood and sweat. What do you wish to accomplish? Have you not achieved all your desires? I will comply, he replied. Roderick stood behind the barebacked Emil, wielding the whip, and the blows fell almost silently upon Emil's back. They were feeble strikes. It seemed Roderick merely intended to go through the motions, which I deemed preferable. Yet Emil declared loudly, Sir Roderick, are you attempting to insult me by not exerting yourself? Everyone is watching. Be fair and show your true skill. The next lash struck with full force, eliciting a muffled grunt from me. Now that is more like it, he proclaimed. Boy, I have warned you countless times. Your tongue is too sharp and will lead you into trouble. I endured all 20 lashes. My back burned with searing pain, blood streaming down. I was mere minutes from losing consciousness, yet I still derived immense satisfaction from the moment when they unshackled my hands. I turned to face the throng of knights and soldiers. My strength had waned considerably, so I channeled the remaining magic to fortify my body, particularly my legs, until only 10 points of magic remained. After infusing my voice with the last of my magic, I raised my hands and shouted, for the old gods in the north. The entire assembly on the training ground raised their hands and echoed my cry, for the old gods in the north. Eddard Stark's perspective. Even I could feel the sting radiating from my spine to my neck, sending shivers down my skin. I needed no sight to ascertain that every knight and soldier was captivated by this 12-year-old boy. From that day forth, he was a hero, an exemplary knight. Despite not yet being one, he raised his hands like a statue, and in that very moment, Roderick remarked, he has lost consciousness, my lord. How profound an impression can one person leave? He stood and fainted. The protagonist's perspective. I awoke in the infirmary of the training ground. My back throbbed painfully, akin to fire. I immediately cast the beast's aspect enhancement. It bolstered my endurance while slightly increasing my pain tolerance. Throughout my training in that space, I had perished numerous times and lost many limbs. The lashes were far less agonizing than losing an arm or sustaining internal injuries, which was one reason I permitted them to whip me. I knew my pain threshold surpassed that of the average person. Upon seeing me awake, Scholar Riven approached, saying, I have never witnessed such intelligence engaged in such foolishness. What were you thinking, defying Lady Stark for the sake of the Seven? He was astute yet a mere bookworm, oblivious to the art of manipulating and inciting the masses. Make no mistake, he is clever enough to comprehend the mechanics behind my smoke bombs. I realized that in the long term, I could not profit from the smoke bombs, yet I believed I could at least earn 1,000 golden dragons. However, the scholar calculated early on that I would only net 800. I may have been whipped 20 times, yet it was a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, I became a staunch advocate of the old gods. Although Lord Stark upheld my punishment due to my commitment, he did not absolve me from the lashes. Yet I emerged honorable and trustworthy, a man of my word. A 12-year-old child endured 20 lashes without a single cry. In the eyes of those in Winterfell, this was not Lady Stark's punishment. To them, it was a trial from the Seven, with the whip wielded by the Seven, not Sir Roderick. I awaited Aunt Bryce to leave my chamber, as she muttered curses against the Seven and Lady Stark for my punishment, while simultaneously striving to make me comfortable in bed. The moment she exited my room, I painfully rose and wedged a chair against the door. I wished to be undisturbed while I healed. Sitting on the bed, I began to cast Life Bloom. After casting Life Bloom, I could stitch my wounds. Those scars would remain, at least the wounds had scabbed over. Because the wounds had closed and I utilized healing magic, infection was unlikely. Chapter 61. The wolf pup. A week had passed since the punishment. I had remained in my room, spending my time in the training space, thus preventing any suspicion from arising. I feigned an appearance of being unhealed and contacted all of my familiars for the latest updates. Bo and Erebus were on lookout at sea. While the sea mouse had returned for more wood, they could each increase the number of raven familiars to 60. Leica and Belus had also augmented their contracted animals. Leica commanded 30 wolves, while Belus had found 10 wild or stray dogs. In the north, it is challenging to find stray animals during winter. People would rather consume them than starve. Leica had reached her maximum number of contracts. Him had also located 30 ice column snakes, yet due to their elusive nature, he could not reach his limit. If time permitted, I could assist him in the wolf woods. The most unfortunate was Sis. as most of her kind resided beyond the walls or in the mountainous valleys. She managed to find 3 adult shadow mountain cats and 2 newborn cubs. Within a year, the offspring could grow to adult size, but the remaining shadow mountain cats were indeed hard to find. All 4 of my quadrupedal familiars had grown to the size of tigers and begun to develop their abilities. They became impervious to blades, and Sis could move silently, erasing her presence. At that moment, she stood behind a deer, which remained utterly unaware of her. I severed the link with her and exited the room. Now, I could sense my familiars within a radius of 700 kilometers and share their vision. I was eager to ascertain whether I could detect her using thermal vision or find animal. As for Laika and Belis, their abilities were more direct, significantly enhancing their speed and strength. After confirming the progress of each familiar, I made my way to the doghouse, where Rob and John had requested to meet. Sansa Stark's perspective, my mother has not spoken to me for a week. I believe my desire to learn archery before Emil was whipped has deeply angered her. Naturally, I expressed my frustration at her for punishing Emil with some hurtful words. Mother continues to act like a child, avoiding me whenever I approach. As I entered the hall, she was observing the preparations. She noticed me but chose to ignore my presence, and we both went about our respective tasks, disregarding each other. Suddenly, she threw a plate to the ground, shattering it into pieces. She exclaimed, "Everyone out." All the servants hurriedly left the hall and closed the door. "How can you treat me this way? I thought Arya would act like this, but I never expected it to be you. I have done nothing to you, Mother. You have betrayed my trust. Your actions insult the Seven, demanding to be a warrior like a wild woman. I never asked to be a warrior, Mother. I am neither Arya nor you. A wise person once told me that if I feel wronged, I need not follow the old gods or the Seven. I must live according to my own will. How dare you say that? It does not befit a lady. Do not misunderstand me, Mother. I enjoy morality lessons and sewing classes, but I also love archery. If that saddens you, I cannot help it. I have decided to live according to my own desires until I must fulfill the duties of House Stark and marry whom Father demands. Who are you? What has happened to my dear Sansa? I am still myself. I still wish to be a queen. Huun-Ti, but I will not be a cage bird. Before I settle down, I intend to live as freely as possible, just as that person suggested. Male protagonist perspective. Rob and John awaited me at the entrance of the doghouse, their faces adorned with devilish grins. They raised their hands and proclaimed, "For the old gods and the north." Oh, for heaven's sake. I halted, surveying my surroundings. I could endure a whipping, but that did not imply I relished it. I am not a masochist. When I noticed no one was around, I muttered, "To hell with both of you. Laugh while you can. Just moving hurts. Our little lord still has this poor commoner standing." As I spoke, I saw a flicker of regret on Rob's face as he said, "I apologize for how my mother treated you. You know she is actually a good person, but she is quite attached to the Seven and the mindset of the Southerners. Given time, she will see how wonderful you both are. Regardless, let us set aside the morose matters. What did you summon me for? Do you wish to compare how to train dogs again?" Rob, despite his efforts to contain himself, could not suppress a sly laugh as he led me behind the doghouse. Upon reaching the den, I beheld 5 puppies, which upon closer inspection resembled wolf cubs, yet they lacked the frail bodies and elongated heads of Laika in her youth. These pups had large paws and heads. A chill cascaded down my back. These were the pups of the direwolf. A month ago, while on patrol, we discovered them. And each of my siblings received one. He picked up a fully gray and white one, saying, "This is Grey Wind. He is mine." All I could utter was, "Good heavens." Chapter 62. All are wolf spirits. I could hardly believe my eyes. Before me stood 5 direwolf pups, and I had walked to the other side of the wall without finding them. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. Rob stood before me, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. "Where did you find these?" My father, John, and I were patrolling the north when we stumbled upon them on our way back. Their mother was gored by a stag while hunting and bled to death. I cradled Grey Wind in my hands. His fur was ash gray, and his eyes were yellow. An instinct within me urged me to bond with him, yet even if I wished to, I could not. I lacked sufficient soul space. And it was improper to take a Stark child's wolf, but even for the 1-year-old Rickon, there was a wolf. According to Rob, that long-haired black wolf with emerald eyes belonged to Rickon. Yet I wondered if I possessed enough magic to bond with a dire wolf. I directed my magic towards Grey Wind, but he immediately growled, becoming aggressive, and my magic rebounded upon me. It was impossible for me to convey my magic to Grey Wind. This could imply 2 possibilities. First, this cub was protected. Second, it had already bonded with someone. I swiftly turned to Rob, seizing his wrist. Rob looked taken aback, but did not respond immediately. I directed my magic towards him, examining his body. As I attempted to penetrate his essence, his body stood before me like a fragile barrier. The magic was there. He possessed 25 points of magic. Rob was a wolf spirit, closely bonded with Grey Wind. I began to lift the other cubs in succession, trying to establish a connection. Not only that, But the wolf in my hands also began to grow aggressive. Observing this, Rob asked, "Emil, what is happening? What are you doing?" Aside from Rickon's cub, the other pups were already bonded, and all the Stark children were wolf spirits. I turned to John. Now that I knew how others' magic felt, I merely needed to verify to measure John's magic. John's magic was considerably higher than Rob's. He possessed 56 points of magic. It's nothing. I am merely astonished. I have never seen a dire wolf. You know how much I adore animals. Yes, I know. You may have ravens and dogs, but I have a dire wolf. My face twitched. I desperately wanted to slap the smug look off Rob's face, but it was the truth. I was envious to the core and began to walk away when Rob called out, "Where are you going?" "I want to return until I find a dire wolf." "Come on. You don't have to go there. You can always pet my dire wolf." As he emphasized my dire wolf, I felt a vein on my forehead nearly burst. I spun around and lunged at Rob, tackling him. We began to wrestle, exerting all my strength without enhancements. Our stamina was closely matched. While we played, a soldier approached, informing me that Lord Stark was summoning me. We stood silently in his sunroom. I had been inside for 5 minutes. As we stood quietly, he perused some reports. Suddenly, he slammed his fist down on the table, exclaiming, "Why would you engage in such foolish, arrogant, and immature behavior? I thought you had matured during your 2 years in the North. In a few days, I intended to announce you as a knight. But from your conduct, you are unworthy of that honor. What I cannot comprehend is why you would put my lady in such a predicament. I know you are an odd child. Unlike a commoner." He paused, taking a deep breath. "Most of the time, I believed it was due to your talent. But even the most arrogant commoner would not act as you did a week ago. Sometimes I feel it was a mistake to grant you freedom. Many times I have thought I should educate you with stricter discipline. Why would you do this, my lord? You must have deduced both the general and the more selfish reasons. I did this to draw Lady Stark's fury upon myself, so she would not focus her attention on others." "What do you mean?" "My lord, that you may often be absent from Winterfell due to your inspections. You must surely recognize how Lady Stark treats John. She regards him as a servant, if not worse. I understand that in the South, they have lived under the shadow of the Blackfire Rebellion for years, but John has done nothing to deserve her disdain, nor can he choose his lineage. If I were her most despised adversary, she would at least grant John a moment's respite. He appears to be entirely unaware. Yes, it is to be expected that Caitlin does not favor John, but how did you conclude that her treatment of him is harsh? My lord, during your absence, she would most certainly prevent John from practicing his swordplay, let alone allowing us to engage with him in play. Had she issued such a command, I would have known. Young man, you must exercise caution and not presume to share every thought simply because I hold you in favor." It seems he is beginning to grow agitated. "My lord, Lady Stark is not foolish. She understands that should she issue such orders, you would become aware. However, if she employs different soldiers and knights each time, merely commanding him to attend to menial tasks first, then he could indeed practice without anyone being the wiser, nor would they report back to you. My lord, if you were required to spend hours as a child cleaning stables and performing similar drudgery, would you have the strength to wield a sword? Only when Lord Benjen is present does John find the time to hone his skills, and that is merely a fraction of what he endures. I know Our Lady is not inherently cruel, but she is causing John harm, and I wish to shield those dear to me." Chapter 63, The Confrontation, Eddard Stark's Perspective. I recognize that she does not love John, yet I had not anticipated her bullying the boy to such an extent. John's actions are surely provoking her ire. I promised my sister to safeguard him, yet I have failed miserably. On one hand, Caitlyn's indifference towards the child is beneficial. It prevents anyone from questioning his parentage. However, I cannot permit her to inflict such injury upon him. He may never know a mother's love. Yet I can at least provide him with a father's affection, treating him as a true father ought to. Nevertheless, your manner of handling this matter is too hasty and unrefined. I must reconsider bestowing knighthood upon you, as I have resolved our course of action. If you have any tidings regarding the Ironborn, do inform me immediately. MC's Perspective. My lord, may I inquire about your decision? You may remain unaware. I am not surprised. He may favor me, yet he still regards me as a commoner. This would not permit a commoner to question him. My lord, I cherish your sons as brothers. As long as I possess the ability, I shall always protect them. But please do not mistake me for an ordinary commoner. I bow before you not because you are a Stark or a nobleman, but out of respect, for you are the father of my dearest friend. To me, nobility is but a term. Most nobles began as warlords or brigands. The kings of their era did not grant them power out of desire, but because they had no alternative. I could see his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Were I to wish for knighthood, I would attain it. Were I to desire nobility, I would claim it. Of course, I long to be a proud noble of the North, yet if I cannot receive what I deserve here, I shall seek it elsewhere. I have grown weary of reasoning with rigid men, while I may possess the physique of a youth and occasionally succumb to childish impulses. I'm still a man of approximately 40 years. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I might cultivate you into a knight and a noble, But you are not one yet. It seems I must place you in your rightful position. It appears the time has come for Lord Stark to glimpse but the tip of the iceberg. Such a waste. Yet I cannot conjure a spell with an equivalent effect. In an instant, I released half of my magical power, surging forth towards Lord Stark like a tidal wave. My lord, you are not my father. In truth, you are the very reason my father is not present. So cease your pretense. I am not an ordinary individual, yet you persist in treating me as such. Eddard Stark's perspective, at his exclamation, I found myself breathless, let alone able to respond. It felt as though a great stone lay upon my chest. The louder he spoke, the more I felt dwarfed and insignificant before him. Since last week, every soul in Winterfell has been discussing the old gods sending him here to save and protect the faithful. Prior to this, I had been entirely unaware, yet gazing upon him now, I can only conclude he cannot be an ordinary man. Every bone in my body urged me to maintain a camaraderie with him, yet I could not tolerate such disrespect. I could only be grateful that Roderick had departed the room, leaving just the two of us. No one bore witness to my discomposure. As a Stark, I cannot simply yield. Summoning considerable effort, I managed to rise and declare, I shall not pursue the events that have transpired here. You profess your love for my son as a brother, and I choose to believe you. However, should you act in a similar manner again, even if it is the last thing I do, I shall sever your head from your shoulders. MC's perspective, the release of magic proved more effective than I anticipated. Yet he withstood it, remaining upright. It seems the Stark lineage truly possesses royal blood, or perhaps magic courses through their veins, as their children are all wolf spirits. I understand you, my lord. Had we not been alone, I would not have acted thus. All I desire is your respect. For the only reason you comprehend the Ironborn is due to me, yet you send others because you still do not trust me. To me, all of this is a waste of time, but I am indifferent. When the Ironborn arrive, I shall not bear responsibility. I have fulfilled my duty by warning you. My lord, as you stated, I do not fully trust you, and your conduct today has not improved my impression of you. You cannot expect me to betray my vows and oaths. Thus, he chose pride and an obsession with honor over his responsibilities to the north. He is ill-suited to be a paramount lord. His fixation on honor blinds him to what truly requires his attention. I am genuinely disappointed. I had thought he would prioritize the north over his own honor. My lord, at the very least, after dispatching the ravens, please issue a call for banners. Without the king's command, I cannot summon my banners. Without the king's command, such a call would be seen as dishonorable, even treasonous. To say I am not disappointed in your decision would be a lie, yet you are the lord, and you must bear the consequences of your choices. However, I implore you, do not send the ravens to King Robert. If you wish for him to be informed, there are more prudent methods. Though I do not wish to reveal them to you at this moment, please reconsider until your scouts return to confirm my intelligence. Yet, should you remain resolute in your decision, I shall instruct you on how to contact King Robert without spies intercepting your messages. If you possess such a method, why do we not reach out immediately? Because of King Robert. What do you mean by that? King Robert is a barbarian. Once he learns of this, he will rally an army for battle, yet we lack the speed to safeguard our coastline, which would cost the lives of northerners. 7 months later, the scouts returned with news that confirmed my suspicions. They had just arrived at the coastline when they fortuitously encountered Ironborn stealing timber. And I received information from the waves about what had transpired. During those 7 months, all the dire wolves had grown to the size of ordinary wolves. Today, we are to convene in the Lord S. Solar. If he does not change his mind, I shall relay my plans to him, though I believe he will not alter his stance. Chapter 64. King Robert, male protagonist perspective, my lord. Sir Roderick and I were in his sunroom when the scouts returned yesterday. Emil, I have confirmed the truth of your words. My opinion remains unchanged. I intend to send a raven to the king. Please share if you have any better ideas. He is truly unfit to be a lord. He cares only for honor. My lord, we shall dispatch a raven to the king. He slammed his fist on the table, his anger palpable. Are you jesting with me, boy? You implored me not to send a raven to the king, and now you suggest we do so. We shall indeed send a raven, but not to inform him of a potential rebellion. Rather, to invite him to the tournament celebrating your son's naming day. He must begin to grasp my meaning, he said. Proceed. We have all heard or witnessed how much our king adores his tournaments, especially those hosted by his closest friends. He would rush to attend. And you may tell him your desires. Is this truly your brilliant idea? I am exceedingly disappointed. It would be swifter for me to ride to King's Landing and inform him directly. He is not worthy of lordship. Utterly blind to the distinction between traveling there and having the king come here. He lacks the acumen for the political game. Even the finest steed requires 50 days to traverse from Winterfell to King's Landing. Under these winter conditions, it may take 60 or 70. By the time you notify the king, a traitor will surely relay the information to the Ironborn, and upon your return, their invasion will have commenced. If the king arrives here, The first forces he gathers will not be from the Crownlands, but from the north. At this moment, your task is to persuade the king to refrain from immediate aggression and instead muster more forces until all armies can unite. It seems I might persuade him to take this course of action through that thick skull filled with honor. This is not an ideal plan. The perfect strategy would be to prepare the north for rebellion, then inform the king. I do not believe anyone would rebel at the end of winter. Spring has arrived. Yet the snow has not completely melted. It is nearly impossible to launch an ambush or war on half a meter of snow. We have time to wait until the snow fully melts and spring begins. They may attack the south, but I care not for them. In 2 months, we can hold the tournament. The snow has been cleared from the field, and the recent snowfall has ceased, the snow beginning to melt rapidly. This is the first sign of spring's arrival. All the lords of the north have gathered, and the king will arrive in about a week. Besides the king, 2 other exalted figures have also come. Of course, as the king's confidants. One is John Aaron, and the other is our lord's esteemed father-in-law, Hoster Tully. The Riverlands and the Westerlands did not even send invoice. They merely offered a gift. Arrogant fools, this will be their undoing. Even if we dispatch a raven, it will take longer than a ship. A ship may be slower at its peak speed, but it can continuously move. Whereas a raven can only fly for a limited time. Under perfect conditions, a raven can fly only 160 kilometers in a day, and the weather remains frigid. However, a standard longship can cover that distance in 8 hours. Especially for the Riverlands, by the time their raven arrives, war may have already commenced or concluded. Everyone awaits the arrival of the royal entourage, which numbers in the hundreds. The royal procession halted. A giant emerged from the carriage. But it was not his height that was most striking. It was his girth, which seemed to precede him by 2 steps. This is no stag, at best. It is merely a corpulent pig. The king, along with his 3 children and queen, disembarked. As soon as the king left the carriage, all knelt. He cast aside the goblet in his hand and exclaimed, "Ned, my friend." He raised his hands and approached Lord Stark, who knelt on the ground. "Rise, you old wolf. I have missed you dearly, old friend." Cersei's perspective. We are in the castle, yet this place is worse than our servants' quarters. I still do not understand why we are in this desolate barbarian region. He is the king, and I am the queen. For the 7th sake. How can we bow before others? They should prostrate themselves before us, not the other way around. If we send a small gift, it is already a great honor for them. My king, how long must we endure this beautiful place? As royal members, we should not be away from the capital for so long. Woman, cease to sour my delight. Go bother someone else. We shall remain here until the tournament concludes. So close your mouth and enjoy the festivities. Eddard Stark's perspective. Robert and I sat in the sunroom, reminiscing while conversing. My king, I have important matters to discuss. Can we speak privately? When we are alone, refrain from addressing me as my king. I turned to look at the Kingslayer, and Robert said, "Do not fret, Jaime. Even if I lie with a whore and betray his sister, he will remain in that spot. You may act as if he does not exist. I see that as long as he is here, I shall not continue this discussion." Robert gestured for Jaime to leave the room. Then I recounted everything that had transpired. "So, it is certain that the news has not leaked. You used the tournament as an excuse to bring me here. Since the last time I saw you, you have learned cunning. This is not my idea. One of my subordinates strongly recommended this plan. Thus, the first to muster their armies will be the North, while the majority of the losses will be borne by the Westerlands and the Riverlands. The Riverlands will suffer the most. The individual proposing this scheme is a cunning fox. For the North's benefit, they even dare to manipulate their king." He took a large gulp of wine and said, "We cannot blame them for stealing timber. The evidence is insufficient. Do you ponder why they would pilfer so much timber? Do you think they are building houses and merchant ships? They are constructing longships. They possess the 2nd most formidable fleet in Westeros. Why do they require so many vessels? It is, of course, to contend against other fleets. Even if what you say is true, we cannot advance against them until they provide more substantial justification. If we attack now, that cowardly squid will burn his warships and plead for forgiveness for constructing them without permission. However, if they openly declare their intentions, we shall be able to strike. Until then, let us fully enjoy the tournament." Chapter 65, Preparing for War, Male Protagonist's Perspective. At that moment, I was inspecting the preparations for the tournament. All merely a ruse. When the king realizes what the Ironborn intend, he will rally his forces, likely thwarting their rebellion. At least, that is what I believed. Yet the king has been conversing with Lord Stark for 2 days now, and still, he has taken no action. Thus, I inquired of Sir Roderick if I might speak with the Lord. After waiting several hours, I finally received my chance. "My lord, why do we not march against the Iron Islands?" He lifted his gaze from the reports, appearing exceedingly troubled and hesitant. "Our king believes it is too early for action. He has resolved to enjoy the tournament until the Iron Islands make their move. If they do not act before the tournament concludes, he intends to fabricate an excuse to travel to the Westerlands. This giant swine does not wish to charge forth and punish them. He desires war. In that moment, I realized the truth. This giant swine does not wish to end a rebellion before it begins. He craves conflict. The drunken pig desires a total war. But for what reason? My lord, does the king truly wish for an all-encompassing conflict? As soon as I uttered this, he suddenly jumped up as if a thought had struck him, beginning to pace and engage in a dialogue with himself. Is this the reason for his newfound enthusiasm upon hearing of a potential rebellion? This explains why, following our conversation, he began to mock everything and expressed his anticipation for the forthcoming celebrations. I initially assumed he referred to the tournament, but it seems otherwise. Thus, a war born of his boredom could lead to the demise of many. Now I recall, war is not entirely a misfortune for me, as it affords me the opportunity to gain greater renown in genuine conflict than through swift suppression. Should the Ironborn assault the coastline, I could also assist the civilians as the Druid Emre. I no longer concern myself with their possible actions. If they extinguish it before it blossoms, I shall earn recognition as the one who alerted them. Yet if war ensues, my contributions will multiply amidst the fray. From Eddard Stark's perspective, upon concluding my conversation with Emil, I promptly made my way to the chamber reserved by the king's hand, to discuss my conclusions with John Aaron and inform him of recent events. After a moment of calm reflection, he remarked, "You may indeed be correct. He has lamented for years about the burdens of ruling the realm, and how exhilarating times of war can be. We must seek him out for further discourse." We approached Robert, attempting to persuade him, but he shared his reasoning with us. They must be rendered excessively weak to prevent the Ironborn from rebelling again, thus making war a necessity. At the very least, John convinced him that we ought to communicate with the Westlands and the Riverlands, warning them to prepare for the Ironborn's approach. From the protagonist's perspective, they dispatched ravens to the Westlands and the Riverlands today as winter is on the verge of passing. I suspect the Ironborn will strike next month if they feel adequately prepared. The north may still be cloaked in 20 centimeters of snow, yet temperatures have risen to around 5 degrees, and most crucially, the south is devoid of snow. If their aim is conquest, there remains ample time, however. If their intent is raiding and suppression, they could very well launch an attack today. I resolved to partake in the organized tournament for enjoyment, enrolling in the melee with Lord Stark's permission. Northern tournaments differ slightly from those in the south, featuring more brutal combat. The southern tournaments involve horsemanship, melee, and archery, whereas the north eschews equestrian skills. Most northern knights disdain horsemanship, deeming it a jester-esque combat. Thus, northern events include melee, archery, wrestling, boxing, and log throwing. Boxing, log throwing, and wrestling are typically contests for commoners, yet in the past 2 tournaments, Great John Umber has dominated all 3. Though this may seem a plethora of competitions, the North seldom celebrates name days. It is believed that contests should only be held during harvest time, as it is deemed wasteful. Such events are organized to commemorate the harvest. Thus, more than 7 years have elapsed between these 2 tournaments. I ordered a full suit of knightly armor for Mikan, having grown 10 centimeters taller over the past 9 months. At 13.5, I now stand at 180 centimeters, possessing 55 points in strength, 62 in speed, and 210 in magical prowess. A few months ago, when my magical power exceeded 200 points, I acquired additional spells and rituals. The flame arrow, as its name suggests, can unleash 3 arrow-shaped flames with an explosion radius of 1 meter. The wind shield is a more potent protective wind capable of deflecting javelins and thrown axes. As for ritual magic, I can now cast 2 more, both quite beneficial. Yet the oath ritual will prove most invaluable. With this ritual, I can establish an unbreakable vow. However, like all command spells, it bears a drawback. If I compel someone to take this oath, it will yield no effect. For the oath to be valid, the oath taker must willingly support the oath's subject at the moment of swearing. Should they change their mind afterward, it renders the vow meaningless. Once activated, the oath taker must uphold the vow until released by the vow's master. This is both a virtue and a vice. I cannot force those under my dominion to swear. Yet I can discern who is untrustworthy, as it does not affect those who lack faith in their own words. I intend to test this on Keegan and Harlick to observe the results. The brothers have resided in Winterfell for nearly 2 years, and Ser Roderick must have entrusted them to a commendable instructor, for they now possess the skills of a soldier. My final ritual is the Purification Zone. As the name implies, it purifies whatever lies within. I once tested it on a live rabbit, which unfortunately perished as the purification annihilated all surrounding life. While I cannot use it for detoxification, it can treat water and food, at least cleansing bacteria or viruses, though it proves ineffective against chemicals. Chapter 66. The tournament. Upon receiving my ordered armor from Mikan, I proceeded towards the tournament grounds. Emil, wait for me. As I turned, Rob and John were racing towards me. Upon reaching my side, John noticed the clattering sack in my hand and exclaimed, "Are you truly entering the tournament?" "Indeed," I replied. "Are you out of your mind? We know of your strength and how you have vanquished many brigands." But do you truly believe that battling knights will resemble fighting common thieves? I chuckled. Certainly not. It shall be far more exhilarating. I believe the contest will be rife with competition. If I am the strongest, then engaging them would be pointless. Rob lowered his head in despair. You are growing stronger than us. If I cannot match even half of your prowess, how can I ever become your lord? As you stated, your role must be that of a lord, not a warrior. Your understanding of governance far outweighs your grasp of combat. While it is essential to protect yourself and know how to lead an army, your most paramount duty lies in governing the North better than it was when you inherited it from your father, for the sake of your children. I turned to John and added, as for you, if you aspire to be a brother of the Night's Watch, you must elevate your swordsmanship and scouting skills. Now, allow me to seek some amusement and see how far I can progress using only my sword. Squires and commoners must first qualify to participate in the main event. Not everyone possesses the right to battle alongside knights in the tournament. Approximately 30 squires and 15 commoners compete in the qualifiers, of which only 10 among us can advance to the main event. To enter the tournament, commoners must donate 10 silver deer, knights must offer 1 golden dragon, and noble knights must part with 10 golden dragons. This ensures that those lacking the means or skill do not waste everyone's time by participating in the tournament. Most squires hail from House Stark, though a few accompany knights from other lords. As soon as I donned my armor and entered the area, whispers erupted among the crowd. Mikan had taken 17 golden dragons from me for this armor. I suspected I had been swindled, yet this marked my first decent suit of knightly armor, and I admired its appearance, so I deemed it worth the price. As I assessed everyone's statistics, the strongest boasted 75 in strength and 78 in speed. I strode to the center of the combat area, amplifying my voice with magic. Let us not squander each other's time. Is there anyone here willing to engage in combat with me? They began to bicker amongst themselves. Who is this insufferably arrogant lad? One among them stood up, preparing to approach me. A squire from House Stark seized his arm and cautioned, Do you wish for death? Do you know whom you're battling? The Calamity stood up, and the attendant retreated a step, hesitating whether to step into the combat zone. Then he sat back down. No one stood up. I turned to the knights awaiting us. None dared challenge me. Does this mean I have passed the preliminary round? He scratched the back of his head and replied, Yes, we can consider it so. He then addressed the other participants. I shall ask once more, does anyone among you wish to duel with Amir Drahil? If so, he is the first eligible contender. I always wear my armor straps a bit loose so I can activate the Oak Shield enchantment beneath it, providing additional defense while mitigating blunt force trauma through cushioning. After the preliminaries conclude, the true tournament will commence in the afternoon, and my first opponent is a familiar face, Hugo Moss, the scoundrel who has bested me time and again. He has grown stronger, yet he remains beneath my prowess. His strength is 82, speed 77, particularly in his swiftness, which lags behind mine at 92. I have exhausted all my enhancements. As our ancestors proclaimed, one reaps what one sows. He shall harvest the storm he has sown. At the signal for battle, I charged at him with utmost speed. Caught off guard, he was momentarily stunned, his sword swing delayed, his blade aimed at my right arm. But due to my armor and protective magic, I scarcely felt his attack. Unable to halt my advance, I collided with him shoulder first, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters back. I felt like an unstoppable tank. Dazed and disoriented, he struggled to regain his footing. I approached him slowly, grasped his right foot, spun him around, and tossed him aside as one would a sack of potatoes. He crashed against the wooden wall, groaning on the ground. Unable to rise again, I leaned close and whispered, You are unworthy of my sword. The skirmish barely lasted a minute, leaving the audience in stunned silence, which soon erupted into thunderous applause. I could hear King Robert's booming laughter, proclaiming, Just the kind of warrior I admire, haha. The crowd entered the arena to carry him away. I bowed to the king and the lords before exiting the arena. An hour later, the second round commenced, and I faced another acquaintance, Waylon Frant. He had been knighted a few years prior, possessing 75 strength and 82 speed. Although he was a noble knight, he became exceedingly respectful toward me. Today, I would reciprocate that respect. In the arena, I extended my hand to him. He hesitated but eventually took it. In a tone only he could hear, I asked, Do you wish to witness my full strength or engage in a dignified contest? He pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to see the gap between us. Are you certain? You risk humiliation before all these witnesses. I do not wish to disgrace you in front of so many. If you do not give your all, you will bring me greater shame. Given your performance against Hugo, I know I cannot win, and I heard your words to him. Am I worthy of your sword? Based on your performance since our last encounter, you are indeed deserving of my sword and my respect. We took our positions, and I approached him slowly with the signal in hand. He launched a fierce assault, yet I remained steadfast, unyielding in my defense. All the untrained commoners and nobles cheered for his success. To the untrained eye, it appeared he was pressuring me. But anyone with even a modicum of training could see I did not budge. Footwork is one of the most crucial elements in combat. When the talent and experience of fighters are comparable, footwork can determine the victor. The essence of footwork lies in control. With proper footwork, a fighter can dictate when to attack and when to defend. Without it, one relinquishes all control to the enemy, who will decide when to strike or evade your range. After exchanging several blows, I began employing my footwork, making the gap in our abilities even more apparent to the untrained onlookers. My movements were as fluid as a leaf in the wind, while his sword could not touch me. After a few more exchanges, I stepped back and cautioned him. Please be careful. I shall now unleash my full strength. I initiated a flurry of attacks. He barely managed to keep pace. But each strike took a greater toll on him. In a final attempt, he failed to retreat quickly enough and fell backward. I then pressed my sword against his neck. I extended my hand to assist him in standing. Subsequently, I reversed my grip on the sword, placed my hand on my heart, and bowed respectfully, to which he mirrored my gesture. In the subsequent 2 bouts, my adversaries were average knights. I hoped for a more noteworthy opponent, but was disappointed. The king barred Jaime Lannister from participating in the tournament. The only noteworthy contender was young Jon Amber, who appeared to be around 18 to 20 name days. He was not as tall as his father, yet he had time to grow, possibly surpassing him. He possessed 11 strength and reached the final battle with an impressive physique. He lacked much technique. Honestly, with such a build, he needed little finesse, yet he was sluggish, with only 7 speed. I was uncertain whether my combination of armor and magical defenses could withstand his massive sword, lacking the confidence to tempt fate. Thus I evaded all his attacks, the disparity in speed proving sufficient. As the signal was issued, he gripped his greatsword upright, one hand on the hilt and the other on the blade's tip, charging at me. In doing so, he occupied a larger area during his advance, unafraid of my sword's direct assault. He resembled a steel giant. I had 2 strategies to defeat him. One was to strike at his unprotected joints from behind, and the other was to engage in a war of attrition. If I could continuously evade him, provoking him to make broad swings, I could emerge victorious. Each swing of his sword produced a whistling wind. I doubted my double-layered armor could withstand such tremendous blunt force. While it might not shatter, it was evident that a blow like that would bring me down, leaving me battered. He relentlessly swung his sword, charging at me without pause. Whenever he exposed an opening, I would strike, yet he was no fool. He only revealed gaps at the thickest parts of his armor, never allowing me to hit his rear joints. However, even without provoking him, he was clearly tiring. In a war of attrition, victory would be mine, for my stamina could triple, yet I did not wish to win in that manner. I knew I could defeat him with a spell, but I desired to test the limits of my swordsmanship. Thus, I resolved to engage him directly but not in a straightforward manner. I had no means to overpower him through sheer strength, only cunning. As fatigue set in, he altered his swordplay, making his movements smoother to conserve energy. In doing so, he maintained an imposing presence while reducing fatigue. Yet, to my eyes, this fighting style became all too predictable, as my familiar enhancements heightened my perception and reflexes, rendering his movements transparent. Before he even commenced his strike, I began anticipating where his sword would land and initiated my counterattack. As he moved, I slipped into the blind spot created by his circular motion and struck the back of his knee. He soon realized that this fighting style was futile. He must find it hard to believe that anyone could defeat him. From Jon Amber's perspective, he was like an elusive eel, nearly impossible to strike. Every time I approached him, he managed to evade my reach by mere centimeters. How could this guy possibly be faster than me? Consequently, I resolved to conserve my energy through circular movements, which only exacerbated my predicament. He anticipated my maneuvers, slipping past my defenses to strike the back of my knee. My left leg was failing me, and I could no longer maintain a prolonged engagement. I had to act swiftly. I executed another circular movement, and as expected, he seized the opportunity to advance. However, this time, I was prepared. Employing the method he had used against my first opponent, I attempted to shoulder him. But the impact was minimal. This serpentine scoundrel had seen through my trap. As I struck, he leapt backward, delivering a kick to my knee while I was off balance. I could not maintain my footing and began to stagger. He exploited this gap to thrust his sword toward my outstretched arm, disarming me. I tried to tackle him to the ground, but he deftly evaded my grasp before I could pin him and bring the sword to my neck. I could hardly believe I had lost to a 13-year-old child. Chapter 68, The Knighthood. From the male protagonist's perspective, the melee concluded with my victory. And now I knelt before the king, awaiting my reward. The climax of the tournament was the chaotic brawl, yet many southern knights abstained from participating. To many, a tournament devoid of duels was not a true tournament. Upon learning that the event was open to commoners, almost no significant knights chose to compete. This was something those peacock-like southern knights failed to comprehend. The tournament in the north was not about spectacle. It was meant to bolster morale and provide entertainment for every arrogant fool. The king and Lord Stark approached me slowly. It had been a splendid battle, and I relished every detail. First, the reward bestowed by your lord, Lord Stark said, stepping forward to hand me a pouch. As the victor of the tournament, you are entitled to this reward of 1,000 gold dragons. I commend you for the courage and talent you have displayed at such a young age. At that moment, the king moved closer, placing a hand on Lord Stark's shoulder, inquiring, "How old is this knight?" Everyone was astonished by the outcome. Lord Stark replied, "It is time to remove your helmet, Yggdrasil, my king. He is not yet a knight. He is merely 13 years old." As I removed my helmet to meet the king's gaze, he exclaimed in surprise, "You are but a child." Sir Jaime Lannister approached the king, saying, "I have heard this young man's name. Rumor has it he has slain thousands of bandits, and the old gods have sent him to protect the North." Calling him the Scourge, though much of it was mere exaggeration, it was true that he had saved many from the hands of bandits. Heavens, I detest that moniker. It sounds dreadful. The king turned to Lord Stark, saying, "He cannot possibly be 13. Look at him. He seems younger than 18. Lord Stark smiled. "He grew up in the castle right before my eyes. Even so, I sometimes find it hard to believe, but he is indeed 13. The king laughed heartily, clutching his protruding belly. "We cannot allow such talent to remain a squire. Bring me my sword. I shall knight him here." "My king, may I speak?" "Speak," he replied. "My king, if you are not a follower of the Seven, it would be an honor to be knighted by you. The Seven cannot bestow knighthood upon a knight of the North, as it would insult my ancestors." Jaime Lannister interjected, seizing his sword. "Child, do you hear what you are saying? I think you have forgotten who you are speaking to. This is why we do not grant titles to Southern commoners." Step aside, Kingslayer. The day I require your assistance against a boy is the day the sun rises from the west. You may simply stand there and watch." The king gestured for me to rise. "I like you, lad. You have courage, but I care not for those 7 worthless deities. My king, I have stated that if I am to be knighted by the protector of the faith in the North, I would become an outsider." He lifted a goblet and took a hearty sip, saying, "I truly do not understand what the fuss is about the Seven and the old gods. I am willing to knight you. You should feel honored." "Yes, my king, I cannot accept. I cannot be made a knight of the Seven, who burned our weirwood trees." He took another large gulp of wine, saying, "Those events occurred long before you were born. Why should you care? Can you be quiet, you large hunk of meat? When will this pig leave? I cannot allow you to transform me into a southern knight, rendering my years of effort useless. My king, I may not have been born yet, but the North remembers. We shall never forget. Please bestow this honor upon someone more deserving." "If you are so adamant about your beliefs, Ned, would you knight him? You have no objections, I trust?" "I would be honored to carry out your generosity, my king. If you wish for us to knight him, we should proceed to the Godwood." "Why is that?" "When we bestow a title upon someone, we always do so in front of a weirwood tree, if possible. It is tradition." Almost all Stark knights had gathered, while the king and the king's guard stood by, watching curiously. First, the knights formed 2 lines, stepping aside to create a corridor down the middle. I slowly made my way toward the weirwood tree along this path. As I passed, they raised their swords overhead in salute. Arriving at the weirwood, I knelt and removed my helmet, placing it before me. The other knights formed a crescent behind me. Lord Stark approached and stood beside me. "We are gathered here today to witness the knighthood of Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil, son of Baron and Lagesa. Are you prepared to swear your oath?" "I am ready." "All knightly brothers, are you prepared to witness this young man's vow?" They replied in unison, placing their swords heavily against their chests. "Yes. Now, Yggdrasil, may the old gods witness your oath." I began to repeat after Lord Stark. "I shall face evil with vigilant eyes. I shall show no mercy to evil. I will be brave and honorable, guided by the old gods. Even in the face of death, I shall speak the truth. I will be a shield for the helpless. I shall be a sword, piercing the heart of evil." Afterward, Lord Stark raised the sword and placed it upon my shoulder. "Now, a knight is born. Green Knight, the old gods welcome you." Thus, I became a knight. The North is my home. My next step is to become a noble and acquire lands. For this, I must become a hero in the forthcoming war. Chapter 69. The news: I had been knighted for a month, during which nothing significant occurred. We still awaited the Ironborn's actions while our great king indulged in the pleasures of Winterfell, visiting every brothel, and later, feeling bored, dispatched Jon Arryn to rule in King's Landing before heading to the Westerlands. Around this time, the raven he sent should be nearing Casterly Rock. Our good king desired not peaceful governance but rather bloody war. Who knows, amidst that debauched life, there lurked a warrior thirsting for blood. Tywin Lannister's perspective. As I attended to the daily correspondence of Casterly Rock in the Solar, a knock resounded at the door. Upon granting entrance, I was met by Ser Gregor's squire. "My lord, a raven has arrived from the king." I took the parchment, broke the seal, and commenced my reading. The letter was penned by the good king himself, and it was evident from the disarray of words that it was not written by Jon Arryn. The missive was incoherent and chaotic. The author could hardly muster 2 coherent sentences. The handwriting was a scrawl, twisted and illegible. I would wager all my possessions that he was inebriated. The message vaguely alluded to a potential attack by the Ironborn. What nonsense was this? The Western lands had long been under the shadow of the Ironborn threat. What sort of feeble intelligence was this? It seemed as though he had been compelled to send it. Was there truly a risk of invasion? Or was it merely a raid, hence the warning? However, the tone of the message was decidedly unconvincing, as if he wished for us to disregard it. I rang the bell on my desk. The door opened, and a servant entered. What is it, my lord? Send for Gendry. I require his presence immediately. My lord, Gendry is not within the castle. Where is he? He departed for Lannisport this morning, but did not specify his return, my lord. Why was he so fixated on that bastard child? She was not even of noble birth, but rather of common stock. I sat at my desk and composed a letter to Gendry, instructing the steward to dispatch a messenger to Lannisport without delay. I was uncertain whether the Ironborn were orchestrating a significant maneuver or merely a raid, but it was wise to be prepared. A portion of the Lannister fleet's patrols should suffice to deter them for several days while I discerned the truth. The protagonist's perspective, were I an Ironborn, I would undoubtedly strike against the Westerlands and the Riverlands in the coming days. The transition from winter to spring is a time of vulnerability for all regions. As the harsh winter wanes and the warmth of spring emerges, a sense of ease envelopes the populace. As these thoughts traversed my mind, I heard the voice of Bo echoing within. Father, approximately 50 ships are approaching from the open sea. War has begun. I immediately connected to Bo, scanning my surroundings. The land lay behind me, yet I sensed I was nearing the limits of my visual sharing spell as the images flickered, lacking their usual clarity. I estimated I was around 67 kilometers from the shoreline, with a small island a few kilometers ahead. This must be Lantern Isle, belonging to House Farwind, the northernmost isle of the Iron Islands. The vessels were Ironborn longships, numbering 52 in total. 7 altered course, heading towards Flint's Cliffs, while the remaining 45 continued northward. Within 2 or 3 days, they could traverse the Cape of Monsters and reach Flint's Finger first, if the waters were deep enough. They could utilize Salt Spear to assault the Barrowton. Upon arrival, they would likely split into smaller groups, raiding each coastal settlement before advancing further north to Bear Island. I severed the connection and hastened to the Lord Solar. Many regarded me with respect now, as I was a knight who had bested young John Amber at the tournament. Of course, these were mere common soldiers. Numerous petty nobles sought to marginalize me, just as they had my father and all previous common knights. Yet I paid little heed to their opinions. If my plan succeeded, I would depart Winterfell once the war concluded. I stood before the Lord Solar, but the soldiers barred my entry. I am sorry, Ser Drazzle. The Lord has requested not to be disturbed. Upon opening my sight, I discerned the reason. Lord Stark was within, issuing commands to Lady Stark. Do they not realize there are souls awaiting outside? I called out, My lord, I bear urgent tidings. I must speak with you at once. At the sound of my voice, Lady Stark immediately straightened, and the guard at the door grasped his sword. I hope you do not intend to draw your blade. Upon my utterance, they exchanged glances, steeling their resolve to draw steel, when a voice from within commanded, Let him enter. As I stepped inside, Lady Stark sat in an armchair, her hair disheveled, and her countenance soured upon seeing me. My lady, I greeted her. Yet she offered no reply. What matter compels you to defy my orders and disturb me? In approximately 2 days, 45 Ironborn longships will pass through the Cape of Monsters. At this revelation, the Lord sprang to his feet. Did you receive this intelligence? Indeed. Let me see. The words I had scrawled upon the parchment resembled a hen's scratch, laden with misspellings, leading him to believe a near-illiterate penned the note. How certain are you of this information? I witnessed it firsthand, without a doubt. He summoned a steward, instructing him to gather the household guards. Chapter 70, the pre-battle conference, the protagonist's perspective. All the captains of the guard assembled, Kaiser, Morland, Moss, Frant, and Hall. Yet, there were 2 Kaisers. Ser Roderick was the commander of Winterfell, while his nephew led the Kaiser contingent. Each minor house commanded 200 Stark soldiers, totaling 1,000 to defend Winterfell and its surroundings, the fortress, Winterfell, and the castle. Lord Stark elucidated the unfolding events to them, stating, according to the latest intelligence, they shall reach Flint's Finger in 2 days. After the king departed, I relayed word of a potential raid, urging them to be adequately prepared. He may defy the king if he chooses, or more likely, the king permitted it upon his departure. Should he have sent news to Flint's Finger, it would explain their minimal forces dispatched northward. They must have known we received word and were preparing. If there were spies among House Lannister, it was reasonable to suspect Flint's family harbored them as well. Prior to the insurrection's planning, it was believed the Ironborn fleet consisted of around 150 ships. I suspected they had constructed at least 100 additional longships for this rebellion. If each vessel carried approximately 100 men, they would launch an assault with around 4,000 to 4,500 soldiers. Clearly, their intent was not invasion, but rather to distract us. A captain inquired, What shall we do, my lord? We cannot dispatch forces to Flint's Finger from here. We must redirect our focus to other coastal villages. We cannot outmatch the Reborn at sea. We have 20 longships and 40 fishing vessels stationed near Deepwood Motte, unnoticed by the Reborn. At least he is not entirely inept. We must retain around 400 soldiers at Winterfell, as word has spread to nearby settlements. I anticipate an additional 500 soldiers will arrive. Should the Reborn strike before the king's departure, I am authorized to summon my vassals. My forces will total around 5,000. And I expect other lords will muster similar numbers, but gathering all soldiers may take approximately 2 weeks. In the interim, we must devise a way to protect the coastal territories with 1,500 soldiers. He turned to me and asked, "You foresaw this attack? Do you have any thoughts?" Osric Moss immediately stepped forward, a smug expression adorning his face. "My lord, we are all aware of Ser Drazel's remarkable swordsmanship, yet bear in mind, he has only 13 name days. How accurate could the opinions on our overall actions be, coming from someone so young and inexperienced in the ways of war? My lord, I have endured more battles in the last 2 years of my life than you have in your entire existence, and Lord Stark did not seek your counsel. He sought mine. You little wretch, how dare you?" He rose from his seat in a fit of rage. As he prepared to confront me, Lord Stark slammed his fist onto the table, drawing everyone's attention to him. "Will you continue to squabble like curs, or will you proceed with the war council?" We all took a step back and offered our apologies to Lord Stark. He gestured for me to continue. "We know that the Iron Men are approaching with 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers. If I were in their position, I would have 4 primary targets: Flint's Finger, the Barrowton, Deepwood Motte, and Bear Island." Lord Stark surely concurred with my assessment, as he nodded in agreement while I spoke. To achieve this objective, upon crossing the Cape of Monsters, I would dispatch 15 to 20 warships to White Flame Bay and Salt Dance. The remaining vessels would continue northward, pillaging every village and town they encountered. "The main concern lies with the 4 primary targets," Lord Stark inquired with a furrowed brow. "Why? We are oblivious to the Ironmen's intentions. If our suspicions are correct, they aim to keep us preoccupied, rendering us incapable of assisting the West. If we are right, they would scatter in all directions, launching raids after entering White Flame Bay. But if we are mistaken, they would act collectively after capturing each stronghold. Flint's Finger, Deepwood Motte, and Bear Island cannot withstand them. It is well known that the walls of these 3 fortresses are constructed of wood and are inadequate in height. My suggestion is to divide our current 500 soldiers into 3 contingents. The first would be dispatched to the Barrowton, the second to Deepwood Motte, and the third to Bear Island as reinforcements." Moss interjected, "Do you intend to leave the civilians to fend for themselves? That is utterly cowardly. If the lords governing these regions possessed even the slightest combat experience, they would order the evacuation of the coastal towns upon receiving word. Great warrior Lord Moss, can you enlighten us on how to defend the entirety of the North with merely 500 soldiers? We are all awaiting your invincible strategy." Moss fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. After discussing strategy for over an hour, Lord Stark resolved to implement my plan before the other soldiers assembled. The other captains departed to gather their troops, leaving me in command of approximately 50 soldiers. However, I waited for everyone to leave, as I had matters to discuss privately with Lord Stark. "My lord, you must have felt it over the years, particularly after our last conversation. I have not been quite myself." "Continue," he urged. "I wish to maintain my autonomy in this war. If I can go where I desire, I can manage the Ironmen's raiding parties between White Flame Bay and Deepwood Motte, and I will arrive at Deepwood Motte when they do. How can you move so swiftly? If you cannot fly, how can you catch up with ships on land? While I may not soar through the skies, I assure you I can overtake them." After contemplating for a few moments, he asked, "Are you a wolf spirit?" "Something akin to that," he exclaimed in astonishment. "This implies there are no scouts." "There are scouts, but they are not human. Can you truly safeguard the coastline? You know full well that my suggestion for evacuation is merely a ruse to silence the lords. In this turmoil, no lord will risk everything to save the coastal villages. If the Iron Men divide into bands of fewer than 100 to pillage, I can protect the coast, but if they come in droves, I will not recklessly endanger my life." Chapter 71, The Unbreakable Oath, from Eddard Stark's perspective. "My lord, if you can keep this secret, we can remain on the same side. When I say I regard your sons as brothers, I speak the truth. He is not a wolf spirit, but he is very much like one. I have always found his ability to tame beasts somewhat peculiar. Yet I never anticipated he would possess magical powers. Now, my lord, you are beginning to understand why I am so confident. There is one thing that has perplexed me. When we utilize smoke bombs, their coverage rarely exceeds 5 meters. Yet when you deploy one, the diameter easily surpasses 10 meters. Bachelor Ruin believes this is due to his inability to master the proportions of the ingredients. But upon reflection, I have considered other possibilities." "You are correct. It is one of my abilities. Did you also use magic to defeat my knights?" "Not entirely. I enhanced my strength with magic. but all else is attributed to my unparalleled archery skills. You remain as humble as ever. What can I say? I have been blessed with a divine gift that renders everything I do exquisite. So, could you vanquish an army of 100 men? In a direct confrontation, I could not. However, in an ambush, it is possible. This revelation is indeed astounding. I am uncertain of what to do now. Yet a war we must win looms on the horizon. I apologize, my lord. Had I no means to ensure your silence, I would not share this with you. Is he threatening me? If he is indeed as strong as he claims, I would have little means of defending myself. Yet I slowly placed my hand on the hilt of my sword. Emil awkwardly interjected, I am not threatening you. Should you wish to witness my power firsthand, I can demonstrate it for you. What method is this? I possess a skill known as the unbreakable oath. If we both take this oath, we shall never betray it without the other's consent. If you cannot trust me, how can I be expected to trust you? You could easily cast me aside, which would be detrimental to you as well. I have invested too much in the North. If I were to harm you, I would have to leave the North. His argument was compelling, and I too wished to see his strength. Thus, my curiosity ultimately prevailed, and I replied, let me witness that unbreakable oath, but first, tell me how it functions. There are two methods. One is a unilateral oath, and the other is a bilateral oath. Now, we shall take the bilateral oath and decide upon a punishment for the one who breaks it. We will then swear together, but we must do so within a magic circle. What is the punishment, and what is this magic circle? The punishment may range from the mildest consequence to execution, but the oath is only effective if made voluntarily and without coercion. As for the magic circle, it serves to concentrate the spell, allowing the oath to be fulfilled. His claim seemed hard to believe, but I was willing to give it a try. My lord, please take a step back. Do not be alarmed by the lights that will appear on the ground. Emil murmured incantations, and his left index finger elongated into a claw, which he slowly used to cut into his right hand. Observing this transformation, I felt a surge of tension and tightened my grip on the sword's hilt. Moments later, his hand returned to normal. He turned, clenched his bleeding right fist, and allowed drops of blood to fall onto the ground, stating, Oath magic. A beam of white light shot forth from beneath him, and a circle approximately 2 meters in diameter began to form, with blood-red inscriptions emerging around its perimeter. My lord, you may step into the circle now. I hesitated before entering, addressing Emil. Eddard Stark is forbidden from revealing the power of Elmdra, either directly or indirectly. Should he attempt to breach this vow, he would be temporarily paralyzed, unable to move until he resolves to uphold his oath. However, should he persist in his attempts, death would be his certain fate. In exchange for this vow, Elmdra would answer Eddard Stark's 10 questions truthfully. Yet if he were to inquire about matters he could not disclose, he would remain silent. After a brief pause, he added, if I do not impose a penalty now, the default punishment for breaking the vow will take effect, resulting in your death the moment you contemplate betrayal. He extended his hand as if to shake mine. Upon grasping it, a surge of lightning coursed through my body. Beams of white and red light began to swirl between our hands, penetrating our skin. I gazed in astonishment at Elmdra as the beams slowly ascended from his arms to his neck and then vanished into his head. I felt the same phenomenon occurring within me. The illuminated circle beneath our feet gradually faded. My lord, could you attempt to document what is transpiring at this moment? At the sound of Elmdra's voice, I snapped back from my astonishment and admiration. Approaching the writing desk, I endeavored to inscribe the events onto parchment. Yet my hand remained utterly immobile. I could not even move my head or eyes. I was frozen, akin to a statue. A wave of helplessness and fear enveloped me. Elmdra, sensing my distress, quickly approached to calm me. My lord, please remain composed. If the desire to divulge my secret dissipates, you will regain your faculties in a matter of seconds. Before he could finish his statement, my body was freed, collapsing into the seat like a sack of grain. I never wish to experience such a sensation again. If you attempt to violate your vow, it will always be thus. If you force yourself, you will perish. Chapter 72. The First Battle with the Ironborn, Hero's Perspective. After astonishing Lord Stark, I sought out Keegan and Harlech, who were training in the military camp as usual. This year, I had trained alongside them numerous times, closely monitoring their progress. Keegan possessed a strength of 75 and speed of 98, while Harlech stood at 195 meters tall, with a strength of 97 and speed of 73. Being adolescents, they would continue to grow for approximately 4 more years. It was fortuitous to find these two. Upon noticing my arrival, they greeted me immediately. Commander Elmdra, welcome back. Keegan, you always say that. There is no need to call me Commander. My purpose today is not to train you. You both have expressed a desire to join me. Today, we shall ascertain the sincerity of your words. Keegan inquired, perplexed. How will you do that? We rode out of Winterfell together, arriving at a desolate expanse. Listen closely to what I am about to say, for there will be no retreat. If you truly wish to join me, I shall accept you. However, I possess a method to ascertain the veracity of your oath. If you lack confidence in yourselves, do not attempt it, for failure will necessitate your demise. I cannot allow those disloyal to me to learn my methods. The two exchanged glances, and I permitted them a brief conversation. Upon returning, Keegan declared, I have no doubt we shall pass the oath, but I wonder, if possible, what kind of commitment we would be making to you. You shall pledge your unwavering loyalty to me, yet you will not be enslaved. If my commands jeopardize your survival, you need not obey, but you must never betray me. If you act according to the code of honor, you shall remain unchanged. We accept. Then, I utilized oath magic to bind their allegiance and dispatched them to gather 50 of my men. These men would proceed with Jory Kesso to Deepwood Mott, where they would await my arrival, while I set forth with Sis to Flame Bay. Over the years, Sis had grown larger than Belris and Lika, about the size of a pony, capable of running at 4 times the speed of a horse. Due to the burden we carried, Sis's speed was tripled. When I requested the saddle maker of Winterfell to craft a custom saddle, its size and shape appeared quite peculiar. However, after offering him 2 golden dragons, he readily complied with my specifications. Her speed was as swift as the wind, and with my enhancements, her endurance surged, allowing her to traverse 3 times the usual distance in a day. Some super breeds of horses can run 60 to 80 kilometers per hour, but they must rest for a day after such exertion. Sis could naturally cover 180 to 250 kilometers in a day, and with my endurance boost, I advanced 750 kilometers in 3 hours, reaching the junction of Flame Bay and Stony Shore, though Sis was too fatigued to engage in battle. As I rushed from Winterfell to this location, the Reborn had already crossed the point of the sea beast, splitting into 2 groups. 15 ships commenced an assault on Flint's Finger, while another 25 continued northward. The 5 warships that had been delayed arrived 2 days later at Flint's Finger. Among the advancing ships, 7 drew close to the coastline, beginning to detach one by one to raid any coastal towns and villages within sight. This was unfortunate for the populace, yet advantageous for me. Over the past 2 months, I had stored arrows near every village along Stony Shore with Lika, Belris, and Sis. Anticipating the Ironborn's impending assault, each settlement boasted over 100 arrows. Erebus and his subordinates followed the fleet attacking Flint's Finger, while Bo pursued the northern advance. I was stationed on the mountains behind a village, awaiting their arrival as a ship approached the fishing village, carrying approximately 100 soldiers. My position was about 100 meters from the shore. As dawn broke, the villagers, just rising from slumber, were oblivious to the approaching vessel. When the ship was 500 meters from the shore, I began firing arrows at the large bell in the village square. Hearing the urgent tolling, the villagers emerged from their homes, realizing a ship was nearing, and they hurriedly fled. Nearly all villagers evacuated the village within 5 minutes, making their way up the mountain. Just then, the Ironborn reached the shore, rapidly disembarking. As they prepared to enter the houses, I loosed 4 arrows toward the densest cluster of people, swiftly drawing for new arrows. All 4 of my shots struck true, yet only 3 resulted in fatalities. My vision could perceive 100 meters as if it were merely 20 or 30. The Ironborn, believing they had fallen into an ambush due to my simultaneous shot of 4 arrows, suffered the loss of 20 men within a minute. Yet, they soon discerned my position and began sprinting toward me. Sis may have lacked the strength to fight, but she certainly ran faster than any human, even in the direst circumstances. As I cast the wind ward upon myself and Sis, their arrows consistently missed their mark. I was effectively demonstrating why all nations trembled before the Mongols. They hesitated but followed me for 200 meters, clearly intimidated by the sight of such a formidable feline. However, being alone, they disregarded the corpses beside them and continued their assault. In less than 5 minutes, the 100 raiders under the rain of arrows dwindled to only 20. They had begun to retreat, but it was too late. Before they could return to their ship, I had loosed nearly 130 arrows, with only 7 managing to escape. Chapter 73. Inadequate preparation. Once the remaining Iron Man raiders retreated, a few audacious villagers who had been observing us from the hills cautiously approached the village. As they drew nearer, Sis turned and roared at them, causing them to step back and call out from a distance. Who are you, sir? I am Sir Imildrahil, Knight of the North. For the old gods, I have come to protect you from the Ironman's assault. Now that my task is complete, I must proceed to rescue another village. The old gods be with you. Farewell. Sis began to run slowly, and moments later, both she and I vanished into the woods. Leica awaited me there, expressing her desire to fight alongside me. Master, I wish to fight by your side. I will grant you the opportunity when it arises. Really? Thank you, Master. If her face could smile, I would swear Leica was beaming with joy. I allowed Sis to rest for 3 or 4 hours while Leica and I continued our swift journey. The next village lay approximately 50 kilometers to the north, and I was not inclined to wait for Sis to regain her strength. As we neared the village, Leica's pack of wolves caught up with us. Comprising 35 wolves, they surrounded the village. I learned from Bo that the Ironman's longships would arrive in about 15 minutes, prompting me to alert the villagers. Within 10 minutes, the village lay deserted. I positioned myself on a vantage point, targeting the Ironman raiders as one would hunt game. When the Ironmen landed, I allowed them to advance slightly into the village before I commenced firing arrows while retreating. Simultaneously, Laika and her pack began their flanking assault. My arrows found their marks with remarkable accuracy. As the battle intensified, Laika began to lose members of her pack. Yet we had already claimed the lives of up to 30 Iron Men, while 5 of our wolves also fell. Laika fought as if in a training ground. Her skin considerably thickened by the magic coursing through her. Even without the Guardian Wind enhancement, arrows striking her body would fail to inflict serious harm. Though a shot to her eyes would be fatal. Her fur had grown exceedingly dense. Only those with a strength below 9 could not inflict wounds upon her with swords. However, blunt weapons still posed a threat, compelling her to evade attacks while she ruthlessly bit through arms and legs. Her bite force was the strongest among my familiars, capable of snapping bones and tearing off limbs with ease. Belris followed closely with the second strongest bite, and Sis ranked third, though Sis wielded another weapon, her claws. Her claws could rend through inferior iron armor, allowing her to eviscerate or behead foes with a single swipe. As for him, he was equally lethal. Attacking from below where no one expected, he moved as if swimming underground, reaching the feet of the Ironman raiders and immediately biting their legs before retreating below ground. Those bitten would succumb to a painful death from poison within about 12 minutes. Meanwhile, I continued to rain arrows upon them while casting the summon animal spell. This incantation conjured 3 wolves that appeared indistinguishable from ordinary wolves, but turned to ashes upon death. Thanks to this spell, we suffered only 6 wolf losses. As I directed the summoned animals to the most perilous locations, drawing the attention of all enemies, with the villagers having retreated to the other side of the hill. They were oblivious to the battle's progress, allowing me to unleash the wolves at will. Within 5 minutes, none of the Ironman raiders remained. Laika endured a few strikes, 4 of which wounded her, 2 from axes and 2 from spears, but the injuries were superficial. Despite being merely flesh wounds, the blunt force left many parts of her body bruised. I promptly began to heal her using the Life Bloom spell. After the battle, I buried the fallen wolves and caught up with the villagers, clarifying who had saved them before I resumed my journey. I ambushed the Ironman raiders 3 more times at Sea Dragon Point, nearly annihilating them. However, during the 3rd incursion, the Ironmen dispatched 2 warships, compelling us to engage in combat with 200 adversaries. In this skirmish, I nearly lost all of my wolves. As the villagers watched, I could not use magic, but upon losing my pack, I withdrew Laika and employed Sis as before, picking off the Ironmen one by one until they retreated. Their pride could not withstand the knowledge that they faced only one individual, and they were reluctant to back down. Naturally, my frequent humiliations proved ineffective. Thus, I claimed approximately 170 lives. Many had witnessed my command over the wolf pack. Tales of the wolf spirit would spread widely. Yet I could not reveal my other spells. The Iron Men, unwilling to incur further losses, pressed onward toward the deep forest fortress, bypassing 2 additional fishing villages. At the very least, prior to the commencement of hostilities, I had inflicted nearly 600 casualties upon them. If Sis could manage to run, I would set off for the deep forest fortress, where I could arrive by tomorrow. The Iron Men would reach there in 5 days. From Erebus, I learned that the Iron Men force heading to Salt Spear Beach had defeated the Phalanxians and raided that area before continuing to plunder riverside settlements. Reinforcements from the ruined mound would arrive in about a week, keeping a watchful eye on the Iron Men's march. They would reach in time. The Stark main force still gathered at Winterfell. Lord Stark had dispatched 2,000 reinforcements to the deep forest fortress, but by the time they arrived, all would be over. Glover would gather 200 men within a week, yet they had only prepared 100. Lord Glover was indeed negligent. He might not be stationed at the coast, but the distance between the coast and the deep forest fortress was merely 30 kilometers. Chapter 74. Glover upon my arrival at the deep forest fortress. I discovered more than 1,200 soldiers present. Just yesterday, I had received word from Bozkros, counting myself and Jory's 500 men. They could muster approximately 200 soldiers, totaling around 750. Where had those additional 500 soldiers come from? As they approached the camp and beheld Harris Moreland, the source of their numbers became evident. To avoid alarming the soldiers within the camp, I left Sis in the forest and brought only Laika with me. However, as we neared the camp, Laika, who stood 130 centimeters from shoulder to foot, suddenly began to shrink, transforming into a mere 90 centimeters. I was baffled by this transformation and how she accomplished it. Laika, what is happening? How did you do that? I shrank, master. I see. But I wish to know when and how you learned to shrink. When you left us in the woods, not allowing us to enter the city. We all wanted to follow you, but we were too large. That is why we always wished to be smaller. About 9 months ago, we began to practice shrinking a little. Previously, I could only shrink slightly, but now I can reduce my size significantly. Laika now stood the size of an ordinary husky. But suddenly a thought struck me. Wait a moment, you just said we. Who do you mean? Laika proudly asserted. We all learn to shrink, but Bo is the best at it. Bo can become as small as a crow. This revelation was astonishing yet not entirely unexpected. While I had not foreseen their development of such a talent, I could anticipate their emergence of various magical abilities. For the sake of the old gods, both Bo and him have become mages, each possessing a core of magical energy. Jory spotted me and exclaimed, Emildrahill, you have returned. Where have you been? By the command of Lord Stark, I acted independently to fend off the coastal attacks. That is also the reason for my week's delay. How did Morland end up here? Was he not ordered to assist in the defense of Bear Island? Indeed, initially. It was so. However, upon his arrival at Bear Island, Lord Glover conveyed a message to Lord Stark, stating that this location was the primary target of the Ironborn, and that 700 men could not hold it. Consequently, Lord Stark issued new orders, commanding Moran to assist in the defense of Deepwood Mott. He glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and continued, I suspect Lord Glover has somewhat distorted the facts, exaggerating the situation here to Lord Stark. We must confront Lord Glover. The raiders will arrive at dawn. Lord Glover and his commander, Broden Hall, followed closely behind as Harris entered the room. Jory introduced us to Lord Glover, who remarked, Yes, I know who Emil is, the champion of the tourneys at Winterfell. I have long wished for someone to bring those Amber family members down a peg, as they always act as though they are above us. He chuckled, How perfect it is, a lord who feels inferior despite being a commander. This is the source of disaster. Such individuals will never accept good suggestions from their subordinates, even if those ideas surpass their own. They would rather succumb to threats and envy. Lacking the courage to resist, they harbor resentment. In short, they are petty men. I interjected, my lord. The number of Ironborn is no longer around 5,000. Approximately 1,500 are heading towards Sulpans, and 500 to 700 more will arrive in 5 days. The current number capable of launching an attack is merely around 2,500. According to your figures, there exists a deficit of about 500. What has become of them? Before my arrival, I eliminated as many as 600 Ironborn raiders attempting to assault coastal villages. The faces around me displayed incredulous disbelief. Child, this is not a place for baseless claims or jesting. I produced Lord Stark's authorization for independent action. My lord, as you can see, under Lord Stark's command, I am a force operating independently. Do you truly believe Lord Stark would confer such authority upon a crude and incompetent individual? His somber expression revealed that he now perceived me as a threat to his authority, and his insecurities began to surface. Garback Glover. My name is not Boy. I am Sir Emil Drellishire, or simply Sir Drellishire. Should you continue to treat me with disrespect, I shall have no choice but to declare a duel to uphold my honor. My good Lord Glover, while you are so near the western coast, I am acutely aware of your capabilities in leading this battle, given that you have not even prepared 300 soldiers to face a potential Ironborn raid. Citing the exorbitant maintenance costs, Broden Hall began to approach me, drawing his sword. How dare you speak to Lord Glover in such a manner, you wretched cur? As he advanced, I instinctively activated my speed and strength enhancements. Now, triggering these enhancements was as reflexive as breathing. I locked my dagger against Broden's sword, and my left elbow struck his chin like an uppercut. Confused, Broden staggered, and at that moment, I delivered a powerful punch to his temple with my armored hand, sending him crashing to the ground like a sack of potatoes. My dagger was drawn, and Lord Glover, gripping his sword, regarded me with a mixture of fear and anger. My good Lord Glover, do not commit the grave error of drawing your sword. I am like a mirror reflecting your actions. Show me respect, and you shall receive it in kind. Chapter 75. Reassessing the battle plan. His expression indicated he was deliberating whether to draw his sword. At that moment, Jory interjected. My lord, while Sir Drellishire may hail from humble origins, he is a knight. It is true that you and your men have shown him disrespect, even drawing swords against him. Had Sir Drellishire wished, he could have slain him, yet he merely incapacitated him. I implore you, let us not prolong this unpleasantness. As for Sir Drellishire's assertions, Lord Stark indeed commanded him to operate independently, elevating him to a level within the command structure capable of raising inquiries during wartime. It was evident that he was displeased with what was being said, yet he found himself powerless to act. My rapport with Jory remained amicable, and Moran was notably quiet. Lord Glover, despite his lofty nobility, was aware that we all belonged to House Stark, and thus, we would not quarrel in public, always presenting a united front. Glover fell silent, understanding that further probing would incite opposition from the Stark loyalists. I continued, since you request an increase in personnel, do you intend to mount a counteroffensive? My lord? I paused momentarily, adding a sarcastic bow at the end of my statement. I observed the twitching of his face, suppressing a laugh as he replied. Are you mad? Why would I counterattack against an army twice our size? Then why do you require 500 men for the defense of Bear Island? Which is easier to defend, 700 or 1,200? Furthermore, with such a multitude of soldiers present, It would be absurd for them to disregard the rear and assault the impoverished Bear Island. Your assumptions are numerous. How do you know the Ironborn intend to raid for plunder? This is different. This is not a raid, but a rebellion. They need only leave 4 or 5 ships in the strait between the island and the coast. Then we would be unable to assist them. He is a selfish bastard. How do you know so much about the enemy's movements? I have my ways, which is why Lord Stark granted me such latitude. If you must know, Lord Stark will inform you. If we cower in defense, the attackers will shift their focus to Bear Island. And we must not forget that if we do not deal with them, the enemy reinforcements will arrive 2 days ahead of us. The 5 ships that arrive later will head to Bear Island while we are besieged. I surveyed the map on the table. Deepwood Mont perched atop a grand mountain, bordered on the southwest, south, and southeast by the Wolfwood. The opposing direction, 180 degrees away, was strewn with small hills. And about 30 kilometers from the coast lay the largest northern port city on the western coast, as the Cape of Sea Dragons had vanished. The Ironborn would advance from the northwest. If we concealed a small squad deep within the southern forest, I wondered if it would suffice to repel them. Did we have any other options? One possibility was to leave Bear Island to its fate. I could not accept failure on the front lines in this war. I needed every accomplishment I could attain. Turning to the others, I declared, what we must now decide is whether to resign Bear Island to fate, deluding ourselves into believing we are powerless, waiting behind the walls for reinforcements, or to grant those wet rats attempting to invade our lands a day of nightmares. As true Northmen would, my speech ignited the spirits of Jory and Harris, yet it did not sway Lord Glover. My plan did not require him and his 200 men. I only needed our 1,050. Of course, it would be preferable if Glover joined us. But a coward like him would only act like the tardy Lord Fry, joining the fight only when victory was assured. I shared my strategy with them. And Glover reluctantly acquiesced, as these soldiers did not fall directly under his command. Jory and Harris might heed his words due to his lordship, allowing him to act as commander, but fundamentally, if they disagreed with this plan, whether to follow him was their own decision. Harris provided me with 100 men, while Jory contributed 150. My 50-man detachment is now prepared. As we exited the chamber in search of our troops, Jory gave me a light slap on the back of my neck. Oh, why did you do that? I inquired, for it nearly instigated a feud with the Glover family. Do you think we are unaware of his petty nature? We tolerate him now only because we are in the midst of war. When I boldly confronted Lord Stark, I resolved to dismiss the ramblings of those antiquated figures. Thus I declared, this is why I act as I do. He must comprehend that it is not he who holds the authority, but rather us. Should we allow such an incompetent individual to believe he is in charge, we would surely suffer when the battle commences. As the conflict grows increasingly daunting, he will attempt to preserve himself, conflicting with your orders. Is this the scenario you desire amidst warfare? But now he understands his position. My words garnered unexpected support from Harris. You speak with some truth, he remarked. Lately, he has been quite bothersome, issuing commands as if I were his servant. Given that Harris's father is already 65 and his brother has succumbed to illness, he is now compelled to entrust command of the Moran forces to the 18-year-old Harris. On our way back to camp, we continued to deliberate our combat strategy. Chapter 76. The display of magical companions upon entering the soldiers' encampment. We had determined the roles of each individual. Jory would oversee the city's defense, while Harris would command the vanguard during the offensive. I would lead the detachment in a rear assault against the Iron Men. Harris has transformed into a formidable warrior, showing none of his former arrogance. He possesses a strength of 88 and a speed of 73. Jory, on the other hand, is slightly more robust, boasting a strength of 92 and a speed of 83. Why do you refrain from informing Glover of your extensive knowledge regarding the Iron Men? Might you share it with us? Jory inquired. Regardless, rumors concerning this matter will inevitably circulate. I hesitated to speak there, for I do not trust Glover or his subordinates. I am a wolf spirit, and I have witnessed their power firsthand. Are you implying you can control animals as those in the tales do? If you choose not to speak, then refrain from weaving tales. With a deep sigh, follow me. I intend to show those who will fight alongside me tomorrow. So you shall see as well. Jory, Harris, and I, along with our 300 soldiers, ventured deep into the forest. Upon reaching a small hill, I stepped forward to address all the soldiers. Many of you are familiar with the concept of a wolf spirit. Those who know will inform the ignorant that I am one. As I stated this, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, infusing my voice with a touch of magic. I bellowed, silence. I must introduce my magical companion, for we shall battle side by side come tomorrow. I do not wish for any of you to engage in combat with trepidation. I hope everyone can now calm themselves. My companion is a shadow lynx, and she is rather large. She will approach from behind me, so please do not be alarmed. She will never attack unless provoked. At that moment, I heard the voice of Beaufather. There are some humans lurking nearby. It seemed Glover was quite curious about the reason behind the departure of 300 men from the camp. Can you drive them back without killing them? I asked. as I had no time to deal with them. Can we play with them? Very well, but do not kill or maim them. And do not let them see your true form. As I remained silent, everyone continued to wait for me, somewhat puzzled. Apologies, I must think. Where was I? Oh yes. Please do not be afraid. Slowly, Sis began to emerge from behind the hill, prompting various reactions from the men. Some were terrified and attempted to retreat, while others drew their swords. Sis approached me, rubbing her head against my shoulder, and began to emit a loud purring sound. The rumble resembled that of a sports car engine rather than that of a feline. Jory and Harris cautiously drew nearer, with Jory commenting, "You truly are a wolf spirit." "What gave that away?" I replied. "That enormous shadow lynx behaves like a kitten," Harris remarked. "That cannot possibly be a shadow lynx. It is nearly the size of a horse." "You are the foolish human here," Sis retorted. "Master, may I eat him?" "No, you cannot eat him." Suddenly, Harris jumped back in fright, using Jory as a shield. "Who wants to eat whom? I am not appetizing. Eat him instead. He is all flesh. I have too much fat." Jory turned around and tapped his head. "If we do not provoke it, it will not attack us." "Emil, can it understand?" "Yes, but its mode of communication differs from ours. It can express basic concepts such as enemy, food, friend, attack, and defense, but it cannot converse as humans do." "Master, why must I behave like a foolish animal?" "I do not wish to. Sis, as I have told you, a wise individual never reveals all that they can do. One must always keep a trump card hidden." "But Sis and I have no sleeves," replied Lika. I stifled a laugh. My familiars grow more intelligent by the day. Yet they sometimes struggle with idioms. It is a metaphorical expression indicating an advantage. Well, that makes sense. As I stroked Lika and Sis's heads, Jory asked, "Is this one also a magical companion?" "Indeed, it is a young wolf." At that moment, Harris pointed at Sis and inquired, "Is that a saddle on her back?" "Yes. I do not require a horse. Compared to Sis, they are far too slow." "How fast is she?" "Twice as fast as a horse." After much inquiry, I led my troops deeper into the forest. Jory and Harris informed Glover that I had gone to Bear Island. This vague response stemmed from my suspicion that a traitor might be among Glover's retainers. Meanwhile, I instructed Bo to prevent any animals from entering or exiting the castle in case they attempted to communicate. As I had suspected, a raven was dispatched toward the coast. We departed the castle from the northeast, thus we traveled in a large arc, eventually reaching the southwestern edge of the forest. Bo captured the bird but did not harm it. The message was succinct, stating that 300 soldiers would set out to assist Bear Island, leaving only 900 soldiers behind, with Stark's reinforcements expected to arrive within a week. However, one piece of intelligence revealed the identity of the traitor. It was reported that he, stationed at the West Gate, intended to open the city gates and lead soldiers into battle should hostilities arise. Upon receiving this information, a more refined plan began to take shape in my mind. One we would employ against them. I released the raven, attaching a tail to it to observe where it would fly. I had Bo send a letter to Jory, informing him of the traitor but advising him to refrain from taking immediate action. Chapter 77, A Feigned Attack. As I embarked on this war, I resolved not to reveal my magic to anyone. Yet, as I engaged in combat daily, it became evident that without magic, I could not possibly deter so many foes on my own. Even if I possessed sufficient physical strength, my influence would wane should they remain indifferent. However, if I utilized a few familiar incantations that did not appear overtly magical, my deterrent effect in battle would be amplified, thus increasing the likelihood that other soldiers would heed my commands. If I had not proclaimed myself a wolf spirit, Jory might not have heeded my words. For as a wolf spirit, I possess knowledge of the enemy's movements and plans, while they remain oblivious. Upon learning of my identity, the soldiers began to regard me with newfound respect. During our confrontation with the followers of the Seven Gods in Winterfell, my mastery of swordsmanship and archery, coupled with my identity as a wolf spirit, earned me a new moniker among the soldiers, most referred to me as the Sword of the Old Gods. Following the crow, Bo finally observed it traverse the Ironborn army, taking refuge in an abandoned windmill by the shore. Among the 3 individuals waiting by the water, one promptly entered, and upon reviewing the information on the crow, he mounted his horse and set off to catch up with the advancing Ironborn forces. Upon reaching the army, he delivered the message to a towering figure, whose banner bore a white background adorned with red and black nettle whips. As I could not recall to whom this sigil belonged, I utilized my identification function, and a wealth of information flooded my mind. The Tully family of Oak Island is a noble house from the Iron Islands, one of the strongest families sworn to the island of Pike. However, this individual could not be Baron Tully, for his forces could not be so few. To my knowledge, he is around 40 years of age, yet this man appeared youthful. Perhaps 20. He must be his son or a relative. The Ironborn troops were resting approximately 5 kilometers from Deepwood Motte. Members of the Tully family settled beneath a tree to read the message, then turned to their companions. The numbers have dwindled more than we anticipated. but a support force of 2,000 soldiers will arrive in 57 days. Before that, we must obliterate everything. Darren, are you certain we can trust this individual? If we offer him 200 golden dragons, Brodenhall would be willing to sell his own mother. Do you truly intend to give him such a sum? Of course. For if I withhold it, we shall lose this advantage altogether. However, once we pay him, he may encounter unforeseen difficulties, such as running into a band of robbers, leaving him with no grave. I explained our plans for the following day to Jory, who accepted them but made several amendments. Jory pointed out numerous flaws in my strategy, and I recognized that there remains much for me to learn. One cannot ascend to the rank of general merely by being a history enthusiast. While on Earth, my father was a farmer, and I grew up in the countryside. In rural areas, there is often little to occupy oneself with after 5 in the afternoon, rendering the History Channel and books my only companions at night. As the first light began to pierce the hills and forests to the east, illuminating Deepwood Motte, sounds of commotion and panic erupted above the wooden walls, prompting everyone to hastily ascend the battlements, where the Ironborn army became increasingly visible, approximately 2,006 to 800 men. The Ironborn also carried 25 to 30 ladders, each exceeding 10 meters in length. Given that the walls of Deepwood Motte do not rise above 10 meters, these ladders could easily surmount the defenses. Darren Tully's perspective, our soldiers possess little experience in siege warfare, leaving many uncertain of their actions. Our usual strategy involves swift raids followed by retreats. Yet today our objective is not plunder but to wreak as much havoc as possible. One of my commanders approached me, inquiring, "My lord, should we signal Broden to open the gate? Are you a fool? Why would we waste our trump card at such a futile moment? If we utilize Broden now, he might open the gates, yet we would only have him and his direct soldiers, a mere 50 men, while the entirety of the northern forces would advance toward the west gate. Yes, should the gates be opened, we could overwhelm them, but at the cost of countless unnecessary casualties." I set my helmet down upon the table and took a seat. We are not making a final stand, thus there is no need for undue exertion. Our goal is to resolve this matter before their reinforcements arrive. And what shall we do, my lord? We shall prepare to assault the north gate with the majority of our forces, deploying only 700 to the west and south gates, making our main point of attack the north gate. Yet, when the enemy begins to concentrate their attention and forces on the north gate, we shall launch a full-scale assault. Jory Kesso's perspective. I hope our plan proves effective, though my father often said that a strategy only manifests its worth when blades clash, and the soldier's resolve ultimately determines the battle's outcome. My father was never renowned for tactical acumen, but he was celebrated for his indomitable spirit. The Ironborn army was positioned beyond arrow range, gradually forming their main force to the north, with approximately 700 soldiers advancing toward the west gate. Are they about to utilize Broden? Yet, half of those 700 soldiers pressed toward the west gate, while the other half continued toward the south gate. In that moment, I comprehended their intent. Their actions suggested that the primary target was the north gate. Had I been unaware of their initial plan, I would have undoubtedly fallen into this trap, assembling the majority of our soldiers at the north gate. However, thanks to Emil's reconnaissance and his magical companion, we learned of the spy among us and their anticipated assault strategy. Chapter 78. Turning the tables, protagonist's perspective. The Ironborn began their assault, shields in one hand and ladders in the other. The Stark soldiers atop the walls rained arrows upon them. We waited in the forest, a kilometer away, while I observed the battle through bow. Tully deployed approximately 1,000 men, creating the illusion of a genuine attack. Meanwhile, Jory, adhering to our agreement, began lining up all soldiers upon the north gate's walls, appearing as if he had fallen into Tully's snare. Observing this situation, Tully led the remaining 1,000+ soldiers in an assault, yet those scaling the walls under the rain of arrows faced tremendous difficulty, as nearly all Stark soldiers were concentrated at the north gate, making it hard for them to maintain their footing. Since the assault commenced, Darren Tully had already lost around 100 men, but his forces were slowly advancing toward the west gate. To those unaware of his plan, this seemed entirely normal. Yet, what Darren did not know was that an unexpected arrow had claimed Broden's life, and another had taken his place in command. Who could have foreseen that Stark soldiers, amidst the chaos of battle, would push an unguarded individual to the wall's forefront, leading enemy archers to target that person? After the battle, we should punish those careless Stark soldiers who recklessly thrust their commander into the line of fire. Believing himself safe, Broden had stationed nearly all his loyal soldiers around the gate, thinking it would facilitate the opening of the gate. On the west gate side, another unforeseen change was unfolding unbeknownst to the Ironborn. Within the walls, all carts, barrels, and various debris had been transported to either side of the gate, creating a corridor several meters long. Soldiers had begun to deploy along this corridor, with fewer soldiers on the northern side, as those who should have filled that space were still defending the northern wall. As the number of enemies on the north dwindled, The number of soldiers in the barricade area increased. We readied ourselves almost simultaneously with the enemy, signaling Brodin to prepare to open the gate. Darren had taken nearly half his soldiers to the west gate, just as the command for Brodin to open the gate echoed through the Reborn ranks. Thanks to the crow's intelligence, we clearly understood what the signal entailed. My soldiers and I stealthily approached the forest's edge. I cast all enhancements of power, speed, endurance, oak shield, and wind shield upon myself, Sis, Beerus, Leica, Kagan, and Harlech. I did not apply the wind shield enhancement on him, as he would remain underground. All these enhancements consumed 160 points of my magical energy, leaving me with 50 points in reserve for contingencies. As Halleck and Keegan experienced the power boost from the enhancement and oak shield forming beneath their armor, it was evident that they were both taken aback. Gazing at the neck of his chainmail, Keegan remarked, "My lord, I feel as light as a feather. It's as if I could take flight the moment I begin to run. This magical armor, resembling tree bark, is as unyielding as iron." Halleck interrupted. "I feel capable of cleaving a tree in two with a single strike." Their sensations were entirely understandable. Thanks to the enhancement, their naturally robust physiques had grown even stronger. Keegan possessed a strength of 9 and a speed of 119, while Halleck boasted a strength of 115 and a speed of 9. They had transformed into elite soldiers. I inquired, "Do you feel a refreshing breeze enveloping you?" They both nodded in agreement. I continued, "As long as you maintain this sensation. There is no need to evade projectiles smaller than javelins. It can withstand anything that is hurled your way." Keegan wielded a short sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Halleck, clad in armor, resembled an iron wall, towering nearly 2 meters high. His armor, unlike mine made from high-quality steel, was not custom-fitted, resulting in a few bends when adjusted for Halleck, but it remained functional. He carried a war hammer in one hand and a massive tower shield in the other. All of their equipment had cost me a considerable sum, as it was an emergency order. Mikan and his apprentices had worked day and night to complete it within a week. As the western gate swung open, the entire Ironfolk army began to surge through the entrance. With no one to impede them, approximately 500 soldiers flowed in within mere minutes, filling the corridor to more than half its capacity. Some soldiers began to grasp what was unfolding, attempting to scale the barricades, while others shouted for a retreat. Yet the enraged throng continued to press forward in a daze, as if deafened by their own fervor for battle. Those attempting to surmount the barricades were met with a relentless barrage of spears. Minutes later, the barricades were teeming with soldiers, and the Ironfolk kept pouring in, stepping over the fallen. Despite nearly 200 Ironfolk soldiers having perished, the numbers within the barricade swelled, and in certain areas, they even managed to break through. Observing this, Jory retrieved a horn from his waist and blew it forcefully, signaling the commencement of the second phase of their plan. The soldiers surrounding the barricade began throwing smoke grenades one by one, and a thick fog, several meters in diameter, enveloped the entire area. This very fog drove the Ironfolk soldiers, who had begun to organize, into a state of panic. While the archers stationed atop the city walls unleashed a rain of death upon the Ironfolk in the center of the barricade. Chapter 79. Decimating the enemy forces. Upon hearing the horn sound, I shouted with all my might, "Charge!" 300 soldiers sprinted through the forest at full speed. The western gate lay approximately 800 meters away. Outside, nearly 800 soldiers awaited, and among them, I spotted the Taoni banner just beyond the gate, riding Sis. The distance was traversed in mere seconds, yet I commanded Sis to walk, as I needed to synchronize our movement with the army. Noticing our approach, the Ironfolk turned to form a defensive line, but before they could prepare adequately, combat erupted. As my troops neared the enemy formation, I commanded Sis to charge at full speed. However, I instructed Barris and Lika to follow from behind, as I did not wish for their minimization spells to be disrupted. Should they lose themselves in battle, they might lose control of the minimization spells. And I certainly did not want anyone to witness my entire cadre of familiars as towering behemoths. As Sis leapt into the fray, I hurled a large smoke grenade directly into the midst of the Ironfolk soldiers and cast the fog cloud spell. A mist approximately 20 meters long began to materialize. But my aim was farther afield, away from our troops, lest the fog interfere with their combat. The Ironfolk, beginning to lose visibility, were fracturing their defense. It was evident that Taoni was shouting commands, yet in the chaos, no soldier could hear his voice. Upon sighting Sis, the soldiers recoiled in fear. I channeled some magical energy into Sis, and with that power, a tremendous roar reverberated, causing everyone to tremble. She unleashed chaos, her claws claiming entrails and heads with every swipe. Though the Ironfolk retaliated with spears and blades, the surging magical energy within her shielded her from harm. While she did sustain some blunt trauma, it amounted to mere scrapes. My effectiveness in battle was not particularly high. Do not misconstrue my meaning. To the Ironfolk, I might have appeared as a harbinger of doom. However, my sword's reach was insufficient, and I needed to arrange for a weapon suitable for mounted combat. Barris and Lika were preoccupied at the rear, systematically incapacitating limbs with every bite. Meanwhile, Im traversed the ground below, dispatching foes one by one, until he depleted his magical energy and venom. I estimated he had likely slain around 100 soldiers. Darlin Tony's perspective, everything was proceeding smoothly, or so I believed. We successfully landed and advanced toward the castle. Our spy had accomplished his mission, providing us with vital intelligence, and when the war commenced, he would open the gates at the most critical moment under our command, enabling us to annihilate this city. The war unfolded as we had anticipated. Initially, our losses were somewhat significant, yet as we neared the walls, we executed our plan to pull the soldiers toward the northern wall and gradually slid toward the western gate. Our spy signaled that he was ready, and we gestured for him to open the gates once everything was prepared. After the signal was given, the gates swung open as we had expected. However, from that moment onward, everything began to unravel. The Northerners had carved a complete corridor of death within the gates. But by the time we realized this, between 800 to 1,000 soldiers had already entered, although a retreat order was issued. Those at the rear found it impossible to withdraw, as another force launched an attack from behind us. Suddenly, thick fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. I could only discern the shadowy figure of a mountain lion the size of a horse and the individual atop it, shredding my soldiers to pieces. This person, accompanied by his soldiers, charged toward me with an unstoppable force. Despite our archers raining arrows from the rear, not a single arrow struck him or the two individuals beside him. Mere meters away, an iron giant rampaged like a bull, consuming my soldiers from one side to the other. With each swing of his hammer, we lost a life. The smoke and the two monsters ahead plunged the soldiers into utter chaos. No one heeded commands, and some even began to flee. The shadowy mountain lion advanced rapidly toward me, and I preferred to perish here rather than retreat in disgrace. I turned my horse around, leading the remaining 600 soldiers to confront this man's multitude. As we prepared for conflict with him, flames began to rise behind us. The barricade was ablaze. The flames and billowing smoke terrified the soldiers within the barricade. They began to shove one another toward the gate, trampling each other in a desperate bid to escape the fire and smoke. This caused the defensive line formed by my soldiers to collapse, utterly shattering our defenses. At that moment, the shadowy mountain lion emitted a deafening roar. The majority of the soldiers discarded their weapons and fled, and suddenly, the colossal cat charged toward me, finding a gap between the soldiers. A few meters away from me, my loyal soldiers endeavored to establish a frail defensive line, while I sought to counter their efforts. Yet, the iron giants and the knights upon the shadowy hill cats began to tear through this fragile barrier with alarming swiftness, and the soldiers behind them commenced to encircle us. The last image etched in my mind was of an approaching knight who leaped from his steed, lunging towards me with a sword aimed directly at my chest. From the male protagonist's perspective, under the leadership of Sis, we pressed deep into enemy territory, arriving at the gates of the castle. Harlech played a crucial role as well. Towering at 2 meters and clad in full armor, he charged at the enemy like a nightmare. Thanks to my enhancements, he propelled himself towards the foes with boundless stamina and near superhuman strength. He even aspired to keep pace with Sis, nearly succeeding. I witnessed the soldiers trail behind these two fearless behemoths, colliding with the enemy as if they too possessed magical shields, a truly fascinating spectacle. Keegan, too, was a harbinger of death, but he lacked the effectiveness of the other two due to a vital missing element, fear. This absence was the reason he failed to create a formidable impact like them. Today, I realize that soldiers are simple beings. If they believe their general is invincible, they will march fearlessly towards death. Chapter 80. Journey to Bear Island. Many iron men scattered in panic, much like chicks upon spotting a fox. Approximately 1,000 soldiers were dispersed throughout the forest. It was now the time for Bielis, Lika, and Bo to showcase their prowess. They trailed the soldiers into the woods, accompanied by their familiars, and then spread out among the trees. The three of them dispelled their minimization spells and, alongside their familiars, began to slay the fleeing soldiers. If the 1,000 fleeing soldiers had regrouped to form a defense, they would have been impervious to the mere 45 wolves, 20 dogs, and 45 crows. Yet the fear instigated by the chaos of a shattered army and the sight of massive hounds and wolves akin to trees obliterated their reason and logic, leaving only terror in their minds. However, not all Iron Men were cowards to disband at the sight of greater power. Some among them were fervent devotees of the drowned god, refusing to flee even unto death. These zealots continued to fight, chanting that the dead do not perish as they desperately pressed towards the defensive line. Sis and Harlech descended upon them like manifestations of death. One could observe the fear upon their faces, yet they did not retreat. Harlech, Keegan, and I began to tire, while Sis, being a larger creature, was less fatigued, though the accumulated damage was beginning to weigh on her. After vanquishing Darren Tony, I unsheathed my dagger and commenced to slay any who approached me. Our offensive had begun to wane as our forces grew weary, yet at that moment, the flames within the castle gates extinguished. And Jory and Hugo launched an assault from the opposite side. We had 50 cavalry, who mounted their steeds and charged forth from the northern gate, launching their attack from all directions. The Iron Men fought frantically, yet their resistance was futile, as they were leaderless and mired in chaos. Naturally, the fact that they were surrounded contributed to their disarray. The battle continued for another hour, and ultimately, all the Iron Men perished. Approximately 2 hours later, news arrived from Bo, stating that of the 1,000 fleeing soldiers, only 200 reached their ships, while another 200 fled back to Deepwood Castle, where we subsequently imprisoned them. Yet, I sensed that Bo had not yet relinquished hope. She ascended in altitude and dove towards the ships, casting wind bolt spells. As she unleashed the spell thrice upon the same target aboard the vessel, it split in twain upon the sea. She cast the same spell upon another ship as well. The anguished cries of those drowning in the vast ocean echoed in her ears. On the other hand, she awaited her father's praise like a young girl anticipating a grand accomplishment. My little daughter was transforming into a veritable force of madness. As a father, I felt immense pride and, of course, I commended her for her remarkable deeds. The remaining time was spent orchestrating the affairs at hand, delegating the task of escorting the 200 captured soldiers to Winterfell to Hugo Moss, who was assigned to lead approximately 300 soldiers in this endeavor. The following day, they set forth without incident, but at that moment, Bo contacted them again. Father, 5 ships on the high seas have altered their course, heading towards another island. This was dreadful news. The army here could not possibly reach Bear Island before those 5 vessels. It would take this army 2 to 3 days to arrive at Bear Island, while those ships could reach it in less than a day. Sir Drasher could not arrive there in such a short time, but Druid Imre could. Fortunately, we had forewarned the Iron Men of a potential invasion days prior, so they had already evacuated the non-combatants from the island to the mainland. Only the Mormont family and about 100 soldiers wishing to protect their homeland remained on the island. This 100 soldiers constituted a vital part of the Mormont family's military strength, while another 100 were tasked with safeguarding the people who had sought refuge on the continent. As the poorest family in Westeros, the boundary between the nobility and the commoners of House Mormont was exceedingly blurred. After arranging everything, I informed Jory and the others of my need to scout. Now, if possible, I intended to assist the Mormont family. Thus, when people beheld Sis there, they would perceive my timely arrival to aid Druid Imre in battle. Thanks to Sis, I swiftly reached the beach, donned the attire of Druid Imre, and set sail towards Bear Island. However, even then, I would not arrive before the Iron Men. Utilizing the wind element, I began to manipulate the nearby air currents. Within minutes, a gust akin to focused lasers surged towards the center of the sail. If the Iron Men's speed was 10 knots, then my velocity was at least double theirs. After 6 hours of sailing, I arrived at the northern shore of the island. While the Iron Men had only just landed on the western coast moments ago, if I could catch up to them on the high seas, we could potentially sink 2 ships. The banner upon the sail bore a skeletal hand in a crimson field. This time, we would engage the Drum family. Prior to the commencement of war, I summoned all my familiars, including Erebus. This would be a personal and comprehensive war for me. Chapter 81. Sudden turn of events. After summoning all my familiars, I mounted Sis, and we swiftly approached the army of Iron Men numbering around 700 to 800. The Mormont family's castle was in a more dilapidated state than that of Glover's. The wooden walls of Deepwood Castle stood at least 10 meters tall, while those of the Mormont family barely reached 5 meters. Thus, retreating behind the walls to employ similar tactics was impossible. After bestowing enhancements upon everyone, I found myself with only 80 mana, which I needed to utilize to intimidate the army into retreat. To achieve this, I could either bluff or inflict considerable damage in a short span to instill fear and cause them to scatter. I had about 150 arrows with me. First and foremost, I intended to make the most of each arrow. In this battle, I chose Lika as my steed. I needed Sis to stay away from the fray. And although Lika lacked Sis' speed and strength, she was adequate for my needs. Lika was slightly larger than a donkey, allowing me to ride her. Though without a saddle, it was somewhat challenging. Aside from Lika, Bo, and myself, my other familiar members were dispersed around the army, and I instructed them not to engage in battle. I commenced the attack, hurling 2 clumps of earth towards the area where the enemy was most concentrated. 2 colossal, rugby-shaped boulders, each measuring 50 centimeters in length, charged into the ranks of the army, reaping the souls of all in their path like a scythe. As they moved in a straight line, every individual that made contact with them suffered fractures, collapsed chests, or shattered skulls. Most perished in the impact, while those who lost limbs screamed in agony on the ground, and others shouted warnings of an ambush. With each casting of my spell, I could slay approximately 40 foes, though inevitably, the number diminished with each incantation. After several repetitions, they would discern the vulnerability of the spell, not to align in a row. The Iron Folk, upon spotting me, began to rush forward, unmounted as their ships had no space for steeds, allowing me to toy with them at will. I took aim at the commanding officers first, shooting arrows at them one by one. However, the Iron folk soon realized they could not keep pace with my movements and began to form a shield wall. A classic defensive tactic, as if they were facing a mere battalion of archers. While this might have been a prudent approach against conventional foes, the Iron folk overlooked one critical detail in their panic. They reformed their ranks. I launched 2 earthen projectiles at 2 distinct points of their shield wall. This time, the number of wounded limbs exceeded the dead, as each soldier sheltered behind their shields. Yet this also rendered them incapable of fighting back. In a mere 5 minutes, nearly 250 soldiers lay dead or injured, accompanied by arrows and spells. I retained 64 points of magical power and 80 arrows. The Iron folk grew increasingly astute, realizing I was alone, and began to organize themselves into shield walls of 5 or 10 soldiers. The use of earth blocks had ceased to be an effective spell. At this juncture, Im and Oppo made their entrance. Like bombers, they cast wind spells in the areas where the enemy was most concentrated. During 6 diving strikes, Oppo claimed around 50 lives before retreating as his magical energy dwindled. Meanwhile, Im moved with the grace of an aquatic creature, surfacing to bite and then submerging once more. Im's venom, while potent, was not inexhaustible. Yes, it proved lethal to 60 foes. Concurrently, I felled another 40 with my arrows. Having exhausted my quiver, I found that the remaining spells I could employ from this distance would not slay more than 23 enemies, and these zealots showed no signs of retreating swiftly. Among them, 10-20 began to falter, yet when the rear soldiers commenced executing the fleeing ones under their commander's orders, the rout ceased. It seemed that I must revert to a hit-and-run strategy. Lika, Belis, Erebus, Sis, and I commenced our assault on the remaining 400 soldiers from various vantage points. Each of us would eliminate a few foes before retreating to avoid encirclement. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have been an ineffective method given the limited numbers. However, bolstered by stamina, it proved quite effective. A further advantage arose when Lika infiltrated their ranks, and I cast the spell Burning Hand, unleashing flames like a flamethrower on both sides, claiming many lives and facilitating our escape. I repeated this several times, dispatching another 150 soldiers. But my magical energy dwindled to just 45 points. Once more, as I infiltrated the Iron folk, they attempted to evade me while shooting arrows in my direction, a futile endeavor. Despite there being only 15-20 soldiers remaining, I unleashed the Burning Hand spell. A 5-meter diameter cone of flame began to consume them, their agonized screams filling the air. As the sounds of torment and slaughter echoed, the soldiers began to unravel. Even the fervent ones could not maintain formation. At that moment, a fully armored figure burst forth from the flames, striking Lika from the side with a red shield emblazoned with a skeletal hand. Without a saddle, I was unable to maintain my grip on Lika and fell to the ground. I surmised that even with a saddle, I would have struggled to remain upright. As this sudden assault caught me completely off guard, these flames were not mere campfire embers, but a second-tier spell capable of turning a normal person to ash. Even clad in armor, one would be roasted like a turkey in an oven upon entering such flames. How could this be? Chapter 82, The Magic of Death? Perspective of Donatrug. The assault on Deep Forest Fortress was supposed to commence today. Even if I had hurried there during that time, I could at best serve as a reserve force for that accursed Tanny family, which was unacceptable for both my father and me. We had pillaged the towns and villages surrounding Flint Cliff, yet it lacked the glory we desired. I would not be relegated to the shadows. Thus, I resolved to raid Bear Island while Tanny plundered Deep Forest Fortress. We made a successful landing and were advancing towards the Mormont family's castle when chaos erupted. Boulders rained down from the mountaintop, crushing our men. Initially, I believed we had been ambushed by an army, but as the battle unfolded, I realized our adversary was but a single individual. I could hardly believe it. This elder riding a wolf possessed divine power. Witnessing this, some of my subordinates wished to flee, and I executed those who attempted to escape, reclaiming control. At first, I thought he was merely a puppet, but before us, enormous stones manifested from his hands, and he was not the only one wielding magic. A raven larger than an eagle descended from the sky, launching an attack against us. I narrowly evaded one of its strikes, only to find a boulder hurtling towards me. With no time to flee, I could only raise my shield, hoping it would suffice. Time seemed to stretch as I observed the boulder approaching from the corner of my shield, obliterating my men. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. Yet the anticipated violent collision never came. Instead, I felt as though a very feeble individual was nudging my shield, and a second later, dust clouded the air. I could not fathom why. The corpses around me attested that this man was no puppet, yet why had this strike failed to affect me? Confounded, I retreated to gather my thoughts. At that moment, the giant raven swooped down again, casting magic. Those around me turned to flesh pulp, yet I remained unscathed among them. As if the spell had diverged around me. Was it the flood god protecting me? The old spellcaster's magic had no effect on me. In that instant, the sorcerer's hands ignited, and my subordinates began to crumble. Even our elite warriors could no longer instill order among the soldiers. Summoning all my courage, I plunged into the flames. Like the other magic, the fire fractured before me. I exerted my utmost strength, striking the colossal wolf from the side with my shield, toppling it. Perspective of the male protagonist. As I fell, I immediately sprang back to my feet, yet I could not comprehend how this man had traversed my fire magic. Observing my fall, the soldiers regained their courage, charging towards Lika to prevent her from aiding me. I hurled an earthen fragment spell at the man approaching me. But as the spell made contact with his shield, it dissipated into dust. I could scarcely believe my eyes and promptly activated my identification skill. Nothing appeared. Nothing was revealed. Panic surged through me as I sensed not a shred of magical energy emanating from him. This could imply two possibilities. Either he was a sorcerer more powerful than I, or he possessed an artifact of protection. My gaze suddenly landed on the blood-red longsword in his grasp. It must be the source. I could feel subtle magical fluctuations emanating from the sword, ancient and profoundly powerful. I parried the man's blade with my own, but with each clash, my sword sustained deep fractures. His sword began to damage my steel blade as if it were mere copper. The ironclad soldiers encircled me second by second, leaving me with little hope of escape. Each clash of swords forced me further back. He was significantly faster and stronger than I. His superior swordsmanship and physical prowess rendered any disparity in our skills irrelevant. I attempted to elude his grasp with a cloud of mist. Yet the vapor dissipated within mere meters of him, allowing him to see me clearly. Our swords clashed several more times before he delivered a kick that sent me crashing to the ground. I sought to harness the force of that strike to meld with the earth, but as I prepared to invoke the spell, his blade came crashing down upon me. Time was not on my side, and I opted to roll away. Fortunately, that decision saved me, for his sword plunged deeply into the ground with the ease of a hot knife through butter. Had I attempted to merge with the earth at that moment, I would have surely perished. He effortlessly extracted his sword from the soil and was poised to strike again when I summoned my most powerful magic, desperately creating distance between us. In a panic, I cried out for lightning to strike. Instantly, a cloud gathered, and a bolt of lightning struck him with a resounding crash. He let out a startled shout, and for a moment, I believed the incantation had succeeded, but I had no intention of lingering to witness the outcome. The moment the lightning struck, I initiated the spell to merge with the earth. Though it was not instantaneous, it was akin to plunging into water, requiring a moment to take effect. The man lunged toward me, attempting to sever my head from my shoulders. But my fall to the ground and quick reflexes allowed me to narrowly evade his attack. However, no sooner had I dodged than he began to swing his sword again. I felt the icy water cascading down my back as I sank knee-deep into the earth, my mobility halved. With no means to evade the next strike, I extended my nearly broken sword, hoping it would suffice, as I was left with no other options.